Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, New Term, New Surprises. After bidding farewell to a crying Astoria, Axel and Daphne began walking along the platform, looking for a less crowded place to board the train. "Oh, by the way, congratulations for the exams," said Daphne, her cheeks still flushed for some reason. "Oh, thanks," replied Axel, not at all concerned about the results. "I must have passed," he muttered. "That's all that matters." "Passed." Daphne shook her head in exasperation. "Mr. Caveman, you did more than just that," she said in annoyance, showing him the results that seemed to have been posted on Hogwarts forums. "Damn," muttered Axel, looking at the results. "Looks like he overdid it a bit." Since he had quit his studies years ago, he had no idea how good he'll have to do to get average ranking. Turns out, he had managed to get the highest scores in dueling, history of magic, and charms. Rose was at the top in transfiguration and flying, while Daphne had the highest in herbology and potions. "Top of the class in 3 subjects, you were the dark horse this year," said Daphne, shaking her head in wonder as she looked at the scores. The curious students who had checked The Girl Who Lives results were surprised to see someone else getting the top marks in 3 subjects. Though it was understandable, since even Daphne herself was surprised. She had never seen him ever studying any course material. Heck, even all of his homework was done by her. Thus, the forums had blown up with discussion, with everyone expressing their surprise and curiosity over the news. Bye. Waving a final goodbye, Daphne boarded the train with Axel. As Axel looked at the students clamoring around in the Hogwarts Express, he couldn't help but notice that something seemed different than the last time he was here. For one, it was a lot more noisy than it was the last time. What's all the hubbub about? Why does the atmosphere seem so different from last year? He asked Daphne as they searched for a compartment. Daphne, who was looking quite excited herself, looked at him in confusion. Duh, of course they'd be different. This year has so many different things happening. Lockhart aside, I think we're going to learn a lot this year from the exchange program. Oh. Muttered Axel with a nod. Wait. Said Daphne, looking at him in resignation. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Nope, said Axel, getting into an empty compartment followed by Daphne. All right, Mr. Caveman. I'll tell you, she said, shutting the door. I don't think you'll be interested in other things. But the exchange program is something I think you'll like. Axel raised an eyebrow. Really? Daphne nodded excitedly. Yep, we're having an exchange program with another magical school. They're sending some of their students and teachers here to study and learn about our magical practices while also teaching us about theirs. There's even going to be a few friendly competitions as well, so everyone is just too eager to earn fame and prove Hogwarts' superiority. Axel nodded in understanding. Well, that would explain all the excitement, he muttered, looking at the students clamoring about through their compartment door. Daphne shook her head with a sigh at his lack of awareness. Not all of it. Seriously, do you have no one to talk to? And why the fuck could I not contact you over the summer? Axel shrugged as he took out his magi mirror and turned it on again. I was busy. He had turned it off 2 months ago when he was making his life-saving potion, and he hadn't turned it on ever since. As for the owls, that was another matter altogether. What about the owls? Why couldn't they reach you? She asked. Well, I just blocked them. Daphne didn't seem to understand. Wait, that's possible as well. Of course it is. If it wasn't, then there won't be any criminal on the run. All you'd have to do is write a letter to the criminal and follow the owl, he said, making Daphne have an enlightened look on her face. Fuck. I'd make a terrible criminal, won't I? She asked. Axel shrugged. Well, it's not exactly common knowledge either. At least for the common people. Criminals need to have this knowledge. So he had also found out about it through the system. Though, I wonder how the owls detect us. Said Daphne thoughtfully. Axel also didn't know the answer. System. Can you tell me? Affirmative. The magical owls, though now used throughout the world, are a species which originated from Britain, from an owl which was Merlin's familiar. All of this owl's descendants are able to inherit its gift of sight, an ability that essentially allows them to find any person just by knowing their name. This is how the species of magical owls came to be. Oh, you're here. While Axel was listening to the system, their compartment door was slid open as Susan Bones invited herself in, followed by the rest of the Golden Gang. Look. That's her. Yeah. The girl who played. Yeah, man. I heard she might get scouted for a league team. She beat the Slytherins. Students were quick to recognize her with her increasing fame. Rose quickly shut the door as soon as all the gang was in. Upon having the peaceful atmosphere destroyed, Axel realized a bit too late that he should have drawn the blinds in the beginning. But Daphne seemed all too happy upon meeting her friends. After Daphne hugged all of them, they finally noticed Axel, who was not too happy with their arrival, as he lowered his presence and wondered if he should leave or not let them come in. After all, he didn't get along well with them. But, since they were Daphne's friends, he decided to just let it be. Hannah, who was the first one to notice him, let out a squeak as she hid behind Rose. Rose also jumped in surprise when she saw him. Rose was having a great time since she was enjoying all the fame she was getting for something she did instead of the usual girl who lived bullshit. But seeing Axel just soured her mood. She already hated him for various reasons, but he had given her 2 more reasons to hate him over the summer. First of all, when Daphne was injured last time, he didn't even come to visit. The poor girl seemed so sad during that time. And then she got even more annoyed when she saw the results. This guy had somehow managed to beat her in 3 subjects. Rose wouldn't have minded if it was someone else, but why did it have to be him? Axel shrugged. Yeah, me. Is that a problem? He still hadn't forgotten that this girl had tried to bully him using her fame in the beginning of last year. Now that he was healed, he had a score to settle with her. Axel. Our topper is here. Exclaimed Susan, taking a closer look at him. Blimey. Have you become more handsome? She asked, destroying the hostile atmosphere. Rose scoffed. Cheater, she muttered, before settling down. Daphne frowned. Rose, what is your problem with him? While she and Rose were great friends, she wouldn't just sit by if she behaved so unreasonably. This wasn't even the first time she was witnessing Rose being hostile to Axel for no reason. Rose looked at Daphne in surprise. You too? So even you are going to take his side now? Did you forget that you did all of his homework last year? And what did he do in return? He didn't even come to see you while you were attacked by a freaking lethofold. Seriously, what kind of dark magic does he trap everyone in? She questioned. It's obvious that he cheated. How many times have you seen him in the library? I never did. I didn't either. Added Neville. Rose ignored him as she kept her attention on Daphne. And don't tell me you didn't do all of his homework, because I know you did, she ranted. Axel slowly stood up as he towered over Rose, making her take a step back unconsciously. He looked down at Rose, still looking quite calm. Even if I cheated, what can you do about it? Just be grateful I left out some things for you, he said dismissively. His favorability of her was dropping to dangerous levels. If she didn't stop being so annoying, she might have to suffer. I should have left earlier, he thought as he turned to leave. He didn't want to actively antagonize these kids since they were Daphne's friends. Rose didn't say anything as she looked to the side, seemingly cowed. But Neville seemed to have grown a backbone. Why, you are saying you left them for Rose to win? Like you can do better than Rose at those things with that crippled body? He asked, looking at Axel's hands, which were still in his pockets out of habit. While Neville was nervous as he said that, he still knew that his father would be proud seeing him standing up for Rose. Gasp. Hannah gasped in horror while Susan aimed a kick at Neville's shin, making him yelp in pain. Meanwhile, Daphne looked at Neville coldly. These 2 Gryffindors would piss their pants if they knew Axel was already healed. Axel just gave a smile that was not a smile. If he had still been crippled, he might have taken offense, but as it was, the situation seemed quite amusing to him. He cast a disdainful look at Neville. Simp, he muttered in disgust as he left the compartment. At this moment, Neville Longbottom wasn't worthy enough to get his attention. Ouch. A stinging hex struck Neville on his fat bottom. What was that for? He asked in indignation, his eyes watering from the pain as he looked back at Daphne. Daphne looked at him expressionlessly. You're lucky that's all you got. Keep your stupid mouth shut in front of him from next time, she told him coldly before she also left the compartment. The 4 friends looked at the departing girl in shock. She must have been really pissed, commented Susan, and no one disagreed. Because, the way she just spoke and that expression, that was exactly the old Daphne before her father's death, the Ice Princess. Axel walked out of the compartment to search for another compartment. The train's horn sounded, causing him infinite irritation due to his misophonia. The sound meant the train was ready for departure, which meant that all the compartments should be filled by now. Seriously, if they weren't Daphne's friends he'd have kicked them out instead of leaving himself, but he figured she'd like to hang out with her childhood friends more than him. He couldn't have lowered his presence further either, or Daphne would know about his ability, and his stealth abilities must remain absolutely secret. In the end, leaving by himself was the best option. As he walked through the corridor, looking into different compartments, another pair of footsteps joined him in his search. Axel turned to look at Daphne in puzzlement. Why are you here? Daphne shrugged. Need you even ask? I'd rather be with you. If that's okay with you, she added. Axel once again began to look for compartments. Though this time, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Doesn't look like there's any empty compartment left. And those with space would have annoying people inside, observed Daphne as they walked. She had other friends but Axel wouldn't like them one bit. Axel stopped in front of a particular compartment that everyone was purposefully avoiding. This would have to do for today, he muttered. Daphne followed his gaze and froze for a moment as she saw Martina Valentino. Martina wasn't alone though. There were also Hermione Granger and another cute girl with dirty blonde hair. Wait. But you said you didn't have any relation with her. Axel frowned. I didn't at the time. Though we're on friendly terms now. Why do you ask? When did that happen? Axel accepting they are on friendly terms is equivalent to being bosom buddies for normal people. That can't be possible, right? Without giving her much time to think, Axel opened Martina's compartment door as he entered. Sup? Axel. Martina stood up in pleasant surprise. You've changed so much, she muttered, observing him. Yeah, that I have, Axel agreed, taking a seat. Martina then turned to Daphne as she smiled, Heiress Greengrass. It's good to see you again, she said politely. Daphne returned the courtesy, likewise, Princess Valentino, she said stiffly, still quite surprised at Axel who had casually entered without any knocking and sat down like he owned the compartment. Looking at the two girls, Axel frowned. What was up with these two? Why are they suddenly pretending to be all prim and proper? He wondered. Daphne usually curses like a gangster and purposefully ignores most of the rules. While Martina. He'd seen her scream like a little girl in front of a Dementor, act like a little girl in front of her parents and fall like a little girl right in front of him. Both have pretty much forgotten formalities in front of him, so he found their act quite annoying. You surprisingly don't have a single Raxpert infesting you. This train has lots of people who have loads. Came a dreamy voice, distracting him. Axel turned his head to look at the small girl with dirty blonde hair who'd been here. What did you say? Martina coughed. Axel, meet my new friend, Luna Lovegood. She is a bit eccentric so you might not understand whatever she says, she told him as she turned to Luna. Luna, this is Axel Hunt and this is Daphne Greengrass. Luna nodded. You're Axel Hunt? She asked, looking at Axel with interest. I've never seen you, she revealed. After that, she turned to Daphne. Nice to meet you. Axel agreed with Martina's words. Yep, this girl was eccentric all right. The rest of the train ride was peaceful. Martina and Daphne were still formal to each other and Axel had just decided to focus on continuing with his training. Legilimency. Stage 1. Progress, 20%. Yep, after reaching the first stage of occlumency, he'd unlocked legilimency, the art of entering someone's mind. He finds the skill really useful, hence he's been investing a lot of time in mastering it. They took the carriages to Hogwarts while Luna followed Hagrid to take the boats. As he went to sit at the familiar Slytherin table in the Great Hall, he saw that the students who'd always turned away from him were now looking at him invitingly. Feeling weirded out, Axel ignored them as he went to sit at his staple corner seat. He looked at Draco, expecting to see the boy to come at him any time, but Axel found him sitting properly like a good little boy, trying to make polite conversation. Axel shrugged. He then looked at the professor's table and frowned as he couldn't find the professor he was looking for. Axel furrowed his brows in confusion. But since it was time for sorting, he sealed his ears for the ceremony as he resumed his legilimency training. By the time the sorting was over and he unsealed his ears, he had a girl sitting beside him, looking at him curiously with her half-asleep dreamy eyes. This place is infested with Raxperts but you don't have any. I was curious, she informed him as she looked around at the other Slytherin students. He looked at the girl whom Martina seemed to like very much and then looked at Martina who was already looking in his direction with a worried gaze. Axel sighed as he began taking out his food to eat. It would seem that another declaration on the forums from the Mafia Princess was in order. He better not bully this little girl. Why are you eating that? Asked the girl. Luna seems to be her name. Axel began eating his extremely unsavory and expensive meal consistent of precious materials. Because it makes me strong. Luna surveyed him as she pressed his bicep which was as hard as rock. You are indeed strong. But did you wash the ingredients properly? Daddy once wrote an article on the Secoseps on terminite root. Axel paused. She had at least recognized one of the ingredients correctly. The girl didn't stop talking to him the whole dinner until Dumbledore finally stood up, making Axel relieved. Dumbledore spread his hands wide in his classic gesture. Welcome my dear students, to another year at Hogwarts. Applause. But this year is going to be especially thrilling, informative and invigorating for us. Because this year, Hogwarts is holding an exchange program. Cheers. Dumbledore raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Now, some of you might be wondering which school is coming. And why specifically that school? All of your doubts will be cleared momentarily, but I have a few other announcements to make first, he said, making the students disappointed. First of all, let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy Black, who has graciously offered to teach the students in Professor Umbridge's absence. There was a loud cheer for Mrs. Malfoy, and few whistles from the older students as well for the beautiful woman. But Professor Narcissa didn't seem affected. And for the next announcement, with a heavy heart I have to announce that Professor Jakub Gorski has had to leave due to an emergency. Oh. There was a collective protest and lamentation at that news, as no one seemed to be happy with that news. And the most depressed one was, of course, Axel. Fuck, there goes Plan B, he cursed. Of course, his Plan B to find out about the organization was to simply ask Gorski about it. For obvious reasons, it hadn't been his first choice, since he'd have to risk revealing that he knew about the organization and that Jakub was a member. And he especially didn't want to forcefully take out the information. But nevertheless, it was an easier alternative than the last plan. Now, he only has Plan C left. This plan was the easiest of the three plans, but also the most dangerous. Since he can't find the organization, why not let the organization find him? Since even Gorski had already warned him that the organization would come after him once they see his name and appearance, he just has to spread his name far and wide enough that the organization would find out about him. And when they come, he'll be waiting. Risky. Yes, it was fucking risky. But Axel looked at the huge amount of SP that he had gotten after stealing the fake Philosopher's Stone and the System Shop interface. When they come, he'll be waiting, prepared. Chapter 52, The Exchange Program. While Axel was busy in his thoughts, Dumbledore had arrived at the main topic. And now, onto the main topic you've all been waiting for, the exchange program, he said, and the hall quietened down as everyone now paid more attention. There were hushed conversations as the students seemed to speculate who it was going to be. Axel even heard some of them placing bets. 10 Galleon says it's Livermorny. They have some really cool subjects. You're on. They have too many mudbloods in M. I bet it would be Coatscorvus. They teach you dark magic as well. Shut up, mate, it would be. Dumbledore smiled. I know there has been a great deal excitement of speculation and even votes on the forums on who the school might be, since we had to keep it under wraps in case there was a change in plans. But now, it has been confirmed. The school that is going to be coming for the exchange program is Mahutokoro School of Ninchu and Jutsu. Axel closed his ears in annoyance as the crowd loudly cheered, while some also expressed their disappointment over the news. Dumbledore waited for a few moments for everyone to quieten before he spoke again. Now, since the school has remained relatively closed off in the past, I suppose a brief overview of the school is in order. Mahutokoro is one of the best schools of magic in Japan. But, in terms of its education, it is quite different compared to Hogwarts. Hogwarts trains wizards while Mahutokoro trains ninjas. While Hogwarts focuses on spell casting, charms, hexes, transfiguration, enchanting, etc., Mahutokoro is more oriented towards training their students in combat, physical and elemental magic, and other skills. The ninjas trained from Mahutokoro are becoming increasingly popular as they are hired for various jobs and are really skilled at what they do. They have their own unique way of spell casting, which is quite interesting but also equally difficult to use. And the education they receive is vastly differs from ours. Overall, both the schools have a lot to learn from each other, and I hope we can get along with our foreign friends. There was a round of applause, after which Dumbledore spoke once again. While they're here, the schools are going to have a few friendly competitions in a few common fields so that the students can learn from each other. And let me assure you, our deputy headmistress would not be pleased if you showed unsightly behavior, he said, looking at McGonagall, who gave the students a stern look. And neither will I. Dumbledore added as the air around him turned serious. This is the first time in many years that a cross-continental cooperation between schools of different cultures is being organized without any prior relations and precedents. The magical schools and governments from all over the world will be paying attention to it. If it ends with positive results, we might be opening up the doors to the cooperation and exchange between all major magical schools in the world. So, I sincerely hope you will conduct yourselves like a student worthy of Hogwarts' reputation and bring honor to our school, he said, his words unconsciously making everyone straighten up. After, he began to go over miscellaneous stuff like the increased security and stuff, but Axel was just too busy thinking about ways to attract the organization's attention to listen to anything. He had almost 0 to nil information on them, so he didn't know just how he could attract their attention. He can't just advertise the fact that he has this cross-shaped pendant that the organization is looking for, can he? Nope, that's just not the right way. Even if he wants them to come after him, he doesn't want them to know that he actually has the pendant. It seems like the only way to attract their attention is to show his face to more people. Just like Gorski, surely someone else from the organization must also recognize his face and compare it to his father, right? But the question is, how? No one knows him outside Hogwarts. Until now, Axel has always focused on ways to draw the least attention, not the most attention. It was quite a bummer to him when he had still attracted a lot of attention at Hogwarts despite not wanting to. Speaking of which, the thing which got him famous at Hogwarts was that scandal with Martina. Does he have to repeat something like that again? Axel sighed. Just the thought of that is making Plan D much more appealing. Plan D, yes, he had a Plan D. But it was so bad that he didn't even consider it until now. It's just that Bellatrix Black knew his dad, so he thought, would she also know about the organization? But obviously, this was a very bad idea. After the students were dismissed, as Axel exited the Great Hall, someone called his name. Axel. Axel turned around to see Martina making her way over to him in a hurry, the crowd breaking out into hushed whispers as they looked at the two of them. What is it? Martina had a pleading look on her face as she looked at him. Could I talk to you for a moment? She asked, gesturing towards a broom closet. Axel frowned. This is quite an unreasonable request, but since she was quite accommodating to him and Daphne at the train ride, he didn't want to reject it. All right, but make it quick, he ordered as he followed her, not realizing that the crowd had gone bonkers behind him seeing the two of them going into a broom closet. Yep, his social skills were lacking. What did you want to talk about? He asked as he entered the broom closet after her and closed the door, making everything go dark. Martina, who wasn't prepared for the unexpected darkness inside, tripped due to a bucket. Ah. Damn it. Martina quickly got up and pulled her skirt back down. It was so dark, he shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Only Axel, who could see perfectly, sighed. Have you got some kind of split personality? He asked the girl. This was what? The third time she fell in front of him. Maybe fourth. He couldn't compare this awkward girl with the calm and composed girl who acts like a dignified princess in front of others. And, what's her deal with the color purple? The design was different this time but she was still wearing purple inside. Meanwhile, the students outside were beyond surprised to hear the noise followed by Martina's moan. Are they really going at it? Damn, that guy, with Martina Valentino. Inside, Martina used clemency to calm down. He didn't see anything. Under different circumstances, she wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly, but right now she wanted to talk about serious stuff. Taking out her wand, she quickly lit up the room and put some privacy charms after which she finally turned to face him in the dim lighting. I'm sorry, again, for my ungainliness. But I wanted to talk to you about something important, she said, her face slightly flushed due to yet another embarrassing moment in front of him. Go on. Martina looked at him with concern. I just wanted to ask, has anyone tried to bother or bully you after my warning? Axel tilted his head. No. I was just attacked once because some asshole was too jealous, he said with a shrug. Martina looked shocked. Really? Who was it? She asked, outraged as the things inside the cupboard started to shake. Axel thought about it. His revenge wasn't done yet, not by a long shot, and he didn't want to be suspicious when bad things happened to those assholes. So, he just shook his head. No need, none of the Slytherins can touch me. Is that all you wanted to ask? Martina looked at him, slightly astonished. Was this the same boy whom she saw limping through the corridors while shaking non-stop on the very first day? But now that she looked at him again, she was surprised just how much he had changed. He was now as tall as her, and his whole being seemed to radiate power and danger. She recalled how he had handled the troll and dementors and how he had handled her brother. Yeah, if it's this guy, the Slytherins need to be the one to worry. But... Martina sighed. No, there's something else, she revealed. She had never expected that Luna would get sorted into Slytherin. Just like Hermione, Luna was a beloved character from canon and she had decided to not let the poor girl be bullied like she was in the canon. But... now that she was sorted into Slytherin, it's like throwing a sheep to a den of wolves. That's why, she was here to ask for Axel's help, the only good Slytherin she knows. It's about Luna. She is slightly different from the normal girls. And I'm afraid she'll be bullied in the dorms. So, could you please look out for her? I just need you to inform me if you see her getting bullied, said Martina with a pleading look. Axel looked at her in puzzlement. Are you two related or something? No. Then why are you going out of your way to help her? In his case, it was understandable since it was her fault he was in trouble. But why is she helping Luna? Martina paused as a nostalgic look flashed on her face. I just feel like I've known her from my previous life, she said half-truthfully. Axel gave her a weird glance. This seems quite a drag. But then, his hand went to his pocket where he kept the knife she gave. It was the first Christmas gift he'd gotten. He still hadn't given her anything in return for this thing. After all, what could he give her that she can't get by herself with just a word? Thus, Axel sighed. Whatever, I'll try. Martina was so happy that she hugged Axel. Thanks. It's not a big deal. Axel had an uncomfortable look on his face as he slowly pushed her away. Today is turning out to be a peculiar day. This is the third time he's being thanked like this. His guard is lowering itself while his mind is thinking of weird things, like how easy it would be for these girls to stab him in the back while they're hugging him. Later, while sitting in office, Dumbledore pondered over various thoughts while looking through the various policies spread out in front of him. The time for war is drawing nearer as the forces of the enemy are making their moves in the dark. Thus, he can't afford to be passive either. The danger this time will not only threaten Britain but the whole world. It is not only Voldemort they need to be worried about. It's a complete dimension. Yes, the boundaries between the worlds are somehow loosening, so if someone didn't prevent it, there is fair chance that the creatures from Netherworld might invade Earth. And that can be apocalyptic. Netherworld's threat can be imagined just by the fact that the magical creatures on Earth didn't originate from here, but the other two worlds. And over time, their bloodlines diluted and their powers weakened through the generations while they stayed on Earth. The tales and myths of legendary magical dragons didn't originate from Earth, but from the other two worlds. So, all Dumbledore can now do is make preparations for the worst scenario by bringing the magical countries of the world together to fight as one, all the while hoping it doesn't come to this. While doing that, he also has to pay attention to Rose's safety. Which is why, he's allowed Bellatrix to place her Aurors at Hogwarts. Sigh. With a sigh, he popped a lemon drop in his mouth. Dumbledore was weary, oh so weary. He just hoped someone else could do this in his stead, but alas, no one but him can be trusted with such a heavy responsibility. Andromeda looked at her sister who had been quite busy these days. How did you even get the organization's information? Bellatrix shrugged, I just caught one of its members. Andromeda couldn't believe it. What the hell really? This was quite the shocking news. How did you even get the information out of a member? The last one committed suicide before you could get anything. Bellatrix shrugged, I learned from my mistakes. Anyways, I think Axel might be in danger. Andromeda was instantly worried. What do we do? Bellatrix thought, well, I'm already sending Aurors to the school for the exchange program. I can arrange for his protection as well. Aurors. Just the word reminded Andromeda of her daughter who was still on training. She sighed. Nymphadora, even though she looks cheerful on the outside, she's changed after Ted's torture. Bellatrix looked at her sister. At one glance, she could tell her thoughts. She thought about the security for the exchange program. Come to think of it, wasn't the Auror force short-staffed right now? Something can be arranged. Chapter 53, Savage Axel. After his meeting with Martina, Axel went to the Slytherin dorms just to assess Luna's situation. Besides, he has to keep showing his face there every now and then anyway, so that people don't get suspicious. He entered just in time to see the yearly introduction begin. But this time, instead of Alaric Malcolm, a different person was sitting in the leader's position. It was a beautiful bronze-skinned girl who looked to be above fifth year who was sitting elegantly at the throne-like seat with her legs crossed. She had jet black hair that flowed to her shoulder like a curtain and her electric blue eyes looked at the students present authoritatively. Hello everyone, she said, her voice having an exotic accent to it. I'm Patricia Afonso, the new captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and a sixth-year Slytherin prefect. My father is the newly appointed Brazilian Minister of Magic, she said, sounding rather bored. And for those who care, yes, I'm a pureblood. For at least this year, I'm assuming control of the Slytherin house, replacing Alaric Malcolm, who did a rather poor job in his final year, she said matter-of-factly. There were voices of protest from various Slytherins who were loyal to Alaric, especially from Damien Malcolm and the group around him. Patricia raised a single eyebrow at the opposition. Is there any basis for your objection? He lost us the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup last year. Under his leadership, House Slytherin has turned into nothing but a bunch of bullies and villains. Does any one of you know how many points we lost last year just because of you guys picking fights and breaking rules? We came at the last position, with the least number of points, even below Hufflepuff. Do you know how disgraceful that is? She asked, and no one had any objection to that. The girl was spitting facts. I don't know about any of you, but I personally hate losing and losing so disgracefully. I had strayed far from leadership until now, but I can't let this continue. From today, I'm the captain of Quidditch team and the leader here. Does anyone have any objections? There seemed to be none. Damien seemed quite tempted, but Axel knew he was too much of a snake to do anything openly when he was at such a disadvantage. Though, one student who looked to be in his third year raised his hand. Patricia nodded, good. Now that we have this out of the way, let's get to the main issue. Currently, all the other three houses see us as villains and losers because, well, we did break rules and we did lose the Quidditch and House Cup. Let me ask, are you guys okay with that? No. There were a few people who answered that instantly after, while others also slowly voiced their approval. Patricia shook her head. Lame. Are we all just a bunch of losers and bullies? No. Once again. Are you losers and bullies? No. Do you guys want to change it? Yes. Patricia nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then, let's begin the Slytherin redemption, she said as she began to announce the new rules. First of all, leave all the blood status and family status crap out of here. The treatment you receive in this house will be solely based on the points and reputation you earn for the house. If you do well, you'll be treated well and vice versa. Now, with that taken care of, the next thing on the list is Quidditch. 5 out of the 7 players on our team were 7th years and our brilliant captain Malcolm didn't find it necessary to train any extras since he was going to leave and it was of no concern to him whether we are now left with an incomplete team. So, Quidditch trials are going to be held this weekend. If you become a player, you'll get special privileges in the house. Next, and the most important one. Patricia paused at this one as her blue eyes looked at everyone seriously. You have to stop doing what you've been taught in the circle last year, she said somberly. That got a reaction out of everyone including Axel. There were voices of protest as well as surprise and agreement from the students. I had quit a long time ago and you all need to do the same. Tell me, after learning what was taught to us, have you not noticed the effects? Are you not more volatile? More temperamental? Several Slytherins had a look of realization while some remained unmoved. Looking at the girl still speaking, Axel sighed as he shook his head in pity. What this girl was trying to do was quite virtuous and laudable. Too bad though, whether she realizes it or not, she's going to have a difficult time due to it. Most of the students of House Slytherin had signed up for the dark magic course and now even if they know it's harmful, some bastards are just too much of greedy sons of bitches to stop now. Due to that, they're only going to get worse, even if the majority come back to the right track. As for the Quidditch Cup, now that she's left with 2 players, there's a fat chance she'll be able to compete with other teams. To put it in a nutshell, she'll be bringing positive effects but she'll have to suffer the backlash. The next day, Axel was going to classes for the first time with his healed body. He was in quite a good mood as he went to the Great Hall. Right now, his only problem is, how much of his ability should he reveal? It was quite a complicated matter. Staying low-key has its benefits, but it also has its downsides. Like how Neville Longbottom of all people insulted him yesterday and he didn't do anything. Besides, he hasn't exactly been able to remain low-key despite his best attempts due to his bad luck. Sitting at the breakfast table, he looked at the New Year's timetable. First he had charms, then potions and then defense against the dark arts. Why do you not eat normal food? Sitting in front of him was Luna, who looked a bit drowsy. Axel frowned. Why are you still sitting with me? Did you not make any friends yet? By now, the rest of the first years were already sitting in groups, so he figured she ought to be in one of those. Luna tilted her head. I did. But they asked me to sit somewhere else, she said dreamily. Axel looked speechlessly at the girl. Did she really not realize or is she pretending not to? Whatever the case, Axel realized that it's not going to be easy keeping this girl out of trouble. Axel reached the charms class early and made to go straight to the last seat which, by now everyone knew, belonged to him. But, he found someone else sitting in his seat instead. What's up, Hunt? Asked Draco, sitting on his seat with his friends surrounding him. Malfoy, I've been in a good mood today. You better fuck off while it lasts, said Axel expressionlessly. He had been in a good mood ever since he'd healed. He cherished every second he could spend with his body not feeling uncomfortable anywhere for the first time in years. Thus, he was a bit more tolerable to minor annoyances. But, that seat was the best location to sit for him and he ain't a pushover who'd just give it up if an ant tries to claim it. Malfoy got angry while his friends had a mixed reaction. Draco, why don't we sit at our usual place? Asked Pansy. She really liked Axel and didn't want Draco to antagonize him. Though some like Crabbe and Goyle were just cracking their knuckles, trying to intimidate Axel. But Draco ignored Pansy as he smirked at Axel. What's up, Hunt? Not so brazen anymore. He asked smugly with his wand in his hand, looking overly confident. Axel sighed. Of course this guy wouldn't listen. He knew that Dravo thought he had no reason to back down. He must have made some minor progress over the summer and he must have also been super confident after having his mother as a professor, but... Look, you idiot, said Axel slowly, as if to make the idiot understand. I know that you think you are hot stuff now after learning some new spell and mommy's got your back, but... He paused as he looked down at his hands. But this is the worst moment to try and pick a fight with me. He said seriously. This really was the worst moment for people to be picking on Axel. With his body healed, he was just raring to flex his new power. His whole body was bursting with power and his decisions were quite reckless as he was still on the high of this newly gained power. The smirk faded from Malfoy's face as he suddenly felt that this might not be a good idea. But as he remembered all the advantages he had, he once again forced a smirk. Oh yeah. What will you do, huh? Did you forget about what Patricia said last night? You'll have to face the consequences if you try to attack me for just sitting on a seat, he said confidently. But suddenly, all the Slytherins felt a chill down their spine as they looked at Axel, who was just looking at Malfoy, his head slightly tilted to one side. Axel knew that Malfoy was right, and that's the reason why he hadn't done anything. But, does he really think Axel would give a fuck? Not at the moment at least. Axel had slowly began walking towards Malfoy until he was standing right beside him. Malfoy couldn't do anything even as Axel lightly put a hand on his shoulder. Malfoy, trust me, you want to fuck off now, before I make you give your own wand another blowjob. Looking at Axel, Malfoy paled as he felt goosebumps rising on his arms. He found himself instinctively backing away as he felt the same fear that he felt during their dueling match, right before Axel had burned his mouth by shoving in his wand. He heard sounds of sniggering and found that Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott were laughing at the blowjob comment. That one right there was a violation, mate, said Theodore between chuckles. Even Pansy and Millicent were covering their mouths at Axel's savage reply to Draco. Seeing this made Draco forget his fear due to the rage he felt. You cripple, he exclaimed as he pointed his wand straight at Axel, ready to curse the bastard. But instead, he found out that his hand was empty. You've done it now, muttered Axel. What's with these ants calling him a cripple? Yesterday it was that Neville and today it's this guy. Do they think that he's scared of their mommy or something? Do they think he's a pushover? Why do people like Malcolm even dare to attack him? That's right. Because he has indeed been acting like a pushover. He hasn't yet shown anyone even a little bit of what he's capable of right now. Why has he been so passive? Because he wanted to stay out of trouble. But if trouble is still coming his way anyway, and he's facing annoyances anyway, then why not simply do whatever I want, he wondered as he gripped Malfoy by his hair. Getting into trouble is much better than being insulted by ants, he decided. In the next moment, the wand he'd snatched had been returned to its rightful place, Draco's mouth, after which Axel lifted Draco off his seat and threw him across the class under everyone's shocked gazes. Malfoy might have been fine with just that. Too bad two bulky bodies of Crabbe and Goyle followed right after, landing on top of him, completely flattening him to the ground. Crick-crack. Chapter 54, Savage Axel Strikes Again. That ought to teach him a lesson, right, muttered Axel, dusting his hands as he looked at Draco buried under Crabbe and Goyle. Even though he wasn't really sure whether the guy learned his lesson or not, but there was one thing that Axel was sure of, this was satisfying and he didn't regret doing it. He didn't do this because of the seat. No, that much offense he could take. In fact, he didn't even intend to hurt him for that. But, when Malfoy called him a cripple, Axel just didn't find a reason compelling enough to stop him from doing whatever he wanted. Neville only managed to escape because he was Daphne's friend and just too pathetic. Wah. Did you see that? Did he just? How the hell did he do that? Of course, the onlookers were understandably flabbergasted upon witnessing the unbelievable spectacle of someone literally throwing their classmate with just one hand. This wasn't something that would be possible unless you have the physical strength of a peak athlete. But, looking at Axel's lean frame, they simply couldn't believe that it was him who did that even if it happened right before their eyes. At this moment, Professor Flitwick ambled into the class, witnessing a commotion going on. Can anyone tell me what is happening here? And this is how the House Slytherin lost its first points even before any of the houses gain a single point. Draco Malfoy was sent to the hospital wing, but the matter wasn't too serious, considering that bones can be fixed in a jiffy in the wizarding world, but the bastard made it look like he was dying. Flitwick was quite lenient on Axel. Axel had managed to achieve the highest scores in the first year and had always stayed quiet in his class. The diminutive professor had personally witnessed the boy's improvement, from not being able to properly perform the Lumos spell to perfectly casting all the first-year spells. And Draco Malfoy was definitely not in the right, calling such a boy out on his disability, making fun of the weakness that he had been working so hard to overcome. Of course, this was a pleasant surprise for Axel, who was expecting higher point loss and a detention. Thanks for going easy on the punishment, Professor. Being the last one to leave, Axel thanked the professor before he started to leave. Professor Flitwick smiled. Try keeping out of trouble, Mr. Hunt, he said simply. I will try, Professor, replied Axel. But, his footsteps stopped when he reached the door. Professor, I was curious why. Why I was so lenient? Asked Flitwick, finishing the sentence for him, to which, Axel nodded. The diminutive professor smiled as he looked down at Axel from his elevated seat. Because, Mr. Hunt, there were times when I have also went through similar situations as you when people made fun of my height. Axel's eyes widened a fraction upon hearing that. Of course. Why didn't he think of that? Being so short permanently might actually be worse than his situation in some aspects. And people simply tend to never consider how bad he must also feel to live with this reality, only seeing his jovial and comical sides mostly. Flitwick shook his head. You don't need to look at me like that, Mr. Hunt. That was me decades ago. Over the years, I have long come to love myself the way I am. As you can see from my achievements, I have learned to embrace my weakness and turn it into my strength. Turned it into your strength. Enlightened, Axel looked at the professor in surprise for several seconds before he left in silence, his mind abuzz with thoughts. Very quick, the news of Axel destroying Malfoy was spread throughout the whole school. Of course, no one really believed exactly how he did it, but Axel's name had begun making waves again. Though Axel ignored everything and simply attended his classes. But of course, actions had consequences, and some people were not happy with his actions. In an abandoned classroom, two snitches were flying around, with an athletic girl with bronze skin and electric blue eyes zooming around on her broom, trying to catch them. After a number of attempts, the exhausted girl sighed as she dismounted her limited edition broomstick. Maybe I should just stick to playing as a chaser, she murmured, looking at the snitches that were difficult for her to even follow. With all the players gone and Gryffindors having Rose Potter, she was forced to try playing as a seeker to have a shot at victory. Patricia. The door to the empty classroom opened, as her loyal friend entered. You need to hear this, said her friend, telling her the latest piece of news. Patricia frowned as she heard of the incident. If a mere second-year boys were to start opposing her from day one, how would they win the trophy this year? And, who was this Axel Hunt anyway? Did he not hear her clearly yesterday that, or does he not fear the consequences? Get me the information on this boy and call him here when the classes are over, she ordered before she went back to practicing. She'll make an example out of this kid. For the last class of the day, which was Dada, Axel sat in the last seat with Daphne. So, I hear that you've been getting along with the new girl? Asked Daphne as soon as she came. Axel looked at her with dead eyes. Seriously, I actually pulled off such a stunt, and the first thing you ask me about is Luna. Daphne lowered her head a little as if in thought. Well, I have my priorities straight, she responded in a voice low enough that Axel couldn't hear her. What was that? Nothing. So, what is this news I'm hearing about you blowing people into the air with magic? Axel shook his head, nothing much. He was just annoying me, so I taught him a lesson. Daphne looked at him with scrutiny. This is not like you, she observed. Usually you'd have been more. I don't know, cautious. Axel thought about it as he looked down at his hands. You are right. But that was when I had no real power to rely on. Now though. He clenched his fist and felt the power overflowing through him. Let's just say this is not a good time for people to pick on me, he said with a sigh. He wondered if he was going mad. Daphne nodded in understanding. It's not at all wrong, she said, noticing his doubts. You know, Tori, Mom and I cried happy tears for days after we found out she was healed, she revealed with a nostalgic smile. One of us would just randomly start crying after once again realizing that it was real, and then in the next minute, the other two's dams would also be opened, and in no time, we'd start bawling our eyes out. Listening to her, Axel fell deep into thought as once again realized just how different it is to have a family. Despite having a chronic disease like that, he still felt a bit jealous of Astoria for having such a loving mother and daughter. Hey, by the way, Luna is cute, right? Asked Daphne out of the blue, interrupting his thoughts. Yeah, wait, what did you say? Asked Axel, who didn't quite hear what she said. Never mind, said Daphne, looking away. Soon, Gilderoy Lockhart entered the class, making many of the students cheer. Lockhart spread out his hands, as if to indicate that yes, he was the one. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You finally get to meet me, he said, flashing everyone a smile with his abnormally white teeth. Me, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd class, one of the top 30 most followed people on Hooter and Magebook, and which weekly 5-time most charming smile winner and much, but you already know that, don't you? Looking at the cringy behavior of the men, Axel could only shake his head in disgust. Is this guy for real? Daphne also shook her head in bewilderment. Let's just hope he knows how to teach, she murmured. And then I disarmed him without even looking at him. Like this, Expelliarmus. He shouted, clearly looking at the dummy sneakily from the corner of his eyes. Well, Lockhart turned out to be much of a comical guy, as he'd exaggeratedly demonstrate each and every spell on a practice dummy while bragging non-stop. But, as it turned out, even though the guy was narcissistic as fuck, he at least seemed to know his stuff. The spells were a bit weak, but still, he managed to cast them well enough, muttered Axel. Daphne nodded. Well, better at teaching than at least Umbridge so far. But his fame is undeserved. No way he can do the things he's bragged about with just this, was her judgment. Axel looked at her quizzically. Why aren't you acting like the others? He asked, looking at other girls of the class who were definitely much more excited to be taught by Lockhart. Daphne looked at Axel for a moment. Because, there's simply no comparison, she said conclusively. Axel didn't really understand what, but oh well, at least this professor was turning out to be fine so far. He's so self-absorbed that Axel can easily sleep in this class. But right after he had this thought, the system gave him a notification after a long time. Axel, he has been using dark magic. Fuck. And that promised Axel that this guy is definitely not good news. After the class ended, Axel found 2 Slytherin students waiting for him right outside. You need to come with us. Patricia wants to talk to you. Axel frowned at their ordering tone. He couldn't say he didn't expect things to go this way, but avoiding the situation now would only make it more complicated. They might think he's afraid of them or something. And, when he wasn't afraid of a group of grown-ass wizards who were using dark magic, why would he be afraid of this girl and her gang? So, he decided to meet up with this Brazilian young lady and give it to her straight to keep him out of this whole charade of hers. The door opened and Axel walked into the classroom which the 2 Slytherins had led him to. Looking inside, he was a bit surprised when a green streak flew past him, flying all around the large classroom at high speeds, chasing after a snitch. ZZZNNNNN*. Patricia whizzed past him a few more times, coming dangerously close to crashing into him, but Axel didn't move an inch. While waiting for her, Axel found out about 2 things. ZNNNNNN. 1. This girl was trying to intimidate him, and 2. The noise made by the snitches in the closed space was extremely annoying. Especially since he had misophonia. Finding no success in intimidating the boy, Patricia landed as she went to sit on the top of a bench wiping the sweat off head. Her dark hair was tied in a ponytail and her body clad in a sports bra and leggings were glistening with sweat. Why'd you call me? Asked Axel, a bit impatient from the wait already. Axel Hunt, the genius top of the class in first year. You were an asset to Slytherin last year, she said, taking a sip from her bottle, her breathing still a bit uneven from the earlier exertion. Normally, anyone male would be flustered in this scenario. But Axel was not just anyone. No shit. He muttered with a bored expression. The atmosphere of tension and pressure she'd created in the past 2 minutes was completely destroyed as Patricia found no words to that. There was brief silence in which the only sound in the room was coming from the 2 snitches that were buzzing by both of them every few seconds. So annoying, thought Axel as he tried not to cringe at the irritating noise the snitches made. He wished she'd proceed a bit faster. Letting go of the games, Patricia decided to dive straight to the point. You've been called here because of your earlier act of aggression against your fellow Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. Since you broke the rules created on the first day, in the first class with no regard to the impact it is going to have on the rest of the Slytherin, you are, as warned, going to receive an equivalent punishment from the house. She said in a way as if she was a judge sentencing a criminal. Axel looked at her exasperatedly, and what is this punishment going to be? Usually, it is to be decided in front of the whole house. But, she said as she paused, trying to make Axel anxious, since you could be an asset to Slytherin, I'm willing to lighten your punishment, she said graciously. Axel was now beginning to get irritated, plus, the 3 snitch constantly passing by him were also not helping. What is it? He asked. There was no harm in listening, right? Maybe he could settle it peacefully, right? Patricia nodded. You only need to apologize in front of all the house and promise to abide by the rules from now on, she said as if this was a light punishment. Yep, no way it's going to end peacefully. Axel resolutely shook his head, no chance. Patricia raised an eyebrow, oh. Are you really denying it? Are you aware of the consequences? She asked, her voice taking a threatening tone. Though, in Axel's eyes, she was nothing but a little kitten hissing at him. Look here, you daddy's princess. I get that you need to make a show out of punishing the person who broke the rules to establish your dominance, but believe me. He paused as his eyes glowed dangerously. You're picking the wrong person to pick on here. Keep me out of these power plays of yours and I'll leave you alone. Patricia frowned as she felt somehow intimidated by the boy. But then, rage overtook her fear when she thought that a mere second-year boy said these things to her. Daddy's princess. That was most infuriating. Frowning, she took out her wand to teach the boy some manners, but swoosh. She was caught off guard when a spell came flying at her out of nowhere, disarming her with such force and precision that her wand shot out of her hand like a bullet as it broke through the window behind her, falling outside. Looking at her the hole in the window, cold sweat flowed down Patricia's back as she imagined what would have happened if she took even half of that force. Her hand that had held the wand had a burning feeling to it. Axel shook his hand as he inwardly clicked his tongue. He still isn't adept at controlling this new power of his. His precision is now top-notch but control is severely lacking. Pocketing his wand which he'd drawn within milliseconds, he glared at the girl. I'm telling you again, stay out of my way. You don't know even half of what I'm capable of, he said as he started to leave. Before he left though, he reached out with his hand and a small golden ball got caught between his 2 fingers. Wah, Patricia sat there, tongue-tied as she witnessed Axel casually catching the snitch without even properly looking at it. Annoying balls, he muttered before his hand blurred. Ding. An ear-splitting sound rang out before the constant buzzing of the room suddenly stopped. With a stiff face, Patricia slowly turned her head to find the two broken and still twitching remains of two snitches lying on the floor. Even after Axel had left, Patricia sat there in stunned silence for a long time, looking at the two snitches. In those broken remains, she could also somehow see the Quidditch cup with House Slytherin's name on it. Slowly, an obsessive gleam lit up in her blank eyes. I need him. Chapter 55, is it that time of the month for her? Step, step, step. Sounds of heels reverberated in the quiet and empty hospital wing as a woman walked towards a particular bed. The occupant of the said bed, who was constantly moaning in pain, perked up as soon as he saw the woman. Mother. He called out, almost forgetting to keep up his injured act. The woman, Professor Narcissa, frowned looking at her son. Seeing her son's acting, she wasn't at all moved. Draco, stop being so pathetic, she said, looking at her son in distaste. You're not fooling anyone by pretending to be injured. But mother. He attacked me for no reason at all. And he didn't even get punished. Please punish him. Draco Malfoy was terribly frustrated right now. He had wanted to get back at Axel ever since that humiliating duel. Too bad he didn't have the guts to face him last year. But, he had thought that this year would be different. This year, he had his mother teaching at Hogwarts and his magic had also improved. He had even trained a lot to be a seeker. So, he had naturally thought that he would be the center of attention at Hogwarts and also teach that cripple a lesson. Too bad, he got humiliated at the start of the year. Now he could only depend on his mother to seek revenge for him. Contrary to his expectations though, Narcissa's frown only deepened. Lucius has spoiled you rotten. Did I not tell you that I'm not your mother here? You will not be getting any special treatment. Stop making a fool out of yourself and stop acting so spoiled. I didn't come here to see you whining like a child. Mother, tried Draco once again, but Narcissa cut him off. Mr. Malfoy, she said, her tone becoming stricter, do not expect any help from me. From now on, you will stop these childish actions which your father has instilled into you and conduct yourself with the way you have been taught by your etiquette tutor. Draco looked pitifully at his mother. When he was younger, she used to give him whatever he wanted, but slowly, she has changed. She no longer even pays attention to him, let alone fulfilling his demands. Draco sighed pitifully, yes mother. Come with us. Patricia wants to see you. Hearing the two Slytherin students, Daphne's brows furrowed at the mention of Patricia's name. Unlike Axel, she didn't have the tendency to be ignorant about everything. So, she knew quite well who Patricia Afonso was. The Brazilian beauty was quite popular at Hogwarts due to her looks and being at the top of her year. But, her popularity was now at its peak since her father was now the Minister of Magic of Magical Brazil. And that girl wants to see Axel. What would that girl want with Axel? She thought as Axel left her with a simple wave. As Axel left, her Ravenclaw friends came to her side, all looking at Axel's back. Has he become more handsome? Asked Lisa Turpin. Daphne frowned. All these friends of hers like to do is talk about useless things and gossip. That's why she finds their company a bit undesirable. His hairstyle has changed and he's gotten even taller, observed Padma Patil. And yeah, his skin looks quite good. Mandy Brocklehurst sighed. No wonder Martina couldn't wait yesterday night, she muttered, and the other girls had affirming responses. But, Daphne grew puzzled. What are you talking about? Sully looked at Daphne in surprise, you don't know. It's all over the forums. Daphne had to roll her eyes on that. Of course I don't. It would seem like Axel's indifference was becoming contagious. Now she no longer wasted her time on her magi mirror. Seeing this, her friends looked at each other with a, who's gonna tell her, look. Eventually, Mandy Brocklehurst was the one to speak first. Not long after the dinner was over, Martina and Axel were found going into the broom closet together. They were totally shagging in there. Yeah, people even heard Martina's moan before they put up the privacy charms. And the RM, recorded memory, of the time they left together. Did you see how tired Axel looked? And Martina was smiling. Daphne was actually well aware of the fact that her friends were jealous of her friendly relationship with Axel. And she knew better than to trust them. But still, she was indubitably perturbed. Martina. It's Martina again. Lunchtime. Axel ate the breakfast calmly as he sifted through the minds of first years. Yep, legilimency wasn't as difficult as one would imagine. At least not for him. Currently, he had only learnt reading the surface thoughts, but it was good progress, as far as he was considered. This skill, he was simply learning because of its high utility, not because of any urgency or reward like the time with the clemency. Legilimency, as he found out through the system knowledge, wasn't simply reading someone's mind as he'd believed. It's far more complex than that. He already knew from his insights into occlumency that mind is quite a complex, many-layered mess. And legilimency. is an art of delving into this mess, understanding it, interpreting it and, under certain conditions, even influencing it. With the system's knowledge, if he is talented and proficient enough, no mind is inaccessible to him. Not even the most protected ones. Good for him, he already has the talent in droves, if the system's claims were to be believed. And he just needed to gain the proficiency. Which is why, as he sat at the Slytherin table during lunch, he was practicing the skill on unsuspecting first years. But while he was busy, a girl came to stand in front of him, attracting the attention of a number of students. "Ah, Mr. Hunt." A faltering voice was heard, disturbing him. Axel scowled as soon as he saw who the person was. "Did I not tell you to stop bothering me?" he asked, his voice containing danger. Patricia bit her lips upon his hostile response. She really did regret threatening him. But how could she have known this guy would turn out to be a godly seeker? "Mr. Hunt, I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions. But could you give me a chance to speak?" "What is it?" asked Axel in irritation. He didn't know what she wanted, but her eyes looking at him were a bit strange. It was similar to how one would look at a delicious meal. Patricia put up a privacy charm around them as she quickly sat in front of him. "As you demanded, your punishment for breaking rules has already been waived off. Furthermore, I have a very attractive offer for you," she said, leaning closer on the table. Axel didn't stop eating his lunch. "Go on." He was a bit perplexed with her sudden change in attitude. Just a while ago, she was quite rude and threatening. But now she couldn't be more polite and simpering. He didn't think intimidating her would result into this. Patricia straightened, putting her hands on the table. "Mr. Hunt, what you did with the snitch, it was such an impressive display of skill that it has me absolutely convinced of your qualifications. So, I would like to ask, would you be interested in joining the Slytherin Quidditch team?" she asked with a charming smile. She didn't think Axel would reject her. After all, who can reject such an attractive offer? "No. Is there anything else?" Patricia's momentum crumpled. She couldn't understand why Axel refused without any fluctuations in his mood. Heck, the guy didn't even pause chewing his food, as if her offer was nothing but air to him. "What the F, ahm? Pardon me, but I don't understand. Are you actually rejecting the seeker position in the Slytherin Quidditch team?" she asked, understandably flummoxed. Axel paused in his eating of system-recommended food as his eyes once again glinted dangerously. "Yeah, is that a problem?" Flinch. Patricia realized that perhaps she had moved too soon. Clearly, saying anything more right now would only irritate this demon more. So, putting on a flattering smile, she said, No, not at all. I can only ask you to think about it. The offer will always be there in case you change your mind." Saying so, she cancelled the privacy charms and left quickly. But while leaving, her mind only had one thought, not giving up. Not long after she left though, another girl came to stand in front of Axel. And this time, the number of eyes gathering on him increased a lot. "So, how is Luna doing?" asked Martina. Axel furrowed his eyebrows. "Not bad, but not good either. The house is trying to change this year so it's not as dangerous, but she's not making friends." Martina pursed her lips. "Please try to keep an eye on her. I'll try to help her in making friends." Axel shrugged. "Good luck with that," he muttered, thinking of it as a daunting task. Even though Luna was quite different, he had one thing in common with her: they don't fit in. Meanwhile, sitting at the Ravenclaw table, Daphne looked at the scene of beautiful and powerful girls meeting Axel one after another, and her knife savagely dug itself into the food she was having, scaring those who were sitting around her. She was feeling a burning hostility towards these girls. They're only approaching him now when he's healed. They're only realizing his awesomeness now. Such superficial girls. Humph. After lunch, Axel went to attend his very first history of magic class. Thinking of who the teacher was, he couldn't say that he wasn't worried. The professor whose class he was going to attend was the mother of Draco, the boy whose bones he had freshly broken this morning for no big reason. "Is there any black sister left with whom I haven't gotten into conflict yet?" he muttered in annoyance. Entering the class, he naturally sat beside Daphne at the last seat since they had history of magic together. But today, Daphne's mood didn't seem good. Her mouth was forming into a slight pout that happens when she's unhappy, and she didn't smile even at him like she usually does. "What's up with you?" "Nothing," she replied. Still, the pout didn't go away, and neither did she smile. Axel shrugged. He decided that he couldn't be bothered. After all, he had other things to worry about, like the mother of Draco burning him down. He hoped it wouldn't be a similar case as Umbridge. It wouldn't be anything he can't handle, but it'll definitely be troublesome. They sat in silence while Axel practiced his legilimency and Daphne fidgeted restlessly. Finally, Daphne couldn't hold it in and opened her mouth. But at that moment, the door opened. Professor Narcissa had already arrived into the class, walking in gracefully. She was wearing a fashionable but conservative black dress and designer robes. She had a pair of glasses on her eyes and her expression was dignified. Overall, she gave off the impression of a strict teacher. Some older students had called her a MILF for some reason though. As a habit engraved by Umbridge, the whole class greeted her with a "good afternoon," to which she nodded. "Good afternoon. My name is Narcissa Malfoy and I'll be teaching you the history of magic this year." Axel was a bit relieved that she hadn't targeted him yet, though he wondered why she specifically said this year. Come to think of it, why did she even have to teach? Professor Narcissa continued. This year, we'll be focusing mainly on history of magical Britain and history of magical Japan. This year, since we're going to be having classes with Japan, the ministry has provided some important information about the Japanese magical history, culture, and education that are mandatory for all of you to learn beforehand. Since we have only limited days before the delegation arrives, let's first focus on magical Japan rather than Britain, she said, opening up her notes. Finding the topic interesting, Axel focused the lecture, finding his worries unfounded. Daphne's pout also faded away as she also focused on the lecture. Magical Japan is a powerful magical country that's famous in Japan. It's relatively unknown here in Europe due to the large distance, but since magical portals can now be developed quite safely between the countries, they, like the other Asian superpowers like magical China and magical India, have begun to actively participate in the worldly affairs, like the dueling championship and Quidditch World Cup, and thus getting popular throughout the world. The Japanese have their own way of casting magic. It involves hand seals and incantation, but it doesn't necessarily need a magical conduit like a wand. Technically, we can also learn to do it, but it needs a ridiculous amount of practice to learn, and the hand seals need to be very accurate, lest you harm your hands. That's why the Japanese also learn to use wands magic alongside their hand seal magic. Axel looked down at his hands. System, would it be worthwhile for me to learn hand seal magic? Affirmative. The main component needed for that magic is dexterity. The more dexterous and faster you are, the better you would be forming the heel seals. That's so. Axel suppressed a grin. Then this magic seems tailor-made for him. He was now looking forward to the arrival of this school. Smiling lightly, he focused his attention back on the class. After the lecture, Axel looked at the pouting Daphne. He didn't know what was bothering her, but he needed her help with something. Hey. Daphne glanced at him before she looked away. Assured that she was listening, he continued, there are 2 things I need your help with. Hearing that, Daphne paid full attention to him as she put away her sullenness. What is it? She asked. No matter what the case, she'll always be there to help. I got an offer from Patricia to play as the Seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team. What? How? That managed to shock her enough to stop her cold behavior. Well, it's like this, he said as he summarized the events. Daphne fell into a daze after listening to him. So, it actually was about this, she muttered in realization. What did you say? Nothing. Axel shrugged, anyways I refused. But. Daphne was stunned, the fuck? You actually refused? Yeah. But, I want to know what would happen if I had accepted. Would it have been good or troublesome? He asked. Actually, he had no idea what it meant to be a Quidditch player. So, he thought he might as well ask his Quidditch fanatic friend. Daphne knew him well enough to know if he'd find something troublesome or not. His first choice was, of course, rejection, but Patricia's reaction, as if she found it absurd that he'd even consider refusing, made him rethink his decision and wonder if there was something he was missing. As the shock subsided, Daphne realized that it was Axel they were talking about. So, refusing kinda is actually the better choice. On second thought, I think you made the right decision. You would have found it quite troublesome, she muttered. Isn't it? Yeah. The fame and publicity gained from it is just too high. Especially if the player is as absurd as you. That made him pause. Fame. It reminded of a mission he had half given up upon. Really. He had only watched one Quidditch match in his life. So of course he didn't know it was this big. Daphne nodded, of course. I'm afraid if you played, not only Britain, you'd be famous even in the foreign countries once the videos of your play are uploaded to the Magi Hive. You have both the looks and skills, so you'll get viral pretty quick. Since you want to keep a low profile, it would be too troublesome for you. That was the past him. The current him needed all the attention he could get for an absurd mission of his, since he had no other choice. He needs to know how to use this pendant of his, which is supposedly going to be very helpful against Voldemort. If Voldy comes next year, he'd helplessly have to see this world being conquered. And that's unacceptable unless the conqueror was Axel himself. So, what was the other matter? Daphne, who thought that she couldn't provide much help for his first problem, asked for the second problem, bringing Axel out of his thoughts. Though, she still sounded quite sulky, showing her unhappiness. Huh? Yeah, well, I wanted to know if you can have a way to help Luna make friends, he said, forgoing the thoughts of Quidditch for the moment. Why did he ask her? Because as it was, he could clearly see that little rabbit Luna being eaten alive by the Slytherin snakes. He can't always keep an eye on her, and Martina, being the awkward introvert she is, can't do shit in helping her make friends. Daphne, on the other hand, has loads of friends, and she even has a little sister. So he thought she'd be the best person to ask. Why are you so concerned about her? She asked casually, but her eyes were sharp. Axel rolled his eyes. I couldn't care less. But this Martina somehow does. Absurdly so. She is so desperate that she dragged me to the broom closet yesterday to ask my help. Daphne froze. So, that's what it was about. She muttered. Of course. She even came to my table in front of everyone today, making me quite irritated. I can't let this keep going. So, that's what that was about, she repeated. Then, weren't your worries all useless? Axel waved his hand in front of the dazed Daphne. The hell is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling now? He asked, looking at the goofy smile stretching on her lips. Daphne coughed as she suppressed her smile. Nothing. Leave this matter to me, she said in a bright mood. I'll make Luna so many friends that no one would bully her. Luna, tick, muttered Axel, looking at her weird behavior throughout the day. Is it that time of the month for her? According to the system's general knowledge, sometimes witches get quite temperamental during that time. Chapter 56, Hogwarts vs. Mahutokoro. No. You can't just do or say whatever you like, Luna. You can't say things that people can't understand or find weird. You should try to be normal, to blend in, explained Daphne, her expression already a bit troubled and tired. Luna slightly tilted her head in confusion. But why would I need to do that? I like to do things that I like. Daphne shook her head. But then you wouldn't be able to make friends, she stated, a bit exasperated. How long had this been going on? Luna smiled. But don't I already have friends? You do. Luna gave her a puzzled look. Aren't you my friend? Looking into the pure eyes of the girl, Daphne couldn't bear to deny it. I meant in House Slytherin, she clarified. But I have Axel there. No you don't. Daphne snapped. I don't. Damn it, thought Daphne. The words had left her mouth before she could stop herself, but she regretted it when she saw the innocent girl looking at her cluelessly. Daphne got up. All right, we'll talk later. Saying so, she left before the girl could make her more frustrated. Daphne sighed. What the hell was she thinking, promising Axel that she'll help this girl make a lot of friends with so much confidence? Thinking. Oh right. She wasn't thinking at all. At least not anything remotely rational. Daphne sighed again. What was wrong with her these days? Every time when it comes to Axel, she finds herself acting like an idiot and taking impulsive actions. Her thoughts aren't rational and she finds it difficult to look him in the eyes. And then there's the damn heartbeat. It increases to such levels that it makes her fear he'll hear it. Is it really what I think it is? She thought helplessly. It's not like she's dense or ignorant. She knows what the most likely reason for this is. And it's not a surprise really. Axel was her Achilles heel. The moment she got curious, it was already game over for her. But it's quite an unfortunate thing to happen to her. Just being friends with that guy was as difficult as taming a unicorn. She can't fathom how she can reach past that stage. It's impossible, she thought. Not with him pushing away everyone when they tried to get close. Nope, she'd rather stay in denial and hope this was just one of those things in life that you want, but can never achieve. Like being reborn, or traveling to a different world. It'll most likely pass over, right? Or maybe not. As the days passed, Hogwarts was abuzz with activity. Since it's going to be having guests, preparations had to be made. The house elves worked overtime to clean up the castle while students were educated about the basics of the Japanese culture, and a portal was being set up near the Quidditch pitch, at the usual portkey location. With all the preparations being taken care of, there were only a few matters which needed to be settled before Hogwarts would be prepared to host the newcomers. The day before the arrival of the guests, before dinner, Dumbledore stood at the podium in the Great Hall, with all the students gathered. I hope everyone is here as I have a few announcements to make, said Dumbledore, gathering everyone's attention. As everyone is aware, tomorrow is the day when the delegation from Mahutokoro will be arriving, and our preparations are almost complete. In regards to this event, there are a few issues which I'm going to address now. First is the language barrier, he said, and the students got curious. No one here knows Japanese and neither would most of them know English. How would they communicate? Dumbledore smiled. This is also one of the main reasons why cooperations like this were not usually supported. How would we communicate? With English being the universal language, many people throughout the world are able to speak it, but many non-natives still don't know the language. Would the teachers who are coming be able to teach you properly in a non-native language? Would the students who are coming to learn from our teachers be able to understand? How are the students between the two schools supposed to communicate? These are the common questions that have frequently arisen. Many students only realized this issue now while some had already thought about it. Some already knew the solution while some were clueless. As Dumbledore paused, a mild discussion started between the students. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly as he spread his hands. But now, I am delighted to assure you that, with the development of magical technology, it is no longer an issue. He made a go-on gesture and the prefects of each house began distributing something to every student in their respective houses. Being the closest to the corner, Axel was among the first ones to get it. Axel looked at the pendant-like object in his hand with curiosity, but he could already hear the students. The translation amulet. Nice. Oh, so that is the translation amulet. It's my first time seeing one in person. How would you have seen it before? You've most likely never traveled out of Britain, why would you even need it? So, it's like this. Smiling, Dumbledore continued, yes, for those who do not know, these are the translation amulets that would help you understand any Japanese you hear. Quite an ingenious little invention, especially since it can be mass-produced without much difficulty. Ever since their invention, they've become quite popular in the ICW and other international meetings. The students all stared at their amulets excitedly. Meanwhile, when Martina looked at hers, she could already tell how it was made. Elder Futhark runes to make the information storage and Celtic ones to make converter and an understating. This is alright, but the runes are machine inscribed, so won't work for as long, and material is not good, temporary unbreakable charm, can only convert Japanese to English. A cheap knockoff of the one I designed, she murmured, already analyzing everything. Legally speaking, she could sue this company since she owned the patent, but they, the Valentinos, were already drowning in money and there was nothing groundbreaking in this invention, so she decided to just let it rest and focus on what Dumbledore was saying instead. Students are requested to keep their amulets secure. In case of it being damaged or lost, getting a replacement will be difficult and the one who damages them will have to pay for compensation, said Dumbledore seriously. Moving on, in Quidditch, aside from the usual matches, there will be one more match that will be played, Hogwarts v/S Mahuto Kuro. What? Really? Yeah. This made everyone excited. Instead of competing between houses, they'd be competing with a different school. This time, they can indisputably support one team. Dumbledore smiled at the students' enthusiasm, so the main question that arises is, how will the members be chosen? The old man raised a valid question. Who would be the members? Every player would demand a spot in that team, and there are differing opinions on who is better suited to be on the team. And then, when the members of different houses form a team, would they be able to play in harmony? In lieu of such conflicts, we have opted to choose a simple solution. The house team that wins the inter-house championship will get the opportunity to represent Hogwarts in the upcoming match between the schools. May the best team win, said Dumbledore, subtly glancing towards the Gryffindor table at the end of his sentence with slight amusement. Cheers. There was a loud cheer as 3 of the 4 houses cheered, hoping they might be able to win and represent Hogwarts, while the Slytherins didn't look so happy. Hearing all the noise, Martina just shook her head. She could already tell that the main aim of Dumbledore was to have Gryffindor, or rather Rose Potter, win this thing. With the Slytherin team in shambles and the other houses inferior to the Gryffindor's current team, Gryffindor will most likely win this thing. With this he has at least made sure that none of the players from the Slytherin team can enter. When the noise subsided, Dumbledore continued. Now, the next issue that needs to be addressed. Since the exchange program is such an unprecedented and important event, the security needs to be bolstered. Hence, Aurors would be stationed here at Hogwarts starting from tomorrow to keep an eye on things and make sure nothing untoward happens and causes an international issue. Students are requested to follow their security measures and lessen their burdens. That will be all. Now, you can start filling up your bellies. I shan't keep you any longer, said Dumbledore with a smile as he left the podium. With Dumbledore's announcements, everyone was now excited. Some were discussing about Quidditch, comparing the different house teams and how they could win, while some were playing with their newly obtained amulets. Axel, on the other hand, was just minding his own business, eating his boiled and tasteless food. But suddenly, Axel felt goosebumps all over for some reason. Patricia looked at Axel with a half-crazed/half-desperate look. With the stakes risen so high, Axel was the only chance that the Slytherin team had of making it to the finals. She had to recruit him, no matter what. 12 Grimmauld Place. The 2 Black sisters were in the kitchen, doing what they do best. Andromeda was cooking while Bellatrix was eating. Bellatrix sighed, "It's been crazy busy." "Truly." Andromeda smiled, "I can imagine. But it's going to be quite beneficial for Britain." Bellatrix shook her head, "That's not why I'm doing this." Sure, it was good for Britain, but that wasn't her main goal. Andromeda furrowed her eyebrows. Then why? Bella, tell me already. Bellatrix just shook her head. I have to increase our power and influence quickly. Ninjas are good hit wizards, but they don't accept requests from just anyone. With this, we'll be able to hire them with much more ease. Andromeda stopped in action as she realized something. You actually found some clues, didn't you? Bellatrix nodded seriously. It's tricky, but yes. Basically, our suspicions were correct. The organization is indeed from that place. Atlantis. The most powerful and mysterious magical country. A country that's always been closed off to the outsiders. It neither interferes with the outside world, nor does it let the outside world interfere with it. Andromeda sighed regretfully. No wonder. It all makes sense now. No wonder they couldn't find it for all this while. Turns out, they were hiding in that country. It also explains why they couldn't find anything about Axel's parents' past. Axel was an Atlantean. But, that's not what's important right now. Andromeda's looked at Bellatrix seriously. Bella, if this is indeed the case, then it is going to be much more difficult than a simple revenge. The organization is dangerous. You can't take any rash actions. Bellatrix took a sip of her wine. I know. Bam. At this moment, the door was flung open, as if someone had kicked it, and the two alarmed women heard a familiar voice. I'm back, bitches. X2. Bellatrix and Andromeda remained motionless as the intruder made their way into the kitchen. Blimey. I've always wanted to do that, said Nymphadora Tonks as she grinned at the two women. Nymphadora. Andromeda whispered in a daze. Andromeda was still surprised while Bellatrix was exasperated at the dramatic entry. Did you catch the black madness while you were away, Nymphadora? Asked Bellatrix, not the least bit surprised by her arrival. She just wanted to give her sister a surprise. Nymphadora's grin turned into a pout. Black madness. That's rich coming from you, Auntie Bella. And when will you stop calling me by that name, she said even as she made her way to her mother who had already abandoned the cooking to hug her daughter. How come you're back? Asked Andromeda, hugging Nymphadora tightly. Her daughter has been on aura training for more than 1.5 years. It lasts for around 3 years and the trainees aren't allowed to leave before that. Calls are allowed, but it's been a long time since the mother and daughter saw each other in person. It's all thanks to Auntie Bellatrix. Since Hogwarts needs a lot of security and manpower right now, they've also decided to discharge some trainees to let them get some experience. It's part of the training. While hugging Nymphadora, Andromeda looked gratefully at her sister. Bellatrix just shrugged. Don't look at me like that. There was just a shortage in manpower. Ah, Auntie Bella is such a big softie, said Nymphadora as she dragged Bellatrix into the hug as well, turning into a three-way hug. After the three women had hugged her enough, Bellatrix coughed. Listen up now. There's a personal mission I'm giving you. Chapter 57, Arrival. The night before the arrival of the delegation. Not long after the dinner was over, while everyone was still excited due to Dumbledore's announcements, Axel silently got up and left after eating his fill. Axel. Someone called him out as soon as he left the Great Hall. A sigh escaped his mouth when he recognized the voice. What is it? He asked, even though he already knew exactly what it was. Patricia stood behind him with a somewhat unnatural expression. Her breathing was rugged and her face was flushed. I really want to win now. Anything. I'll give you anything. Please join the team. She pleaded. Axel thought about it. Even after he took Daphne's advice, he hasn't given her a definite answer during these days. It's just one of those things you entertain the idea of doing but never really act on it. Even at this moment, Axel was still thinking whether he should go for it or not. So. Will you give it a try? You don't even have to waste for time in training or anything. I already researched, you can fly decently. You just have to show up at match. Patricia desperately continued pitching. What to do? Wondered Axel. It was a tough choice since his life might be in danger. But suddenly, Axel snapped out of his thoughts. What the heck is he doing? Since when has he been so indecisive? Wasn't it all clear? He wants the organization and he wants to do the mission. Then why hesitate? If he has to do it, he'll do it, and kick ass while doing it. If he can't even handle the organization, is he supposed to just roll over and die when Voldemort conquers this world? All right. And I'll even handle if anyone tried to bother. What did you say? Patricia paused in her pitching as soon as she heard him. I said I'm in, Captain, said Axel decisively. Patricia's face lit up with joy. She was so happy that she rushed up to hug Axel. But, she hugged nothing but empty air as Axel suddenly disappeared and appeared a meter away. Not every time, he muttered with his back to her, already walking away. He was already somewhat used to these girls' attack called hug. Not just any random girl can trap him. Hogwarts. With a shout and pinch of flu powder, Nymphadora Tonks arrived at Hogwarts Flu Station. How things have changed, she muttered, looking at the Flu Station. She still remembers the time it was being built. It used to be a boys' toilet near the Quidditch pitch before that. But now, the Quidditch pitch has turned into a Quidditch stadium and this thing has transformed from a boys' toilet to a Flu Station. Whoosh, whoosh. The other Aurors had arrived while she was looking around. Frank Longbottom, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hestia Jones, and around a dozen others. Blimey, things have been changing too fast, muttered one of the Aurors. Well, it's still quite similar, observed Tonks. They didn't even have to change it much. Just had to replace the urinals with a fireplace. Otherwise, it looks the same. The other Auror agreed to her statement, but he seemed to have missed an important point here. And how in the Merlin's pants, do you know how this boy's toilet used to look like? Asked Hestia Jones, Nymphadora's friend and fellow Auror trainee, emphasizing the word boys. Nymphadora grinned. Well, let's just say that being a metamorphmagus has its perks, she said with a wink. Hestia had to take a few seconds to digest that. So, you can actually grow a pair, she said, and the two of them burst out laughing. Some other Aurors who were listening in on the conversation also had to suppress their sniggers. Enough, said Frank Longbottom, making the Aurors flinch. Don't forget that the two of you are on active duty. Yes, boss, replied Tonks, once again cursing the involvement of Frank. This man was the head of magical law enforcement and more importantly, he was very strict and a pain in the ass. She was glad he was here only for today to welcome the delegation. They were currently under Kingsley Shacklebolt. Aurors, listen up, said Shacklebolt, gathering everyone's attention. He then began briefing them on their duties. Someone was supposed to keep a lookout on the wards, someone was supposed to patrol the castle, someone was supposed to keep an eye on the students and prevent any major disputes from happening, etc. Trainee Tonks. Yes, sir. It has been speculated by the headmaster that the girl who lived is going to be targeted during this time. Your mission is to guard her 24/7. Is that clear? Wow, I mean yes, sir. Tonks couldn't help but grin. She can spend her time chilling with her cute cousin Rose. Frank frowned. She's just a trainee. I don't think she can handle high-level threats, he stated, questioning Kingsley's decision. Well. The Aurors exchanged glances. None could really blame Frank. After all, how would he know that behind this cute and ditzy facade was a monster personally trained by the minister? By the next day, the news of Axel joining the Slytherin team as a Seeker had already spread far and wide at Hogwarts. And people had quite different opinions on it. He's just a cripple. There's no way he can be a Seeker, was Draco Malfoy's opinion, who was still woefully unaware and wrong at many levels. He was enraged. He's going to destroy them, was what Daphne was thinking. It seems like she'll be supporting the Slytherin team this year. But still, she was worried. Why did agree? It's not something he would do. Was it, because of that beautiful captain of Slytherin? Why would he do this? Was what Rose wondered as she sat at the Gryffindor table for lunch. Why indeed would he do this? It was understandable if it was something like dueling, but isn't playing Quidditch quite hopeless for him? As a Seeker herself, she didn't feel right playing against him. Neville, who was quite proud to see both his father and mother sitting at the professor's table, simply scoffed. I bet it's because I taunted him last time. He couldn't accept the fact that he'll never beat you at Quidditch. Meanwhile, Nymphadora, who was sitting with Rose, looked at the Slytherin table curiously. Which one is he? Who was this guy for whom Auntie Bella and Mom are so concerned about? Rose didn't even have to look over, corner of the table from left. Damn, muttered Tonks as soon as she saw him. She then looked at Rose in a new light. So, you hate him? Rose nodded. You have no idea. Hate can't even cover half of it. Nymphadora grinned as she shook her head. Sweet Merlin, is this what I think it is? Oh. Why exactly is he annoying? She asked Rose. That, because, he's such an idiot. Why is he even trying when he knows he can't win? And there are so many other reasons. Is that so? Rose grew annoyed. Yeah. And what's with that shit-eating grin of yours? Tonks' grin widened as it stretched up to her ears, literally, just to troll her ickle little Rosie. Metamorphing for win, nothing. Blimey, isn't it hot in here? The portal opened, and an old man wearing a yukata stepped through, his eyes appearing almost closed. This was Yamasaki Hiroshi, the principal of Mahutokuro School of Ninshu and Jutsu. The man had a walking stick in his hand even though he walked in an upright manner. His head was bald, and his eyebrows, beard and mustache were white and long. Behind him came the teachers and students of Mahutokuro. While the headmaster looked quite harmless and peaceful, these people gave out strong and intimidating vibes as they looked around curiously. Unlike Hogwarts students who were wearing long-ass impractical robes, these people were wearing clothes that were easy to move in, and each of them had a forehead protector which was carved with a symbol that signifies their specialization. Fire, water, wind, and earth. Yamazaki. Dumbledore. Dumbledore greeted Yamazaki Hiroshi familiarly while the other students and teachers of Mahutokoro looked around curiously. When they looked at the students, their eyes showed traces of disdain. This somewhat guaranteed that the upcoming months weren't going to be as peaceful as some would have liked. "You've grown old, Dumbledore." "I no longer see that fire," said Yamazaki, tapping his cane on the ground. Dumbledore smiled. "I can say the same for you, my friend. The you of 40 years ago would have already bombarded me a few times." "Then, let me see if you still have it in you," said Yamazaki before his hands formed a series of hand signs and his face turned up towards the sky. In the next moment, flames erupted from his mouth, forming a giant dragon as they reached high enough. Dumbledore sighed. "I'm too old for this, my friend." He pointed his wand at the giant dragon. Even though he said this, both the old fogies knew that this was the right move. Both sides needed to show the students what the other side had to offer. Now, there were many ways Dumbledore could have dealt with this, but to dispel the Mahutokoro's disdain and condescension, he had to make a demonstration. A flaming phoenix burst out from the Elder Wand and went toe-to-toe /talon to claw with the giant dragon. Boom. Holy shit. Bollocks. Is this the power of? The students looked the giant dragon and phoenix fighting it out in awe. On the other hand, Axel was trembling with excitement. Arcane eyes. True invisibility. Presence reduction. Blend. Fuck. He had opened his arcane eyes just in time when the old fogey had warned Dumbledore of his attack. And the results were exciting. These two are really monsters, he thought, looking up at the sky. He has a long way ahead of him if he has to match that one day. Compared to Voldemort, who is supposed to be even stronger than this, he'd prefer whoever the organization sends who would underestimate him as a 12-year-old. Magic hands. That being said, he has to improve fast in order to survive. His hands quickly formed a series of symbols, trying to exactly copy what he'd seen just now. Ding. You have unlocked. A laugh along with a small burst of flame escaped his mouth. This year is going to be interesting. Organization headquarters, Atlantis. In an unknown location, a group of individuals sat at a high table as they gazed down at a bespectacled man who was reporting to them with his head bowed. And the king's poor health hasn't improved. The fight for succession is starting to get intense. Good, said one of the men sitting at the high table while some nodded in agreement. This was good development as it was in line with their plans. Without any proper heir to the throne, they have a good chance of taking over. Next. The bespectacled man looked at the report in his hand. The magical schools of Britain and Japan are holding a type of joint education program. We're suspecting that the Britain's ministry is trying to get Japan's manpower on their side behind the scenes. The leaders discussed this matter among themselves. Usually, it wouldn't have been any of their business, but Britain's ministry seems to have a vendetta against them. After some discussion, they came to a conclusion. Keep an eye on their movements and report everything to us. Anything else? The men hesitated, but then tentatively affirmed, it concerns the traitor. This got a reaction out of the members. The mention of anything related to the traitor was all but forbidden in the organization. The atmosphere of the room seemed to have turned gloomy just by the mere mention of this person. And for good reason. So many years of research, so many years of planning. And when they were about to succeed, a trusted member betrays them and destroys everything. Due to him, now they have to take such drastic measures. What is it? Don't tell me he has returned. The key was clearly destroyed before they disappeared. The man shook his head. No, but we have discovered that, before running away to chase after that man, the princess was actually pregnant. Everyone present was taken aback as they realized the implications of that statement. When the two of them had returned to stop the organization's plans, the woman was clearly no longer pregnant. This can only mean two things. The princess either had a miscarriage, or... Chapter 58, Elemental Affinity. Ha ha ha, arg. Damn. Axel accidentally charred his mouth a bit in the excitement. Thankfully, his intent just now was non-existent and he hadn't used any incantation either. So, only a little amount of flames were produced which went out unnoticed since everyone was looking at the spectacle in the sky. Man, I got too excited, he muttered, drinking some water. He was so eager to try it out that he forwent the safety precautions. Magic hands. Proficiency, 15%-16%. You have unlocked, Fire Affinity. Current Affinity, 4%. Damn. What the heck is this? After the flames of the dragon and phoenix faded, everyone applauded. May we have a happy cooperation, said Dumbledore with a smile as he shook hands with Yamazaki Hiroshi, the foreign principal. Everyone went to the Great Hall with the foreigners still looking around curiously. The sensei sat at the head table while the Neens were allowed to sit wherever they liked. Here. Come to Gryffindor. No. Hufflepuff. You're welcome at Ravenclaw. Slytherin. The students began clamoring to invite the foreigners to their tables. At this moment, most of the Neens split into two groups. One group seemed to follow a tall, handsome boy with spiky black hair and playful temperament. His forehead protector had a wind symbol on it. The other group followed a girl with auburn hair. She had a cute, serious face but a voluptuous body. The girl went to the Gryffindor table to sit beside Rose Potter, with the group following her also going to the Gryffindor table. The guy, on the other hand, went to the Ravenclaw table right up to Martina. Can I sit here? Martina turned her head to look at the guy who was asking for her permission to sit. Even though she was slightly uncomfortable, she just gave a single nod. This wasn't the first time people were bothering her, and it won't be the last. She just went back to reading the book she had opened in her magi mirror. I'm Endo Yuji. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Martina nodded. I'm Martina Valentino. Just like how everyone at Hogwarts was given an English to Japanese amulet, everyone from Mahutokuro was given a Japanese to English amulet, so there was no problem in communication. The guy nodded eagerly. Yeah, I've heard a lot about you. You're that genius who's invented a bunch of things, right? Oh, another fan. Martina nodded. So, what are you reading right now? Which subject is it? I might not even understand it, but I'm still curious, asked Endo with a smile. Martina looked back at the guy in bewilderment. It's a fantasy novel. Right, can't genius simply read fantasy novels? At this moment, someone else spoke up. Endo Yuji, right? I've heard about you. You've played Quidditch in major leagues, right? Yeah. After that, Endo was forcefully engaged in various conversations with other Ravenclaws, not giving him a chance to disturb Martina further. The girl was strongly treasured/guarded/worshipped by the Ravens. After everyone was seated, Dumbledore went to the podium. I'd like to begin by offering a very earnest welcome to our guests from Mahutokuro. I wish you have an enlightening, educative, and salubrious stay. There was a sound applause for that, after which he continued, Hogwarts and Mahutokuro are two of the best magical schools in the world. But, what's more interesting is that, the teaching methods of both the schools vastly differ from one another. Both the schools produces elites, but they have their weaknesses. The students from Hogwarts can't compete with Mahutokuro in combat, stealth, physical magic and so on, while the students from Mahutokuro can't compete with Hogwarts in the fields like enchanting, transfiguration, charms, etc. So, when Principal Yamazaki here and I happened to be in contact with each other after a long time, we thought, why not combine our strength, and produce elites, who have no weaknesses? And that, my dear students, is how this cooperation came to be. From now on, the curriculum of both the schools will have slight changes, with new subjects being added to the mix. I hope you not waste this opportunity and learn what is being taught with an open mind, he said, finishing his speech under the thunderous applause. Dishes then appeared on the table, this time with various Japanese dishes mixed in. Apart from a certain someone who was eating boiled tasteless meal, everyone else enjoyed the meal. While the welcoming feast began, the students were also given their new timetables, which made them gasp and even cause somewhat of a small commotion. The heck? It starts from 7 in the morning. Mate, stop messing around, I go to sleep at 5. Physical training. What do we need this for? Well, I have no problems with this. I'm quite fit due to Quidditch. But then it's a stealth class. Wonder what that'll entail. The most exciting is the hand seal magic class. Can you imagine? Wandless magic. But, so many classes. How are we supposed to do this? After the feast was over, Dumbledore made several announcements to suit the students. Since the number of classes have increased, you are hereby absolved of a majority of the grueling homework that takes up most of your time. I hope you enjoy this year. Cheers. The students burst into cheers, some even raising their hands up in bonsai. Sitting in the nondescript corner away from everyone's gaze, Axel also smirked, so, even they know that the homework they used to give was useless, he thought. He certainly hoped that was the case. Anyways, nothing changes for him, but Daphne should be happy, right? Fuck. Daphne was not happy. She had already done most of Axel's homework of this year, all of which is now useless. Also, it was already quite a small thing doing his homework, but now she has no way left to even slightly repay him for what he did for Astoria. Daphne felt very useless. The next day, since everyone was already going to come at 7, Axel went to the grounds at 5 o'clock in the morning for his own workout. He usually starts after 6:30, but now he has to adjust his timings. It was said that you could wear training clothes, tracks, or other clothes you were comfortable in. So, Axel came in his usual clothes that he wears during his training. After coming to the grounds, he found that there was an obstacle course of sorts built here. It must have been built yesterday night. Shrugging, he started his own training. After being healed, he has upped the ante with his training, trying out every grueling and intense exercise. The skills which he couldn't progress or unlock in the past have started to be unlocked and progress rapidly. He first ran laps around the ground at high speed. While running, he also took a few seconds to clear the obstacle course just for a proper warm-up. Then, he went to the Forbidden Forest to start the real training. With so many skills to master, he was only half finished by the time it was time for classes. So, after cleaning himself up, he went to see what this basic training was about. By the time he arrived, the grounds were filled with students. In the crowd, he found Daphne, who was looking around with her magi mirror in her hands. "Why aren't you picking up my calls?" she asked as soon as she saw him. "Well, it's usually off," he said, checking his magi mirror. When he looked back up again, he found that she was just looking at him in a daze. "You still haven't woken up?" he asked, waving a hand in front of her. Daphne snapped out of her daze as she averted her gaze from him. "No, it's not that. I've rarely seen you in different clothes," she said, her ears turning pink. Axel looked at himself. He was simply dressed in track pants, a sleeveless t-shirt and sneakers. Due to the heat from the earlier workout, he had taken off his jacket and simply hung over his shoulder. "Oh. Well, I've also only seen you in school robes or dresses," said Axel with a shrug, not finding the problem. Daphne was sporting a t-shirt, tights, a jacket and trainers, looking quite spirited. In fact, everyone else was also dressed differently, but she wasn't looking at them at all. "It's different when it's you," she murmured in a voice low enough that he couldn't hear it. "Everyone." Just as Axel was about to ask her what she said, the professor who was supposed to teach them had arrived. He was a muscular guy wearing a bandana over his head. His forehead protector had an earth symbol on it. "You can call me Yamato-sensei, and I'm here to give you the basic physical training of being a ninja," he said in a loud, heavy voice. "Ninjas try to make 100% use of their body. A capable ninja can kill a capable wizard without even using magic," he said with a bit of disdain, and Axel had to agree with the man's words. Axel himself can take on a few wizards without needing to use magic. So, it would be better if you guys don't slack off and take this seriously. Those not interested can leave this class after they defeat me in a duel where you can use everything while I can't use magic. That got a reaction from various students. Some seemed ready to challenge the guy there and then, but Yamato-sensei continued. "The very first thing that comes under the physical training curriculum of Mahutokuro is physical training. Second, movement, your ability to move around. Third, stealth, and fourth, weapon wielding and hand-to-hand combat. I'll only be teaching you the first two. Is that clear?" There was a lackluster response. Forming a hand seal, Yamato-sensei lifted one foot and slammed it back on the ground. Boom. The ground shook and everyone felt the tremors. "You were supposed to say, 'Yes, sensei.'" Once again. "Is everything clear?" "Yes, sensei." Thus, the first class was spent running laps, which Axel had already done, and doing various exercises. In the remaining time, the sensei had a few students who still had a bit of energy left go through the obstacle course. The rest of the students were cheering for their favorites in the beginning, but in 5 minutes, everyone had given up, no one able to reach past the half point. Yamato-sensei smirked disdainfully. "You guys have a long way to go. Do you guys know what the top Mahutokuro students' current best timing is?" The students grew curious. Many of the students here were Quidditch players who had been working out for years. Considering that someone would be able to complete it, the timing shouldn't be low, right? 1 minute 10 seconds. What? The students were inevitably shocked to hear this. The gap between them seemed quite huge. Yamato-sensei clicked his tongue. "Does that seem impossible to you?" "Well, it should be. Unlike you guys, who live a pampered and easy-going life here, the ninjas at Mahutokuro are strictly trained from an early age under special conditions. Those who come from ninja clans begin training even early. Of course they'd be different. The gap is not something you surpass quickly. My job is make you aware of this difference, so that you know the difference and know that magic is not everything. Physical ability is also as important," he explained, making some students very motivated while some humiliated. Meanwhile, Axel, who had finished the obstacle course in a few seconds as a warm-up this morning. What a waste of time. Thankfully, the next class is Hand Seal Magic class. He's sure to learn a lot there. Daphne, who was lying on the ground beside him, looked at him in bewilderment. "The fuck, is wrong with you? You aren't, even slightly, winded?" she asked while panting. Axel's brows furrowed looking at Daphne's condition. This won't do. Her physical fitness is quite low. Looks like he'll have to train her a little well. "It's too easy for me," replied Axel. Daphne also felt so. He was doing everything all too easily. "Then, why didn't you try going through the obstacle course?" she asked. Axel shook his head. I'd gain nothing by doing that. He was even thinking of ways to quit this class. Maybe his cripple excuse would still work. But then, Yamato-sensei gave one important news to everyone, changing his mind. Listen up. From now on, you'll be treated the same as the ninjas training in Mahutokoro. In Mahutokoro, knowledge and techniques aren't taught indiscriminately. So, the techniques you can access will be based on your performance. Axel's ears perked up at that. Those who complete this course quicker will be rewarded with secret techniques you want to learn. The quicker you are, the higher the number of techniques you'll be taught. Of course, you are forbidden to teach them to anyone. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? Muttered Axel, a smirk forming on his lips. Looks like he'll have to come out of his crippled status soon. Isatra, the queen of dark elves, looked at the small kingdom they had relocated and rebuilt after Voldemort attacked most of their kingdom. This time, it was underwater, covered in a layer of magic that prevented any water from entering. How did you come up with this? Making a kingdom underwater? She asked Lily, who was waving her wand over a few mirrors in front of her. Lily shrugged. It's not my idea. Back in Midworld, we have a city called Atlantis which is also built underwater. I got inspiration from there. Isatra got curious. Oh. How did it look? Was it beautiful? Well, I've heard it's beautiful, but I've never actually been able to visit the place since outsiders are banned from entering. I happen to be friends with the princess of Atlantis though, when she and her lover were on the run. She was the one who told me about the mechanism. You knew the princess? Asked Isatra, tilting her head. Yeah. Actually, that's the couple who were generous enough to leave their research about Netherworld and Etherworld with me, said Lily nostalgically. The couple also had a baby whom they were going to leave with her at the Potter Cottage under Fidelius since they had urgent business. But then Voldemort attacked the Potter Cottage, cutting their contact forever. She still sometimes wonders what happened to that couple and their child. Isatra looked at the mirrors which Lily was working on. Is it done? It should be done. But are you sure they wouldn't betray us? Isatra nodded with certainty. I know they're rulers. They wouldn't betray us. Besides, most vampires and lichens wouldn't have submitted to Voldemort if they had choice. It's just that they didn't have a Lily Potter who could successfully help them escape. If we contact them, they'll definitely side with us. Lily was still uncertain. Even vampires? I mean, I had a werewolf friend and he was a good person, even though the werewolves of our world are different than your lichens. But vampires? They're just evil undeads on our world, said Lily. Isatra scoffed. The vampires a noble race. There are a few similarities, but don't compare them to your world's vampires. Well, as you say, said Lily, handing her the two-way mirrors. These things have always been handy, so of course she had learned how to make them. They plan on sending the other halves of these mirrors to the leaders of other races to establish stable contact. Since even the Dark Elves have also finally lost, they can only ally with other races now. Chapter 59, Jutsu Class, Axel's Affinity. While complaining and groaning, the students dragged their bodies back to the castle for bathing and breakfast. This physical training had a mixed reaction from the students. Some of them, who were fitness enthusiasts, were all too happy to show off their physical ability and improve themselves. But, a majority of students would agree that they'd rather sleep in their warm and comfy beds than toil away on the grounds like that. Though, some were simply happy to be able to see their crushes in something other than Hogwarts' bulky robes. For example, a photo of Martina in tracksuit quickly went viral on the forums with hundreds of students simping over it. A photo of Axel was also uploaded by a girl where he was doing push-ups and the muscles he had gained due to his training were showing due to his sleeveless t-shirt. The caption said, "Who is this cutie? Can someone give me his hooter?" A discussion had broken out in the comment section. Holy Morgana. My heart. Who is he? Look at those muscles. Oh, Merlin. He looks like a prince. Isn't he the one who Martina picked? Really? Damn it. It was something like that. Most of the accounts on this forum are anonymous, so the girls had no shame drooling over a younger guy. And nonchalant from all the fuss, Axel had different thoughts in his head as he headed for the next class, the hand seal magic. After the last time, he hadn't bothered trying to do this magic on his own since he felt that it could be dangerous. Hence, he'd been waiting for this class ever since. The class was held in the huge dueling arena. The second years of all four houses were gathered, looking around curiously. Soon, their sensei arrived. It was a beautiful woman in a kimono whose age could not be determined by her appearance. She had a small beauty mark above her lips which were arched into a small smile. Good morning and nice to meet you, little ones. I'm Sayako-sensei and I'll be teaching you a new way of doing magic, which is done by forming hand seals. She said with a gentle smile. So pretty. She's beautiful. Sayako-sensei seemed used to the students' reaction as she began her class. So, let's begin with the question, what are hand seals? They are specific actions, which aid in summoning and molding magic according to your will and performing a jutsu or a spell. There are quite a lot of hand seals in existence, but usually, only 12 hand seals are used in most jutsus: rat, ox, tiger, hare, dragon, snake, earth, horse, ram, monkey, bird, dog, and boar. She said, her hands forming the 12 hand seals in quick succession, her each and every moment appearing perfectly smooth and clean. Her hands, thought Axel. They were very stable and dexterous. Perfect for stealing. Or for forming hand seals, I guess, he thought wryly. Now, before we get started, there's one thing I'd like for you to test, said Sayako-sensei. We have to check your elemental affinity. Elemental affinity? What the heck is that? I've heard about it. Sayako-sensei smiled at the students. Yes, elemental affinity. Like all of you have your specialties in various fields, like transfiguration, charms, etc. Similarly, you have aptitudes for specific elements as well. You'll find yourself learning the techniques of these elements much faster than any other. But of course, you can learn techniques of other elements as well, though you'll have a much harder time mastering them. Saying so, she produced a transparent crystal from her waist pouch and put it on the table in front of her. This crystal will tell you your affinities by lighting up in that color. The brighter the glow, the stronger the affinity. There are 4 affinities that are common in wizards: fire, red, water, blue, wind, light green, and earth, brown. Aside from this, there are other affinities which are much rarer to find. Some lucky people just have them while some are able to awaken them later. These rare affinities have some features that can be quite desirable under certain circumstances. Also, one person can have multiple affinities. Hearing this, everyone wondered if they'll be able to draw a rare affinity or if they'll have multiple affinities. After all, everyone thought that they were a main character, especially Draco Malfoy. Seeing this, Sayako-sensei's tone turned a bit strict. But, you can awaken new affinities or strengthen your existing affinities through training. And the common affinities are no worse than the rare affinities if you strengthen them properly. So, don't be discouraged or too excited no matter what affinities you draw. Because in the long run, only hard work matters. Now, please form up a line and come one by one to check your elemental affinity. The excited students at once begin to scramble to be ahead in the line, even pushing one another. After all, this was like a lucky draw. Who knows if they'd get a rare affinity? Axel, on the other hand, had no real enthusiasm over this. He already knew his luck. If he seriously wants something, all the stars will align in order to prevent him from getting it. So, he's just decided he'll make do with whatever he gets. After all, the sensei has already mentioned that he can get other affinities and strengthen the existing ones through hard work. And in his view, if it can be done through hard work, it's easy. Besides, fire affinity, unlocked. Proficiency, 4%. 4% is quite low. Everyone must have at least this much proficiency already, so it's no big deal. But the big deal is, he has also unlocked some knowledge on how to raise this proficiency. So theoretically, he should also be able to unlock the other affinities and increase their proficiencies. Just thinking about it makes him excited. While Axel was lost in thought, the students quickly realized that their fantasies weren't necessarily going to be fulfilled. For most students, the crystal just gave out a weak light of one of the 4 common elements. Only a few people had 2 elements, one of whom was Susan Bones. The other person was a guy who Axel didn't know, but the glow of crystal in his case was quite weak. The next was Neville, who had a strong brown glow, signifying earth. But, Sayako-sensei's eyes widened a little seeing something. You also have a bit of nature affinity. See the dark green specks. Though, it's a pity that it's too low, she said, disappointment clearly written all over her face. What is nature affinity? Asked Neville in confusion. The nature affinity was the affinity of the strongest ninja in history. It's incredibly rare. Even Mahutokuro has no one left with this affinity. Hearing that, Neville puffed out his chest. He couldn't wait to tell this to his dad. Even the students were impressed. Since Neville and Susan were done, the next one in their group was Rose. Everyone paid attention to what kind of affinity the girl who lived had. Frowning, Rose placed her hand on the crystal. At once, a red glow was emitted from the crystal, brightest of all of the students. Though, that's not what was surprising. What was surprising was the pitch-black color that dominated around 70% of the crystal. Ah. Congratulations. You have a very strong fire affinity, said Sayako-sensei with a stiff smile. Though even Rose could tell that something wasn't right. Why is it black? Sayako-sensei shook her head and regained her composure. It's darkness affinity. It can be very powerful. That's all she said before calling out the next one. Aside from Axel, almost everyone else was fully focused on seeing the attributes of other students. Sometimes they even oohed and ahed at the results of some students. Though, there was one other person who did not seem interested. Damn it, these bitches. Motherfew asterisk 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 asterisk. Axel frowned as he turned to look at Daphne, who was cursing while scrolling through her magi mirror. What's up with you this time? Daphne sighed. It's nothing, she muttered as she looked at Axel's photo, which had gone viral with a lot of girls typing naughty and indecent comments. She couldn't care less about checking out other people's affinities right now. Can't these hungry bitches find someone else to lust after? Why did they have to come after Axel? Soon, it was Axel's turn and Daphne put away her phone as she thumped his back in encouragement. Good luck. Luck. That bitch has long forsaken me, thought Axel cynically as he put his hand on the crystal. Though his luck didn't seem too shabby this time, since as soon as he put his hand on the crystal, he felt a pull from the crystal and a brilliant blue light began to be emitted from it, making him squint. The light seemed strong enough to rival Rose's fire affinity. Water, huh? Thought Axel, looking at the blue glow. He couldn't quite figure out why he'd have water affinity though. He hated water because rain is the bane of homeless people and for thieves. The streets are empty and once you're soaked, chances are, you don't have another pair of clothes to change into. He still remembers the time it rained continuously for 3 days. It was a nightmare. Well, he'll get the other affinities through hard work. At least the other basic ones, since it was possible to learn them according to Sensei. It would just be a bit difficult. Shrugging, he was about to remove his hand, but a hand pressed onto his own, preventing him from doing so. Sayako-sensei's reaction was quite different from his. Lightning. Lightning affinity. You have a lightning affinity along with water. See those sparks traveling through the crystal? That's a sign of lightning affinity. It was only then did he notice that. Blue sparks were traveling through the surface of the crystal. Damn, now that would make sense. He liked thunder. Though he was glad he didn't raise his other affinities yet, or he'd have drawn too much attention. Satisfied, he removed his hand and began to walk away. But he paused since a cerulean light was suddenly shining behind him, casting a shadow in front of him. Ice element. Congratulations, said Sayako-sensei, happily patting Daphne on the back. Daphne nodded calmly, still looking at the crystal, though why is more than half of it empty, she asked. Axel looked at the crystal, and sure enough, more than half of the crystal wasn't glowing at all. It just stayed transparent. Sayako-sensei shook her head helplessly as she knocked the crystal a few times. That, I also don't know. You really don't know anything else, demanded Bellatrix Black, looking down at the man lying weakly on a chair. Minister Black, I've already told you everything. Do you really think I'd have anything left to hide after you've overdosed me with so much Verita serum? They were currently in a dimly lit cell and the man was bound by shackles. Bellatrix sighed, not about the organization. Tell me more about Tristan Hunt and this princess. I already told you. Tristan was a part of the organization. But he found out that the organization's actual goals weren't something that some of us would like to support. He had gotten dragged in because his late father was a member and he had no choice. As for the princess, I don't know much about her except that she was beautiful and her royal family bloodline was powerful. How that man managed to woo her, I have no idea. Bellatrix frowned. Once he had escaped, why did he go back? And what exactly happened? Well, he had only managed to steal the research and one key. The organization was going to use the other one, so he was going to come. He had this strong sense of justice. Couldn't see anything bad happening without interfering, said the man as he paused. There was a mockery in his voice, but there was also a hint of admiration. That's just like him, muttered Bellatrix helplessly, feeling bittersweet. Continue. She said in a sterner tone. So, he came back along with the princess. The two of them also stole the second key as well, but they were discovered and surrounded. Turns out, the higher-ups were waiting for him all along. The two of them were powerful, exceedingly so. But in the end, both were badly hurt. Tristan then cast a shield on the princess and destroyed the key. Then. What happened next? Asked Bellatrix anxiously. The man shook his head. The explosion was just too powerful. Both of them, along with a dozen members who were nearby, directly disappeared. Those further away either died with a mangled body or got seriously injured. I thanked the two of them for their sacrifice and finally managed to escape that place. There was a silence after that. After which Bellatrix sighed, "You're quite different from the other member I caught. That man committed suicide as soon as I broke through his mental defenses," said Bellatrix with a sigh. The only thing she could find out from that person was that Tristan was dead. For so many years she had been obsessing over what exactly happened and if he suffered before he died. And now, she can finally get some closure. The man chuckled in amusement. "Yes, Minister. I'm different. I had joined the organization purely for the research. I'm mentally and morally quite stable, if I do say so myself. But, you are also quite different from what I'd imagined, considering that you still haven't used the Cruciatus or Legilimency on me yet, said the man, feeling grateful. After all, the minister was infamous for her vicious means. Bellatrix's delicate eyebrows creased at the mention of that. Cruciatus and Legilimency, you're just lucky that I no longer enjoy using them. She muttered as she turned to leave. Not after Axel. She thought. She no longer found it amusing to torture someone or break into their minds. It made her remember the pain Axel must have gone through, making her hate herself even more. Though, it would be alright if Axel cast those things on her for what she did in the past. Just as she was about to leave, the man called out to her. Minister, will I ever be allowed to leave? I haven't done anything wrong and I genuinely enjoy my job. Bellatrix looked back as she shrugged casually, maybe. Just be obedient and I might let you leave, Professor Jacob Gorski. Chapter 60, Stay back after the class. With everyone's elemental affinities determined, Sayako-sensei moved on to teaching exactly how to cast the jutsus. Casting a jutsu is not easy as casting magic. First, you need to memorize the hand seal pattern of that jutsu. Then, you've to perfectly form those hand seals, which is not as easy as it seems if you are transitioning in quick succession. A slight deviation can cause the jutsu to fail and result in serious damage to your body. Damn. Thought Axel. It seems that he was right in not trying out more of that magic on his own. Your intent and visualization needs to be accurately projected as well. Lastly, do remember that you're not using a wand. So, even if you do everything perfectly, you will still need a lot of practice before you're able to summon the magic. With everything explained, the sensei started teaching the basic hand seals to the students one by one, even explaining the meaning of each. The hand seal patterns of each jutsu are quite long. If you want to shorten it to a few hand seals, you need to understand the functioning of each seal. This was the reason why they couldn't simply cram the hand seal pattern of any jutsu. After she'd explained everything, she had the students make each of the hand seals. First try forming ox. Like this. Now try ram. Like this. There was a big chart pasted on the wall with the illustration and description of each of the seal, and Sayako-sensei would just walk by each of the students who were standing in an orderly fashion with some distance between of them. At first, the students thought that it was an easy task, but after trying it out, they realized that it wasn't as easy as it looked. Your fingers are misplaced. It's too slack. Your hands are not stable. Sayako-sensei began to point out flaws in each of the students. Every student she passed by, she'd have to correct them. Horse. You're taking too much time. Ram. Tighten the grip. Bird. Wrong, it's like this. Meanwhile, standing at the back, Axel yawned. While the sensei had first shown the hand signs, he had already memorized and thoroughly practiced each of them. He was just waiting for all these other grunts to catch up so that the sensei can move on to the next stage. Though at this moment, since the sensei had reached his position during her rounds, he began to make the seals like the other students as well. But, when she was passing by Axel, the sensei suddenly stopped walking. Hare. Snake. His hands. She noticed as she called out another seal. They were perfect for killing, and for seals. Though, what was more surprising, was that the boy was perfectly forming the seals she was calling out. She couldn't find any fault at all. Sayako-sensei recalled that this was the kid with lightning affinity. Bird. Dog. Snake. Tiger, dragon, rat, bird, dragon, ox, ram, tiger, bird, dog, boar, snake. Previously, she was deliberately taking a pause between each seal so that the series of seals doesn't accidentally result in magic casting. But, after observing Axel for a few seconds, she suddenly increased the pace, watching him intently. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on her face when Axel perfectly executed the sequence without batting an eye. As a result, crackle, crackle. Small arcs of lightning began crackling around Axel's fingers, startling him. What the? His hands jerked at the unfamiliar sensation. Unlike when he was casting through the wand, the electricity was going through his own body instead. Ding. You have unlocked lightning affinity. Current affinity, 57%. Damn. Thought Axel as he looked up, only to find Sayako-sensei looking at him in pure astonishment. You. Sayako-sensei was at a loss of words. Just now, she was so surprised at seeing him perform the spells that she inadvertently called out the hand seals of a lightning jutsu. It's just one of the things which you just try out while thinking, no way, right? But not only did the boy perfectly perform the hand seals, but he was also able to get results. This shouldn't be possible unless he's already had a lot of practice. What's your name, boya? Axel Hunt. Sayako-sensei smiled as she took Axel's hands in hers and dispelled the remainder of the lightning as she examined his hands. Calluses, cuts, scars, and hardened skin. As a veteran, she could tell that these hands have been through a lot. You have beautiful hands, Axel, she said, letting go. She had her doubts about why a Hogwarts student would have these and how he was able to execute the jutsu, but she decided not to disturb the class over it. Take 10 points to your house. You performed the hand seals perfectly, she said with a smile before moving on. Stay behind after the class, I need to ask you some things. The boys of the class felt envious of Axel. They were also trying very hard to impress the beautiful sensei, but all they got was criticism. Meanwhile, some of the students suddenly remembered something as well. Wait, weren't his hands? Rose looked at Axel's hands. It was only at this moment she realized that with his injured hands, he shouldn't be able to cast these seals at all. So how come he's able to be the best at this as well? She had become so used to him being better than her that she'd completely forgotten about this. This guy, she clearly remembered Auntie Andromeda telling her to take care of him since he might never be able to recover. Has he recovered? She wondered, causing her to shudder. Just the thought of it gave her the chills for some reason. The rest of the class was spent with the sensei correcting others on the hand seals, though she still didn't teach them any jutsu, making Axel bored. Even though it was boring for Axel, Daphne seemed to be enjoying herself. Unlike the morning class's physical training, this was much easier for her. After the class was over, they were tasked to practice hand seals to perfection so that they could move on to the next stage. I'm waiting outside. Tell me what it is about, Kay. After the class was over, Daphne reluctantly left him since Sayako-sensei had asked him to wait after the class. As the last of the students trickled out, Sayako-sensei turned around to smile at him. Boya, answer truthfully. Have you received training in this magic before? Axel looked at her in bewilderment. No, how would I? Sayako-sensei seriously looked at him for a while and seemed to believe him. This complicates things. Axel frowned. What does that mean? Copy my movements, she said as her hands formed a series of hand seals. Frowning, Axel followed her movements, and as a ball of flames was formed in Sayako-sensei's hands, a flame the size of candlelight was generated in his hand as well. Sayako-sensei looked at Axel deeply. So, it really wasn't a coincidence. What does that mean? Sayako-sensei sighed as she explained. Hand seal jutsu is actually very difficult to learn. After all, there is a reason why wand magic is taught to our students despite having this. As I said earlier, even if a wizard is able to form hand seals perfectly, the magic will not necessarily be summoned if he's new to hand seal magic. Axel frowned. That wasn't the case for him, right? Yes, a normal wizard needs time and practice before their circuits are able to summon magic through hand signs. For the next few classes, your fellow classmates are going to be practicing basic hand seals and a basic jutsu. I'm just informing you to let you know that you won't be learning anything in the next few classes since you've already done it. I won't blame you if you choose not to attend. Hearing this, Axel frowned. It's not really a surprise that he's different. After all, his diet, training, and skills have made him quite unordinary. Plus, he's not even crippled anymore, so he's going to be the best at nearly everything. But, there was an issue. He looked at Sayako-sensei. Sensei, am I the only person who's different from others in this aspect? This was the main issue. If this was the case, then he's going to try his best to deny his earlier claim of not having received prior training. After all, it would be troublesome if others are curious. How? Well, there are excuses he give, like he found a scroll, or he was taught by an old man, etc. Thankfully, Sayako-sensei shook her head with a smile. It's not unprecedented. In fact, there are a few other students who were able to do this as well. Some are even monsters with multiple affinities. In Mahutokuro, these students can receive special training, if they desire, since attending normal classes is a waste of their talent. Special training. This appealed to Axel. Hand seal magic suits him quite well due to his talents. It would be good if he can learn as much as he can as fast as possible. Can I receive this special training? He asked. Sayako-sensei shook her head helplessly. It's difficult. We have limited teachers here at Hogwarts and you're not a student of Mahutokuro. And even if we ignore this fact, lightning affinity is quite rare, she said, making Axel shrug in disappointment. But, there's one person who can teach you. But, she'll only do it if she finds it interesting. There is someone. Who is it? Does this person also have the lightning affinity? Sensei gave him a mysterious smile. She's a student. But, her qualifications are enough to be a professor. As for her affinity, let's not talk about it. I'll ask her if she's interested, though don't have much hope. You can go now, your friend is waiting for you, she said, glancing mischievously towards the faraway entrance of the arena where Daphne was still peeking, unable to hear the conversation. Axel hesitated. Sensei, if possible, I don't want anyone to know about this, he said before leaving. This was all he could ask. And it won't be a big deal even if others knew though. After all, he was still holding back a lot while he performed this. Just like how he has to hold back to lower the output of his magic in other classes. He hadn't even used magic hands. As he came out, he found Daphne casually leaning against the wall outside, as if she wasn't peeking just a few moments ago. What was it about? Axel shrugged. Apparently, I'm too advanced, so I can skip a few classes, he said casually as they both headed for the Great Hall for lunch. Oh, that was it. Yeah. What do we have after this? Any more Mahutokoro classes? Asked Axel. He was finding these classes a bit interesting. Daphne shook her head. We only have normal classes left for today. The Mahutokoro classes will be tomorrow, stealth and espionage and weapon welding and hand-to-hand combat. These ones. Axel frowned just hearing the subjects. He was still wondering what to do with these classes. For the stealth class, he could actually teach the sensei instead. But, he can't really show any of his skills or talents there, can he? Rumors of a thief are already circulating in Hogwarts after he stole everything Damien Malcolm owned. And if he shows off even a quarter of his stealth abilities, he might become a suspect. As for weapon welding and hand-to-hand combat, he doesn't want to show much of his combat ability since he wants the organization to underestimate him. When they come after him, if they underestimate him, they'll be much more rash in their attempts. After all, who would be cautious against a 12-year-old? Though, there is actually something to look forward to tonight as well, said Daphne. What is it? Daphne looked at him weirdly. You don't know? Nope. Sigh. Why am I not surprised? Anyways, a friendly exchange is going to happen here in this dueling arena tonight, just for the students to assess each other's dueling ability. Axel's eyes widened at that. For real. It seems like he should pay more attention to the happenings of the castle. If Daphne hadn't told him, he'd have missed it while doing his usual training. Daphne sighed. So, are you going to participate? Daphne had never seen the true extent of Axel's abilities. But ever since he's healed, she always gets this feeling that he'll be able to do anything. Axel seemed to think about it. No. It's troublesome. Daphne was relieved, but also puzzled, though. Isn't Quidditch also troublesome? Why did you participate in that? That is a different matter, Axel replied. Quidditch is much better alternative to attract attention. After all, the organization wouldn't be threatened if he can fly well on a broom and catch snitches. But it would be a different matter altogether if he's a duelist who can beat the best of both schools. Though, Daphne the pitiful girl was drawing different conclusions. Of course it's different. One has a beautiful and influential team captain who'd give in to your every demand while the other doesn't. What is it? Seeing Daphne deep in thought, Axel waved his hand in front of her. Daphne shook her head as she managed a smile. Nothing, I'll save you a seat tonight. That evening, Axel was so busy with his training that he forgot about the dueling exchange. After changing into a clean set of clothes, he decided that might as well go and take a look to see if it's still going on. After all, he was quite curious about the magic of these ninjas. Even as he ascended the stairs, he could tell that it wasn't over yet due to the noise of the crowd. When he finally reached the dueling arena, he found that the arena had been expanded due to the large audience and it was still completely full, with many students having to stand due to the lack of seats. A match was currently going on in the main circuit. Two boys were standing in the circuit. One of them was Cedric Diggory, the tall dark-haired boy with chiseled features, and the other one was Endo Yuji, the spiky-haired guy with sharp eyes. Both the boys were quite handsome, hence the crowd's enthusiasm, especially the female audience. With his enhanced eyesight, Axel quickly spotted Daphne and made his way over. Pushing through a bunch of fangirls cheering for Cedric, he finally reached Daphne, who was distractedly looking at her magi mirror. She had a few books piled on the seat beside her. When she looked up, she scowled. Why the fuck do you never pick up a call? Axel took out his magi mirror to see a number of calls from her. I've told you. It usually stays in my pouch. Daphne sighed. She had been worried for nothing. She removed the books from the seat beside her. It was a pain in the ass, but I saved you a seat. Axel looked around. Sure enough, in this whole arena, there was maybe only one seat empty right now. There were many students currently standing around them as well. Thanks, he said, taking his seat. It really must have been quite a hassle to save. Daphne smiled. Anything. Her murmur was drowned in the cheers of audience. She had to come half an hour earlier than the start to get these seats. Right now, she felt that it was worth it. Pushing some bitches out of his way, Axel looked down at the circuit where the match was about to start. Professor Flitwick was the referee. Start. He squeaked, his wand ready to prevent any accidents. At once, Cedric fired a stunner at Endo. Endo jumped over spell while his hands quickly formed seals. Wind blades. Green blades of wind were fired at Cedric, who had to use a shield charm to protect himself. Bang. Bang. The crowd cheered as they felt the shockwaves of that clash. While Cedric was shielding, Endo had already sent a storm of wind at him, almost causing him to be blown away. But Cedric stuck one of his feet to the floor with the sticking charm as he sent blasting spells at the ground in front of Endo. Even while dodging, Endo was thrown off a bit, but his hands didn't stop making seals. "This is enough. Be glad you forced me to use this," he stated with disdain as he suddenly turned into a green blur. Alarmed, Cedric tried firing spells at him, but it was all in vain as he got a hard punch to his face in the next moment, the sound of which was barely audible even through the shouts of the crowd. Amidst the cheers of the Mahutokoro students, Endo looked provocatively at the Hogwarts students, as if asking if this was all they had. "Well, this is bad," said Daphne, a bit worried. Axel frowned. "What's wrong?" "These duels are being recorded and live casted by several news agencies," she said, pointing at the reporters at the side. "Since the world is curious, they're going to get views worldwide. Hogwarts is going to look bad if we lose since this is not even their best duelist." Axel furrowed his eyebrows. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to give a fuck. There was a pause in which several students hesitated to go and some even stood up. It's not like Hogwarts didn't have better wizards, it's just that they were a bit intimidated by that punch earlier and didn't want to be at the receiving end of it, if possible. Though, at this moment, someone from the crowd shouted, "Martina." Martina, who was simply sitting in a far corner, peacefully spending her time analyzing the hand seal magic. "What did I do?" Before she had a chance to do anything, more voices began shouting her name, and soon, the whole of Hogwarts was cheering for her. "Martina! Martina! Martina!" Chapter 61, Duels, A Chance Encounter. Martina was just intending to watch all the fun from afar. She wanted to research more about the unique magic casting of these ninjas. Martina is, and has always been, a true nerd. She has always needed a passion, something she can use her brain on to its fullest extent. In her previous life, aside from the usual geeky mangas, animes, and novels, it had been science. She was interested in what wonders science could create. And in this life, it was magic. Magic was so much better than science. With science, almost everything had been explored to its limits and any breakthroughs would have needed her to reach those limits first. But with magic, there are no limits. These days, she's been researching how this hand seal magic works. Previously, she's already researched extensively about the workings of the wand magic. From what she's been able to glean, wizards don't store magic in their body. They channel it by drawing it from an unknown source. And the wand and the incantations make drawing and channeling that magic a lot easier. But somehow, the ninjas are able to draw that same magic through hand seals. She wants to find out the inner mechanics of how this whole system works. That's the reason why she was here right now, doing her research. But suddenly, someone called out her name. Martina. She suddenly had a bad premonition. Martina. 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 Soon, almost all of the Hogwarts students were calling out her name. Are they for real? Martina regretted those days when she had been showing off without thinking of the consequences. She didn't like violence. Even when she previously dueled, it was because she wanted to test out her magic. Now she regretted doing that because she's now expected to duel with under so much attention. This is like a nightmare for an introvert like her. But, if she didn't go, she'll be disappointing the whole school. Not that they would do anything to harm her, but they'd still have ill feelings towards her for letting them down. What to do? Martina analyzed her situation. Ever since the end of last term, she's no longer able to have the same leisurely and carefree attitude towards her life here. She had just found out that despite all the changes, Voldemort was still there, and with so many changes to the timeline, it was no longer certain if the light side would be able to have the victory again and at what cost. She'd been living with her head buried in sand, and the Philosopher's Stone incident made her face reality. Thus, among other things, she has also been trying to train her combat abilities ever since in order to be prepared. Though her command over her magic was quite strong, she had very little combat experience. And dueling in real life is the chance to gain that. Besides, if she experiences their magic up close, she'll have a better shot at learning more about the hand seal magic. Thus, despite her reluctance, Martina slowly stood up. Cheers. The crowd went wild when they saw Martina getting up. Up until now, they had lost the majority of the duels and they didn't like the disdainful looks of the Mahutokoro. Thus, when they realized that Martina, the Hogwarts genius, was going to face them, they were thrilled to see her beat them. The crowd parted, and under the excited cheers of the students, Martina entered the dueling circuit. Endo Yuji stood at the other side, looking pleased. He wanted to take this opportunity to show his capabilities to Martina in order to impress her. Let's have a wager, Miss Martina. If I win, you will go on a date with me, and if I lose, I will go on a date with you, he said, brushing back his spiky hair. Boo. The students of Hogwarts were enraged. Especially the guys. Martina is Hogwarts' treasure. Even they have only been able to look from afar, and this guy is blatantly hitting on her after disrespecting the whole school. No thanks, Martina looked at the boy with some pity. This conversation was currently being broadcasted and recorded with multiple devices. Since he's done this so openly, there's no way her family wouldn't find out about it. And that can only mean that this boy is going to regret his actions. Not wanting the boy to get himself into more trouble, she looked at Professor Flitwick. Can we start? Professor Flitwick nodded. Duelists, take positions. He called out, his wand much more ready this time. There will be consequences if anything were to happen to Miss Valentino. Start. Flitwick barked and Endo began his hand seals. Martina simply observed his technique closely, doing her research. Soon, blasts of concentrated air came in Martina's direction with an incredible speed. It was much faster than average spells of students. Martina simply raised her wand and a semicircular shield formed around herself which was quickly bombarded by the blasts of concentrated wind. Boom boom boom. Though this was much powerful than what he had used against Cedric, Martina's shield wasn't even phased and no fluctuations reached her even when shockwaves of wind rippled through the arena. Panting a bit, Endo looked at Martina in surprise. He was feeling humiliated for being so publicly rejected by her and he was also quite offended with the crowd's response. Hence, he'd used a lot of force in the earlier attack. Even the best shields wouldn't have been able to take that attack but Martina didn't even seem fazed by it. In fact, not only Endo, even the professors and senseis were taken aback. Martina hadn't used any wand movements or incantations just now and the attack just now was powerful enough to obliterate any average protego. More importantly, the casting time was almost instantaneous, as if she'd done it quite effortlessly. After noticing the shocked reactions around her, Martina clicked her tongue. The spell she had just used was the one she usually used while doing her experiments. It's not uncommon for her experiments to result in horrible explosions. Thus, she had gotten used to automatically conjuring the shield in such situations. And now she had exposed it due to her habit. Damn it. Endo was regretting using the technique just now. He wanted to show his overwhelming superiority with that attack but Martina handled it like it was nothing. Now he had wasted all that energy for nothing and still looked like a fool. Very well then, he muttered, deciding to take it to close range. As Endo made hand seals for his next jutsu, Martina could already tell what he was trying to do. After all, she had observed his previous fight closely as well. It was the magic with which Endo had closed the distance between him and Cedric so quickly. To counter this, Martina recalled a familiar spell. Lucius Niterem. She called out just when Endo was done with his hand seals. With a burst of wind magic, Endo was about to make his way over to Martina at incredible speed, just like in his previous duel with Cedric, but... Splat. His foot slipped and he fell forward with an incredible moment. Face first. The end result of Endo doesn't need to be described. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of teeth and blood. Professor Flitwick was paying too much attention on Martina and Endo was too fast, thus, by the time his cushioning spell reached him, it was already a bit late. Oh. I'm so sorry. Martina just wanted to stop Endo from coming into close range and she recalled the spell Axel had used against the troll and which had also made her slip. Thus, she used this spell. She didn't know that the guy would be stupid enough to charge head first even after she clearly used a spell on the ground, resulting in such gruesome scene. Looking down at the poor boy, Martina felt genuinely sympathetic. After all, she knows just how embarrassing it is to slip due to such a simple trick. At least unlike her, he didn't have his underwear exposed. Standing to the side, the senseis shook their heads in disappointment. This boy still has a long way to go. Under normal circumstances, Endo wouldn't have fallen for that trick but he was too unfocused due to Martina and the crowd. Damn it. Told him he should just stick with Quidditch. Many ninjas now wanted to face Martina. Endo wasn't the best duelist here. His main forte was Quidditch. For combat, there were many who thought they were better. Some of them had already dueled today with the other elites of Hogwarts while the others hadn't gotten the chance. Another one came, this one had fire and water dual element ability. He bombarded Martina with attacks powerful enough that any Hogwarts student would have lost to him. Too bad Martina's defensive spells were impenetrable. She didn't give her opponent the time to perform any more of his ninja tricks and quickly defeated him. Cheers. The Hogwarts students were now delirious with pride. Martina's name was being chanted almost with worship. She's really good. Accepted Daphne with a sigh. Hogwarts had lost the majority of the matches today and like any other proud Hogwarts student, it had left her feeling bad. Thankfully, they had Martina, who was so good at dueling. She's just an amateur, said Axel, not much impressed as he watched everything with using a low-level arcane eyes. Martina was not good at fighting. He wouldn't claim he was better, not with her clearly holding back a lot right now, but if she keeps this up, an experienced fighter who has observed her fight would be able to take her down easily if she doesn't use more of her powers. Martina, amateur. Daphne looked at Axel weirdly, but then shrugged. Even though his claims are a bit absurd, but it's at least better than him simping over Martina like all the other boys, right? Well, Mr. Professional, can you do better? She asked playfully. Axel shrugged but didn't answer, and Daphne didn't try to expose him. She didn't really care if Axel was good at dueling or not. She was already crushing on him back when he was crippled. You're still in your second year. There's plenty of time, she told Axel as she bumped shoulders with him. With his talent and hard work, wouldn't Axel be better than Martina one day? Looking at the clueless girl beside him, Axel shook his head but still didn't say anything. His capabilities, only he needed to know. Sigh, that was a close one. After winning this second duel, Martina was thinking of going back. She realized that these duels were dangerous. She was unfamiliar with the ninja's way of fighting, too inexperienced, and she also didn't want to show off too much. If forced into a desperate situation, she might accidentally do some magic that is far too absurd for someone her physical age. Thus, she decided it would be better to retreat now. She had done her part, and it's not like Hogwarts doesn't have its own elites to duel these people. Just as she was going to alight the circuit and the Mahutokoro students were deciding among themselves who will be going, someone appeared in the circuit, facing Martina. What? It's her. Matsushima. Akiko. Akiko's actually fighting. So, Martina managed to pique her interest, huh? While most of the Hogwarts students were clueless, the Mahutokoro students reacted quite intensely by the new arrival. It was an auburn-haired girl with a serious face and a voluptuous body that was outlined due to her tight clothing. She had a short sword strapped to her back. The girl regarded Martina with curiosity. Let's duel, she proposed. Not knowing the girl's identity, Martina thought she might as well have another match. This girl's face looked quite cute and harmless, and she didn't want to make things awkward by retreating now. Alright. This time, the cheering from Mahutokoro was equally intense. AKIKO. 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 Martina. 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 Looking at the crowd's reaction, Martina realized that Matsushima Akiko might actually turn out to be someone even more dangerous than her other opponents. But, it was already too late to back down now, since Flitwick had already asked them to take positions. Start. As the match started, both girls didn't do anything at first, both seemingly waiting for the other person to make a move. But then, Martina decided to make her move. She decided to finish this as soon as possible. Thus, she went on the offensive and fired a few spells at the girl. It's over for Martina, murmured Axel. Confused, Daphne wanted to ask him what he was smoking, but she suddenly went quiet when she saw the girl appear behind Martina with a kunai at her throat. Everyone who hadn't seen Akiko in action before was shocked. Looking back at the place she was standing before, they saw her image dissipating. Though the one who was the most shocked was, of course, Martina herself. Because her mind was already coming up with different hypotheses on how she did it, each of which required something absurd. Flitwick quickly announced Martina's defeat while asking the girl to put away her weapon, lest Martina gets a scratch, and Mahutokoro burst into cheers amidst the deadly silence of Hogwarts. You hold back too much. These were the words Martina heard from Akiko, and then she was gone, just as swiftly and silently as she had come. With that, the first exchange between the schools was closed, with Hogwarts students going back feeling unreconciled. That was clearly cheating. Yeah, how cowardly are these ninjas, sneakily attacking from behind like that? Well, of course they'll resort to this. Couldn't do anything against Martina up front. That's how they consoled themselves. Though there was one person who had completely different thoughts. Those techniques. This girl is something, muttered Axel, his eyes still throbbing due to excessive use of arcane eyes. Yes, while others might be puzzled, he had seen exactly what transpired inside the circuit just now. He was quite regretful the fight ended so quickly. He wanted to see those techniques a few more times and learn those techniques, especially since one of them was lightning related. Too bad, it doesn't seem like it would be possible anytime soon now. The next morning, Axel went to train early in morning again. First, he sprinted some laps around the ground. Then, with his warm-up done, he entered the Forbidden Forest to do his main training, just like yesterday. Though, this time, something was different. In the clearing where he usually trains, someone else was already there, training so early in the morning. Yep, his training spot had been stolen by someone. And the person who stole it, it was none other than the girl who beat Martina yesterday, Matsushima Akiko. Chapter 62, Axel vs Akiko. Chapter 62. A girl with auburn hair was currently training alone so early in the morning. At one glance, Axel was able to recognize who she was. She was Matsushima Akiko, the girl who beat Martina yesterday. Seeing his training spot being taken, Axel was at a momentary loss as he contemplated how to handle this situation. This clearing was quite deep into the forest and quite spacious and private. In short, it was the best place so far to train his skills and he didn't want to lose it. So, he was wondering if he should ask this girl to take her training somewhere else or if he should compromise. He was going to go forward, but looking at her training made him pause. As he watched, the girl performed hand signs in quick succession, in release, touch of death. Dark energy surrounded her, causing ripples in the atmosphere. With that energy, she lightly touched a tree stump in front of her. Instantly, the stump withered and crumpled into powder, causing Axel to let out a low murmur of appreciation. Who knew that, after detecting the sound, the girl would jump in surprise like a deer in headlights and quickly look in his direction. Fuck. As soon as their eyes met, Axel had a feeling that he might have seen something he shouldn't have. Shing. In the next moment, sharp projectiles were thrown in his direction, trying to nail him into place. Axel was at least glad that none of them seemed to be aimed to kill. Wait a minute, he tried, quickly dodging the projectiles and even catching one on impulse, but the girl didn't seem to be listening at all as she quickly formed a few hand signs. Axel cursed. He couldn't just disappear or run away since the girl had clearly seen his face. The technique seemed familiar, as in the next moment, the girl appeared right beside him with sparks bursting around her. Will you stop for a moment? He asked in annoyance even as his knife appeared in his hand. Clang. It clashed with her sword which she had drawn in a flash. The girl's brows furrowed. She swung her sword again, trying to disarm him. Knife wielding. But Axel wasn't about to be taken down that easily. After all, with the fighting skills he had accumulated on the streets and combining them with the training and knowledge of the system, he wasn't about to be bested in close quarters at this level. In 2 seconds, multiple sounds of weapons clashing resounded, and Axel somehow found himself at a disadvantage. Damn, she's good, he accepted, but at the same time, a thrill arose inside him at finally being able to put his skills to some use. He could feel it. This girl has been trained professionally, with lots of experience in fighting while he had little to no practical experience fighting like this. Thus, he brought things up a notch. Arcane eyes. Arcane footwork. His eyes glowed faintly and the strikes were no longer as difficult to follow as before. With his feet moving quite fast, he was able to avoid most of the attacks, lessening the strain on his knife-wielding skills. The girl looked at Axel like she couldn't believe he was actually able to hold up, causing him to smirk even as their weapons seemed to blur, with only the sounds of weapons clashing and sparks erupting due to them. He was no longer backing down from the fight. At this moment, Axel saw the girl making a few hand seals while still holding the sword. A sound akin to the birds chirping was emitted from the blade as the blade was covered in lightning. Clang. The next clash between their weapons caused Axel to be blasted back due to the impact, with his hands feeling numb due to the lightning. Though, the girl only seemed more surprised by Axel. You have lightning affinity. She murmured and Axel grinned. He was no longer trying to resolve the situation peacefully. It was rare enough that he tried, but since the other party didn't listen, then he will just beat her first. Besides, he was having too much fun right now. Knife wielding. The next time their weapons met, the lightning was totally ineffective. Because a dull glow was covering his sword. Yep, he had been holding back. Knife wielding allows him to infuse magic in his blade as well. He wasn't using it before because he didn't want to look too abnormal. Surprise. He uttered, before the knife slipped out of his hand, appearing in the other one. Stab. Taking advantage of her momentary surprise due to him negating the lightning damage, he almost managed to stab her. It was only because he didn't want the fight to end did he slow down imperceptibly, causing her to back away in time. Akiko looked between the small 1-inch wound in her stomach and his knife with absolute shock. Though, in the next moment, anger seemed to cover her features, at being bested by a close combat against a boy much younger than her who's not even a ninja. In release, she murmured, forming a new set of hand seals. Instantly, 3 Akikos appeared in front of him with no way to distinguish who was real. The Akikos continued to make hand seals from afar. Lightning release, lightning dragon. 3 huge lightning dragons appeared, one from each girl, creating an incredibly intimidating scenery, making Axel freeze in place. The smell of ozone filled the air and goosebumps rose on Axel's skin. Well, this is fucked up, he proclaimed, looking surprised. There were currently 3 giant dragons made out of lightning coming after him. In face of such a situation, he still didn't draw his wand. He didn't feel like he needed to. He can confidently say that even after witnessing the power of the fire dragon jutsu which looked quite similar to this one. Only, this time, there were 3. Anyone would have lost their shit, but not Axel. I see. His hand curled into a fist. And in the next moment, he swung it. The fist connected with a muffled thud as another Akiko became visible, just a few feet away from him, this one rubbing her cheek as the dragons and other Akikos suddenly dissipated. Are we done yet? He asked. But even as he looked confident on the outside, he still thanked his lucky stars that he had arcane eyes. Those Akikos and those dragons were fake, like illusions, though very real ones. Thankfully, he was able to see through it and see the real Akiko coming for him under invisibility. Really, this girl was quite a monster. With these abilities, she's already better than most wizards he's seen. He felt like she was a genius on the same level as Martina. And that was a huge compliment considering Martina was quite younger than her. Only, while Martina is more oriented towards the academic field, this girl is pure combat. While Axel was thinking how satisfying that punch was, the girl looked at Axel with her mouth agape, her hand still caressing her cheek which was throbbing with pain. She didn't seem to be able to believe what had just happened. Shame and humiliation flashed across her face before it settled into an impassive expression. But, seeing that look somehow rang warning bells in Axel's head. Akiko's face was set into one of immense concentration as she formed the hand seals. Axel wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. By the time his knife reached her, there was a burst of lightning, and Axel was thrown back, his jaw hurting badly. What the hell was that speed? He wondered, spitting out some spittle mixed with blood. Fortunately, her physical strength wasn't much. Most of the damage was due to that insane speed with which she threw it. He looked at the girl shaking her hand as if it hurt. Axel rubbed his cheek. It was the first time after getting the system that he actually suffered a blow, which is quite an achievement. Usually, he'd get new injuries every few days, but ever since getting the system, he had begun to feel this sense of invincibility that he'd be able to get past just anything. This punch was the punch that woke him up and knocked some more sense into his head. That despite everything he had going for him, he wasn't invisible yet. Just now, he was too careless. If he was cautious enough, he could have been able to avoid that punch. But he had still underestimated her. This is enough for now, he thought as he disappeared from his place. Presence reduction. Blend. True invisibility. Soundless. Traceless. He silently walked behind the girl who's still looking around, trying to locate him. Petrifucus totalis, he chanted under Soundless, using his wand for the first time. The girl went down like a sack. Thanks for that. I had fun, he told her, though, he also learned a lot. Now, what to do with you? He wondered. He couldn't just kill her since even she wasn't trying to kill him, only incapacitate him. Besides, with her lightning and darkness affinity, she was quite talented, too talented. If something happens to her, it'll cause a ruckus. Wait a moment, her talent, the gears of his mind began churning. He then unpetrified only her face so that she could speak. So, why the sudden attack? He asked, looking down at her. The girl looked away, seemingly at a loss for words. That jutsu, the death touch, he said, sounding her out. There was a reaction. Her mouth closed, almost too quickly. Axel nodded his head in understanding. Let me guess, it was some kind of illegal jutsu, right? Judging by your reaction, you'd get into deep shit if it was revealed. The girl's eyes widened just a fraction as she looked at him with some surprise. Then, there was a flash of helplessness, and finally, she looked at him fiercely, as if ready to put everything on the line. Axel chuckled. You don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone. The girl looked at him dubiously. You won't. Speaking for the first time. Her voice was quite soft and childish, quite a contrast to her body and abilities. Axel frowned. She didn't seem to be questioning his credibility, but his ability. Don't give me that look. My will and mental defenses are quite strong, if I do say so myself. No one can get any information out of me. But, I want something in return, he said, looking up and down her body for signs of injuries. There was nothing serious. It seems that they don't have any reasons for grudges against each other yet. Akiko's expression turned sour as she looked down at her body. What is it? She asked through gritted teeth, looking as if she wouldn't agree no matter what. Axel raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling that she was making the wrong assumptions here. I want you to teach me all the jutsus you can. Sword wielding would also be nice. Akiko's expression blanked out for a second. That's what you want. Axel nodded, yeah. Sayako-sensei said I won't be able to learn much in her classes for a while and people with lightning elemental affinity are rare. She said she'd ask another student with the lightning element to teach me, but I shouldn't have much hope. Realization dawned on her, so, you were the one she was talking about. Yep. You must have rejected quite flatly, right? He guessed as he bent down, so that they were eye to eye, and Akiko looked a bit embarrassed since his guess was correct. So, said Axel, a dark smile playing on his lips, won't you reconsider, Akiko-sensei? He asked, pointing his wand at her throat. Akiko swallowed, turning her face away from him. What choice did she have? All right, but you must sign a contract first and I'll need sensei's permission. Axel grinned. Today began with an unexpected gain. Chapter 63, The Organization. Akiko Matsushima found today's events quite unbelievable. The day had started well enough, with her waking up early in the morning and finding an appropriate training spot deep in the Forbidden Forest. She hadn't thought anyone would be there so early in the morning, so she had started training a few forbidden jutsus. But, as her luck would have it, someone actually happened to arrive at that time, somehow without making any noise, as if gliding. By the time she heard his exclamation, he had already witnessed her practicing the Een Affinity Forbidden Jutsu. Een, also called the Darkness Affinity, is the best for creating illusions and genjutsu. Many of the ninjas train their Een Affinity to learn genjutsu, and most people at Mahutokoro thought that she had done the same. But, in actuality, she already had the Een Affinity. And it was very high. It was at a level where she could use actual darkness jutsus rather than just genjutsus. But, that fact has to remain concealed. Because, excessive Een Affinity is quite frowned upon in Mahutokoro since most of the criminal nins are known to use the forbidden jutsus of this affinity. Of course, none of them actually had the Een Affinity. This affinity is so rare that only she has had it in a century. Those criminals only used Een Affinity jutsus by forcefully increasing their Een Affinity to a level higher than the recommended standards. Thus, Akiko has always kept her use of Een Affinity in public to simple genjutsus. And, this boy has seen her use the Een Affinity Forbidden Jutsu. Akiko wanted to quickly perform the memory jutsu on the boy. So, she tried to stop him from escaping. But this is when the truly unbelievable part starts. She had thrown a few senbons his way to lock him in place, but, somehow, the boy actually dodged them all. He even caught one in his hands as if it was no big deal. Akiko was shocked. Even the students of Mahutokoro his age can't do that, let alone a wizard with no formal training. She hadn't even expected him to move, let alone dodge everything. Thus, she didn't waste time and simply used her lightning jutsu, which lets her travel very fast in a straight line to quickly reach his position to deal with him at close quarters. Though, somehow, the boy blocked her sword quite easily, and with a knife at that. Blocking a sword blow with a knife is quite difficult as compared to blocking with the sword, but somehow, the boy did it. Not seeing any other way, she used Matsushima Kenjutsu. Kenjutsu equals sword techniques. Unbelievably, the boy was able to match her, with just a knife. It has to be noted that the Matsushima sword style is one of the best in the world, and she is a certified genius who has been training in it since she was 5. So, her Kenjutsu was at a level where she could even beat most of the senseis. Plus, she was using a sword while the other party only had a knife, which is quite a big disadvantage. And yet, somehow, the boy was able to stand his ground. He was skilled, and his techniques were exquisite, but there was a discrepancy that gave her the chills. He had very little combat experience. Swordplay is mostly about muscle memory and instincts. When an experienced ninja is using different high-speed sword techniques to attack you, you need a lot of combat experience and muscle to instinctively react to it. But, it was plain to see that the boy was doing it without any of that. This only meant one thing: the reaction speed of this boy is insanely high. Not only that, but he's somehow able to move his body to match that reaction speed. This means, his physical abilities are also insanely high. He's much faster than her, a lightning user, and the strikes which she delivered with all her strength and momentum didn't even cause his arms to shake. Oh yeah, and he was still doing all this with a knife. Even as they fought, he was getting better. He no longer wasted his movements, his technique seemed to refine itself, and, the grin forming on his face told her that he was actually enjoying this. What is this? Akiko has never been in such a situation. And she thought she was the cheat existence here. She now knew how others felt when looking at her. Having no choice, she infused lightning in her sword to stun him. This will be a bit painful, but it was the best option against this monster. Though, her next big surprise, he had lightning affinity. He was able to endure the shock of that attack without having to infuse any magic in his blade. Even if not as rare as the darkness affinity, the lightning affinity is also quite rare. This is the reason why all the students at Mahutokoro were in awe of her. They don't know about her darkness affinity since it has been a closely guarded secret even before she became a student at Mahutokoro. Thus, it was quite a surprise that he had it as well. But then, it turns out that he can also actually infuse magic in his blade. He was just not using it. Has he been holding back all this time? The realization made her stunned. To think he didn't even consider her a big enough threat to use all of his cards. It was at this moment that she saw him counterattack for the first time. Suddenly, the knife in his right hand appeared in his left hand. Before she knew what was happening and backed away, it was already stabbed into her abdomen. Akiko blanked out for a moment as she took her distance from him. She had been injured. She had actually been injured. It has been such a long time since this has happened. She looked at the boy in a new light. This is no ordinary opponent. She had no choice but to take this opponent seriously. Maintaining the distance, she decided to use her second affinity. She used a powerful genjutsu to distract him, turned herself invisible, and used a sneak attack on him. But he actually saw through her technique. Just as she was about to attack him, his eyes shifted away from the fake lightning dragon as they focused on her. There was a hint of ridicule in those faintly glowing amber eyes. Before she could react, a punch landed on her, smack dab in the middle of her cheek. The impact was so strong that her genjutsu dissipated into a puff of smoke as she was left standing stunned on the ground, barely able to keep her balance. It was such a powerful punch that she had to give him a second look to confirm that it was indeed thrown by him. The boy just stood there casually with a slight smirk playing on his lips. He wasn't even slightly winded, as if this was just a game to him. Seeing that smirk and feeling the disrespect, anger surged within her. No one had ever treated her like this. Lightning release, lightning god mode. Without even thinking of the consequences, she used her strongest lightning technique, her trump card which she hadn't shown anyone. Since she still hasn't mastered it yet, using this causes her body to be sore for days. But it amplifies her speed and reaction speed by a huge factor. The boy seemed to realize that he was in trouble since he tried to stop her. But it was too late. In an instant, she felt pain all over her body, but the world slowed down for her. She avoided his attempt to stop her. Not so fast now, are you? She thought as she punched him with all her might. But in the next moment, her eyes widened when she saw his head already moving backward in the last moment, decreasing the impact of the blow. Seriously, this guy was creeping her out now. She was so glad to see the fist connect. But her triumph was short-lived as she felt her hand throbbing with pain. When she looked back at him, he had already disappeared, and while she tried to search for him, she suddenly found her body unable to move as she fell to the ground. As she lay there, the foremost thought that dominated her mind was, so, he was still holding back. Axel's day was starting out great as he discussed the terms with Akiko, and finally, they both came to an agreement. For a year, she would try her best to teach Axel whatever he asked if she knew it and if she wasn't breaking any rules by teaching him. This was the first term. Akiko didn't think Axel would be able to learn much in a year. The second term was, they won't reveal each other's secrets. Both of them were pretty tight-lipped and their mental defenses were strong, so they didn't worry about the second term. The heck is this? Asked Axel, looking down at a piece of paper filled with densely packed kanji letters. He half expected it to explode. It's a Fuinjutsu contract with the terms. You have to sign here with your blood, explained Akiko, biting her thumb and signing her name. Axel gave her a scrutinizing look. She didn't seem to be deceiving him. System, tell me what's written. Is it the same? Only after confirming everything with the system did Axel sign the contract. It was pretty much what they'd agreed on. Since this method seemed quite useful, Axel had Akiko make a few more blank secrecy contracts in case some other unkillable people found out his secrets. As Axel was signing the contract, Akiko looked at his name. Axel Hunt. Axel nodded as he realized that he was yet to introduce himself. That's me, and I already know your name, he was saying, but he saw Akiko begin to sway on her feet. What's up with you? Akiko shook her head, trying to clear her head. She rubbed her cheek, which was already bruising up due to Axel's punch. It's because of that. It seems that the punch he had delivered earlier was still too strong. Hey, are you all right? I tried controlling my strength, said Axel. After healing, he can't properly control his strengths. So, accidents happen. That strength was after holding back, murmured Akiko, looking angrier than soothed for some reason. Axel shrugged, yeah. Anyways, I'm going to the hospital wing right now to get rid of this bruising. Are you coming? He asked, inviting her along. Both of them had a bruised cheek and Akiko also had a small wound from the knife. They wouldn't be able to attend their classes without raising hundreds of questions. Akiko shook her head. I know a bit of healing jutsu, she said as she began to perform hand seals. But as she did the hand seals, her legs gave out as she collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Axel frowned. This is not something that could happen just because of his attacks. But then it came to him, that last jutsu. It was too much for you, wasn't it? He deduced. Yep, he was right. It made sense now. That jutsu was too much of a cheat. He was quite eager to have her teach him. In the end, both of them ended up going to the hospital wing. Halfway through, Axel had to carry her using her wand since the girl was struggling to walk on her shaky legs. On a side note, he also made a mental note to also learn some healing magic. Anyways, why were you practicing that forbidden jutsu? You're already powerful enough as it is, asked Axel as he carried her. It would be understandable in his case since his opponent Voldemort is so OP that his current level is far from enough. But, why would she need to take such desperate measures? Does she also know that the world is going to be taken over by that madman? Or does she have some other enemy? Akiko's eyes flashed with complicated emotions as her fists clenched. That is private, she said in the end. Axel didn't pursue the matter further. Though it would seem that she did have a strong driving force behind her strength. No one becomes that strong for no good reason, not even with extreme talent. Take Martina for example. Her hunger for power isn't strong enough. So, despite her talent, which is actually better than Akiko destroyed her quite easily in the duel yesterday. They reached the hospital wing in silence. With so many students, of course, Madame Pomfrey wasn't the only healer. There were others, and there were also apprentices pursuing healing as a carrier. The healer lady doing the night shift wasn't pleased to be disturbed in her sleep, but she did patch up their wounds in minutes. After that, she diagnosed Akiko. Merlin's bladder, how did this happen? Asked the healer as soon as she was done with the diagnosis. Axel was disappointed to know that Akiko was strictly recommended a few days of rest along with the treatment. It would seem like they can't start the training today since the healer refused to let Akiko off. Disappointed, Axel completed his exercise and attended the physical training class. What happened to your cheek? Asked Daphne as soon as she saw him. The bruise was almost gone, but not completely. It's nothing. Just got punched from someone. Axel didn't know why, but he told her the truth. Daphne began examining his body in worry. Merlin. Are you all right? Are you hurt somewhere else? Axel looked at her, fussing over him with some perplexity. This situation is still a bit surreal to him. Not long ago, no one would have given a shit whether he died or not. At that time, he had never expected that he'll ever find someone who'd care so much for his well-being. This feeling is not bad, he affirmed once again. Though this time, he didn't take it too seriously. The last time he had this feeling, it was quite short-lived, Andromeda. Thus, he decided that he'll enjoy it while he still has it. Sigh, I'm fine. You're overreacting, he told the worried girl. Daphne looked at him doubtfully. Are you? What do you think? Daphne seemed to give it some serious thought. You don't pick fights you can't win. I think the other person is much worse off. Axel smirked. Smart. Though, who was the other person? Can't say, he replied, making her pout. Their banter ended when the sensei came. This time, there were comparatively fewer students, but still, there were plenty, including the ones who were there just to watch. This time, Axel performed better than the last time, but still didn't try out the obstacle course. After the class was over, as Axel sat at the breakfast table, some students came to stand in front of him, somewhat surrounding him. It was Damien Malcolm and his cronies. Axel looked around. Sure enough, Martina and Patricia weren't here right now. What do you mean he had a bruise on his cheek? How did he get it? And where were you while he got hurt? Demanded a furious Bellatrix. Tonks sighed. Relax, auntie, it's just a small bruise. And no, I can't follow him all the time, so I don't know how he got it. It was there when he got to the morning class at 7. Bellatrix banged the table in front of her, then find out and report it to me. And don't let him escape your eyes now. Follow him everywhere. Or you're better off just going back to your training. All right, I'll do it, auntie, please don't talk about sending me back to that boring place. And you have to give me some more details if you want me to understand the severity. Yelled Tonks, but the phone went dead with an, I'll think about it. Tonks sighed. Looks like I need to take this seriously. She had been treating this trip to Hogwarts like a vacation, but it seems that she can no longer slack off. Whatever, she was quite curious about this boy anyways. Why are both the sisters so concerned about him? On the other hand, Bellatrix had cut off the call because an important guest had arrived at her office. Right now, she sat face to face with an old man with a bald head and white beard wearing a yukata. This was none other than Yamazaki Hiroshi, the principal of Mahoutokoro. What is it that you wanted to talk about, Minister? Asked Hiroshi, his face expressionless and his eyes close. He wasn't smiling like he was in front of Dumbledore. Bellatrix decided to come straight to the point. I had a proposal. Well, let's see if it's worth my time. Bellatrix frowned. This old fogey was looking down on her due to her young age. The Kraken, she said, and at once, the old man's eyes opened. I'll help you destroy it. I don't know what you are talking about, Minister. Bellatrix scoffed. Come on, you know exactly what I'm talking about, or at least, you hope I don't. I know all about the cooperation between Atlantis and Japan. I even know about the Kraken, she said, revealing her cards. This was the main reason why she chose Mahoutokoro. Because the ninjas have a relationship with Atlantis. The Atlantis hires the ninjas from time to time for various purposes. But, there is one main mission that contracts the most number of ninjas, Kraken. And no, we're not talking about the creature here. Kraken is the name of an organization. It is the name of the organization. Hiroshi frowned, his eyes turning sharp. He no longer pretended to be ignorant. How do you know all this? Not looking down on me now, are you? You old fogey, thought Bellatrix as she put on a mysterious smile, I have my sources everywhere. Poor and oblivious Gorski in the cellar. The old man still wanted to check her knowledge. Why would we be interested in destroying the Kraken? Bellatrix laughed. Why? Where do I even begin? You want to test out how much I know? Fine. Let's just ignore the number of ninjas you've already lost against them. It's a thing of the past. But, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're going to need your help once again due to the matter of succession. At that time, if you refuse, you'll be losing your very important client. And if you didn't, you'll be losing a lot of ninjas. Saying so, Bellatrix leaned closer. If that's not reason enough, then maybe because you might be interested in avenging your daughter and your son-in-law, who died in a mission concerning the Kraken. After all, your genius granddaughter seems to want the revenge very badly. You wouldn't want her to go on that futile mission, would you? Akiko. At that, the old man's shoulders sagged, and Bellatrix knew she had him. Hook, line, and sinker. Chapter 64, Combat and Stealth. Seeing Malcolm coming, Axel couldn't help but sigh. What the fuck does this bastard want now? This is the first time he is approaching Axel so openly. Until now, Axel is rarely seen at the common house and at any other place. Only the Great Hall is the place which he frequents every day. And this guy would never usually do anything to antagonize him in public since he had Martina's protection. So, what does he want? Wondered Axel. Hunt, you should stop, said Damien solemnly. He had an air of righteousness around him. Axel looked at him as if looking at a clown. Who are you? That broke his momentum. It's just like the arrogant fool to assume that everyone should know him. I'm Damien Malcolm. I'm here to stop you from continuing your disgraceful conduct. Axel tilted his head. He was curious what this guy was up to. All right, I'll bite. What are you talking about? He asked. Damien smirked. Oh, don't pretend to be innocent now. First, you seduced Martina to get her protection. Then you set your sights on the second most powerful girl, Patricia, and you get into the Slytherin Quidditch team without trial. It was bad enough that all the old members of the team had graduated, but you are making it worse by playing a role as important as a seeker with no skills and experience. You are a disgrace to House Slytherin. Looking at the guy, Axel inwardly shook his head. This guy is digging his own grave, he thought. In his previous observations, he has already found that. Unlike his older brother, Damien Malcolm is quite impulsive, despite his moderately clever mind. He doesn't think his actions through before acting. Right now, he must have seen that both Martina and Patricia weren't here and thought it was a perfect chance to make the whole house against Axel. And, his plan was going quite well so far, since his words had the desired effect. Negative glances were being thrown at Axel right now. It was the truth that Axel's admission into the Slytherin Quidditch was quite abrupt. And unlike the case with Rose Potter, his admission wasn't taken too positively by the house. Damien was taking advantage of that to make things difficult for Axel since he can't openly bully him due to Martina's warning. But, he was too impulsive. When it comes to a fight, whether it's a physical fight or a fight of words, Axel's response is equally sharp. On streets, you can solve most things with violence, but not everything. Thus, Axel usually tries to solve everything with violence, but when violence is not an option, he is capable enough in the battle of wits. Looking at the guy, Axel nodded in understanding. All right, let's not mention that you don't know whether I'm a qualified seeker or not, but you are claiming that I seduced the princesses of two noble and powerful families, without any proof or confirmation from any of the parties involved. Said Axel, and Damien's face paled as he realized, he fucked up. He wouldn't have thought that Axel would use his brain enough to respond logically instead of getting flustered and losing his cool. Axel folded his hands on the table as he looked up at Damien, who was already regretting his word choice. So, tell me, Damien, are you ready to bear the consequences of tarnishing the reputation of these two influential families? Blimey, I shudder to think what they would do to you, especially the Valentino family. This is it. Yep, this is it, thought Axel as he inwardly grinned in satisfaction. Now he can take his revenge from the shadows and everyone would think it's one of the two families. Axel looked behind Damien as he raised his hand. Oh, hey Martina. Look at this guy. Before he could finish, Damien already beat a hasty retreat, his cronies following right behind him. Maybe his luck was too bad, but the real Martina actually came through the double doors at this moment and poor Damien fell back on his butt with just a look, causing the students who were following the whole conversation to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Martina who had done nothing, am I that scary now? Shaking his head, Axel went back to eating his breakfast. He had won the confrontation, but Malcolm's words made him aware that his admission into the team wasn't taken very well by some people. Guess I'll have to start soon, he thought. That was great, said Daphne, looking at Axel with shining eyes as they went to attend their classes. Axel was bewildered. Why are you so excited? It's not the first time he has had a fight in front of her. Usually she's not so thrilled. Daphne shook her head. It's just a Ravenclaw thing. I didn't know you could be that witty. I was already ready to move away in case you threw the guy across the table. Axel scoffed, what do you take me for? A savage. Daphne smiled but didn't respond. At this moment, Daphne's friends from Ravenclaw joined them for some reason, making her glare at them. What are you guys talking about? Asked Padma Patil. Daphne gave the girls a warning look, something you guys have no business butting in. Come on, Daph. We are just trying to catch up. You never hang out with us anymore, said Suli. Daphne gritted her teeth, I believe we hung out just yesterday, or am I having memory problems now? She already knew why they were disturbing her and she did not like it. Axel's stats have been increasing too much. He already had the looks. But then he worked hard and slowly improved his academic abilities until he climbed to the first position last year. His looks have improved and he's tall and muscular instead of his earlier short and skinny body. Now he's also a seeker in Quidditch. So, of course the bitches are now flocking around, smelling meat, and Daphne absolutely hates it. Especially because they didn't see the good in him when he was still injured and malnourished. Compared to these girls, even Martina is much better. Despite Daphne's unwelcoming attitude, the girls shamelessly tagged along while giggling. We have stealth and subterfuge and combat training today. I wonder what will happen, said Mandy Brocklehurst. Axel frowned. He doesn't like to be surrounded in a group, especially since he doesn't know everyone in the group. The girls would ask him questions from time to time but Axel would either ignore them or respond perfunctorily. Since they were Daphne's friends, he just let her handle them. When they reached the class, everyone was surprised. Since the size of Hogwarts classrooms can be adjusted, the space of the class had been extended by a lot for some reason. There were different targets and training dummies stationed at different distances. The tables and benches had been shifted to the side and weapons of all kinds were laid across them, creating quite the intimidating scene. Looking at those sharp and pointy weapons, Axel's first thought was, what would happen if he were to use a Punio Totalis here? The spell that lets him control multiple objects at the same time. With so many sharp and dangerous weapons, the classroom would turn into a meat grinder, wouldn't it? Damn my intrusive thoughts. He thought, mentally giving himself a slap. Clearing his head of the messy thoughts, he looked at them and waiting for them were the front who must be their professor. He was a man who looked to be in his 50s. He had graying hair but a fit and muscular body and the side of his chin had a cross-shaped scar. He had a few students of Mahutokoro standing on his side as well. Welcome, everyone. I'm Sensei Morg and I'll be in charge of your combat training, he said in a deep and solemn voice. Combat is an essential part of being a ninja. Most of our missions put us in a situation where we have to fight, whether it is to attack our enemies or to defend our clients. In this class, I'll be teaching you how you can use your body and weapons for doing that, he said, pointing at one particularly long table. We'll start with kunai. They are on that table. Kunai are multifunctional weapons. They can be used as throwing weapons for long-range attacks, they can be used in short range for hand-to-hand combat, they're also useful if you need to cut any objects like ropes or gouge holes, there's a hole in its back where you can tie a rope, further branching out its uses. That's why, a kunai is a basic weapon that every ninja carries and learns to wield. Pick out your kunais from the table. We'll start with long-range training. Blimey, a simple object has so many uses, commented Mandy Brocklehurst, examining the kunai in her hand. What are we supposed to do with this? Asked Padma, picking up her own. Axel picked one up as well as he weighed it in hands and examined it. As expected, the edges were blunted with magic so that the students don't hurt each other or themselves. Sensei Morg pointed at the target circles stationed in front of them. You're supposed to hit them. Improve your aim first. Really? Just like that. It's on. Students found the prospect of throwing kunais enjoyable so everyone got right to it. But, they quickly realized it wasn't going to be as easy as they thought. Out of all the kunais thrown in the beginning, very few were able to actually reach the target, let alone hit it. Lame. Let them show you how it's done, said Sensei Morg, gesturing to the students of Mahutokoro. The ninjas first demonstrated the technique and then made the throws. All of them were able to hit the bullseye. After that, they began to supervise the students so they don't accidentally hurt each other. While the others were busy throwing with all their might, Axel just stood and watched. He had to agree with Sensei Morg, everyone was lame. Even the students of Mahutokoro. He could hit the bullseye at this range even in crippled state. This throwing training was useless to him. None of the girls around Axel were able to reach the target, let alone the bullseye. But they were quite eager to see Axel try. I can't reach it. But, I think Axel can make it, said Mandy Brocklehurst, feeling up the muscles on Axel's arm which were hidden under the cloak. Whoa, what have you been hiding here? You shouldn't do that when I have a weapon in my hand, said Axel as she shook off her hand, barely resisting the urge to bash her face in. Even though the threat was real, only Daphne out of the girls realized that he wasn't kidding. Following Mandy, the other girls also touched Axel's arms. Wow. This is so hard. It's like rock. But not even a second later, they were all shoved away, not by Axel but by Daphne, even before Axel extracted himself. You all, stay away from him. She said in a scathing tone, trying to keep her voice quiet, but a student from Mahutokoro still warned them to not cause a commotion. The girls were a bit scared for a moment since they could feel the danger coming from Daphne this time. But then they thought it must be their imagination as they began whispering among themselves about Axel's looks. Only Axel, who knew her better, could tell that something was wrong with her. Even though I always wanted to do that, these bitches, there are so many sharp weapons here. She kept murmuring some strange things in a low voice and her eyes couldn't be seen due to her hair. Hey, said Axel, shaking her little. Are you all right? With a jerk, Daphne seemed to come to her senses as she looked at Axel. Yeah. I'm fine. It's just that these girls are too infuriating, she said, not trying to prevent her voice to be heard by her friends. Though even now, the girls didn't take her seriously. All right, we won't bother you if you can hit the target next time, said Mandy Brocklehurst. Yeah, we can do that. The other girls agreed as well. But of course, they knew that there was no chance her kunai would even reach the target, let alone hit it. Daphne coldly glared at the girls. Fine. She said, picking up a kunai with a grim determination rarely seen in her. Axel looked at her in surprise. Her previous attempts weren't bad but there was no power in her throws. He was sure she wouldn't be able to reach it. But Daphne seemed determined, and pissed as she clutched the kunai tightly. After aiming for a while, she swung her hand with all her might. Shin. The kunai actually made a sound as it cut through the air, surprising Axel. This was a very strong throw. Strong enough that it would easily reach the target, proving everyone wrong. Though, Axel could also tell that her aim this time was off the mark. It wouldn't hit the target. The kunai in Axel's hand disappeared. Shin. Ding. The spinning kunai traveled in a curved path as it hit Daphne's kunai. Thump thump. They were too annoying after all, thought Axel, looking at the two kunai buried in the bullseye as he ignored the shocked reactions of everyone else. He was fine with just Daphne's company for the time being. For the stealth class, their teacher was a woman with braided black hair, wearing black lipstick and black outfit. Even her nails were painted black. I'm Kurai. Welcome to your stealth and concealment training. Even her name, Kurai, translates into dark. You all might have heard that ninjas are also called shinobis, and the underlying connotation of the word shinobi is to hide, and, by extension, to forbear, hence its association with stealth and invisibility, she explained smoothly. So, stealth and subterfuge are an absolute must for any shinobi. It's the main reason why ninjas are hired. It's useful for spying and reconnaissance, assassination, concealment, disguise, and so on. Damn, this woman doesn't censor her words, thought Axel, looking at some of the students who seemed a bit terrified due to the mention of things like assassination. It has to be mentioned that ninjas don't accept just any assassination request, and not every ninja is given the authority to accept assassination missions. Officially, only the Hunter Nin Corps are given such missions and few people have the authority to move them. Unbothered, Kurai-sensei continued, let's start with stealth. Stealth doesn't simply mean invisibility. It involves everything you can do to make sure that no one notices what you're doing. Saying so, Kurai-sensei snapped her fingers. In the next second, a kunai was buried above the head of a student, Neville Longbottom, who promptly dropped to his knees with a terrified expression. Did anyone see me throw that? This is stealth. She's good, thought Axel. Too bad there was little she could teach him that he didn't already know. And the things he might not know are so advanced that they won't be taught in the first class. For the rest of the class, Axel simply kept a low profile. Since he was the best at stealth, it was that much more important to keep it hidden from the students. It's a skill that loses its usefulness the more you advertise it. The class passed peacefully. But, at the end of the class, hey, you. Kurai-sensei called out, making Axel stop. He looked back to see who was being called, only to see Kurai-sensei's gaze fixed on him. The fuck? Yes, you, the cute one. You wait for a while. We need to have a talk. Damn it, this time I didn't do anything. Axel swore inwardly. What the heck? He had gone out of his way not to attract attention in this class, and this sensei is just destroying all of his efforts. Chapter 65, New Skills, Mysterious Martina. In the quiet classroom, Axel faced the woman in black. He wasn't sure why this woman would want him to wait despite him actively avoiding her attention. Kurai-sensei looked at Axel with a penetrating look. How peculiar, she muttered. Axel's expression still didn't change, but he couldn't help but ask, what might sensei be talking about? You have a talent for stealth. Tell me, handsome boy, is it natural or did you learn it? Axel cursed inwardly. How did she know? She hadn't even looked at him throughout the class. He made an expression of confusion as he spoke. I have a talent for stealth. Sensei, why would you think that? The woman chuckled. Well, first of all, your appearance is too eye-catching. And yet, my notice kept slipping off you. But when I rewind my memory, I can clearly recall seeing you standing there. Fuck. Axel understood what had happened even before the sensei concluded her words. As an experienced thief, stealth is now a second nature to him. The most important thing for a thief is to not get noticed, and he has become overly adept at it. So much so that his stealth can be activated at a subconscious level. Earlier, he just wanted to keep a low profile and he must have subconsciously used his stealth skills. But still, to be able to deduce his talent, this woman is capable, otherwise, the other professors would have called him out long ago since this is not the first time he has subconsciously used his stealth. It's a habit from a distant past. Kurai-sensei continued, since I have the memory of you being there but I didn't notice you, your presence must be quite low. But that's not the only point. The way you walk, the way you move, the way you breathe, everything is done in a way that's perfect for stealth. This is not a common occurrence. It's the kind of stealth talent every ninja desires. So I was curious how you were able to do this. Her excitement kept increasing as she spoke. Damn. Axel didn't know so much could be interpreted from his simple actions. So that's why she asked if he did it on his own or if someone taught him. Axel didn't want anyone to know he was an expert at stealth, so he quickly thought of an explanation. Putting on a moderate look of surprise and realization, he spoke, is that what it is? No wonder, he shook his head as his hand touched the scar on his cheek. Actually, there are a lot of times I've been forced to avoid being noticed. Maybe that's why it's like this, he said with a helpless smile. From what he could remember, the small bit he had unintentionally showed should be around 0.1% of his real skills, so, it should be passed off as just talent. Kurai-sensei looked at the light and faded scars on his cheek and left eye and imagined his circumstances. Her gaze turned somewhat sympathetic. If it's like that, then I can understand. But it's a waste of your talent to study along with others. Tell me, would you like me to arrange private lessons for you? She asked with a smile, expecting him to be overjoyed. But Axel could only sigh inwardly. If it was something else, he might have given it some thought. But, stealth was already his forte. He didn't think this sense could teach him some worth risking exposing his skills over. Of course, he didn't think his lie just was enough to convince her. It's better to avoid her as much as possible. So, there was no way he was going to accept. But, rejecting would be even more suspicious. I'll see if I have the time. He pretended to be ignorant of the benefits stealth could give him. Kurai-sensei looked a bit disappointed and irritated. How would it feel when you offer a muggle a 10,000 galleons but the other party thinks it's a worthless currency, and accepts the money as if he's doing you a favor? That's how she must have felt. Such an ignorant person, would you still want to give him the galleons? After coming out of the classroom, Axel sighed. He felt bad for rejecting the offer but accepting it would have brought more harm than good. What was it about this time? Asked Daphne, who was waiting for him again. Axel shrugged, she said I was too eye-catching and handsome. Well, he did tell her the truth. Axel ignored her surprised reaction. It wasn't a big deal. Anyways, I have herbology now, what do you have? Before Daphne could ask more on the topic, Axel simply moved on. Ah. I have charms now. Well, you are already late because of me. You should go now. Separating from Daphne, Axel went to the herbology class. But, he later came to regret going there. Since he was late, everyone had arrived and the class had already started. As soon as he reached the greenhouse, he saw a bunch of potted plants on the table and all of the students were wearing something on their ears. Just as he was wondering why they'd need earmuffs, out of nowhere, a sharp noise pierced his ears, almost bursting his eardrums. Fuck. Mandrake. Listening to that noise, a thought flashed through his mind before it went a chaotic state. His knees buckled as he fell to the ground. He wasn't too shabby at herbology since it was Daphne's specialty. So, he knew a bit about mandrakes. Too bad it wasn't to the point he could have grasped the situation in time. He had misophonia, a disorder that causes excessive irritation and discomfort towards particular sounds. His misophonia isn't too troublesome, just kicking in when he hears particularly loud and shrill noise, like the sound of a train. And every time, the situation is not too bad. He's able to manage without showing much external reaction. But this time, it was a mandrake's cry. It's enough to knock out a normal person. And on Axel who has misophonia, it's like pouring oil into the fire. The noise caused him such intense irritation and discomfort that he wanted to destroy everything. His magic flared up, about to destroy everything that was the reason for this noise. And with the last bit of coherent thought, he realized this could be a problem. Thus, he chose to not resist passing out. Asterisk. Asterisk. Just when Axel's magic had erupted, the students and Professor Sprout suddenly had a dreadful feeling, but before anything could happen though, it stopped. No one knew where it came from. Axel woke up to a gentle sensation on his hand and forehead. It was strangely soothing, and it calmed down his mind, which was still quite chaotic. He was able to squash down his destructive impulse and recall what had happened. He had been about to go berserk due to that extreme noise. And in order to stop himself, he had decided to let the sound knock him out. He could have resisted it, of course, but then he might have done something violent instead. And now that he was half awake and half asleep, this warmth on his forehead was able to bring him back to consciousness. Axel felt that this foreign sensation was not bad. He wondered if he'll be able to feel this more often if he got knocked out by Mandrake's cry again. Though as he stirred and opened his eyes, the sensation was quickly gone, making him wonder if he had been dreaming. "You're awake." Axel's eyes quickly scanned his surroundings as he sat with vigilance. He found out that he was in the hospital wing and the voice just now belonged to Daphne, who was sitting on his bedside. "How long was I out?" Daphne's lips were curved downward. "Only an hour," she said, as if she was displeased that he woke up. Axel frowned. "That's a lot," he murmured. He should have woken up sooner. "Though, why are you here?" "Susan told me." "Oh. That nosy girl." His herbology was together with Hufflepuff's. The news must have spread everywhere. He muttered with some irritation. Daphne patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. You aren't the only one. A few students from every class have passed out due to mandrakes. Unlike you, who didn't have any protection, they passed out because they didn't put their earmuffs right. Neville was one of them." Well, that did make him feel better. But still, he decided to do something about this misophonia soon. It's a glaring weakness. Along with that, he also had to make preparations against the organization. Later that night, in the training room of his secret hideout, Axel opened the system interface. His main focus right now was preparing for the organization's attack. After all, once he starts drawing attention, there's no telling when they'll come or how they'll come. It's better to prepare first. That's why, that night, he bought some new skills from the system. How did he get the SP for that? Well, as mentioned, SP can be obtained by stealing. The bigger and more daring the heist, the more SP he'll get. And at the end of last term, he stole a very valuable replica of the Philosopher's Stone, from right under Dumbledore and Voldemort's noses. Correction, only one of them has a nose, but you get the point. After that heist, the SP he got was amazing and he hadn't spent it yet since he wanted to save it for the time of need. And that turned out to be a great decision since the skills he needs now, after the change of his plans, are much different than the skills he would have bought earlier. The first skill. Super Sense. Develop the ability to sense a certain amount of area around you. This skill is absolutely necessary for his preparations. His enemies won't send out an invitation before attacking, and he doesn't want to be caught off guard. This skill can let him detect danger. Thus, this skill is going to have to be active for most of the time this year. The next skill, Heal. Arcane Thief is not a class that specializes in healing, so it wasn't powerful. But a healing skill was absolutely necessary, so it'll do. As for the last skill, it took almost all of his SP, but he still bought it. Void Travel. As explained, he puts his safety first, and this is like an emergency escape. There is already Apparition, a way of teleportation for wizards, but the thing about Apparition is, it can be easily blocked. It's useless at Hogwarts. In fact, after the rapid development in the last decade, anti-apparition wards can be found at just any property. That's why he chose this skill. Once he gains some proficiency in these skills, his safety would be increased by a lot, which is something that is very welcome at this time when he is doing something as reckless as being the bait for the enemy. With his paranoid and cautious nature, even his risks are filled with caution. "Let's see what these skills are about," he murmured as he began his practice. Just like that, a few days passed. During this time, Axel was very busy with his training. He didn't do anything too eye-catching and only practiced the new skills even during the classes since he didn't have much to do. To practice Super Sense, he had to increase his spatial awareness. The beginning stages included meditation exercises and going through obstacles with his eyes closed. He'd wander out at night and go through the corridors sensing his surroundings. He tied up logs in his room. After swinging them, he'd have to try to sense and dodge them with his eyes closed. After getting bruised up with that, he'd practice Heal on his wounds. Heal wasn't too difficult, though the same couldn't be said about Void Travel. He hadn't made much progress in that yet. No progress was on the ninjutsu front as well. Akiko still hadn't healed yet. She stayed in one of the private wards in the infirmary and visits were not allowed for her, so he couldn't visit her and start learning from her. Axel found it a bit overprotective, but considering that she was such a genius, it might not be too implausible to give her such treatment. His days passed like this, relatively uneventful. Though, one day, something happened. Just like the past few days, he was wandering around the corridors at night to train his super sense. His stealth skills were active so that no one could find him as he walked through with his eyes closed, only relying on his other senses. During these days, since his eyes were closed during the training, his other senses had amplified. And maybe that's why, but as he walked, he suddenly detected a faint whiff of fragrance in the air. This faint scent of lavender. He was quite familiar with it. His eyes opened, though he didn't find anyone. His eyes opened, and of course, he didn't find anyone. But, when he activated his arcane eyes, he found the silhouette of a girl passing by the corridor ahead. Martina. What is she up to? Martina had always been quite the mystery girl. This wasn't the first time he was encountering her at night. Their very first encounter was on his first night at Hogwarts, when he was wandering around, searching for a place to spend the night. Though this time, the situation is quite different. He wasn't talking about his difference, but Martina's. She had on some strange goggles on her eyes, the cloak she was wearing radiated dense magic, and in her hand was a staff that glowed so bright that it made his arcane eyes cringe. What the heck is up with this girl? There was no way he wasn't curious. So, he began following her to see where she'd go. Axel followed her for a while, and when she reached her destination, he certainly received a big surprise. Bathroom. He thought with absurdity as he saw her entering the second floor out of order bathroom like she was going to war. Who the fuck goes to bathroom dressed like that? Bonus scene. Hogwarts Infirmary, private ward. Usually, this place is reserved for patients who need critical treatment or isolation, but this time, a girl whose condition was not so critical was staying here. Akiko Matsushima looked outside the window, lost in thought. She had always thought that she was the best genius out there. In the same generation, she hadn't met anyone who could even come close to her level. Putting her absurd talent aside, she had received the best education and instructions from the very beginning, and she had always put her all into training, unlike other geniuses who slack off. Her target was at a level others wouldn't even dream of achieving. And yet, despite all this, there was one person who could actually beat her while holding back. And the most absurd thing, he was around 5 years younger than her. Someone who could reach this level at the age of 12. This is simply out of the boundaries of comprehension. And, such a genius was completely unrecognized here. She recalled the seal of secrecy she had signed with him. It's not the school's fault. This genius is intentionally hiding himself among these ordinary students, hiding his abilities. Every morning, she'd see him go to the Forbidden Forest for serious training. And then he'd come back and hold back in the physical training classes. He probably holds back like this in all of his other classes as well, or just his stealth would have been enough to put the whole Mahudokuro to shame, she thought, recalling the time he stopped holding back. Despite her training, she couldn't sense anything. She couldn't help but wonder how he was so strong, what drove him to obtain such power, and what was his ultimate target, that even after having this strength, he doesn't show his real abilities. As she was lost in her thoughts, there was a knock on her door. A few seconds later, Yamasaki Hiroshi, the principal of Mahudokuro himself, entered the room. "How are you?" Even after such a distinguished person personally paid her a visit, Akiko simply ignored him as she continued her training. Yamasaki Hiroshi, who had been out of Hogwarts for the past few days, seriously checked Akiko's condition. After he was done, he smiled faintly. "What drove you to such lengths, that you used that technique, my granddaughter?" Even if Akiko wasn't under the secrecy contract, she'd still not tell him. "I was just training." In face of his rebellious granddaughter, Yamasaki simply sighed helplessly. Her mother was also rebellious when she was young, marrying that Matsushima clan brat. Yamasaki patted his granddaughter's head. "Aki, don't push yourself so hard. Revenge is not the way." Akiko rolled her eyes in a "here we go again" look. "Save it, grandfather. I'm an adult now. I will do whatever I want, and if you can't help me, then I'll find others who can." Chapter 66, The Chamber Secrets. Chapter 66. Martina had been in quite an internal conflict these days. So far, her life in this world has been very peaceful and fulfilling. She has quite a loving and caring family, and magic has been such an entertaining factor that she can keep researching it all her life. But, it can't be forgotten that this world isn't exactly as safe a place as it appears. It's the Potterverse, where, even though there's no Harry Potter, there is still Voldemort. She confirmed it herself last year. And even though the canon plot is not the same, some factors still have not changed. For example, last year, even with so many things changing, Voldemort still came after the stone and ended up endangering the lives of the students. So, this year, however unlikely it may seem, there is a chance that the Chamber of Secrets might be opened, and a basilisk might start to roam free in Hogwarts. Heck, it might have already been opened for all she knew. Thus, as someone who knows the plot, she has been agonizing over what to do. In the original story, it was only through sheer luck that no one died in the second year. Somehow, every time someone saw the basilisk, it was through some sort of reflection, and no direct eye contact was made, thus only resulting in the victim's petrification, and the basilisk didn't attack directly as well, or it could have simply eaten a few students. But now, after everything has changed, would such lucky coincidences still occur? She can't take such a chance. After all, a lot is at stake here. A basilisk is actually a big deal. It's one of the most dangerous XXXXX creatures. If someone is actually killed by it, the influential families from all over the world, whose precious children are studying here, would be beyond outraged. Especially since there has already been a troll incident before. They would politically tear down the school, and her parents would be leading the charge. Not to mention that the cooperation with Mahutokuro might end, leaving her research of her magic incomplete. Thus, the basilisk needs to be taken care of, as soon as possible. Martina had already made preparations for this years ago, but now that she was actually going to do this, she was having second thoughts. It was a basilisk. And this wasn't some fantasy. It's easy to think about it, but it's much more difficult to actually do it in real life. One wrong move could cost her life. But Martina had already made up her mind. If a 12-year-old boy with little to no magical training can do it, then why can't I, a reincarnator with so many cheats, do it? I even have the linguist skill, so Parseltongue won't be a problem, she thought positively. As a reincarnator with high karma, she had been able to get a few cheats with her reincarnation, one of which was linguist. It basically makes her adept in all languages of this world. That includes magical and runic languages. So, she can access the chamber without needing a Parselmouth's help and actually communicate with the basilisk, since it's not under the control of the diary Voldemort yet. Maybe, just maybe, things could be settled peacefully, and if not, then she has made so many preparations as well. For basilisk venom, she had some phoenix tears. In fact, her parents have always had her carry some with her for use in case she even gets a scratch. For its deathly gaze, she has prepared special goggles that'll protect her eyes. For her body, she was wearing an enchanted cloak which has many enchantments, and her staff, it's something that has a much better magical conductivity than wands. And lastly, she has even brought with her a flock of roosters, whose cry are the only weakness of basilisks. Yes, with this much, I can do it. She thought, trying to push down her nervousness. Besides, she also wants to explore the Chamber of Secrets. She should explore it before the plot starts. Looking at Martina going into the bathroom, Axel frowned. As far as he knew, this bathroom was out of order. And on her way here, she had already passed by another girl's bathroom which was perfectly in order. Coupled with other circumstances like her unusual attire, demeanor, and time, she's likely not using the bathroom for its intended use. Then, what's going on? All sorts of reasons came into his head. Though at this moment, something happened. Ding. Special quest triggered. Snake hunting, get rid of the basilisk. Reward. Axel was pleasantly surprised to see the notification. After all, special quests have always given him good rewards. He got the light magic infusion and light armor skills from special quests, both of which have proven to be quite useful. He readily accepted the quest. So, what's this basilisk and where is it? He asked the system. As a person who just got acquainted with the wizarding world, he of course had no idea what the fuck a basilisk was. But he figured it was just a creature that somehow got into Hogwarts like the troll. It wasn't until the system gave him the information on the basilisk did he realized this might be a scam. The basilisk, known also as the King of Serpents, is a dark creature which may reach gigantic sizes and live many hundreds of years. It's highly resistant to magic, except light magic, and highly venomous. It has a murderous stare, and the beam of its eyes can be fatal. Young basilisks are weak to rooster's cry, but its effect diminishes with the basilisk's age. The size of the basilisk can go up to 50 meters. Going through the information, Axel realized that he might have bitten more than he can chew this time. He was particularly intimidated by the death stare skill. This thing can kill with just eye contact. How crazy is that? System, how am I supposed to handle the death stare? He asked the system incredulously. If not for that skill, he could have still managed, but if he's going to die even if he made a direct eye contact by accident, then it's too risky. Axel, death stare is not an absolute skill. There are ways it can be avoided. If you just close your eyes, it can't affect you. Then how the fuck am I supposed to fight? System, arcane eyes. Damn. The venom. He began. Leftover phoenix tears. Fuck. Sigh. No excuses then. It would seem that he has some snake hunting to do. Entering the bathroom, Martina went straight to the sink with the small serpent. Dollar open dollar, she said, and the old mechanism came to life as the sink sank out of sight. I don't want to do this, murmured Martina, looking into the wide aperture that appeared in front of her. Her feet left the ground as she started to float in the air without the help of any broomstick. She then flew into the huge aperture, the long tresses of her purple hair fluttering behind her. Crunch crunch. When she reached the bottom of the tunnel and landed on the ground, the crunching of bones beneath her feet creeped her out. She tried to ignore the huge snake skin that was lying not far away from her. Looking at it only made her determination waver. Walking into the passageway for a while, she came across another door. It had 2 stone serpents entwined carved on it, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. "Dollar open dollar," spoke Martina once again in a low, faint hiss. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, and Martina, shaking slightly due to nervousness and anticipation, walked inside. This was it. This was the legendary Chamber of Secrets, built by Salazar Slytherin. This place has such a high archaeological value, and they were never explored further in the books. It's called the Chamber of Secrets, surely it should contain some other secrets as well apart from a giant basilisk, right? Stepping past the parted walls, she entered the dimly lit chamber. From what she could see, it was a huge area, at least 2 football fields. Towering stone pillars entwined with lifelike carvings of giant serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd greenish gloom that filled the place. A stone pathway, wide enough for 2 cars to pass side by side, led to the wide expanse further into the chamber, which had the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin. Greenish water surrounded either sides of the pathway which she walked on, as she fixed her attention on the giant statue with some anxiety, specifically, its mouth. That was the area which is supposed to open and free the basilisk. Thankfully, it was closed. Sighing in relief, Martina decided not to open it yet. She will make all the preparations before she makes her move. While she was walking on the long pathway, her attention was diverted due to the amazing architecture of the Chamber of Secrets. She was itching to explore the wards and enchantments placed around this place. That's why, she was taken completely by surprise when something grabbed her hand from behind and attempted to drag her back forcefully. Martina screamed as her magic lashed out at whatever was trying to pull her. "What the fuck? For fuck's sake, don't cause a commotion and quickly come." A low voice came from right in front of her, making her freak out even more. How can someone else be in the Chamber of Secrets? And, why does this voice sound a bit familiar? Instead of going towards the voice, Martina instead began backing away as she raised her voice. "Why you? Don't come near me. I know very powerful magic," she yelled, raising her staff in front of her as a magical shield was raised around her. There were more curses from the other side. "Dumb bitch is going to get me killed as well," muttered the voice in frustration as a person suddenly became visible, making Martina widen her eyes in shock. Axel. Axel was stealthily following Martina into the chamber while gathering more information from the system. "It seems the basilisk is inside a secret chamber of Salazar Slytherin, thank God it's not roaming around freely like the troll, and Martina is going to hunt it down. Well, she does seem well prepared about the task and she's a powerful genius." So, Axel figured he would just watch from the sidelines and help out in case of emergency and claim the rewards afterwards. After all, the system only asked him to get rid of the basilisk. He doesn't need to do everything by himself. Thus, closing his eyes and activating his arcane eyes, Axel followed Martina, using her as a testing rat for traps and attacks. And as expected, Martina seemed to know her stuff since while Axel was constantly on edge, trying to search for the basilisk in the shadows, while Martina was navigating the place familiarly and wasn't even surprised by the lifelike statues and basilisk skin. As expected, this girl is on a different league, thought Axel as he looked at Martina who was walking along the pathway without triggering a single trap with some respect. She even had the time to admire the scenery while he worked hard to step on the exact steps she had taken. He had a headache just thinking about coming all the way here while checking for traps and wards by himself, especially since the wards of this place were quite complicated when he once increased the intensity of his arcane eyes and caught a glimpse of them. Meanwhile, the unaware Martina who just didn't bother about that stuff due to her reliance on canon knowledge and lack of practical experience, Transmigrator's hot beverage. While walking along the pathway, Axel realized that the woman had completely ignored the seemingly deep water that was surrounding them from both sides, just like how she had ignored countless traces of the basilisk's existence around them. A doubt came into Axel's mind. Does this girl really know what she's doing? If the basilisk is not in that water, then where is it? Not trusting her, Axel increased the intensity of his arcane eyes as he peered into the waters on either side of them. Fuck. His heartbeat accelerated as he saw a giant shadow faintly glowing at the depths of the water through his X-ray vision granted by his arcane eyes. It's huge, he thought, looking at Salazar's snake. And it was getting bigger and bigger. Axel looked back at Martina and still found no reaction from her. The huge serpent was coming closer to the surface. It was moving very slowly, as if to not make any disturbance in the water. Even if she's using herself as a bait, this should be enough, right, he thought, as he still saw no magical fluctuations coming from Martina, neither did he see her put up her guard or set up a trap. His suspicions of her kept increasing as time ticked by. A few seconds later. If she's still intentionally not doing anything, then I really admire her patience and balls, he thought as the shadow of the snake was even closer to the surface. It seemed like it would reach the surface very soon. A few seconds later. System, she has no idea, does she? No. Fucking hell, he muttered as he hurriedly tried to pull her back. Why did he not run away at this moment? Because of the thing called life debt. This girl had saved his life when he was attacked by dementors on the previous Halloween. Now, he can't just let her die, can he? That's why, Axel tried to pull her away. But, Martina had the leisure to scream like a little girl and even lash out at him with her magic. Curses flew out of Axel's mouth as he realized that the snake was now just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to pounce on them. He tried to persuade her to come quickly, but Martina still didn't seem aware of the danger. Why you? Don't come near me. I know very powerful magic. She yelled, backing away from him and going even closer to the basilisk. Damn it. In his frustration, Axel cancelled his stealth as he quickly pointed at the water body beside her. There's a basilisk down there. He thought this would be enough to make her prepare her overpowered magic and also back away, but it would seem that he had overestimated her intelligence. Martina looked alarmed, but also confused. No, the basilisk is obviously inside the statue. Boom. At this moment, with a huge splash, something huge broke through the surface, coming straight towards them with a surprising agility. Chapter 67, Snake Hunting. Chapter 67. Upon encountering Axel in the middle of Chamber of Secrets, Martina was actually more surprised than she was at the prospect of encountering a ghost here, which was her earlier assumption. Seriously, what is he doing here? And how did he get here? Has he always been here or did he somehow follow her? Did he come here because he's under the control of Diary? All sorts of questions flashed inside her head. But, before she could get her answers, Axel shouted that there was a basilisk behind her. At first, Martina couldn't understand. Shouldn't the basilisk be inside the statue? It won't come until she opens the statue. It was only then did it click to her. She had assumed that the basilisk would be trapped behind the statue. But, why did she automatically assume that? If you actually think about it, can such a big snake stay alive locked up in a statue for years? Fat chance. It would have made more sense for it to actually reside in the water here. But, she had been so caught up in her thoughts that she didn't pay attention to this detail. All this was too much for her to process at once. And by the time she realized, it was already too late. With a loud splash, something huge broke through the surface, coming straight towards them with a surprising quickness. Boom. Within the blink of an eye, Martina and Axel both disappeared as the mouth of the giant creature, filled with sharp fangs, closed around them. Everything happened so quickly that Martina couldn't even react. Her breathing stopped as she saw her life flash before her eyes. In the next moment, a strong force enveloped her and she found herself being moved at an astonishing speed. When she came to, she realized that in the blink of an eye, Axel had moved the both of them a few meters away from where they were standing a moment ago. The stone pavement behind them still contained a streak of magic due to his footwork. Asterisk. Asterisk. Cold shivers ran down Martina's spine when she realized that she would have been swallowed just now. Dollar hisses. SSSSS dollar. Prey is fleeing. I want blood. The snake's loud hissing reverberated in her ears, making her shake. She could feel its sinister and bloodthirsty nature. She had thought that the serpent might have been like that only due to Voldemort's control and hunger. That's why she had brought a lot of food for it. But right now, after feeling the malice and sadism in its voice, she was certain that things could not be settled just by talking. It wasn't attacking them because it was hungry. It was attacking them because it wanted to kill. Run. A voice spoke into her ear before she was unceremoniously dumped on the ground. Axel couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this mafia princess right now. Even though he had successfully saved Martina, his work here had just started. And only after seeing the creature up close did he realize that it wasn't going to be easy. The serpent was ginormous, its vivid green scales looking impenetrable. And despite its size, it was moving with surprising agility. But of course, Axel was still faster. Arcane eyes. Arcane footwork. Knife wielding. Light magic infusion. Right after its ambush failed, Axel didn't give the serpent the time to turn around. With a streak of light, he appeared on top of the creature. The knife in his hand glowed with a golden magic and his knife-wielding skills, which had even defeated Akiko, showed its charm once again as dozens of cuts appeared on the giant serpent's back. Dollar, SSSSSSSS, dollar, the snake hissed in pain, but unfortunately, Axel only had a knife in his hand, not a sword. It couldn't even reach deep enough to pierce through its thick scales. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, as she witnessed this scene, Martina felt a strong feeling of déjà vu. But right now, she was so surprised with Axel's skills and so scared of the basilisk that she couldn't remember where she'd witnessed something similar. Her mind wasn't working properly right now and her hands and feet were shaking. Scrambling to her feet, she quickly took out another pair of goggles similar to the ones she was wearing and sent them to Axel. Axel. Wear them quickly. They'll protect you from the basilisk's eyes. She called out in a fluster as she attacked the basilisk with a few powerful spells. Due to her shaking hands, some of her spells hit the basilisk in the face while the others missed, but since she was so distracted, they didn't come out as powerful as she intended them to be. They ended up only annoying the magic-resistant snake and drawing its attention. Shit. As he wore the useless goggles she had sent him, Axel cursed as he saw the basilisk once again heading in Martina's direction. He hoped that this girl had some powerful weapon ready to attack the basilisk, or she was at least prepared to run. Martina did have a powerful weapon for this occasion. And when the snake swerved around to come for her, she had no choice but to use it. I'm sorry, basilisk. But it seems that there's no other choice, she thought regretfully. Taking out a box from her pouch, she threw it at the basilisk. Instantly, a dozen of roosters came out, along with a sound-amplifying magical device. Cock-a-doodle-dee-o. The loud sound of the rooster's cry reverberated throughout the chamber, drowning all other noise for a moment. Dollar hisses. Dollar. Annoying. What? Martina had thought that this should do the trick, but surprisingly, the loud sound of the rooster's cry didn't seem to cause much damage to the basilisk. It only made the tense situation comical as the basilisk ignored the roosters and fixed its enraged gaze on her. Martina couldn't understand it. She had clearly read in the books that the basilisks were weak to roosters' cry. Even in canon, Tom Riddle's diary had gotten rid of all the roosters in the second year. That must mean something, right? Or why would he do that? Wait a moment. Martina only then realized. Tom Riddle in the diary was just a 16-year-old. Chances are, he never actually tested the rooster's cry on the basilisk and only read it in the same books Martina had read. And this information mustn't be totally accurate. But it was too late to realize this now. The basilisk was already coming for her with its scary eyes fixed on her. At this moment, she happened to make eye contact with the serpent for the very first time. Its large yellow eyes filled with viciousness were fixed directly on her as it slithered towards her with great momentum. Looking into its eyes, Martina felt fear gripping her heart. The glasses did protect her as she was still alive, and she could still move as well. But she was too scared to take action. Her magic was only powerful when her mental state was stable. But right now, her mental state was all but stable. Nothing was going according to the plan. Plus, she was too damn scared. In her previous life, she had been an ordinary girl who would be scared by cockroaches, okay. Even though she was powerful right now and had a clemency, it seems that a 1,000-year-old basilisk is still out of her mental capacity. Looking at the cowardly girl about to be devoured, Axel clicked his tongue. Did she really think it would work? He thought in exasperation. He was thinking of taking it easy, but it looks like he'll now have to take things a bit more seriously. His eyes glowed brighter and he searched for the best spots to attack on the serpent's body. Then, increasing the output of his skills, he rushed forward, running along the serpent's back. Before the snake reached Sakura Martina, Axel had arrived in front of the useless girl with a gust of wind that blew her hair back, standing between her and the snake. Run. This is the last time. He said in warning. He figured his life debt should be over by this much. Now he won't go out of his way to save her. His life is also in danger right now. Throwing those words, he rushed towards the incoming snake with all his might. In the Chamber of Secrets, amidst the towering pillars, a boy and a basilisk charged at each other, each unafraid of another. Dollar hisses. Dollar. Let's see what you've got, you worm, muttered Axel as he overclocked his skills to the max. The bones of his body made crackling sounds as he prepared to push his body to the limits. For some reason, he felt especially empowered right now. The glow of his knife intensified and the muscles of his hand that was holding the knife bulged. When they clashed, hundreds of cuts instantly appeared on the head of the creature. Dollar, sis. Dollar. Dark green blood splashed as the creature hissed in agony. In a few moments, both of its eyes were gone, and its skull had deep gashes, formed by repeated slashing of Axel's knife. It snapped at Axel, causing him stop his attack to dodge easily, but in that moment, the snake unexpectedly raised its body and plunged its head into the water as it started to flee. Fuck. I had almost reached the skull. Exclaimed Axel as he tried to stop it with no avail. On the other hand, after witnessing Axel's attack, that was much more powerful and faster than the previous one directly up front, Martina suddenly realized where she had seen it before. That. Isn't that? Her mind quickly dug out the memory and her eyes widened in absolute shock. Last year on the third floor, during the confrontation against Voldemort, when the Lethifold had attacked Daphne and Martina was helpless to stop it, she had seen these same golden slashes appear all over the Lethifold. There was no way she could forget it because she had never known that it was possible to actually kill a lethofold. It was such a groundbreaking discovery that she had researched about it for days but wasn't able to find anything. That's why, when she saw those golden lines cut into the basilisk skin from close proximity, she quickly connected the dots. So, it was actually him all along. As she looked at Axel, who was currently fighting a basilisk single-handedly while moving at a speed difficult to follow, the boy her appeared to be covered in a veil of mysteries. Just like how she was fascinated with magic, similarly, the boy in front of her full of mysteries fascinated her. She has seen this boy fight a troll, dementors, a lethofold, and now basilisk. And each time, the level of his magic keeps increasing. From the boy limping in pain through the corridor alone at night, to the powerful wizard fearlessly fighting a basilisk, she wanted to uncover the story behind this transformation. How? The look in Martina's eyes slowly changed. She now looked at him with the same desire that she showed for rare tomes of magic. It made the fear inside her dissipate, letting her achieve the stable mental state that is needed for her magic to work. In face of her passion, her fear would never win. It's my turn now, she thought, as her magic flared, making her robes flutter. Martina raised her staff, and thick purple chains of magic burst forth, wrapping themselves around the serpent. Her hair bellowed as the purple magic oozed out of her. And surprisingly, the chains were actually able to stop the basilisk from moving its body into the water. The intensity of her magic increased. And, the chains actually started to retract slowly, pulling the giant creature along with them. Clack. That was the sound of Axel's jaw falling to the floor. He was ready to jump into the water and fight the creature underwater. Somehow, he felt that his chances underwater were not bad, especially since he felt additional power burning inside him at this moment. But, it would seem that there was no need to do that anymore. Looking at Martina bursting with magic, he only had one question. Woman, would it have killed you to use those powers earlier? Your daddy here had to fight at his max just now and even risk getting poisoned just now. Against its will, the thrashing serpent was brought out of the water as the chains tightly held it down on the ground. Not wanting to miss out on the chance, Axel used his arcane footwork to jump a few meters high. From that height, his knife hand stretched back completely while he infused as much light magic in the knife as he could. Knife throwing. Then, he used his knife-throwing skill. The real deal, not the small percentage he had used in the class. Boom. The knife he threw from his hand broke the sound barrier as it passed through the gap he'd created with his earlier slashes. $SSSS. Dollar. It's pierced through the basilisk's skull, sealing its fate. The serpent gave out a few dying thrashes before it moved no more. Like this, the life of the 1,000-year-old basilisk came to an end. Congratulations. You have completed the special quest, Snake Hunting. Rewards. Basilisk body parts. Special skill, Poison Arts. Special skill, Poison Immunity. Landing on the ground, Axel panted lightly as he sat on the ground. Even though the fight wasn't difficult, it wasn't easy either. Fortunately, the rewards were worth it. The new skills looked great. Poison, it was something he had been vulnerable against up until now. If anyone attacked him, whether it's up front or a sneak attack, he had made countermeasures. But, if someone attacked him using poison, Axel would have been helpless against it. It's actually good that he has been eating his own diet ingredients till now, or he'd have been poisoned by Damien Malcolm long ago. If the organization had decided to subdue him using a poison that spreads through the air, he would have been helpless as well. But now, he can learn about making poisons and even slowly develop his own poison immunity as well. So, overall, even though the mission had been risky, he'd say it was totally worth it. Sigh. Sitting on the ground, Axel sighed. He thought that it was time to relax, but then he remembered something. Glancing back, he saw Martina, who was currently looking at him in a daze. Fuck, I forgot. It would seem that the problem was still not over. Come sit, he said, beckoning her to sit on the ground beside him. He had a headache just thinking about what he was going to do now. Martina had seen too much. Chapter 68, Flustered Martina and Training with Akiko. Martina looked at Axel, lost in thoughts. Her heart was still hammering in her chest due to the near-death encounter with the giant poisonous serpent just now, and she couldn't calm down at all. She had almost died. Twice. Just because she had gotten very powerful in this life, she had naively assumed that her fear would go away now. But, she had forgot to take into account that some fears are irrational. A tiny spider, or a cockroach, can't really hurt you. But don't most girls still hit the ceiling whenever they actually see one? The same thing happened to her when the basilisk suddenly attacked her. It was only thanks to this boy that she was alive right now. The scene of Axel hurling down the knife midair with skull-shattering force was still playing in her head. At this moment, Axel happened to look back at Martina. Come sit, he said calmly, beckoning her to sit on the ground beside him as his sight went back to the dead basilisk in front of him. He had a headache just thinking about what he was going to do now. She had seen too much. Martina looked at Axel in a daze. The way he was so calm in this situation gave her a sense of incongruency. Especially since she still couldn't even look at the creature's corpse without freaking out. So, the sight of Axel's small body casually sitting in front of the giant basilisk he killed just moments ago, looked oddly striking. Still in a haze of emotions, Martina found herself agreeing to his suggestion as she plopped herself on the ground beside him as she also turned to look at the basilisk. Somehow, after sitting beside him, she no longer felt so afraid. Her frantic mind slowly calmed down as the two of them just sat there on the cold stone ground, looking at their trophy. After a while, Axel turned to fix his gaze on her. "You can't tell anyone about this." Martina flicked her hair to look at Axel in daze. This was the same boy who had made her trip on his first night at Hogwarts. In their second meeting, she had gotten a glimpse at some of his painful memories, making her traumatized by just witnessing them and wanting to know what led up to those memories and what happened next. Then the troll, Dementors, Lethifold. Looking back, Axel had always been mysterious. But the more she knows about him, the deeper the mystery surrounding him become. But, he guards his secrets strongly. This was not the first time he was asking her to not tell anyone about his secrets. And every time she tries to know more about him, he always shuts her out. This time though, the things she has found out are too shocking. How is he doing the things he did? How and why did he sneak into the third-floor corridor that night? How did he appear here? How was he able to fight fearlessly against the basilisk? And most importantly, how is he so powerful? Martina had so many questions, and she badly wanted to know the answers. But, she knew that even if she asked, Axel wouldn't open up. So, she only nodded her head. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone," she said reassuringly. "She'll save the questioning for later." Axel nodded, but still didn't look convinced. "Would you sign a secrecy contract?" Axel couldn't help but ask that. The things she had witnessed today were too big for him to risk it. Martina tried not to look hurt by that. "Oh okay, I'll sign it if you want," she said. "Though I thought we would have enough trust between us by now," she murmured in a lower voice. But Axel still heard it. "Hey, it's not your fault. I've just stopped trusting people due to certain reasons," he explained, not wanting to hurt her. Martina was not a stranger. He knew her well and he knew she wouldn't reveal it if she said so. It's just that, he doesn't trust his judgment on this matter anymore. It's better to be on the safer side since the secrets are too huge. Stop trusting people. That made Martina think about his circumstances. He was an orphan, that much she knew, and from the brief glimpses of memory she had glimpsed when she had tried reading his mind, she was sure that his life had not been pleasant. She could understand some of his pain since she was an orphan herself in her previous life, but, compared to him, her life was quite smooth sailing until the end since she had good relatives on both sides as well as a few nerdy friends she could trust. And in this life, she had her loving family whom she could trust with almost all of her secrets. So, it saddened her a lot to think how his life until now must have been, to have this outlook towards life. No, this isn't right, she thought. Having this state of mindset is wrong. Axel is missing out on too much. She decided in her heart that she'll find out more about his circumstances and help him out, especially since she might have died tonight if not for him. But right now, since she had regained her composure, she needed to properly express her gratitude. So, she smiled, "Don't worry, I don't mind signing the contract. After all, you just saved my life. I don't even know how to thank you," she exclaimed, giving him a hug. Axel froze. There it is again. He thought uncomfortably as he attempted to push her away. Though, in the next second, Martina opted to separate on her own initiative as she turned her face away from him, her long purple hiding her face completely like a curtain. Martina touched the tip of her ears, which were feeling hot for some reason. As a recluse, close contact with the opposite gender was, of course, a big no for her, but she had been comfortable with Axel since she viewed him as a person very younger than her. But, for some reason, when she hugged him just now, she felt a bit flustered. She reasoned that it must be because Axel's temperament and physical appearance don't match his age, so her antisocial tendencies were kicking in. Anyways, how did you end up here?" she asked, changing the subject to hide away her mortification. Axel rolled his eyes. "Don't ask. Just be glad you're not good at being stealthy. If you weren't so sloppy, I wouldn't have followed you, and you'd have been dead by now." Martina looked at Axel in disbelief. "You actually detected me?" "How?" "Well, there's only one person I know who smells like lavender," answered Axel as he got up to examine the basilisk in front of them. Martina looked at Axel with her mouth slightly agape. "Why you? You actually?" She was speechless as her whole face went red this time. But Axel's attention was already on the basilisk now. "Anyways, what are we gonna do with this thing?" Martina sighed as she cleared her head of the messy thoughts in order to answer him. Because, he had actually raised a valid question. They had won the war, but what to do with the spoils? The first thing we do it is to cast preservation spells on its whole body. Every part of a basilisk's body is extremely precious, especially since this one is around 1,000 years old, explained Martina, also getting up to join him. Now that she had calmed down, she no longer felt afraid, and her excitement replaced her fear as she looked at the treasure trove in front of her. She continued, its skin has magic-resistant properties, making it a great research and development material. Its venom is one of the most poisonous substances in the world. Its eyes, which are the main conduit for its deathly gaze, also have diverse uses in potions and rituals. To sum it up, its body is a treasure from its blood, down to its bones, she concluded. Axel's eyes were already shining after hearing her. So, how do we divide it? He asked. They had both contributed in bringing this basilisk down. Martina hadn't contributed much to the fight, but she had brought him here and restrained the basilisk at a critical moment. So now the question was, how should they divide it? Axel was thinking 50-50 would be good enough, but they would have a problem if she asked for too much. Martina thought about it, I only want the materials for research and experiments. Just lend me the materials. I'll return them to you along with the things I make out of these. I will just keep a few things I make out of it. Even if she did keep something, it would be for her and the 3 members in her family. Axel was confused at first, but then remembered that this girl was filthy rich, and also a genius who had invented a lot of things. It's good to be rich, he thought, skipping this matter for now as he asked the most important question. How do we sell it? Martina looked appalled at his words, sell it? Why would you want to sell? Basilisk are already an almost extinct species. And this is probably the only 1,000-year-old basilisk in the world, hatched and nurtured by Salazar Slytherin himself. Its properties are much superior compared to any other basilisk. If it landed in the wrong hands, it could end up causing a lot of damage. She then scratched her head embarrassedly, besides, we don't know any reliable channels to sell it. Whoever has that kind of money would try to directly rob it from us instead of buying it. And if I ask for my family's help, they'd find out that their precious daughter was in close proximity with a 1,000-year-old basilisk, which would be the end of my days at Hogwarts. So, it's better if we keep it to ourselves, she concluded. Axel sighed. Martina did make sense, but he was still disappointed to hear that. The expenses for his diet and potions are only increasing, and stealing little by little can only get him so far. He needs a different source of income. He had thought that he had struck it rich just now, but his hopes were dashed in the next moment. It would seem that Damien Malcolm is going to have to be robbed again soon. The guy had been a nuisance these days anyways. They got to work after that. The basilisk's body was massive, and they had to cast the preservation spell on every part of its body and move it to Martina's storage bag. It was the first time Axel found out just how big the storage bags can be from inside. Apparently they're rare, but they do exist. For example, a certain magizoologist used to have a suitcase with a whole wildlife sanctuary inside. Compared to that, Martina's storage bag still seemed much tamer. So, by the time they were done, it was already time for his morning training. Sighing, Axel had decided to choose training over sleeping. Aren't you coming? He asked, glancing back at Martina. Martina shook her head, no, I'm going to explore the chamber more. I'll tell you if I find something. Axel shrugged as he waved her goodbye. He got out of the chamber and made his way towards the Forbidden Forest. But, as he arrived at his training spot deep in the Forbidden Forest, he wasn't alone this time. A familiar silhouette was present there, casually leaning against the tree. You're late, said Akiko, pushing off the tree. Axel smirked, glad to find out that she was out. He had thought that she was deliberately avoiding him due to the training. Late. Me. Who was the one holed up in the VIP ward until now? Akiko's perpetually calm face had a ripple of annoyance at the mention of that. Anyways, you ready to train me now, sensei? Asked Axel, figuring it would not do to annoy her too much. He's already getting free training from her, through blackmail, if he must specify. He should at least not make this more unpleasant for her than it already is. Akiko nodded, looking slightly uncomfortable at being called sensei. I'm ready. Let's start with the absolute basics, she said, doing some light stretching. What's that? Akiko tilted her head, as if the answer was obvious. Hand-to-hand combat, of course, she said, cracking her knuckles. Damn, does she know? Thought Axel, not so confident anymore at the mention of hand-to-hand combat. It was already too late though, since Akiko was already rushing at Axel with a punch. Whoosh. Axel had barely dodged it when a volley of punches followed, some almost hitting him. Then all of a sudden, a kick landed on his side, which he had noticed too late. Fuck. Axel grunted as he did a side roll using the momentum of the kick to take some distance. She knows, he realized. Looks like after her loss, this girl has been closely analyzing their earlier fight in order to find his weak points. Sure enough, even though Akiko's face remained passive, the hint of triumph in her eyes could not be hidden. As I had thought, despite your exquisite skills in knife, you somehow have little to no skills in hand-to-hand combat, she derived, looking slightly puzzled herself. After all, any person with his level of skills is normally first trained in hand-to-hand combat first. So Axel, with his peerless knife skills and shitty hand-to-hand combat skills, was indeed an oddity. Sigh. Axel shrugged while sighing, not rejecting her words. When he used to be on the streets, with his small and scrawny body, he couldn't do shit against grown thugs no matter how much he tried to improve his hand-to-hand combat. That was when he first got his hands on a knife. And suddenly, the doors to a new world had opened to him. He realized that you don't need strength for knife fighting, and he had talent in this field as well. Since then, he had never looked back at hand-to-hand combat. He was still quite good at it compared to most people, but if the opponent is someone like Akiko, yeah, he's weak as fuck. So, first I'll need to train you in hand-to-hand combat, said Akiko, showing more enthusiasm than she should. What is a bitch, is karma, thought Axel. He could easily tell that this girl wanted some payback for the painful days she spent recuperating in the hospital. And training just happened to provide a very good excuse for that. Chapter 69, Sparring with Akiko, a Stalker. In the clearing deep inside the Forbidden Forest, Axel and Akiko faced each other barehanded. Axel rubbed his side where the kick had landed. They were just sparring, so of course it didn't hurt. But it was more of a mental blow. Well, this brings back memories, he thought, feeling the overwhelming gap between them. This gap is why he had quit hand-to-hand combat in favor of knife. Though at that time, the gap was due to his weak body and with no combat instincts. This time though, in comparison to his opponent, he had superior physical stats, better dynamic vision, and better instincts. But still, with his crude hand-to-hand combat skills, there's not much he can do against this fighting machine trained professionally with the best techniques. Swish. Akiko didn't give him time to think. She was on Axel once again as she swung her long leg to kick his face. But it actually turned out to be a feint as a roundhouse kick was coming for his face before he could counter. When he blocked that, he was instantly trapped in a grapple as his head was enveloped between Akiko's thighs. In the next moment, he was flung to the ground with an incredible force, knocking the breath out of his lungs. Not so easily. Akiko might have overwhelmed him with her skills, but she would have no idea that this much beating couldn't even put a dent to Axel. Pain tolerance, 87%. Yep, this was the same guy who took cruciatus for 10 minutes straight with a perfectly conscious and sane mind. Bam. Not even a second after he had fallen, Axel had already freed his hand to land a solid punch across Akiko's cheek, flinging her off himself. He then flipped backwards off the ground to take distance. She got me good, he thought, deactivating his arcane eyes. He had activated it at a very low intensity just when she had started attacking. Cracking his neck, Axel recalled the series of attacks he had faced in their brief exchange just now. They were all part of a single move, synchronized in a way that defending against everything would be very difficult, much less counter with his crude brawling. Especially since now she already knows that injuries have no effect on him. And he also can't use too much force since he doesn't want to hurt her too badly. Suffice it to say, he can't beat her like this. But this is good. A grin threatened to break from Axel's face. Before getting the system, he had never received any sort of training. But he had still managed to be skilled at many things. At that time, all that he had learned was through observing, relentless practice, and real fights. And in those fights, you couldn't afford to try something you weren't good at. The things he had observed were pretty also mediocre since you can't find many experts on streets. But now, he had someone who had mastery in many techniques. And, she's also not trying to kill or maim him. This is a perfect opportunity to learn. What more could he want? Her moves, which he had seen under slight usage of arcane eyes, played in his mind and he started to absorb and assimilate. Meanwhile, Akiko was still stunned as she felt a familiar pain in her jaw. She couldn't even understand how she got punched. Not even a second after she had hit Axel with a deadly combo, a punch had landed on her before even she could recover. So, how did he recover? My turn. Before she even came out of her shock, she heard Axel's voice as he attacked her with a few rough punches with his non-existent style. He really is an amateur at this, she thought, easily deflecting the first few punches. But then, a series of master jabs were suddenly thrown at her, almost catching her off guard with the familiar combo. This is... she exclaimed in her mind as she blocked the suddenly thrown kick to her side, mirroring the move she had just gotten him with in their very first exchange. This was the very same combo she had used against him. But surprisingly, the kick actually turned out to be a feint, similar to the second combo she had used on him. The incoming roundhouse kick came so quickly that she could only brace herself to block it. Bam. The force generated was enough to knock her to the ground even after that as her arms went numb. What was this power? It was much more than what he has shown until now. If she hadn't defended in time, another trip to hospital wing was in order. "Oh, my bad. I couldn't control my power properly since I was trying it out for the first time." She heard Axel's casual apology at that moment, which made her realize that he had been pulling his punches all this while. Her jaw might have been broken otherwise. But now the question is, how much strength does he actually have? That's how their hand-to-hand training began. Since he had run out of surprises and they were both trying not to seriously hurt each other, Axel got beaten up most of the time due to his low experience and skill level, but Akiko could no longer disdain him for it. He was getting better with each exchange. Akiko took her task seriously. Along the way, she gave him instructions and pointed out his flaws from time to time. By the time they were done, Axel had at least gotten something good out of his beating. Arcane martial arts, 2%. Yep, he had finally unlocked this thing since he had gained the threshold mastery required to unlock the skill. Plus, he could now train his heal by healing the injuries he had gotten from the exchange. Overall, he'd say today was turning out to be a very productive day, adding his earlier exploits in the Chamber of Secrets. Rotating his arms and shoulders, he looked at Akiko resting against a tree trunk. "Thanks. I learnt a lot, and it was a nice warm-up." All his muscles, which were stiff from too much intense training, had loosened now. He felt like he could do better than yesterday. Is he kidding? Akiko, who was panting slightly due to the exertion with her aching body resting against the tree trunk, didn't find Axel's joke funny. If this was a warm-up, then the real workout would kill anyone. Not knowing Akiko's thoughts, Axel exited the clearing. He would have liked to keep training, but it was already time for classes. Exiting the Forbidden Forest in stealth, he went to physical training class as he cancelled his stealth. "Who did this to you?" asked Daphne as soon as she saw him. "Don't worry, it'll go away soon," said Axel. "You still haven't answered my question." Axel didn't hide it. "I was training with someone." Daphne was surprised. It was just one person. Did they cheat or did you not cheat? She didn't know exactly how strong Axel was, but she knew that if it was just one person, Axel wouldn't be beaten unless he doesn't cheat or the other party takes him by surprise. A hint of a smile crossed Axel's face. "I was holding back." Even when she doesn't know much, she still has absolute faith in his sleaziness. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Whatever." She then grabbed his hand as she began dragging him away. "Where to?" he asked, looking at her weak hands trying to drag him. "Hospital wing. We can't have you attend the physical training class like this, can we?" "It must be painful," she said worriedly as she lightly poked a particularly nasty bruise on his arm which hadn't healed yet. "What about the class? You think I give a fuck?" Amused, Axel let her drag him as she carefully steered him out of the crowd. He didn't know why, but he recalled the conversation he had with Martina this morning. "I've just stopped trusting people due to certain reasons." That's what he had told her at that time. But, looking at the blonde pushing aside other people to take him to the hospital, he realized that he did, in fact, trust this girl to some extent. Though, her mental defenses are too weak for me to tell her anything, he thought with dissatisfaction. It didn't help that she was weak as fuck. "Oi," he called, tugging her hand. "What?" asked Daphne, still busy navigating through the crowd. "Let's not go to the Mahoutokoro classes." "I'll train you instead," he said out of nowhere. The Mahoutokoro classes weren't compulsory, but one would have to do homework and assignments if they're not attending them. Though, in the past few days, their popularity among the students had reached the peak. The classes were fun and such valuable knowledge was being taught on such a rare opportunity, no one was willing to skip them even if the school begged them to. But, Daphne didn't even consider any of that as she stopped for a moment. "We'll be training, just the two of us." "Sure," she exclaimed, finding the prospect too good to be true. Not because Axel was going to teach her some priceless knowledge though. She didn't know that. She was simply happy for a different reason altogether. "Yeah, I guess," answered Axel, wondering if she misunderstood his question. He was asking her to skip the class that everyone was so pumped to attend. Though, Daphne only nodded her head blissfully as they continued on their way. Skipping classes together. Isn't this progress? Along the way, Daphne kept murmuring strange things in a low voice. As they exited the crowd, Axel turned his head back, only to see no one following them. He quickly wrung his hand out of Daphne's grasp. "What happened?" asked Daphne, looking like a puppy who had been kicked. "Nothing," replied Axel coldly. "What's wrong with him these days?" thought Daphne despondently. This wasn't the first time Axel had suddenly pushed her away. It has been happening for the past few days and she's really beginning to get worried. On the other hand, Axel sighed. For the past few days, someone has been following him from time to time. Usually, it's not an uncommon thing for someone to follow him, but this person is actually extremely skilled, making him worried. He has been cautious from the beginning. After dinner, he always goes into stealth to go to his secret hideout. He's also in stealth when he's alone wandering in the night or going to training in the Forbidden Forest. The rest of the time, he's usually in public. So, the stalker hasn't done anything yet. And Axel also hasn't done anything either since he wants to catch this person alive with no chance of escape. Is it the organization already? This was his main suspicion. He wasn't exactly ready yet. And he had been careful to not show off too much power in public these days, to make them lower their guard and not show any real weakness either. That's why, Axel had been careful not to be too friendly with Daphne in public these days. If they find out that he has a close relationship with her, they might use her to get to him. But, how could he explain this all to Daphne? As he already lamented, her mental defenses are too weak. Though she has been training since an early age and she has talent, so there's hope. But for now, she'll just have to suck it up. He'll start training her as soon as he's handled this skilled stalker, whoever it is. At dinner that night, Patricia came to sit beside him. "What is it?" asked Axel in irritation. Patricia smiled. "Why? Can't I sit here because I want to?" "Of course you won't. You usually sit with students with a powerful family background." Axel wasn't the one who said this. It was Luna, who was sitting on the other side of Axel. Axel gave the dreamy girl a thumbs up while eating. "Good girl. Perhaps there's hope for you yet. You observed right. Just don't say these kinds of things right in front of the person in question." Not to anyone's surprise, Luna was still mostly friendless, at least in House Slytherin. Axel had been trying to help her whenever he could. At least through his guidance, she now doesn't hesitate to call Martina on the slightest problems, so it's mostly Martina's problem now. Still smiling, Patricia ignored Luna's comment. "You know, it's been really hectic in the Slytherin house these days. I'm in a very precarious situation right now." "So I heard," replied Axel, putting more tasteless boiled food in his mouth. Patricia sighed. "There's no beating around the bush with this guy. Actually, a lot of Slytherins are dissatisfied with your nomination as the Seeker. And they need proof of your qualification now. So what? You want me to give a trial now? You think I need one?" Patricia smiled fawningly at him as she put a hand to his shoulder. "No. Of course not. You're the best one I've ever had, dear. But, I'm facing a lot of backlash now. Lady Patricia," said Axel, cutting her off as he removed her hand, "I'd like to say, I'm deeply apologetic, that I don't give a fuck about your situation. You had promised that I won't have to go through any hassle. Don't say empty words if you don't have the ability to back them up. I'd sooner play for Hufflepuff than give a trial to those arrogant bastards when I'm already doing them a huge favor by playing for Slytherin." Patricia looked horrified. "You can't." "I actually can, Princess," Axel grinned. "There's no rule banning the students from playing for another house. And there are a few precedents of it happening as well. I've done my research. Actually, Daphne did it for him, but who's gonna call it out? He was already aware of the Slytherin's dissatisfaction with him. And he wasn't about to be the one to bend in front of them. If they went too far, he had the option of playing for another house team. Giving another house a trial was much more preferable to this. Some might think he was arrogant, but he was not. He was just that good. Patricia was really terrified now. "Axel, please don't leave. I'll handle everything. If you leave, it's over for me." Axel grinned inwardly. Earlier, she was all but demanding a trial, but right now, she's begging him just to stay. Well, let's not tell her that he also doesn't want to leave. It has too many complications. Besides, the worse the team, the more he'll shine. And right now, after all the players had left with Alaric Malcolm, the Slytherin team was filled with a bunch of losers aside from Patricia. He'll be the only star in the field. Well, behave from now on. Use your Slytherin mind to deal with the situation. "I'll give you the Quidditch cup," he said dismissively as he finished his dinner and got up to leave. Exiting the Great Hall, he once again felt the same feeling, as if someone was following him. Usually, he would just ignore it and disappear at a turn after a few corridors. But not tonight. Tonight, he's going to take action. Chapter 70, Encounter with a Metamorphmagus, and News about Atlantis. During the past few days, Axel had been refraining from taking action even when someone had been following him. The first reason was, of course, because the person seemed quite skilled. This was the first time someone had thwarted his arcane eyes, and if someone can do that, then they must be damn good. The other reason was, Gorski had warned him that the organization might be coming for him soon. So, the chances of this mysterious person being from the organization are very high. He wanted to act immediately, but considering the fact that he knows next to nothing about the organization and this person, he had been testing the waters and making some preparations until now. He had to first judge whether he could actually afford to confront this person based on the stalker's skill level, behavioral pattern, and reaction to sudden circumstances. After that, he had to plan in order to catch the person with a method that won't fail, but also won't be crippling in case it's not someone from the organization. And that's what he had been trying to do these days. From what he can gather, this person is very skilled at concealment, but also very shitty at stealth and tracking. They'd randomly do things that will blow their cover. It has been very hard for Axel to pretend that he didn't notice anything. Their skill level seems to be quite high, but their reaction to sudden situations is absolute shit. He can take advantage of that. That is also why he can't wait much longer, since he has to be the one to make the first move to have the element of surprise instead of letting the stalker take the initiative. It would have been better if he waited a day or two more, but he isn't willing to delay it any longer. Let's just get this over with, he thought as he recalled Daphne's forlorn appearance throughout the day. For forcing him to be the reason for that, this stalker is going to have hell to pay. Nymphadora Tonks had been having a very hard time these days. And it was all due to a certain second-year student. When Auntie Bella had given her the responsibility to protect a boy, she had been very surprised. That Black Widow, actually caring about someone's well-being. No way. She had thought that the boy must have some extraordinary background, important enough to jeopardize Auntie's position. But turns out, the boy was just an orphan. More curious than flummoxed by the situation, she had still decided to do this easy job anyway, lest Auntie send her back to the boring Auror training again. Since it's a hassle to keep on the disillusionment charm all the time, she borrowed Rose's invisibility cloak and began her mission. But, who would have thought that she would fail spectacularly at such a simple task? It has been a few days already, but she still hasn't been able to keep track of him most of the time. She can only see him during the class hours and in the Great Hall. The rest of the time when someone is actually supposed to attack him, he somehow always manages to escape her sight very easily. How is she supposed to protect him if she can't even see where he goes half the time? She would accept that she wasn't very good at stealth and tracking, it wasn't her forte, but she didn't think that she would be so bad to not even be able to keep track of a 12-year-old. The boy somehow manages to escape her sight every damn time she's following him. There's no way she's that bad. It's the person she's following who's out of the ordinary. That much is clear enough after keeping an eye on him for a few days. He's got the Greengrass heiress showing puppy eyes for him, he's sometimes seen talking to the princess of the Valentino family, and then there's the daughter of the Brazilian minister, who was fawning over him tonight. And then, there was Rose, who was currently training day and night after knowing that he'd be playing for the Slytherin team, obsessing over defeating him. This guy, who you'd somehow usually overlook when looking at the crowd, is unexpectedly quite popular. Even her mom and Auntie Bella are worried over him, which is extremely puzzling. Is there something I don't know that's making him so interesting, she thought, unable to see the point. The boy is handsome, she'll accept, but the women included in the list aren't the type to be swayed by mere handsomeness. And of course, she didn't think he had used some bewitching magic or something, since Auntie Bella was also included in the list. And that woman has so much protection that even a killing curse might not do anything to her. Another question is, why the hell is his life in danger? Auntie wouldn't give her details until now, even after asking multiple times. All Tonks has managed to get out of that woman is that some organization from Atlantis is after him. That had been enough for her to start taking her job seriously and increase her curiosity even more. Atlantis is the most mysterious magical civilization, closed off to the outside world. And an organization from that place is after Axel. That generates so many questions. So, to find the answers, she followed him very closely tonight, in order to make sure not to lose sight of him at a corner like she usually does. No matter what, she has to stop failing at such an easy task. Nice. Maybe because her luck today was good, but she managed to follow him for quite far this time. Usually, she'd lose him after just a few corridors. But this time seemed different. He seemed to be traveling along the corridors which she hadn't seen much before. She couldn't help but notice that this place was nowhere near the Slytherin dorms. The corridors kept getting darker and gloomier, until they were in an area with no lights or torches at all. This doesn't seem right. Things were not looking good at all. The boy was somehow walking familiarly through the complete darkness, as if he was completely accustomed to it, while she almost couldn't even make out what was in front of her. Would it kill this guy to use a Lumos? She thought, resisting the urge to use it herself. She can't light up her wand without blowing her cover. How familiar does this guy have to be to walk so confidently in such a dark and gloomy place with no fear? It only means that he's been coming here very often. In this environment, even she is afraid of the dangers that might be lurking in this dark, abandoned part of the castle, let alone for someone so young. How is he supposed to protect himself if some kind of dark creature shows up here? It's difficult to even see anything, let alone react. Well, it seems I'll have to use that dot. The lens of her eyes enlarged and shifted closer to the retina, allowing her to see much better in the dark. Still not satisfied, another layer of the membrane formed behind it, bouncing back all the light on the retina. Thanks, Auntie, she thought as she was suddenly able to see well. The Black family has had many metamorph magi over the centuries. She only knew the true uses of her ability after Auntie Bella started to train her. This ability is wasted on you, she'd said when she realized that all Tonks had been doing with her ability was pulling pranks like changing the shape and color of her nose and changing her appearance to someone else's. Metamorphing is an ability that lets you manipulate your physical body. The degree of metamorphing increases the more you train and also through some rituals. And her aunt hadn't spared any expense at either of those. So, it was safe to say that Tonks could be very dangerous if she wanted to. But, after teaching her all this, that heartless woman has also forbidden her from using these things unless absolutely necessary. Just now, Tonks had copied the characteristics of an owl's eyes into her own, allowing her to have a sort of night vision. Owls are nocturnal creatures that are able to see much better in the dark. She just adjusted the structure of her eyes to make them similar. This was just one of the many uses of her ability. Though, when she surveyed her surroundings, she got a surprise when she looked at the ground. Huge footprints could be seen, going in the direction Axel was going. Gulp. Troll footprints. She recognized from her training. Where was this boy going? Now Tonks was debating whether to keep following the boy or just stop him. But curiosity got the better of her and she decided to follow. A troll would be a bit difficult, but nothing she can't handle. Finally, she saw him entering a classroom after walking forever. Interestingly enough, the troll footprints were also leading into the classroom. What the hell are you up to? She thought as she hastened her footsteps. By now, she was sure that this boy was up to something shady. Why else would he come to this place at this time of night? Certainly not to sleep. No one can sleep in such a creepy place. Curious to find out, she went into the room and was surprised by the scene inside. It looked like a troll fight had taken place here. There were a few craters and large footprints, with ropes lying everywhere. She had taken just a few steps in when she felt like her foot just snapped something. What the? Before she could even look down to investigate, the ropes that were lying on the ground suddenly went taut, binding around her hands and feet, leaving her suspended above the ground, unable to move. Her years of training with her aunt suddenly kicked in as her hands transformed into huge and sharp talons in order to cut through the ropes. Though, by that time, she had already been hit by a few spells at the exposed parts of her body. So, it was an invisibility cloak. Axel realized in astonishment as he looked at the stalker who was half exposed now. He had, of course, thought of this possibility, but his arcane eyes could see through normal invisibility cloaks. And he didn't want to think some cloaks could actually thwart his eyes out there. He looked at the person who had been exposed after the cloak had come off. The fuck is that? He thought, looking at the half-transformed hands of the person and the half-cut ropes. He was glad he hadn't trusted the traps. They hadn't worked against the troll, and they didn't work on this stalker as well. He further removed the cloak, exposing the face of the person, and got a surprise. You're that Aura chick, right? Axel didn't know if he was more disappointed or more irritated at that moment. The person turned out to be an Aura. Now, she'd either be from the organization, which would mean that the organization has already infiltrated the ministry, and if she's not from the organization, then it'd mean that an Aura had been following him. Now, if he had been an upstanding, law-abiding goody-two-shoes, this wouldn't have been too worried. But too bad, he was so opposite of those things that he couldn't even count the number of crimes he had committed. Sighing, he freed only the girl's head from the state of paralysis. Speak. Why have you been following me? Tonks scrutinized the boy who was currently pointing his wand at her in a threatening manner. She had panicked at first, but after knowing that it was the boy who had designed all this, her fear disappeared. Aura chick. Seriously? I have a name, all right. This doesn't seem like a response a person caught harboring intentions to kill him or kidnap him would have. What is your name? Why have you been following me? He demanded, tightening the ropes. Ouch. Hey, stop it. I'm not into this shit. Your name, and purpose. I'm Tonks. I'm on your side, you idiot. Axel unconsciously loosened the ropes at that. Tonks. Do you have any relation with Andromeda Tonks? Yeah, that's my mom, replied Tonks with an eye roll. Now, can we talk like civilized people instead of people with weird fetishes? She asked, indicating her bindings. So, you're that daughter on training, huh? Muttered Axel as he looked at the girl. Well, the resemblance from that woman was clearly visible. Her heart-shaped face had similar aristocratic features as her mother, but they weren't as sharp, giving her more of a girl-next-door vibe. Of course, the beauty gene seems to be present in all members of the Black family. Sigh, what the hell is up now? Though, Axel was only further annoyed at the mention of that connection. Seriously, he tries to forget the family but they keep popping up from time to time, reminding him of that day. You still haven't answered my question. Why have you been following me? Tonks glared at him. It's not like I want to, okay. But Auntie Bella forced me to guard you since your life is in danger. Axel's eyes narrowed at that. What did you say? He squashed down his irritation at Bellatrix's involvement and instead focused on the key point. What kind of danger? Is this just a coincidence, or does she actually know something? Come to think of it, Bellatrix Black is the Minister of Magic. It could be possible for her to know about the organization coming after her. After all, she did know his father. But, he wanted to confirm. Tell me, what kind of danger am I in? Free me first, all right? I thought that we'd at least establish the fact that I'm not trying to hurt you by now. This position is a bit embarrassing, protested Tonks. Axel scratched his head. Well, she was indeed tied in a rather disgraceful matter, but it wasn't his fault, all right. He couldn't even see the target and he couldn't afford to miss, in case the person had ill intentions. But, he wasn't about to let up just yet. Well, you might be deceiving me with those words since you can't actually hurt me anyway. First answer what I asked. Tell me everything you know about the danger I'm in. Tonks sighed, look, I really don't know much. Auntie Bella refused to tell me the details. All she's told me is that an organization from Atlantis is after you. Axel was shocked to hear that answer. An organization is after him, she was right about that much, but... Atlantis. Now that was news to him. But Tonks had more to say, and, you're wrong to assume that I can't hurt you, she said to the still shocked Axel. Snap. Her tongue suddenly extended and licked Axel's cheek lightning quick while he was still distracted by her words. Axel backed away as he looked at Tonks incredulously. The woman gave him a smug grin as her tongue sharpened. And as if to demonstrate, she cut a rope near her with it before retracting it. That could have been you. Fuck. Axel was flabbergasted. This. Just now, while he was distracted due to the shocking revelation, this woman might have actually succeeded in taking him out if she really wanted to. He had to admit it was his fault, he really hadn't anticipated that she might be able to do something like this and neither had he calculated this in his plans. She had been paralyzed from neck down, but she was able to attack him with just her mouth. You have a sharp tongue, muttered Axel with some envy. He definitely wants this skill. Thanks. I get that a lot, Tonks except with faux humility. Axel raised his wand at her in resignation, as if he was about to free her. You really don't know anything else? Yep, that was about it. Are you going to free me now? This is really uncomfortable. She demanded, wiggling her body as she tried to close her legs which had been spread apart. Yes. Axel finally agreed after thinking about it. Brilliant. Stupefy. But before Tonks could celebrate, she had been hit by a stunner. But only after I confirm it, finished Axel, reparalyzing her head for good measure. Does this woman actually think he'd free her after she revealed such a scary ability? She could have almost taken him out using just her tongue. What would happen if he freed the rest of her body? Nope, he can't do it unless he's sure about her intentions. He has issues trusting even his friends, let alone a stranger. Let's see, he thought, prying open the girl's eyelids. He was about to use legilimency on her. Though, since he still wasn't much proficient in it, there are chances he might damage her or his own mind if he dug too deep or worse, get detected by her. If she finds out that he had infiltrated her mind, too many problems would crop up. So, it's better if he just found the information on the surface. Let's see. Legilimens. He muttered, using the spell in the way he learned from the system. By now, he was skilled enough that he could at least access the surface thoughts of the person without getting detected. At once, his mind entered hers. Inside, there were thickly built shields, but Axel was able to get past them. The legilimency training provided by the system was obviously much superior, and Tonks' occlumency shields were fully developed yet. When he finally reached her surface thoughts, a slew of information bombarded him, making it very difficult for him to navigate through them. Let's see. Metamorphmagus ability, only acquired through inheritance. Too bad, damn, she had so much planned in case he was hostile. Couldn't tell with her casual bubbly persona, what? There's a wet patch somewhere. Maybe being tied up wasn't bad. Unrelated. Here it is. Stupid auntie, can't even tell the details, why does she have to act all mysterious? Just an organization from Atlantis. Yep, this is it. Since he got what he wanted, he exited her mind since he can't use it for too long yet. So, she was telling the truth, huh? Muttered Axel with some surprise. It's hard to believe, but there actually is someone who wouldn't lie in captivity. It would seem that she really didn't plan to harm him and the information regarding Atlantis is true. Atlantis, damn. This makes so much sense. Why else had he been unable to find anything about the organization? It would make perfect sense if it's from a place that's shut down to the outside world. But, how did that minister know about this? Is it because she knew his father? If his father had been a part of the organization, then, does that mean he's also an Atlantean? What about his mother? Where was she from? How much did that minister know? Does she know more about the organization? Would he actually have to face her and ask, after what she had done a year ago? Axel had so many questions. Just fuck it, he'll think about that later. Right now, it's already very late and he also has a dangerous aura to deal with. Atlantis. Deep inside the ocean, a huge city, spread over hundreds of thousands of miles, filled with space extension magic was hidden. In this place filled with ancient architecture, a huge castle dominated the central land, spanning over a few hundred miles. The castle was luxurious and lavish, with different kinds of jewels shining with magic embedded in it. Powerful wards surrounded the castle, giving it an even more grand and intimidating air. But this was just a show. The castle had lost its power with no one to rule it. Thus, Atlantis wasn't as peaceful as it looked anymore. Inside this castle, in a luxurious bedroom, an old man was lying on a majestic bed. Though contrasting from resplendence around him, the old man appeared rather pale and haggard. "Father. Is there really no way?" asked a woman with dark blue hair and eyes. She had an exquisite appearance, worthy of someone from the royal family, but currently, her eyes had traces of tears and she looked exhausted. The old man coughed, "None that I could." "Cough, think of, my daughter. At this point, the throne can only be inherited if you have absolute power. Forgive me. Antilla, cough, I've been an incompetent ruler, and father." Antilla, the second princess of Atlantis, only shook her head. "No, father. It is I who has been incompetent. If I was only as capable as sister, it wouldn't have come to this." Hearing about his lost daughter caused the king to go into another round of coughing. "Atlina." He whispered the lost daughter's name between coughs. The princess grew frantic as she fished out a box from the beside. "Father, do not worry about sister," she said, opening the box and revealing a brightly glowing blue pearl inside. "See. It's still completely fine." The king took the pearl in his hands as only then did his breathing relaxed. Both father and daughter looked at the pearl with worry and hope. Because they knew what the pearl signified. It was their only source of hope left now. For as long as the pearl was glowing, it meant that Atlina, the powerful first princess of Atlantis, was still alive and well. Looking at the king who had fallen asleep clutching the pearl, Antilla sighed as she let her weakness show on her face once again. "Sister, where are you?" she wondered, recalling the explosion that shook Atlantis more than a decade ago, taking away her sister along with her sister's lover. Chapter 71, One Wish. Renovate. Since his business with Tonks was done, Axel renovated her and removed her bindings. But he didn't anticipate her reaction. As soon as she woke up, the first thing she did was to punch him in the face. Whoosh. And that punch. It turned out to be strong enough to cave his face in. Fortunately, Axel somehow managed to deflect it in time. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded as he glared at Tonks, his knife already at her throat. Axel was really a bit scared this time. He didn't know if he could have avoided that punch without the training/beating in hand-to-hand that he had received from Akiko. And what was with that power? He thought only he was supposed to have super strength here. Tonks seemed to have come to her senses by now. "Holy Morgana, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed frantically as she checked his face where the punch had barely grazed him. And Axel couldn't help but notice that the skin of the hand she had hit him with had been darkened and hardened, in case the insane power alone wasn't enough to destroy her victims. If that punch had connected, he would have been in trouble. Tonks rubbed her temples. "I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to hurt you. It's just..." Tonks was quite surprised by the situation herself. Her head was throbbing with pain and she was feeling very disoriented. Just now, when she had woken up in this darkness with her thoughts in a jumbled mess, not recalling how she was here, she had lashed out after suddenly seeing someone so close. Only after a few seconds she recalled what had happened and how she had ended up here. Axel realized that her reaction just now must have been due to his forceful intrusion into her mind. He had managed to avoid detection using the system's method, but his proficiency was still low. Anyways, he can't blame the girl for this. Looking at Tonks, who looked to be on the verge of figuring out that she had been mind-raped, Axel quickly got up. "I'll go now. Don't follow me anymore." Before Tonks could respond, Axel had already left the place. Tonight, he hadn't caught the criminal, but he did get some important information. Atlantis. He recalled what he already knew about the place. Unsurprisingly, everything he knew was taught by Professor Gorski, their previous history teacher. Now it makes sense why he'd know about it. Gorski was a member of the organization, and the organization turned out to be from Atlantis. Of course he'll know about Atlantis. Too bad, that source is no longer available. It would seem Axel will have to find out about it some other way. The next day, Akiko was once again found training at his spot. "Are you ready?" she asked, getting into position for another sparring session. She looked determined to beat him again. "Can't you teach me ninjutsu today?" asked Axel with a sigh. Akiko shook her head. "No ninjutsu until you've mastered hand-to-hand," she said seriously. "Whatever." Axel could only shrug as he got into position. Tilting her head slightly, Akiko looked at Axel like she was looking at a rare animal. You're ready for the pain. Yesterday, after getting used to his surprises, she had beaten him quite badly. And today was probably going to be the same. This was her grandfather's method of making her back down whenever she forced him to teach her something risky. Had her resolution been weak and lacking, she would have quit very easily. So, she thought that it would be easy to make Axel quit. On the other hand, Axel was a bit confused by her question. Pain. Was yesterday's training supposed to be painful? That was pain. In comparison to the cruciatus, it was nothing but a massage. I don't really care about the pain. Let's begin, he replied to Akiko as he got into position. He was eager to learn ninjutsu, but he didn't mind mastering close combat first. After all, it did save his face from being bashed in last night, didn't it? But Akiko, who didn't know all this, looked skeptical. She didn't believe he wouldn't give up if she made it more difficult. All right, let's begin. And begin they did, fighting with a ferocity that would leave any onlookers shocked. Axel was now reaping the benefits of all the hardships he had suffered in maintaining such a tasteless but expensive diet and the grueling training he had been doing throughout the year. With his body at the peak of human endeavor, he can now easily keep up with someone like Akiko, who has been receiving the best guidance since early childhood. Combined with his insane pain tolerance, he was an unstoppable force in a sparring session. They only stopped when Akiko was too tired to continue. Panting for breath, she looked at Axel, who still hadn't shown any signs of backing out. When her grandfather had used this trick on her to make her give up, she had only persisted because her drive had been very strong. She wanted revenge against the organization who had killed her parents. But, she couldn't understand why the boy in front of won't quit. Why? Why won't you give up? She asked in between her panting. Axel, who was using heal on his wounds, couldn't be bothered to answer. Just cause. He replied, a bit short for breath himself. Fine, muttered Akiko as she left the clearing in a huff. He'll give up soon enough. She'll have to make him. She has no time to train someone else when her goal is to destroy the Kraken. After coming out of the clearing, Axel went to the training ground where all the students had gathered. But this time, he didn't go to Daphne. He first looked for Martina. To find out about Atlantis, the first person he could think of within his reach was her. Axel knew if anyone would know about a mysterious magical place, submerged underwater, with outside entry banned, it would be this curious but powerful geek. Now that he has a lead on the organization, he was very eager to capitalize on it. He didn't even mind the attention he'd draw to himself talking to her in public like this. Axel found Martina easily enough, you just had to follow the crowd. Wearing a purple workout outfit, she was doing some light stretching, unknowingly drawing the eyes of half of Hogwarts' male population towards her. Around her were a group of Ravenclaw girls, fiercely guarding her like a national treasure. When they saw Axel, they all glared at him, but no one stopped him since everyone knew about them being close. But, that didn't stop them from sending threatening and warning looks his way as he approached her. Martina. Axel called out, making her stop. Martina was doing some warm-up before the physical training starts. After witnessing firsthand the effectiveness of high athletic ability during Axel's fight with the basilisk, Martina had decided to take this class seriously. Hearing Axel's voice, she was pleasantly surprised. Axel. Yeah, I need your help. Martina was actually glad to hear that. She had yet to think about how to repay him for his help in the Chamber of Secrets. So, she quickly sent the ravens away for some privacy. So, what did you want my help for? Axel sighed. It's about Atlantis. What can you tell me about it? Atlantis. Why do you want to know about it all of a sudden? Asked Martina in surprise. Axel shrugged, do you know or not? Martina sighed regretfully, actually, I've already tried researching about it multiple times before. I'm quite curious about their civilization. But, I haven't been able to find out much. What are you guys talking about? At this moment, someone interrupted their conversation. Coming to stand by Axel's side. It was Daphne, who couldn't help herself from coming over after seeing so many students already pointing at Axel and Martina and manufacturing new sets of rumors. Martina nodded at Daphne, Eris Greengrass. It's a pleasure as always. Axel was just asking about something important to tell. Whenever she was in front of outsiders, she would revert to her pureblood princess mode which had learned from her mom. But Daphne, who was already misunderstanding Martina's intentions, thought that Martina was showing off her closeness to Axel to her. Flexing in front of me. Putting on a surprised and apologetic look, she said, oh, am I interrupting something important? Actually, Axel had asked me to skip classes today since he was going to give me some private training. I came here wanting to discuss that. Even though Daphne was trying to flex in a different context, her words did erupt quite a lot of jealousy in Martina. Private training from Axel. This was the same person who had killed a Lethifold and a basilisk. Of course she also wanted private lessons from him. But, she wasn't thick-skinned enough to ask about joining them. Axel shook his head, not today. I haven't found the right place to train yet. The things he was going to teach Daphne were rather secretive. Not only does it have to be private since he's going to teach her occlumency, but it also has to be spacious for the physical training. And the clearing was no longer an option. So, he planned on finding such a place today. Martina, who was feeling regretful after not being able to help Axel, perked up after hearing him. You need a place to train. Yeah. Martina smiled, you don't need to worry about that anymore. I happen to know just the right place, she said, putting a privacy charm around them. I still think she made a fool out of us, voiced Daphne, looking at the wall across from a tapestry of a man attempting to train some trolls for the ballet. Axel rolled his eyes, you can't even give her the benefit of doubt. And here I thought I was the one with trust issues. Daphne clicked her tongue, I'm not saying I can't trust her. I just can't help but wonder, if there really was a place as wonderful as the one she described, why would she so easily reveal it to us? Is she stupid or what? Axel shook his head, she's not stupid. She could have told me about such a place last year as well, but she didn't. She did it this time because she owes me. At least she thinks she owes him. But Axel wouldn't reject it if he was being offered a good place to train. Daphne narrowed her eyes, she owes you as well. What did you do for her? Nothing much, I just saved her from a scary monster once. Well, don't tell me if you don't want to, huffed Daphne, thinking that he was being sarcastic. Axel shrugged. He tried. It's not his fault if she didn't believe it. So, we just have to pace back and forth while imagining the kind of place I want, right? He asked, turning his attention back to the door. Daphne nodded, looking excited as well. After such a long time, it's going to be just her and Axel. She wondered if it could be called a date. She imagined a romantic place, where Axel would personally train her. They'd slowly grow closer, and then... It's here. Unfortunately, Daphne snapped out of her fantasy when a door appeared out of nowhere and Axel unceremoniously pushed it open. Inside was not the romantic place she had been imagining, but a spacious room with lots of training dummies, weights, and other training equipment. This place. She began. It's perfect, said Axel, stepping in as he looked around. It actually worked. Perfect wasn't the word Daphne had in her mind for this place, but nevertheless, she still followed Axel into the room as the door closed behind them. So, what are you going to teach me? Asked Daphne, looking at Axel with anticipation. Axel frowned. Do 10 laps of this place first. Daphne couldn't understand the situation, but unable to deny him, she still did what he had asked. Ha. Done. This room was quite big. Big enough that 10 laps was enough to make her weary. Do 15 push-ups now. Daphne wanted to say something, but in the end, she still got down on all fours as she began to do push-ups. 1, 2, 15, ha. 20 sit-ups now. What? 7, ha, 8. Ha. Can I stop now? Axel watched her indifferently with his hands folded. Do you want to give up already? No. It's just. Just what? You expected me to teach you something good. You didn't expect it to be difficult, did you? She did expect it to be quite a bit different. Or more like, she was just too excited by the prospect of him training her that she didn't think much about this. I won't lie. I do have a lot to teach you, admitted Axel. And those things are quite unique as well. Not this bullshit I'm having you do right now. Daphne looked up at him from the ground. She really couldn't understand what was going on, then, why? She asked, looking to be on the verge of tears. Why make her go through this for no reason? Was he just having fun in making her suffer? Because, I want to be sure that you're determined. I will only teach if you are serious about this. This is not a picnic, Daphne, replied Axel coldly. You always say that I don't trust you with my secrets, don't you? Well, honestly, you're too weak and immature for me to tell you anything. That hurt. But Daphne had no words to deny him. She had always been trying hard to catch up to him, but no matter how hard she tried, the gap between them only seemed to be increasing over time. It has now come to the point that she can no longer tell just how strong he actually is. So, Axel was right. He's actually teaching her, giving her a chance to be able to stand beside him in the future, and here she is, only thinking about useless stuff. She just wanted to punch her earlier self now. She wondered if he's regretting teaching her now. Damn it. Looking at the dispirited Daphne, Axel wondered if he had said too much. Was I too harsh just now? He wondered, misunderstanding her regretful look as signs of her giving up. Actually, him offering to train Daphne, it wasn't entirely for her benefit. It was for his own selfishness as well. He wanted her to be strong, so that she doesn't randomly gets done in by one of his enemies in the future. He wanted her to have a good occlumency defense so that he can tell her stuff without having to lie and keep secrets for even the smallest of things. So, he didn't actually want her to quit. He wanted her to train seriously. So, very reluctantly, he decided to make a concession. Oi. From her collapsed position on the ground, Daphne looked up at Axel with her eyes glistening, seemingly on the verge of tears. She was afraid that Axel wouldn't train her now. Though, what came out of Axel's mouth was completely different from what she was expecting. One wish. What? If you actually succeeded in training to the level I deem passable, I will fulfill your one wish within reason. Daphne. Chapter 72, Common Ground. Around a month passed since Hogwarts' exchange program with Mahutokoro had begun. And during this time, the happenings of the castle were the main focus of the wizarding communities in many parts of the world. People were curious to see what results the fusion of these completely different schools would bring. And the various magical media throughout the world also realized this. That's why, you could see reporters anywhere around the castle these days, searching for content. In these times, newspapers weren't the only means of information. Information could also be spread by magi mirrors, used by many wizarding communities all over the world. And since everyone had magi mirrors, the equivalent of a phone, of course they also had televisions at home, which showed wizarding media and shows. With the advancement of Wizarding Britain, other countries in the ICW had also made some advancement under Britain's lead, at least in the media sector. By now, instead of radios and newspapers, most of the wizarding homes had switched to televisions which work with magic. Since the reporters from various countries were sent to the school, Hogwarts was currently trending on various platforms throughout the world. And the exchange program was just a small part of the reason why this was the case. In actuality, Hogwarts is already a land of content as it is. The castle is huge, with no shortage of mysteries and attractions. The moving staircases, the secret passages, the Whomping Willow, the beautiful lake with the giant squid, the boundless forbidden forest, and the various attractions in Hogsmeade, there is no shortage of interesting things here. Once the media came for the exchange program, these attractions were also inevitably featured in those channels, making everything more interesting. And during this time, a certain video of the Gryffindor Quidditch team's practice was also uploaded. It featured Rose Potter, the girl who lived, dodging the blood jares and catching the snitch in a brilliant spiral dive at breakneck speed. The video blew up, gaining a lot of traction, since the level of skill shown in it was comparable to the professional athletes, and it was done by a second-year girl. And when they came to know that this was the famous girl who lived, there was no way it wasn't going to get viral. The footage got a lot of views and was reposted several times on different platforms, being watched by the Quidditch fans and other audience all around the world. Some Quidditch stars even commented on it, praising the girl's skills at her age. However, the most shocking thing was when talk of the Rose Potter getting an offer from Montrose Magpies began circulating. Montrose Magpies is currently rated best team in the major Quidditch league, the Premier League, with most of its star players being from England and Ireland's national Quidditch teams. And getting selected for such a team is like the ultimate goal for all Quidditch players. The salary is very high, and you get to play with the best players under the best guidance. So, when the talks of Rose Potter being a part of such a team began to be raised, the school was, no doubt, in an uproar. Being able to be qualified for such a team already at her age, she was guaranteed a successful Quidditch career even if she didn't pass the trial now. Swoosh, swoosh, bomb, ha. And while all that was going on at Hogwarts, completely uninvolved with all activities, Axel and Akiko were exchanging blows in their clearing in the Forbidden Forest, both moving at blurring speeds. They had been doing this every morning for days. But, there was a drastic shift in the situation compared to how it was when they started. When they had started, it was like a one-sided beating, since both were using pure hand-to-hand combat skills. And in that area, Akiko, who had been trained since childhood, had an overwhelming advantage. But now, in just a few weeks, Axel had bridged the gap to the point that he was now fighting Akiko without taking even a single hit. "You ready to give up yet?" asked Axel, easily blocking yet another series of kicks from Akiko. "Ha." Akiko's reply was yet another combo, trying to overwhelm him with her speed. How did he improve so fast? She questioned in her mind. They weren't meeting every day these days since both of them had their own training to do, but Axel improved drastically each time they fought. In the beginning, Akiko had thought that Axel would give up on training after a few days of beating and she'd be able to focus on her own goals. But at this point, she can barely land a hit on him anymore. She can only imagine how he must have trained to improve so fast. "Why do you try so hard?" she demanded in between her attacks. She had always thought that she was at least the most hard-working, if not the most talented warrior in existence. She had to be, if she was going to face the odds that she needed to overcome in order to take her revenge. But then she meets Axel, the person who can beat her in both talent and hard work. She can tell just by the muscle strains visible on his exposed skin that this guy is training half to death daily, and his body must be constantly in a lot of pain. When will you answer? Why do you work so hard? How are you so strong? And, why the hell do you keep hiding despite having all this power? She demanded, her frustration showing in her usually impassive face. The reason she was so affronted by it wasn't because of something as petty as jealousy. No, it was because his existence proved that she hadn't tried hard enough. That her drive for power and avenging her parents wasn't strong enough. That's why she has been wanting to know, how and why he is what is today and why he still continues to strive for more. What's with this girl, wondered Axel. This wasn't the first time she was asking him these questions. She had already asked this to him a lot of times, but he didn't know that it was so important for her to know about it. Otherwise, he would have told her a little about it since they're not stranger anymore. Looking back, they have been sparring every few days, sometimes even using magic. And by now, he knows enough about her character to know that she isn't a bad person. But, she hasn't told him anything about herself, neither has she taught him the ninjutsus yet. So, why should he bother answering? What about you then? He asked. Why do you work so hard? Even going so far as to train in forbidden arts for it? And why are you not teaching me even after so many days of signing the contract? Asked Axel right back. He hadn't been forcing her using the contract yet since it would be better if she taught him willingly. Akiko gritted her teeth. The contract. That had only happened because Axel had seen her practicing forbidden arts. She didn't like the fact that she was being blackmailed into teaching him, and it annoyed her every time he brought it up. You'd have to beat me first for that, she said, making a few hand seals as her magic flared. Matsushima secret style, fists of fury. She stopped holding back and decided to use the secret hand-to-hand combat techniques of the Matsushima clan, making her fists burn with magic. Axel shrugged, if that's the case. He murmured, changing his stance, then so be it. As soon as he shifted his stance, the atmosphere around him changed. Arcane martial arts, 30%. He hadn't used this against her yet. Akiko's speed and strength increased suddenly as Axel found himself facing unavoidable punches, even one of which could seriously injure him. Arcane martial arts, softening palms. But, in face of such punches, his hands glowed with a gentle light and the enormous force behind Akiko's fists seemed to get nullified. Well, that was dangerous. Thought Axel, still feeling the remnants of the enormous destructive might of the punches even after the using softening palms. He dared not stretch this fight longer. Magic hands. His dexterity, which was already terrific, reached a godly level, and he caught her fists one after another. He had been holding back since he had wanted her to teach him everything on her own initiative. And no one would truly want to teach someone who was already better than them. But I had been wrong. He thought, ignoring her surprised reaction as his hands gripped her fist. If he wants to learn from her, he has to make her submit first. Take this. Axel jumped as his legs wrapped around her neck, and he flipped her to the ground with her hands pinned on either side of her. Bam. Cough. The impact knocked the breath out of Akiko's lungs as she found herself tackled by the same trick she had used on him on the very first day. Except, she couldn't use her hands to counterattack like Axel had when this was used on him. So, is this considered a defeat? Asked Axel. Akiko struggled to free herself as she coughed. Cough cough. Yeah, guess I lost. She said in the end in defeat. Turns out, he had been holding back, again. Just out of consideration. Though she didn't understand how he was able to do the things he did, but Akiko had no choice but to accept it. She had lost. She was incredibly frustrated. As a genius, it's very difficult to accept someone else being better. But, a promise is a promise. Thus, as Axel let her go, she laid on the ground and looked at the morning sky. Well, since I already agreed, I'll tell you about myself then. My drive for power and the reason why I go as far as breaking rules. She said with a sigh. What is it? Revenge, replied Akiko with fire burning in her eyes. Axel frowned. Revenge. For what? My parents. They went on a mission very far away, they could never return. I want to take revenge on their killers, she said as her face clouded over. I see. Said Axel. Actually, he couldn't see. He didn't take Akiko for a girl who'd be so emotionally driven when she's usually like a cold machine. And, revenge for parents? He couldn't understand the motivation behind that. As far as he could remember, his parents had left him at an orphanage and he didn't even know them. So, he didn't really feel the need to avenge them. Anyways, go on the mission my parents have gone on, Tony, to be the elite of the elite. And the fatality rate is extremely high. So, only the best of the best are chosen for this mission. That's why I've been training so hard. So, that I can go and destroy those who killed my parents. Axel couldn't understand it. You must have really loved your parents, huh? Akiko covered her face to hide her emotions. Of course. Who doesn't love their parents? They were usually busy with their work, but they always used to make time for me. Must have been nice. Yeah, it was. But that's all about me. Now it's your turn, she said, sitting up. You still haven't answered any of my questions. Why are you so strong? Why still train so hard every day? And, why does no one here know anything about your strength? Axel pondered over it. Why he's so strong today? It's due to a variety of reasons. And talent is not the only factor that has contributed to it. The main factor would have to be his mindset. It is something that has been forged after a series of unfortunate incidents. Due to his extraordinary luck, he has somehow already experienced some of the worst things that can happen to you when you're trying to survive on the streets. It made him tenacious and extremely selfish. It taught him the value of his own life, his freedom, his happiness, and the value of power. It has made him obsessed to obtain and retain these things at all costs. And then, he was tortured horrifically with the worst torture spell ever, almost killing him. By that time, he wanted to make it so that such a situation can never happen to him again. But then, he came to know that the world was going to be taken over by an extremely powerful madman, and he had been crippled. That made him realize the importance of what he already had and how much of an idiot he was not to use it to its full extent. So, from that day onwards, his hard work reached a new high. It's not something you do unless you're absolutely desperate. And, he did that for a whole year, while getting the best guidance from the system. And this is how he is as he is today. He wasn't born an absolute genius. In fact, his talent could be considered worse than monsters like Akiko and Martina. But, he has slowly and gradually improved in all aspects, from his body to his mind, so that he is superior to Akiko today. Though, he can't tell all this to Akiko, can he? That's why he's never answered her questions until now. But, he has a feeling that she wouldn't actually start teaching him seriously until he gives her an answer. So, Axel told her what he could. Well, I'm an orphan as well, though I never knew my parents, or any living relative for that matter. I've had to live through some difficult situations and went through some tough Tamiya. That has toughened me up. Akiko nodded. So, that's how you got the scars. I'd always been curious, she said, looking at the scars on his face. Axel nodded dismissively as he unconsciously ran a finger over his scars. They were both very light, one on his cheek and one across his left eye. He had lost count of the number of times people had asked him about the scars on his face. Some idiotic students have even tried to copy his scars when they heard girls saying it looks cool. Anyways, continued Axel, moving on the topic. Right now, the reason I'm still training so hard is because my life's in danger. Akiko blinked her eyes when she heard that. What kind of danger? Well, there's this organization that was after my father. Now it's after me. That's also the reason why I'm keeping a low profile these days. Akiko nodded in understanding. It would make sense to keep a low profile if an organization is after his life. But then something else didn't add up. But if you're trying to keep a low profile, why did you sign up for the Slytherin Quidditch team? For being a seeker, you need to have dexterity, balance, and sharp eyes. And, she somehow had this ominous feeling just thinking about Axel playing as a seeker. Axel looked at her in surprise. Even you know about me being the Slytherin seeker, huh? Rose wouldn't stop talking about it, said Akiko with a roll of her eyes. Oh, Axel had totally forgotten that Akiko was actually friends with Rose. How are you even friends with her anyways? You two are totally different. Akiko shrugged. You might already know it, but she has a very powerful darkness affinity. I had noticed right away. Anyways, what are you going to do in Quidditch? Keep a low profile. Axel just smirked. You'll see. Akiko didn't think Axel would be able to keep his low profile for long. But, now that she thought about it, why would this person even need to hide? Which organization is powerful enough to even threaten someone like him? By the way, what's the name of the organization that's after you? Somehow, only one name came to her. Axel shrugged. I don't really know. All I know is, it's in Atlantis. Akiko thought she didn't hear it right. What did you say? Netherworld. Lily Potter and Isitra, the Queen of Dark Elves, were currently in a room with 2 large mirrors. You think it'll work? Asked Isitra. Lily fiddled with the mirrors. There's no reason it shouldn't. Besides, this is important. Isitra agreed. What they were trying to do was indeed important. Currently, living underwater, they were quite cut off from the activities of their enemy, and they didn't have any allies. They were trying to communicate with the other races in the Netherworld. To do that, they had sent 2-way mirrors to other races. And right now, the mirrors had been delivered, along with the message. It was time to communicate. Which races have we successfully delivered the mirror to yet? Asked Isitra. The vampires and the lichens. It's those two at the same time. Isitra sighed, realizing the headache this was going to bring. Ready? Asked Lily as she held up her wand. I'm going to start the connection in 3, 2, 1. It's on. The mirrors blurred and then two people's faces appeared. Chapter 73, a bet. Chapter 73. What did you say? Akiko couldn't help but ask. Because, the organization that could threaten someone like Axel, and it's from Atlantis, there was only one that fit the bill, Kraken. Axel's brows furrowed at her surprised reaction. I said, it's in Atlantis. You wouldn't happen to know anything about it, would you? So, she didn't hear it wrong. It is Kraken. The very same organization that she wants to destroy. She so much wanted to nod her right now, and tell him that yes, she did know about it. But alas, she had no choice in the matter. Akiko paused in her reply. I was just surprised, she lied with a heavy heart. She was feeling incredibly conflicted right now. The information about Atlantis and the organization is even more restricted than the forbidden jutsus. She had only obtained it after signing an advanced secrecy seals. She couldn't even reveal the information by mistake. So, no matter how much she wanted to tell Axel, she couldn't say anything. But, since she knew that the organization was their common enemy, she could help him out in a lot of other ways. For example, by giving him the best training she could. Previously, she had been hesitant to share the knowledge with him, especially since she was being blackmailed into it. But now, things were different. The Kraken. This organization was so dangerous that she is unable to deal with it by herself. But, if it's him. At only 12, Axel is already so dangerous. If trained properly, they would have a Kraken doomsday machine at hand. Axel. What? Axel was a bit disappointed by the fact that she didn't know anything about the organization, but it's not like he expected her to know anything anyway. The girl can't see anything past her revenge. Akiko looked Axel dead in the eyes. Let's begin your training, she said seriously. Tomorrow morning, be here at the same time. A grin came on Axel's face. Now we're talking. Later that morning, Axel sat at the Slytherin table eating his breakfast. Sitting beside him was, surprisingly, Daphne, surprising because this was the Slytherin table. It had always been an unspoken rule for the students to always sit at their own house table. But, after the start of their exchange program, with the Neens sitting with them, some of the students had started to sit at the other house tables, claiming they did not have enough space. There was some degree of resistance from professors like McGonagall, but Dumbledore, the ever-eccentric man he was, instead approved of it, saying it promoted unity between houses. After that, the students had kind of started to sit wherever they liked. So, this is why Luna was currently sitting with Martina at the Ravenclaw table and Daphne was currently sitting beside Axel. Can't I eat something more edible? She asked, looking down at the plate of boiled ingredients that was supposed to be her breakfast. Driven by Axel's promise of fulfilling her one wish, Daphne had been training hard under Axel's instructions. And of course, diet was an important part of her training as well, which was going to start from today. But, this food, it's really difficult to eat for her. As a pureblood heiress, she was used to the delicious food carefully cooked by the house elves. Even when her father restricted her food intake, whatever she ate was still delicious. So, it was a bit difficult for her to eat this boiled, unprocessed food. Axel shook his head. No, it's important to eat if you want the benefits. Do you have a problem with it? Of course I do. This shit tastes absolutely revolting. How the fuck have you been eating this kind of stuff all this while? She demanded, lowering her voice so that only he could hear her, so as to keep her pureblood lady image in front of others. She had thought that the physical training was the worst part, but when she had first tried some of the food that Axel had been eating for more than a year, that was when Daphne truly began to realize the extent of hell Axel had been living for the past year. No wonder he always used to be so grumpy. He had to work so hard, maintain that diet, and also deal with all the pain his almost crippled body was causing him at that time. Axel frowned. Even if it doesn't taste well, it's still expensive and nutritious food, right? Daphne nodded hesitantly, but that doesn't mean you can eat it like this. I can't understand how can you not throw up after eating this? She said, gingerly moving the ingredients in her plate around with her fork. Daphne didn't know why, but Axel looked incensed after listening to her words. That's right. You won't understand it unless you have struggled to even get something to eat, unless you felt happy to even be able to eat a mottled loaf of bread. I was being unreasonable. Daphne felt like an absolutely spoiled, insensitive and immature brat right now. But more than that, she felt her heart aching for Axel. She knew that he had had a rough childhood, but since he had always been rather closed off about this topic, she didn't know it was to the extent that he didn't even have enough food to eat. Oh, how she truly wished she had met him earlier. She wished she could have helped him when he was hungry, she wished she could have helped him when he got those scars, she wished she could have helped him when he was getting tortured to the point of being crippled. And most importantly, she wished she could have been there when he was getting these emotional scars that have yet to heal. But, I'm here now, aren't I? She thought. She was here now, and things were getting better. Today he shared another detail of his past with her. Isn't this progress? And she would be damned if she were to fuck it up now. My wish, this for you. She thought, grabbing a forkful of ingredients. Then, glancing at Axel, she slowly put it in her mouth. Meanwhile, sitting on the other side of the Great Hall, at the Gryffindor table, Rose Potter, the girl who played, was also quite exhilarated. Sitting at the Great Hall with her group of friends, she relished the attention she was getting as everyone pointed to her and talked about her instead of finding it uncomfortable like she usually does. She had done it. She was finally being recognized for something she had achieved herself instead of the whole girl who lived thing. Because, all those girl who lived rumors. They are all bullshit. Rose recalled the conversation she had had with Dumbledore at the end of last term. Waking up in the hospital wing, she had panicked as soon as the events of the previous night had come crashing down on her. She had so many questions. What happened? How was Voldemort still alive? Why did he say he died because of her mother? Why did she suddenly pass out when Voldemort had her? And more importantly, what did he mean when he said he'll kill her and her mother? Isn't her mother already dead? But thankfully, Albus Dumbledore himself was there when she woke up, to answer all her questions. At first, she was quite surprised and reticent, seeing Dumbledore in the flesh right after waking up. But the old man had calmed her down and given her some answers. Turns out, Voldemort never truly died that Halloween night, and whatever had happened, she certainly didn't play any part in it. It would seem that her mother had used a very obscure ritual, something which even Dumbledore didn't know of, to give her some very powerful protection. And was the reason why she was able to overcome the killing curse. And that's why she disliked it even more whenever someone called her the girl who lived. Her mother, while praised by everyone who knew her personally as the brightest witch of her time, never got any credit despite everything she had done. Isn't this great? We're now allowed to sit at whichever table we like, said Susan, who was also sitting with her at the Gryffindor table. I'd rather we sat at our own table, said Hannah to Susan, feeling uncomfortable with all the attention Rose was attracting their way. Rose rolled her eyes. Come on, Hannah. It's so rare for all of us to be able to sit and talk like this. Classes have been so busy, she said, getting nods from the table. Well, not everyone, said Neville, looking pointedly at the Slytherin table where Daphne had chosen to sit. It's like she's no longer our friend at all. Looking at Daphne, Rose's face darkened. This was the same friend who had gone through life and death with her at the third-floor corridor last year. The same friend whom she has known for years. But, ever since Rose's and Neville's conflict with Axel on the train, Daphne has distanced herself from this group. And of course, she knows why. And now she's always skipping classes as well. She's gone as well. It's what he does. Bewitching witches, she said, glaring at Axel. No, she can't let him take away Daphne as well. Hermione, who was also sitting with them, looked surprised. Does he really do that? She asked, realizing why Martina paid so much attention to him. Rose nodded. Both of her aunts, Daphne, Martina Valentino, Patricia Afonso, all seemed to have been bewitched by him. Maybe, he bewitched me as well, said Susan, breaking the heavy atmosphere. You are bewitched by every handsome boy, said Hannah as everyone laughed. Their group finished their breakfast after that. But as they were exiting, the two groups happened to meet at the door. Seeing the two talking among themselves and completely ignoring them, Rose couldn't take it anymore. Daphne, she called, attracting the blonde girl's attention. What is it? Asked Daphne, looking impatient. Why have you been skipping classes? Daphne shrugged, just 'cause. Do you have anything else to say? Rose was annoyed. It's because of him, right? What has he done to you? You used to never miss classes. Axel frowned. They were beginning to attract a crowd here. What do you want? He asked, stepping forward, getting away from Daphne, so as to avoid getting attention on the two of them. Rose glared at Axel. What I want? I want you to stop bewitching witches all around. She shot back, stepping up as well. Axel was a bit annoyed. He knew that he couldn't clear up whatever misunderstanding this girl had of him even if he tried. And he was tired of her annoying him all the time. Fine, let's make a bet. The match is coming. The loser will do whatever the winner asks. Fine. Rose hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She had been training very hard. She was now at a level where even pro players were praising her. Of course she can now easily beat Axel. And that's how the biggest bet in Hogwarts was made. Meanwhile, in Netherworld. Continuing. In the room where Isitra and Lily were present with two images appeared in the mirrors. Even though they were physically present, just their virtual image was enough to tell that these were not ordinary individuals. "Oh, if it isn't the fallen queen," said one of the two individuals, looking at the dark elf queen as he began to chuckle in a deep, hoarse voice. The appearance of this person was different from humans. He had a large and buff stature, his teeth were sharp, his yellow irises were bigger than human with black pupils, and his face had a beard that resembled wolf fur. He was the king of lichens, Fenisulfur. "Fenisulfur, you shouldn't be mocking others when you have become a lapdog of an outsider yourself," came a low seductive whisper from the other mirror. The mirrors were placed in a way that they could see the other mirror as well as Isitra, who was sitting on her throne. A low growl escaped Fenisulfur's mouth as he glared at the other mirror. "I'm no one's lapdog. I'm his ally. And why is SHE here?" he growled, looking back at the dark elf queen. "I would like to ask you the same, Isitra," asked the person in the other mirror, flicking her white hair back. This was, of course, the vampire queen, Celeste. She was an ageless beauty, with pale skin and red eyes. Whenever she smiled, two sharp canines could be seen in between her red lips. Isitra sighed. She was very well aware of the unending feuds between lichens and vampires. The two races were like fire and water, always conflicting. They were already at war even when Voldemort started his takeover. But, seeing them still at odds even to this moment made her disappointed. "I had thought that getting your race conquered by an outsider would have at least made you change, even by a little. But you two haven't changed," she said with some frustration. But her words ended up offending the other two rulers. "The vampires have not been conquered. We've simply changed our allies," proclaimed Celeste. "That's right. The lichens haven't lost as well. Matter of fact, things are better now than they were in your reign. At least we don't have to lose our people to monsters all the time." Sigh. Things were not going as she had expected. It looks like these two don't even want to rebel. But, she can't really blame them. Netherworld is not really an easy world to live in. There are various monsters living in the wild. And these monsters constantly attack all the kingdoms in hordes. And Voldemort had somehow allied/convinced/enslaved these monsters to march under him. Now when he offers the rulers of the various kingdoms, "Be allied with me, the monsters won't attack you anymore, or be destroyed," the choice is of course obvious. At this moment, Lily, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Bullshit. 3x. You said something?" asked Fenisulfur, glaring at Lily. Lily raised her head fearlessly. "Yes, I did. If you really think you're his ally, that's bullshit. That person only takes followers, slaves, pawns, pieces he'll sacrifice in a heartbeat. So, you are not his allies. How dare you?" snarked Fenisulfur, crushing the armrest of his throne. On the other hand, the vampire queen was far more civilized. "Who are you?" she asked, studying Lily curiously. Her skin wasn't pale enough to be a vampire, neither did she have sharp teeth. Her ears were different from dark elves. This was, undoubtedly, a species she had never seen. Lily stepped forward. "I am a human. Just like Voldemort. I am what you call an otherworlder. And the reason I said—" "Halt," interrupted the Lichen King. "Do you take us for fools? You have a nose." Lily was honestly at a loss for words for a moment. Chapter 74, Incoming Danger and Akiko's Proposal. Chapter 74. Netherworld. Conversation continued. "Halt," interrupted the Lichen King. "Do you take us for fools? You have a nose." Lily was honestly at a loss for words for a moment. "Voldemort, you noseless bastard, would it have killed you to upgrade your looks?" Though Isitra wouldn't stay quiet as well. She speaks the truth. Lily Potter Nebraska Evans is indeed an otherworlder who arrived from the same rift as Voldemort himself. I can personally vouch for her. The vampire queen giggled. "Not all otherworlders have to look alike, Fenisulfur. I don't remember having furry ears, and neither do I have a tail." The Lichen King was about to respond, but Isitra interrupted him. "Rulers. We have some important information to share. Could you leave your squabbling for later?" she asked irately, making the two rulers actually stop talking. Turning to Lily, she said, "Continue." Lily nodded. "So, I was saying Voldemort is just using you guys as his pawns. His real goal has always been to use you as sacrificial pieces. He doesn't care one bit about your lives. He's just trying to conquer you all by dividing you." Fenisulfur wasn't convinced. "Look, girl. I will not say I'm happy with losing my race's freedom to an outsider. In fact, there are a hell lot of things about him that make me want to crush his head. But, we have also gotten some undeniable benefits after joining him. The monsters' attacks have stopped, and these bloody vampires don't bother us anymore. Previously, before they were attacked by Voldemort's forces, the lichens and vampires were in a war with each other. They had wasted so much manpower that they had difficulty even protecting themselves from the ever-present monster attacks. But after they had surrendered to Voldemort, there were no more monster attacks and the war had also stopped, letting them recover and heal their wounds. The vampires had been attacking you. Celeste smiled at Fenisulfur, but this time, her smile looked dangerous. Don't make us out to be the villains now. You Lycans are the ones who started this war in the first place. Fenisulfur also flared up. You bloody liar. Who was the one whose minions killed our brethren for no reason? I already said it, it was an accident. They didn't mean to do it. What a load of... Guys. Lily Potter waved her hands in the air, appearing very weak in the presence of these powerhouses. That's what I've been talking about. None of you actually started it, it was Voldemort. She revealed, mystifying the two rulers. Lily took that opportunity to explain everything. Don't you see? Voldemort first sowed discord between your people. He was the one who killed the members of your races in the beginning. He made you all fight among yourselves, while he also increased the frequency of monster attacks. While the Lycans and vampires, two of the most powerful species, are locked in war, weakening each other, all the burden of handling the monster attacks falls on the Dark Elves, making them weak as well. Don't you guys see? You guys have been trapped in Voldemort's schemes long before he even revealed his existence. The Vampire Queen and the Lycan King both went silent, with different expressions on their faces. Celeste didn't seem surprised, only intrigued, while the Fenisulfur looked surprised. No matter what, these circumstances were too much in favor of Voldemort. And now that they thought about it, it all fit together. Is this true? Asked the Vampire Queen, looking serious for the first time. If it is, then how did he make the members of our races attack each other? I checked them personally. There were no signs of mind-altering magic on them. Lily sighed, the magic you guys use is quite different from the magic we use in our world. Of course you wouldn't find any traces. Did you know we could communicate like this? This is also something from our world. The Vampire Queen had no answer to that. This was indeed a very novel and convenient way of communication. And indeed, she couldn't find out what kind of magic was used to make this. The Lycan King also figured it out. Boom. That snake. He roared, banging his feet on the ground. If what the girl was saying was true, then that bastard had indeed gotten them good. They had been dancing to his tune all this time while as he overtook most of the netherworld. So many of them had died meaningless deaths while the bastard reaped all the benefits. This was so infuriating and humiliating at the same time that Fenisulfur couldn't control his outburst as his whole palace shook with his howl. Meanwhile, Celeste appeared much calmer in comparison, but her smile had gone and black veins were now visible on her pale white face, and her eyes had gone completely dark. She looked beautiful and terrifying at the same time. She had her doubts about this from the beginning when Voldemort had showed up, and she still had some doubts left, but it is almost certain now. Voldemort was the reason behind the deaths of so many of her brethren. Of course she was incensed. Calm down, Fenisulfur, Celeste. What's done is done. We can't change the past. But we can't let the bastard continue to rule us. That's why, we need to put our differences aside and join forces. Said Isitra. The Vampire Queen sighed, what can we even do now? We're under oath to him. Fenisulfur growled at that. At this moment, Lily raised her hand once again. There are ways around that. Our main priority right now is to gather our forces and monitor his movements. We want to know what he's planning. Fenisulfur shook his head, I don't know anything. Haven't heard from the bastard for months. Celeste, on the other hand, appeared solemn, I've tried to send my spies to him. They haven't found what he's doing exactly, but one thing is for sure. He's up to something, and whatever it is, he has had moderate success already. Lily paled. This is exactly what she was fearing. Whatever Voldemort was up to, it could only be related to one person, her daughter. Hogwarts. The day after making the bet with Rose, Akiko and Axel stood in the clearing in the early morning. Today, Akiko was going to teach him seriously for the first time and Axel was looking forward to it. So, we're finally coming to lightning ninjutsu? Asked Axel. Akiko nodded. We are. But there's a lot of other things I'm going to have to teach you as well, she said seriously. The organization was no joke. If they were going to take it down, she was going to have to teach Axel a lot more than just lightning ninjutsu. Axel nodded. So, are you going to teach me the real use, or like the ones you used on me? Akiko looked surprised for a moment, but then the corner of her lips lifted slightly. Both. Now we're talking, thought Axel. In their fights until now, Axel has been able to glean one thing for sure. Akiko is mostly specialized in killing. Meaning most of the techniques and jutsu she has learned are meant for delivering a lethal blow to the opponent. So of course she mostly didn't use them on Axel. But Axel was still able to tell that she could do more than what she just did. Just take the jutsu he had witnessed her doing on the very first day for example, it had destroyed the whole tree trunk quite easily. And of course, Akiko knew more jutsus like that which she didn't use. It's like how wizards don't use spells like Unforgivables or Fiend Fire in normal duels. And Axel can't have her hiding these types of ninjutsu. He knows that he has many enemies out there. First, there's the organization from Atlantis, and then there's Voldemort and his army. So, there's no way he would be satisfied with learning just the non-lethal and less destructive techniques she had shown him until now. That's why, he was satisfied when she said she'd teach him lethal ninjutsus well. Let's begin then, he said eagerly. Akiko nodded. I'm going to assume you don't know anything and start with the basics of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu consists of two components, shape manipulation and nature manipulation. Through nature manipulation, you summon the nature of magic you need to use. Then you use shape manipulation to mold that magic into your desired ninjutsu. Axel was a bit confused. I thought you just had to do hand seals to cast a jutsu. Akiko shook her head. To cast a successful jutsu, simply doing the hand seals is not enough. You have to focus on the precise execution of nature and shape manipulation and hand seals to help you do that. Well, that makes sense, agreed Axel inwardly. If it was that easy, then everyone would have learned to cast jutsus easily. Akiko continued, in a sense, nature and shape manipulation is even more important than hand seals. Because, if you perfectly grasp these two concepts, you will theoretically be able to cast jutsus without having to do any hand seals. Sounds good. Axel grinned as he imagined spamming lethal jutsus one after another. Akiko clicked her tongue. Don't be so hopeful. If it was that easy, then no one in the world would have stood a chance against ninjas. The most that ninjas can do is to shorten the number of hand seals. But direct casting without no hand seals is almost considered impossible. Axel shrugged. One can always hope. Anyways, I can perfectly learn the hand seals in one go. So I just need to quickly learn the shape and nature and manipulation, right? He asked. With his perfect memory and dexterity, he could perfectly learn all the hand seals in one go. So the only thing actually preventing him from casting jutsus is this. But Akiko only shook her head. It's not something that can be learned or taught instantly. I can only give you the key information and guide you through it, but you can only slowly learn jutsus through a lot of practice. Axel frowned. Why is that? Well, because it's a complicated process. You can't grasp the flow in one go without being able to see it yourself. Axel was just going to accept that fact, until he realized something. He smirked. Yeah, I understand. It must be quite difficult, for most people. Unless they can actually see the process, he thought in his head. Arcane eyes. Let's begin then. He said, ready to observe the process. Akiko nodded. Let's start with the most basic one, lighting release, lightning bolt. It's a simple jutsu with which you can fire a bolt of lightning through the palm of your hand or through your fingers. The hand seals are bear, ox, tiger, monkey, dragon. She said, also showing the hand seals. When you do the bear hand seal, you have to imagine the lightning nature magic coming into your body. When you feel it, you have to make sure to pass it through the life gate. Life gate is. She began to describe the entire process, and Axel realized why jutsus were secrets that couldn't be copied just by learning the hand seals and why it was difficult to learn them. Well, this seems more difficult than magic, Axel commented after she was done. Akiko nodded. It is. And they only get more complicated if you want to use this for other purposes. That's why we are also taught wand magic. But, as far as combat magic is concerned, ninjutsus are clearly superior. Once you get it down and master it, the power, damage, speed, everything can be higher. Axel thought about the jutsus Akiko had used, especially the last one, in which her speed had increased exponentially. Well, can't argue with that. That lightning technique which increased your speed was amazing. The ancient forbidden jutsu. Akiko winced upon remembering it. That was only half of the technique. The other half is supposed to cover my body with a protective armor of lighting. Damn. That sounds dangerous. Akiko nodded. Of course it is. But it's quite dangerous to the caster as well, that's why it's forbidden. In fact, no one is actually able to master it for a long time. The most someone has progressed in the last 2 centuries is me. 2 centuries? Axel couldn't understand it. Why is that? He asked. Well, the control and lightning affinity needed for it is quite high. Plus, very few ninjas have even been able to access it, since it's such a guarded technique. Axel swallowed his saliva. You will teach it to me if I ask, right? Akiko rolled her eyes. How greedy are you? Learn the basics first. Dream later. It will take years before you even reach that level. She said as she made the first seal of lightning bolt ninjutsu. I'm going to perform the jutsu. Watch closely. You bet your talent I'm going to watch this closely, girl, thought Axel as he increased the intensity of his arcane eyes. Akiko slowly made the hand seals as she cast the jutsu for real this time, following the exact process that she had described. Sparks began to be generated at her fingertips. Lightning release, lightning bolt. She chanted casually, as her hand launched a powerful bolt of lightning, creating a burnt depression in the tree which she had aimed at. Zap. Now it's your turn. Try with less intensity, and don't expect much success on the first try, she was saying as she slowly turned her head towards Axel, only to see him. Zap. Before she could do anything, Axel had already cast a similar lightning bolt right where she had. Though the power was admittedly quite lower, but it was definitely the same lightning jutsu that Akiko had cast moments ago. To say Akiko was shocked would be an understatement. How was Axel able to do it on his first try? Even she had taken at least a whole day before she was able to do something like that. Are you going to beat me at ninjutsu as well? She thought blankly, looking at the tree where the jutsu had impacted. She was feeling embarrassed for saying those words earlier. But this is good, she thought, thinking about the organization. She had long stopped expecting any help from her grandfather. He was a powerful man, but a peaceful one. So, if she had to stand a chance against Kraken, she needed exactly someone like Axel. Axel is like an unpolished gem. He has lots of imperfections. In a life-or-death fight, there are ways he could be bested. But that is to be expected from someone with no systematic combat training or experience. These are things that can only be forged when he receives professional training for a long time. And she could do that for him. And once she has removed his impurities, and once she has properly polished him, if the two of them join forces, her dark affinity and his lightning, revenge wasn't just a pipe dream for her. The training went on for a while before it was time for Axel go on and do his own training. By the way, what did you do yesterday? Asked Akiko as he was leaving. Axel raised his eyebrows, even you know about it? He asked, but then shrugged helplessly. Of course she did. It would be weird if she didn't. Because yesterday's matter had, sadly, blown up, and now everyone knew that Rose Potter and Axel Hunt had made a bet in which the loser would do whatever the winner wanted. Of course, it was blown in the sense that everyone was trolling Axel for making such a stupid bet. With her spectacular performance last year that won the Gryffindor team the Inter-House Quidditch Cup, Rose Potter was already considered the best seeker at Hogwarts. And if that wasn't enough, the videos of her previous matches and training had gone viral, leading to her getting good comments from some experts as well. And Axel, who was trying to compete with someone like Rose, was simply absurd to everyone. So, Axel was currently getting trolled all over the internet in various ways. There were memes, there were voting polls, and betting pools, all heavily in favor of Rose's winning. It's really surprising how blind these people are. To treat a prodigy like you like this, she said with some disdain. Axel rolled his eyes, so what? I've always been treated unfairly, but it doesn't affect me in the least anymore. Axel had long stopped expecting anything but the absolute worst from the people. So, it didn't affect him in the least what others thought about him. But Akiko didn't seem reconciled. I don't understand the system here. They judge students more based on their ability to tolerate cramming for written exams rather than their practical ability. There are no real rewards for being the best, no preferential treatment for the prodigies and hard-working students. The only rewards you get are some meaningless house points which, turns out, can get you absolutely nothing. Axel had to smile at that judgment is surprisingly accurate. You know, you should come to Mahutokoro, Akiko proposed out of the blue, looking absolutely sincere about her offer. You'd receive the best treatment there. Custom training, custom diet, and forbidden knowledge. I'll make sure you get everything there. You have the potential to be the best ninja in the world, and no one here even recognizes that, let alone giving you any benefits. Axel thought about it and nodded solemnly, thanks for the offer. I'll think about it. Honestly, he didn't think it would be a good idea to leave. In the future, Hogwarts was going to be the center of all the activities. And he'd rather be in on the action than let the situation get worse in his absence. It is not just a matter of his treatment. The world can turn upside down if Voldemort is allowed to take over, and then he can say goodbye to good treatment in any part of the world. That's why he's hesitant to leave Hogwarts for other places. But, who knows what the future has in store for him? No one can tell where he might end up. Though if there's really a bastard out there who can, that person better not make life more difficult for Axel than it already is, or Axel would have to consider breaking the walls to end whoever it is. Walking back into the castle, as he passed by the Great Hall, Axel had to pause in order to look at the crowd that was gathering here. Students from both Hogwarts and Mahutokoro were milling around the message board, talking excitedly about something. Weird sisters at Hogwarts. What are you going to wear? I'm considering to go for a nundu. I can't think of anything yet. Well, think fast. There's not much time left. Getting closer to investigate, Axel found a poster on the board. Halloween costume party. All students invited. Axel scoffed. A party? What a waste of time. As if he'll go there. His life is in danger here. Chapter 75, Jealous Daphne. The next morning, in the Ravenclaw's dorms, Daphne's bedroom. The morning sunshine fell on the few potted plants standing on the windowsill, pouring into a clean room containing a few more types of flora, lots of books, and some Quidditch posters. Yawn. Daphne woke up, feeling her body sore all over. Axel had gone rather hard on her last night, not even letting her take any breaks. All she could do was grit her teeth and bear it, holding in her moans until they were finished. If he doesn't take responsibility now, I swear I'll commit suicide, she thought, thinking of his promise. Really, if he doesn't fulfill her one wish after making her train so hard, she would feel really unreconciled. Just as she was considering stealing a few more minutes of sleep, her magi mirror suddenly rang, making her sigh as she tried to find it. Astoria. Since it was just her sister, Daphne picked up the call without bothering to fix her groggy appearance. Astoria's cute face popped up, holding the magi mirror too close to her face. Hey Tori, what's, began Daphne casually, but her sister's frantic voice cut her off. Daphne. What the hell is happening at Hogwarts? Daphne yawned. What is it? The forums, the internet, everyone is bad-mouthing Brother Axel. Daphne sighed. Oh, that. It has reached so far. This was indeed troubling. Yes, that. It is so infuriating. It's so unfair. Rose has been playing Quidditch for so long and Big Brother Axel hasn't even played it. Why is it so unfair to Big Brother Axel? Daphne chuckled at Astoria's anxious ramblings. Tori, let me tell you one thing, she said, making the blabbering girl pause. What? Daphne lazily plopped her head back into the pillows. That guy, there's no way in hell he's losing this, she said with surety. Daphne didn't know why she was so sure herself. She had never seen Axel play. But, after getting surprised by his specialties again and again, Daphne had developed this strong confidence in Axel that now she's not worried about him losing at all. That guy won't lose unless he wants to. So, don't worry your little head over it, she said to Astoria. Now tell me how my plants are doing. Are you properly taking care of them? Astoria pouted. I am, but is it necessary? I'm already healed, so why can't we just have the house elves take care of it? Daphne put away her smile as she brought her face closer to the screen. Astoria, you're a greengrass. Nature is a part of your being. There's a reason why your illness used to be stable when surrounded in greenery. Astoria rolled her eyes. Yeah, whatever, she said sullenly. Anyways, what are your plans for Halloween? Asked Daphne with a smile, knowing exactly what would cheer up her sister. Halloween was coming up and her sister really liked cosplaying. And her words had the desired effect since Astoria's face lit up on that, of course. I'll be going to a party with Mom. You want to see my costume? Of course. Daphne smiled. Astoria began enthusiastically showing off her costume. See. This time the party is going to be so fun. Too bad you're not going to be able to come, said Astoria teasingly. Daphne grinned mischievously at that. Well, guess what? This time, Hogwarts is also going to step up its Halloween celebration. Astoria's eyes widened. You're kidding. Daphne let out an evil chuckle. Guess you were too focused on Axel to read the other news, Lil Tori. Instead of the usual feast, there's going to be a costume party this time. Too bad you can't be there. What? No. Astoria screamed. Why was I not born a year earlier? Astoria screamed. And laughing with satisfaction, Daphne triumphantly cut the call. Sigh, what am I going to do next year? Muttered Daphne, knowing that her sister would be here next year. That girl would not leave her side even for a minute, so how is she supposed to spend time with Axel at that time? Well, let's worry about the current problems first, she thought as she checked the Magi Hive for news related to the Rose Axel fiasco. And soon, a frown slowly marred her face. Nope, she wasn't worried about people talking bad about Axel. She knew that guy couldn't care less about these things. What she was worried about was a completely opposite kind of problem. After this incident, Axel, who had always kept a low profile, was once again pushed to the spotlight. His pictures and videos were being circulated on various platforms, and it was starting to attract the wrong sort of attention. Daphne read some of the comments. So what even if he loses? At least he has the balls to face someone on pro level. I'm with Axel. Yeah, I like his attitude. So what if it's the girl who lived? He doesn't simp for her like others. Axel, please challenge me as well. I'll lose and do anything you want. Daphne. How to say it? Axel's appearance was quite eye-catching. Usually, Axel has this effect that makes people not focus much on him or his appearance whenever someone is in his presence. But too bad, that mysterious effect doesn't seem to work when his picture is seen through the screen instead of seeing it in person. With his sharp and handsome features, accentuated with the light scars and the smooth and silky raven hair stylishly messed up, he gives off this bad boy charm that can hardly be ignored. So now, many girls are coming out to defend him, saying it needs balls for someone to challenge the girl who lived herself without any fear. But that wasn't enough. Daphne rubbed her face in exasperation as she read some other threads which were very popular right now. Axel's ship. Rose x Axel. These kinds of posts were everywhere. Upon opening one of them, some infuriating shit popped up. Now that I look at it from another perspective, isn't this like a scene from a romantic story? Rose calls out Axel due to jealousy when she sees him with other girls and they make a bet in which the loser will have to do whatever the winner wants. Yes. I thought I was the only one who saw it that way. I'm shipping them so hard. They both secretly like each other but are very resistant to admit it. I simply love this love-hate relation. Yep, this was the most infuriating thing of all to Daphne. Many people, who apparently had too much time on their hands, had begun to ship Axel and Rose, making Daphne want to say a few choice words to them. Why is it their business who pairs up with whom? And how the hell did they see this kind of scenario as something remotely romantic? Axel and Rose clearly hate each other. Daphne threw her phone away in annoyance. F# Indian rupee and hashtag $cent dollar hashtag Indian rupee and square root times square root. It's not like that at all. Are these people blind? They clearly hate each other. There's nothing like that between them. She exclaimed in vexation. Her annoyance was immeasurable and her day was ruined. She'll need some of Axel's presence to wash this off. So, she was now looking forward to their next training meeting and dreading it at the same time. Somewhere inside Hogwarts, in a heavily warded room, a small diary remained opened on a desk, showing words from time to time. The room was filled with different types of bizarre ingredients, and drawn with different kinds of symbols. There were also cages, big and small, with various creatures locked inside them. You think this is necessary? It could be dangerous, a person said, looking into the screen of the Magi mirror held in their hand. In the screen, the image of a masked man in a dark cloak could be seen. It is. And you should do what you're told. You've already angered the Dark Lord, the death of the basilisk, replied the masked man, dark energy swirling around him. The person became a bit annoyed. You are not the one to talk, after getting your headquarters raided single-handedly by just one guy. And you've still got nothing on him. So, don't tell me about what and what not to do. The task I've been given is too insane. The dark magic around the masked man flared again. The guy who raided us. I'll find him one day. And as for giving you orders, well, these are Dark Lord's orders, not mine. But, the person tried to protest, but the diary glowed at this moment and the person stopped protesting. Do you have enough sacrifices? Asked the masked man. The person glanced at the stacked cages in the room. I do. Good. Keep trying. Time skip Halloween. Just like this the days at Hogwarts passed. Axel trained daily with Akiko and the real training making him have some deep realizations. Not only for his attitude towards training but towards life in general. And during this time, he continued to train Daphne as well, making her have some rather noticeable improvements. Just like that, October 31st arrived. It was a day that everyone had been looking for. Because with all the attention that was focused on Hogwarts, it had been decided that Hogwarts would host a Halloween costume party to celebrate it and make this event more exciting. But surprisingly, the excitement for tomorrow was also not small as well. 1st of November, the day after Halloween. Because, tomorrow is the highly awaited Gryffindor vs Slytherin match. The match has been so hyped up that they have had to expand the Quidditch Stadium, in order to accommodate the growing number of people who were now going to come to Hogwarts to see the match. The security had been doubled, with Aurors and Ninja Corps both being deployed. So with these events about to be held, Hogwarts was currently abuzz with activity. What are you going to be wearing for the costume party tonight? Asked Daphne after they had finished training. Axel shrugged, not going. Daphne frowned, why not? It's going to be fun. I don't have time. Besides, I don't like parties. Axel really didn't. He had only been to one party in his life, and it was thrown by the rich muggle boy he had beaten. In his mind, a party is a place where rich assholes gather. Oh, come on. You have to come. I want to see you in a costume. Daphne protested. She imagined seeing Axel wearing a pair of cute cat ears and blushed. Axel rolled his eyes, not happening. Don't even think about it. Daphne blinked her eyes cutely at Axel, please. Axel frowned, don't do that. Please. I said, don't do that. Please. Axel gritted his teeth, fine. But no stupid costume. There were 2 reasons he agreed, none of which were because he couldn't deny her. Abso-fucking-lutely not. He was still a Sigma. Done. Daphne jumped in joy. She knew better than to push her luck. Costumes weren't compulsory. If you don't want to put on a costume, you could just put on a mask. Chapter 76, Halloween and Raising a Flag. Why is it taking so long? Thought Axel as he stood in front of the Ravenclaw Tower. Wearing a formal suit he had bought on his shopping spree this summer, he was currently waiting for Daphne, who was taking too much time to come and he was now getting impatient. Every time, the door would open and instead of Daphne someone else would step out, increasing his annoyance. Sigh. Axel thought back to why he was doing this. If you look at the situation, it could easily be seen that he has no reason to go to the party. In fact, there are a lot of ways he could be putting his time to better use right now. But still, here he was, wasting his time on this silly event. Why? It was certainly not just because of Daphne's spoiled behavior. Well, maybe that played a part, but it was more due to the realizations he has had lately. The first thing he realized is, it's actually quite easy to kill someone. And of course, that means it's equally easy to get killed as well. He has learned that in his training with Akiko, who is really going all out in teaching him. And, if it is so easy for him to die, he thought, would I be reconciled if I just died just like that? Has my life so far been worth it? Have I lived enough? And that's when he realized, living enough. What a joke. He hasn't lived at all. For as long as he could remember, things have always been difficult for him. They were difficult when he was at the orphanage, they were difficult when he was at the Muggle school, and they are difficult now, with the new enemies popping up. But he has always been a fighter. He wouldn't stay satisfied with the lousy cards that life had offered to him. And so, he fought, he struggled, and he worked hard, to climb higher in life and not settle with the sorry excuse he had gotten for a life. And so, for as long as he can remember, Axel has never been able to stop for a moment, and live. At all. To the point that he even has forgotten the worth of his life. What's a life in which he has to keep working hard every single day until you either defeat all of the growing list of enemies, or die trying? His future was getting bleaker and bleaker. Before getting tortured, he had been living a much simpler life. He had a goal to open a simple business, get rich, and enjoy life. And it was a very easy and reachable goal, one he could achieve with little effort and with little risk. He had high hopes. But now, he first has to deal with the organization, and if he survives, there's still Voldemort and his army. Is this still a life he would endure inhumane torture for? Is this still the life he would give his all to protect in an extremely desperate situation, just like he did it the last time when he was under the Cruciatus? He was afraid that he might not. That's why, he has decided to take a little break. To have a little taste of what could be a better life, to find out things that he would enjoy doing, to have some things to look forward to. So that when he gets back to work again, he would know exactly what was at stake. But of course, the break would be short. He doesn't have the luxury to have a bigger one. And that is how he is finding himself here today, standing in front of the Ravenclaw Tower to wait for Daphne. He hadn't thought of wasting his break for this, but Daphne had been very persuasive. Anyways, if there's someone who can endure his rigid attitude and get him to have even a modicum of fun, it would be that girl. As he waited, the entrance opened once again, but this time, rather than students, no one came out. The doors just opened and closed. And once again, Axel smelt a familiar aroma move past him. Martina, he murmured in realization. There was a sound of someone tripping, or almost tripping before Martina's voice sounded. Axel. Oh, Axel had somewhat forgotten about it, but he had lowered his presence a little until now, in order to not draw attention. Looks like he just now scared the girl, again. Martina made herself visible, looking stunning in her Halloween costume. Why are you sneaking around? Asked Axel. Martina shrugged helplessly. The costume was attracting too much attention, and I didn't want to be surrounded, she said, looking back at the common room entrance. Axel looked at her outfit. She had on a red vest, a red coat, and black spandex with red lining. Her feet were covered with black boots, and her hands had fingerless black gloves with red details. What costume is that? Martina looked at herself. Oh, I'm Scarlet Witch. It's a Muggle comic book character. Axel was still scrutinizing her costume. It doesn't look ordinary, he commented, activating arcane eyes. It was filled with runes and magic. Martina's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise, you can tell. Of course it's not ordinary, she said, coming closer to whisper to him. I used some of the basilisk materials to make this. It's just a prototype, and I'm still experimenting, but let me tell you, this is amazing. I've made one for you as well. It's almost complete. Axel nodded, extremely interested. What are its features? It looked like Christmas had come early for Martina, being able to talk with someone about it. Oh, you won't believe it, she said excitedly, a privacy charm settling around them even as she spoke. Since basilisk skin has very high resistance to magic, I've been able to salvage some of that property using runes. Really effective against dark magic. And then I can change it to any costume I want. Martina was still talking when the door to the common room opened yet again, and this time, Daphne finally stepped out, taking away Axel's focus. Daphne was wearing an off-shoulder royal blue gown that fit her body perfectly till knees, after which it flared out to resemble the tail of a mermaid. Her cheeks had light traces of blue scale patterns complementing her features, and she had matching earrings to go along with it. Her hands were wrapped in blue gloves that reached above her elbows, and click-clack sounds reverberated from her heel hidden under her dress. It didn't take a genius to figure out that she was a mermaid tonight. Axel didn't properly register Martina's words since he looked at Daphne with perplexity. He didn't know why, but looking at her gave him a feeling of naturality. Daphne had brightened up as soon as she had seen Axel waiting for her. As he had promised, Axel was not wearing any costume, but he did put on a brand new trending suit, looking extremely dashing. But, her expression dimmed when she saw who he was talking to. She looked at Martina and then herself, and couldn't help feeling insecure, making her steps falter. She gripped her dress and looked down as she tried to walk steadily in her high heels, but at this moment, a hand gripped her glow-covered wrist, stabilizing her. "I think we'll need to train your balance next," chided Axel as he helped her walk. "Or I'll be embarrassed to call myself your teacher." Daphne felt so overwhelmed that she felt like passing out. "Thanks. You look great." Her makeup did its best to hide the blush that had spread on her cheeks, and she felt a scorching feel in her wrist where his hand was gripping hers, even through the glove. Wish I wasn't wearing those gloves, an idle thought popped into her mind. Axel shrugged, "You too. But why put so much effort? We're late now." Daphne smiled brightly, "Because I wanted to. Wait." She then rummaged through her satchel and produced a masquerade mask which would cover half of his face. "Here. Wear this. Fewer people will recognize you," she said, giving it to him. "Oh, thanks." Axel gratefully put on the mask. With the match tomorrow, many people would likely come to bother him. It's very thoughtful of Daphne to bring a mask. But Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. With how handsome Axel was looking, she was afraid he would attract too many vixens tonight. It would be better if he had his face covered all the time. Axel glanced back at Martina. "Let's go." Martina looked at Daphne's unwelcoming look and shook her head with a forced smile. "I still had a few matters to attend to. You two go first." Daphne smiled. "All right, we'll be leaving first then," she said, dragging Axel along. Looking at the backs of Axel's and Daphne leaving together in perfect harmony, Martina somehow felt very lonely. "I was still not finished about the suit," she murmured to herself. Like always, Hogwarts was really digging the Halloween theme. The Great Hall had undergone a total remodeling. The 4 long tables were replaced by smaller round tables, and the whole place had been festooned with confectionery-filled pumpkins, apples, black cauldrons of big lollipops, carrot cake, bats, orange streamers, goblets of colored sweets, pumpkin juice, and all sorts of Halloween-related decorations. The student population had gone bonkers over preparing their costumes for this event. Although it had already been said that students can prepare their own costumes using their magic or get others to do it for them, but of course, all of them only wanted the best costumes. Some of the students got their families to send them costumes while the others ordered online. As a result, all posts had been arriving non-stop at Hogwarts, making it a giant ollery. "Looks like the party started," said Susan Bones, who was wearing a pink pixie dress, with 2 delicate little wings attached which were fluttering on their own. Her costume was matching with Hannah, who was wearing a fairy costume, with insect wings fluttering behind her. "This is awesome," said Neville in a weird-looking plant outfit, looking around at the Great Hall. And indeed, the party was awesome. Usually, the Great Hall is always illuminated very brightly with the numerous candles that are always floating under the enchanted ceiling. But tonight, the number of candles had been reduced to provide just enough light for everyone to see but also properly bring out the effect of the pumpkin lamps that were also floating around. Music suitable for Halloween played in the background, and sweets of all kinds could be seen everywhere. What was most eye-catching were the students who were wearing all sorts of costumes from scary ones to funny ones. "Yeah, it is awesome," said Rose, agreeing with Neville. "But Neville, what the hell are you wearing?" "What? You can't tell." "It's Mimbulus Membletonia," said Neville defensively as he looked down at his own bulbous outfit. "I could tell," said Hermione, "but I can't tell what your costume is, Rose." "It's so cute." Rose looked down at her own costume. It was a beautiful dress and she had a pair of rabbit ears on her head which twitched from time to time. Rose was surprised. "You don't know?" "Oh, of course you wouldn't. I'm Babbity Rabbity. It's from a wizard fairy tale." "Oh. Wizards also have fairy tales. How have I not read them?" exclaimed Hermione in worry, looking as she was about to rush to the library right now. Hermione herself had opted for a hag costume. With a dark cloak, messy hair, an elongated nose, and necklace of small skulls with glowing eyes, she definitely looked like how she always looked. Susan rolled her eyes. "Relax, Hermione. They won't be coming in exams tomorrow, she joked. Now let's get moving. We have to show off our costumes. Who knows? Maybe one of us might win the prize, she said, dragging everyone in. The group made their way into the Great Hall, looking around at everyone's costume. It looked like everyone had gone all out. And why wouldn't they? The event was being broadcasted and there was also a best costume contest as well. While they were looking around, a loud party horn suddenly blared up right behind them, making them all jump. It was Fred and George, dressed as clowns. Hey Fred, it would seem that our dark lady has put on a disguise tonight, said George with narrowed eyes. Yes Georgie, and out of everything, she chooses to be the innocent Babbity-Rabbity, said Fred in surprise. I say it is a ploy, to make the enemy lower their guard, so that we can destroy them in the war which is tomorrow. Rose was not impressed by the twins' antics. Not when there were already rumors about her being evil. I'm a dark lady in disguise. All right, but I see that you two are still clowns. The twins were amused. That we are, said Fred, or was it George? We have always been, said the other. But tonight, we have the excuse to do the things which we have been wanting to do, they finished as they high-fived. At this moment, a few people started looking and pointing at the entrance, making the group also pay attention. Hunt. Rose's teeth clenched at the sight of the masked guy walking in with Daphne. She had read the news, of course. So she knew what people were saying about herself and Axel being secretly in love with each other, and it vexed her to no end. Roxel. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, this is Axel? Asked the twins together. Then they grinned as they exchanged a glance. Enemy spotted. Fred. Yes, George. I know what we're doing today. Wait, what? Rose had a bad feeling about this. Really bad. Chapter 77, Special Mission, School in Danger. In the dim lighting, the Great Hall, decorated with various Halloween decorations, coupled with the music blaring in the background, looked completely different from its usual magnificence. At one side, a huge buffet was arranged on a table, with all sorts of Halloween-themed dishes, and on the other, a stage was built with posters of 7 weird people and various musical instruments installed. Walking in with Daphne, Axel looked around the Great Hall. People were wearing all sorts of bizarre costumes, most of which he couldn't even recognize. They were talking, dancing, laughing, eating, scaring each other, or pulling pranks. We're on time. Look, it's the Weird Sisters, exclaimed Daphne, pointing at the stage where the music was coming from. And indeed, currently, everyone's attention had shifted towards the stage where 7 witches appeared. They were also in Halloween get-up, looking like zombies. Who are they? Asked Axel as a commotion started as soon as they appeared on the stage. Daphne was not surprised that Hermit Axel didn't know about it. They're the most popular musical band. They are going to do a concert here tonight, she explained, dragging him along with the crowd. Are they a big deal? Big deal. They have fans all over the world. Look around. Everyone is here for them, said Daphne, and indeed a huge crowd was now gathering in front of the stage as the students cheered and yelled. Let's go, we have to get to the front spot, exclaimed Daphne, dragging him into the crowd. The concert started soon, and the crowd went wild, screaming and dancing along with the music. Standing in between the crowd of people, Axel looked at Daphne, who was vibing along with the music, and Daphne also looked at him. Daphne shouted something which he couldn't hear. Can't hear you, yelled Axel, his sense of hearing drastically lowered using super sense. Daphne just grabbed his hand and raised it into the air, making the both of them to move to the beats of music. It was a weird experience, moving along the rhythm in a crowd of people who are all screaming, dancing, and jumping like crazy. But it was not unpleasant. After a while, they exited the crowd to take a break with the concert still going on in the background. Wasn't it great? You were going to miss all this, said Daphne, leaning closer to be heard over the music. Was it? Wondered Axel. He didn't know. But it was definitely unsafe. It's quite easy to be attacked in such a crowd. Daphne rolled her eyes at him. Don't give me that look. For once, I'm going to have you live a little, she said as she dragged him towards the stalls. What look? Wondered Axel. He was sure he hadn't done anything. Daphne picked up 2 servings of what looked like eyeballs stuck with a toothpick. Here, try this, she said, picking up one by the toothpick and offering it to his mouth. Whose eyeballs are these? Asked Axel, craning his neck away from the thing. Chuckling softly, Daphne ate the other eyeball to show him. It's not an eyeball, it's a marshmallow, she exclaimed. Axel frowned, looking at the eyeball. How could you tell? Daphne shook her head. That's the thing. You don't find out until you eat it, she said, taking a bite out of a finger dripping with blood next. Oh, fries with ketchup. Nice. Axel sighed. Daphne had already taken his permission to skip the diet for tonight. And since Axel had decided to take a break tonight, he had decided to just go along with whatever for once. But, looking at her eating away freely, he was still getting second-hand diabetes. This is going to mess up all the dieting you've done, he couldn't help but say. Eating another bloody finger, Daphne looked down at herself. Oh fuck it, my tummy has never been so flat before. It deserves a reward, she said, patting her belly which had indeed flattened after Axel's intense training, not that it was fat before. Now, remember you're on break. So open up, she said, still holding out the eyeball to mouth. Axel sighed and finally took a bite. It was the first time he was eating something other than his diet in a while. And he has to accept, it was fucking delicious. You're aware you're going to have to train double after this, right? He asked Daphne, who was grinning like a Cheshire cat after feeding him. Daphne sighed blissfully, I leave that to my future self. But this is worth it. Daphne's smile seemed infectious, as a small smile slowly came to Axel's face as well. Well, I guess I'll let go for tonight as well. They started to try different types of foods one after another. Witch's brew, blood splatter cookie platter, treats not tricks, mummy hot dogs, graveyard parfait, things like that. Axel, you're here. While they were still eating, someone called Axel. Axel and Daphne turned to see Patricia walking towards them. She was dressed as an Amazoness tonight, wearing a revealing warrior outfit which was turning a lot of heads. Daphne's smile stiffened as soon as she saw the older girl. How vulgar, she muttered to herself. Though Daphne knew that it was only her jealousy speaking. Patricia seemed to have heard that as she smiled at Daphne, not at all bothered. This is a Princess Diana costume. It's quite normal in Wizarding Brazil. Please don't disrespect our culture. Daphne had nothing to say to that, only cursing the fact that she was only 12, and there were some things she couldn't have right now. Patricia then turned to Axel. Axel, tomorrow's our match. Yeah. So what? Patricia didn't know what to do with this guy. She was dying with trepidation right now just thinking about the millions of ways they could lose tomorrow's match, and the person she had pinned all her hopes on is so nonchalant about the whole thing, making her question her decision yet again. Patricia sighed, the team I have this time is the worst team House Slytherin has ever had. The remaining good players I had recruited have left because I couldn't explain why our seeker doesn't come to practice even though he's never played Quidditch before. So we're left with a bunch of noobs for tomorrow's match, she said, her calm facade slipping. So? Asked Axel, as if he couldn't understand where the problem was. Patricia took in a deep breath, trying not to snap at the guy. He was her only hope now, and she can't afford to have him leaving the team as well. So, I'm wondering what we are supposed to do tomorrow. And should I worry about the match or the aftermath after we lose to Gryffindor under my terrible leadership, she said, barely keeping her composure. Axel smiled, satisfied to see that she had stopped her threats now. Yep, he was just testing her. Listen, Captain, the only thing you need to worry about, he said in a relaxed tone, is to decide the point margin you want to win with. Leave the rest to me. Oh, overconfident much? Said someone, as a ball was thrown at Axel at high speed from behind. Question mark. Since Daphne was standing right in front of him, Axel didn't dodge the ball, and it was too late for using magic. So, he could only deflect it. Plop. But unexpectedly, the ball exploded on contact, spraying golden and scarlet color all around. Daphne was saved since she was shielded by Axel, but Axel and Patricia had gotten paint splatter on their outfits, drawing a lot of attention. Witnessing such a scene, gasps were accompanied by sounds of camera flashes, and many people had begun filming it on their magi mirrors. Yep, people weren't going to miss this opportunity. Honk honk. Happy Halloween. Exclaimed the culprits, the Weasley twins together after blowing the party horns, and many people laughed along with them, finding this funny. People are like this. They find these things funny as long as it doesn't happen to them. Don't kill them, don't kill them, don't kill them, okay maybe later, but not now. Axel slowly removed his mask and shook off its paint as he casually looked at the culprits. Scour Jiffy, he muttered, taking out his wand, removing the paint off himself, and from the still stunned Patricia. The paint came off, but the stains were still there. Crack crackle, Axel's knuckles cracked as he clenched them into fists. He wasn't angry, no. He had received far worse treatment than this multiple times back when he was on the streets. So of course just a bit of paint wasn't going to faze him. But retaliation is a must. That's right, he has to dish out multiple times what he received just now. Because first of all, that suit was expensive. Second, the paint was scarlet and gold, meaning they were clearly sending a message here. This is not a simple prank, but a humiliating attack. And if he didn't retaliate appropriately, it'll send out the wrong message. Third, no matter if he was still very weak to defeat some of the enemies he would have to face in the future, he was still not weak enough to have to take this kind of treatment from a couple of clowns. As the person with power, he should be the bully, not the other way around. Otherwise, all this power is useless. Just as Axel was going to take action, a system notification flashed in front of his eyes. Special quest, School in Danger. An extremely dangerous creature has been summoned into Hogwarts, and it's currently making its way down here. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to prevent it from reaching here, or it could result in extreme consequences. Rewards. Dash, Special Skill, Barrier. Dash, Limited information on Atlantis. System. What the fuck? Give me more details. What kind of creature are we dealing with? What's its danger categorization? The information came, and Axel got stuck on the system interface, ignoring the clowns completely. He can also deal with them in the match tomorrow and the mission right now. Fuck. Isn't this too fucking difficult? Axel was occupied, but nothing was holding back Patricia. Fred and George Weasley. I challenge the two of you to an honor duel right now. The duel doesn't end until one side is completely unconscious, she exclaimed, drawing her wand and pointing it at them. Meanwhile, Daphne dragged Axel away from the commotion, fearing he might murder someone. Hey, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? She asked anxiously. With all his attention on the mission, Axel snorted, knowing that his break was over. I'm fine. But I need to leave. Now, he said, looking around for someone. So much for fun, he thought. What? But we were just getting started. There's so much to do. Axel grabbed Daphne's shoulders and looked into her eyes in all seriousness. Daphne, I need to leave. Now. Daphne found herself unable to deny his words. But, she didn't want it to end yet. This had been turning out to be the best night of her life. Ah, all right, then let's go, Toj. No. You're staying here. And don't you dare leave this place until I come back. Find a professor and stay close to them. All right, said Daphne in resignation. Daphne didn't know what was happening, but she could tell that Axel meant business right now. So, she went along with his demands. But that didn't mean she wasn't crestfallen right now. I'll do whatever you ask, but please don't do something that'll get you into trouble, she said despondently. Don't worry. Axel nodded in relief as he turned to leave. He was really glad she understood the severity of the situation. And Daphne, he paused. Yes. Axel scratched his head as he looked away. Thanks for tonight. I think I had fun, he said, looking back at her. Bottom asterisk. Daphne was stunned as an unbelievable feeling rushed through her. She began, but Axel was already off, disappearing into the crowd. It was definitely good that he had, because Daphne's mental faculties were no longer working properly and she would probably have made a fool of herself if he had stayed. Axel didn't directly go to the fight. He first had something else to do. Martina. Axel quickly found Martina even in the crowd. She was sitting together with Luna, away from all the commotion, literally on the opposite end of the Great Hall. Oh, Axel. Do you know what the commotion there is about? She asked, pointing at the crowd that was gathering on the other side. Hello, Axel, you seem to be in trouble, greeted Luna casually with her usual half-closed eyes. She was in a bizarre outfit tonight, with a crumpled horn on her head. Hi, Luna. Axel didn't have time to chat with the girl, so he went to business. Martina, you said the combat suit you made for me was almost ready, do you have it on you right now? He asked urgently. That's the reason why he's here. The information about the creature provided by the system is too overwhelming, and he was going to be needing more than just the clothes on his back for his safety. Now, normally one wouldn't carry such stuff on them all the time, but Martina was different. The small handbag which she kept on her person all the time is phenomenal. She has a research lab in there and also has enough space to put a giant basilisk inside. And sure enough, Martina nodded her head, yeah, it's here. But why are you asking for it right now? Because I need it right now. Things are turning out like last Halloween, said Axel, trying to make her understand that he was not fucking around. And his words had the desired effect, as Martina was instantly alarmed as she stood up from her seat. Again. But isn't the basilisk already? It's not a basilisk. It's something more dangerous. Now, give me the suit. Quick. It's coming this way, said Axel, cutting her off. All the nonsense was instantly gone as she brought out a combat suit made out of black leather. I'm also coming, she said, taking out her staff as her costume turned purple and black, shifting into combat mode. Axel shrugged. With the current situation, I could definitely use a hand, he said, turning to leave. How about one more? Came a voice, and Axel saw Akiko appear behind them. Akiko was in a fox spirit costume tonight, with 2 fox ears on her head and a tail on her back. She had been listening into the conversation. Axel grinned. I was counting on it. Let's go. The three of them made their way out of the hall and they could finally converse freely. Martina looked at Axel and asked exactly what he had asked the system. Axel, do you know what creature it is? And how dangerous is it? Could it actually be 5xes? 5xes. Axel had a grim expression on his face as he recalled the system's information. Its danger categorization, let's just say that 5 isn't enough to cut it. Yep, that was the thing. This thing was so dangerous that XXXXX was not enough to describe it. That's why Axel was so serious right now. He didn't think he was powerful enough to deal with it without any help. But, if it's with these two? Axel looked at Martina and Akiko on either side of him. The most broken students of Hogwarts and Mahutokoro. Their power level at their age was not something that could be understood with common sense. If the three of them join forces, ain't no way we could lose, right? Chapter 78, Creature above XXXXX. What did you say? Above XXXXX. Exclaimed Martina as the three of them stood in a quiet corridor outside the Great Hall. Unfortunately, yes. It's a very powerful dark creature, confirmed Axel. Akiko nodded grimly. That would explain it, she said in realization. Explain what? Asked Axel quickly. If Akiko could explain this, it would save him the trouble of explaining this by himself. The genius Neen glanced at Martina with hesitation. Axel waved his hand. She's fine, he said, vouching for Martina. Those words might not mean much if someone else said it, but coming from someone who had made her sign a secrecy contract just to keep his secrets, Akiko knew that Martina could be trusted, at least in this urgent situation. She nodded, as she decided to go with it. All right, I'm very sensitive to Een or darkness magic. And just a few moments ago, I suddenly felt a terrible disturbance in the Een element that almost made me pass out, she explained. It's the reason why she came to find Axel in the first place. Her grandfather is not here and there's no one else she could trust about her Een affinity secret. I've never sensed anything like this before, she said gravely. Axel shook his head inwardly. This much wasn't enough. The two of them need to know more in order to face the creature. But the problem was, he couldn't explain how he knew about it. I know a bit more about this creature, he said, drawing everyone's attention. You know. What is it that we're facing? You both already know about Dementors, right? He asked. Akiko and Martina nodded in affirmation. Is it the Dementors again? Asked Martina with some distress. Axel chuckled ironically. If it was only that easy. It's not. It is an evolution of a Dementor. It's called a Demogorgon, he said, recalling the information he had gotten from the system. What? The two girls were understandably mystified. So, Axel explained to them as quickly as possible. Dementors are actually incomplete creatures. They seek darkness and souls for their completion. And when a sufficient number of souls and dark energy is consumed, under the right circumstances, they can evolve. They become more powerful, more sentient, more corporeal. And more, a lot more dangerous. And that thing, it's actually in school right now. Martina covered her mouth in horror. How did it end up here? Axel shook his head. The situation is beyond improbable, but the priority is how to deal with it before it's too late. Actually, the circumstances of evolution are too difficult to be met on Earth, what with the lack of sufficient dark magic. And since the creature is more corporeal, it loses its ability to travel from the netherworld to here. So, these creatures are only supposed to be found in the netherworld. But somehow, it's here tonight in Hogwarts, about to cause a lot of mayhem. How do we deal with it? Akiko asked the main question. Both the girls at least had enough sense to not ask how Axel knew what he knew. Axel looked into his magi mirror, smoothly hinting at the source of his information. It's a very dangerous creature. Fighting it alone without prior preparations guarantees certain death for each one of us. Now that was a blow that took them by surprise. Each of them was somewhat aware of the other's power. Even all on their own, each of them was a force to be reckoned with different types of skills and specialties. Even XXXXX creatures like dragons weren't impossible for them to deal with, let alone just surviving against one. But here Axel was, guaranteeing certain death in a one-on-one confrontation against this creature. But, since we are going to be facing it together, with such preparations, we have a real shot at this, he said, reigniting their hopes. What do we have to do? Asked Martina and Akiko nodded. Axel looked at her seriously. How powerful is your Patronus? Martina nodded a bit apprehensively. It's quite powerful. But it hadn't properly worked in their last encounter with Dementors on the previous Halloween. She had been too scared and unfocused to cast it in one attempt, almost losing their lives. Don't hesitate. You can do it, said Axel with surety. Even though this girl could be quite unreliable, Axel at least had this much faith in her ability. Axel then looked at Akiko. How many weapons do you have? As the granddaughter of Hiroshi Yamazaki and the heiress of two powerful clans. Akiko smirked, a lot. In front of Axel's eyes, the system interface showed him the live location of the Demogorgon as he ran through the corridors in a blur together with Akiko, with Martina actually flying behind them. Of course, all three of them were almost invisible, only showing themselves enough to be able to see each other. Axel was currently wearing a black hoodie with the hood on, black jeans, and black sneakers. His hands had fingerless gloves and his face was covered with a mask, only leaving his eyes visible. Due to necessity, Martina had also lent a suit Akiko, which was one of the prototypes she had made for herself. Since the suits can change into anything, she had turned it into her usual tight ninja clothing that outlined her curves, and like Axel, her face also had a mask on. It's close. I can feel it. Axel nodded, it was indeed close. And now, even he could feel it. The familiar ominous and hopeless feeling, quite similar to the one he felt in the Dementor's presence, only much more sinister. And judging by the quick intensification of this feeling, it would seem that they were almost there. Martina, it's time, Axel said, glancing back at Martina. It was better to cast the Patronus before. With the unreliability of Martina, it's not certain if she would be able to do it after they come closer to the creature. Martina nodded, taking out her staff. She would be lying to say that she wasn't nervous. From what Axel had explained, there were high chances she could die a horrible death just now. But, whether she liked it or not, she was not a runner. She was a coward, but she wouldn't run away from situations like this, a situation where she's risking her own life for saving others. Even though this was what had gotten her killed in her previous life. Child of magic. She used her second cheat ability that she had gotten for saving the previous world. Yes, this was the reason for her insane magical talent. Magic comes easily to her and the power of every magic spell she casts can be magnified multiple times according to her will. Sadly, she had not been able to use this gift to its full potential. Closing her eyes, she recalled all the happy memories she had formed in this world, as well as the happiness of saving the lives of millions of people in her previous world with her research. And finally, she recalled Axel's powerful and reassuring presence right beside her, which made her fear vanish, filling her up with motivation. Yes, she couldn't embarrass herself again. Raising the staff, she said the incantation. Expecto Patronum. A bright light erupted from her staff, lighting up the whole corridor as an extremely corporeal and lifelike owl emerged from her wand. The creative seemed to have a sentience of its own as it flew around and came to sit on Martina's shoulder. Dense waves of positive energy radiated from it, completely disrupting the previous gloomy atmosphere. It worked. Martina jumped in joy, feeling accomplished at not failing like the previous time. Don't celebrate yet, muttered Akiko, feeling the dark presence getting stronger as they reached their destination. In the next moment, they heard a sound. It was a creepy mixture of breathing and groaning, which sent chills down their spine. All right, I'm scared, admitted Martina, moving a bit closer to Axel. Just stay back. You've done your part. We'll do the rest, said Axel, running forward to the next corridor where the creature was. There they saw it, a giant silhouette, wrapped in a cloak, currently hunched over and facing away from them. It must have sensed their approach, because it turned its head in their direction, slowly drawing to its full height. The moonlight coming from the window in the corridor fell on the creature, and two things became visible at that moment, surprising them. First, the creature's appearance. It was around 15 feet tall, quite taller than a Dementor, wrapped in a dark torn and shabby cloak and rotten flesh visible at the uncovered parts. The second thing that was very noticeable was Mrs. Norris, cried Martina in horror. Blood was clearly dripping from the creature's cloth-covered head that only exposed a mouth. And lying on the ground where the creature was previously hunched over, was the half-eaten body of a cat which used to be Mrs. Norris. More corporeal indeed, thought Axel, truly realizing what that meant. This thing ate more than just souls. The creature sucked in a breath and then screech. It screeched in one of the most sickening sound Axel had heard, which even trumped that of Umbridge's. A wave of its aura hit them, clashing with the aura of Martina's Patronus. It's working. Let's proceed with the plan, shouted Axel, infusing his knife with light magic. Martina had truly done her job. The clothes they were wearing, made from the basilisk hide, are highly resistant to magic. That's the reason why their soul wasn't getting sucked out of their bodies right now. Without them, they'd already be dead since the pull is much stronger compared to a Dementor's. And the Patronus had prevented Demogorgon's presence from affecting their minds. Otherwise, most of its prey can't even muster the will to escape, let alone fight back. Annoyed by the Patronus, the creature screeched again as it extended its hand. A mass of dark magic came out of its hand heading for them. It was the Demogorgon's ability. It could harness dark energy. Akiko, called out Axel. I've got it, came her reply as she formed a few hand seals. Release, dark shield. A shield formed in front of them, defending them from the corrosive darkness. The creature let out a shriek of frustration as it moved forward. "Can't let it come closer," shouted Axel, backing away along with Martina and Akiko. That was the main problem. The intensity of Demogorgon's spool on the soul increases with the distance. So, it's very risky to get near it. Release, Chains of Hell. Akiko cast another jutsu, and black chains emerged from the ground, wrapping up the creature. Now. Axel nodded as two kunai appeared in his hands. Trackless. Light infusion. Throwing. The kunai in his hands began to flow in with light magic, and Axel threw them out, sticking them straight into the creature's skull. Screech. The creature screeched in agony as it struggled hard, almost breaking off the chains of darkness. But Axel wasn't done yet. He kept throwing out the kunais, knives and swords, piercing the creature every time. Shing shing shing. The creature kept wailing with each attack, but for some reason, there wasn't enough damage. It kept struggling against the chains as the pull on their souls got stronger, causing them to back away. "I can't hold it for much longer," said Akiko through gritted teeth. "We have to hurry. If the others arrive before us, they'll die without the protection of the suit," said Martina, firing her own spells, none of which seemed to work. "Damn it. I'm so going to make an offensive Patronus spell if I get out of this alive," she exclaimed helplessly. The pull on their souls intensified, and the creature began to attack them with its dark magic, which Martina had to defend them against. Akiko could see where this was going. "It's too powerful. We should think of evacuation," she said with difficulty. There were barely any ways to deal with a Dementor. And an evolution of that thing. It's a total abomination. "I'm not done yet," shouted Axel. "Work, damn it," thought Axel, throwing the light magic-infused weapons. Axel didn't know what the problem was. Everyone had done their part, but he wasn't able to successfully play his part. "System, why isn't it working?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. Arcane Thief is not a class that specializes in light magic. Your light infusion skill is not strong enough to counter the dark energy of a Demogorgon, if delivered in such low quantity. And albeit they are more corporeal than Dementors, Demogorgons still have enough intangibility to negate most of the physical and magical damage. Damn it. It was a familiar feeling, realizing that your magic just wasn't strong enough. One that he hadn't felt for a while after getting healed. But he had to accept it. When it came to the big leagues, his magic was still not strong enough, when compared to people like Martina, Akiko, or Dumbledore. He couldn't overpower these people purely in terms of magical combat. At least not yet. But, since when had he only relied on brute strength to get through? Actually, never. He was used to not being the most powerful in the room. But what he couldn't do with power, he had always more than made up for it with his other abilities. Closing his eyes for a moment, Axel went back to the time when his magic was extremely weak, making almost every spell impossible for him. Even at that time, he had managed to use his magic effectively. Repetition. That was the key. "Martina, can you lend me your staff?" he asked. Martina looked extremely regretful as she shook her head. "It's bound to me. No one else can use it." Sigh. Axel had expected as much. He took out his own wand. "I'm sorry for this," he thought, apologizing beforehand. The wand hummed in response, ready for anything. During this time, the degree of his bond with his wand had strengthened further, making the power out even better. Raising his wand, he activated his special skill. Light Infusion. It's a skill that lets him infuse the light element into his spells or weapons. And right now, he was doing exactly that. Taking a deep breath, he began using the same spell that had been very useful during the time he was crippled. Electrica Impulsa, Electrica Impulsa, Electrica Impulsa. Within a few seconds, he had charged his wand dozens of times, generating an incredible amount of power. It had to be noted that this spell could already generate a lot of power back when he was crippled. And now, with the massive improvement he had gone through, the amount of magic stacked up was truly staggering. Crackle crackle asterisk. White lightning began to snake around his wand, all the way up to his hand. And Martina and Akiko had to distance themselves from him, the former due to the lightning discharge while the latter due to the incredible amount of light magic. Screech. The Demogorgon's struggles intensified. Only now, instead of coming closer to them, it was now trying to get as far away from Axel as possible. "Drag it in front of the window," said Axel with difficulty. With the power he was holding on, massive destruction would be caused if he released it in the castle. Axel was currently in an incredible amount of pain. He had never felt like this before. It felt like could put everything into the spell. All right. Akiko tried her best, and Martina also helped, conjuring chains of her own to drag the struggling creature towards the window. Axel's jaw clenched due to the sheer amount of concentration that was needed to maintain the spell, even with his incredible mental power. Blood started to leak from his nose and his head was pounding. His wand's condition was no better, even showing tiny fissures along its surface. When it was finally right in front of the window, Axel was barely holding on. "If you don't die from this, I'll kill you," he said, finally releasing the magic. Zap boom. Chapter 79, Limit Break. Boom. The creature couldn't even make a sound before it was utterly obliterated into nothingness, but the bolt still went on, out of the window, painting the night white for a few seconds. X3. 3 people looked at the scene blankly, dark spots dancing in front of their eyes due to the excess brightness just now. The power of the spell was off the charts. There were a few reasons to explain that. First of all, Axel's magic was already very powerful after getting healed. Second, he had a high affinity with lightning, one which had only increased ever since he had started his ninjutsu training with Akiko. And third, he had charged the spell too many times. It's not something that even geniuses like Martina and Akiko can do, since it requires an insane amount of mental strength, something which was Axel's forte. These were some of the reasons why the spell was so destructive. But, even after that, Axel was still surprised by its might. That was too much power. At the time of casting, he had felt a peculiar feeling. It was like he had an unlimited amount of magic, causing him to put in more power than he had predicted. And now, he felt completely drained. Axel collapsed to his knees, so did Akiko right afterwards. The fight had taken a lot out of both of them. "Above 5 says, it was definitely above that," said Akiko while gasping for breath. Chains of Hell, a Een affinity forbidden jutsu which very few Een users can perform without dying. A spell that could easily hold down dragons. And she couldn't even hold down the creature for more than a few minutes with that spell. The Demogorgon turned out to be much more powerful than they had anticipated. Just a few moments ago, she had already given up on defeating it, instead considering how to stall it and evacuate everyone. Her thought process had even reached the idea of using the portal which the delegation came from to transport everyone at Hogwarts back to Japan. That's how hopeless the situation was. And then Axel suddenly decides to use some extremely powerful magic, one she had never seen before, to completely annihilate the creature. How? She wondered. Martina, on the other hand, wasn't so surprised by the fact that Axel had managed to save the day once again. She was more surprised by the magic he had just used. How? How in the ROB's name did you do that? She asked Axel, who was lying exhausted on the floor. The spell is only supposed to produce lightning and there's no way it could be charged that many times. Martina's eyes were shining with curiosity as she looked at Axel. "Don't ask," said Axel distractedly. He had other things on his mind right now which were much more important than answering how he did it. He was currently looking down at his wand which had taken some damage due to the last spell. "Thanks, and sorry," he said to the wand through his head. The wand gave out a weak thrum in response, making him regret even more. "I'll get you fixed," he promised. Axel. Are you all right? Oh my god. You're bleeding from the nose," exclaimed Martina, bringing him out of his thoughts as she checked his condition. "I'll live," said Axel with a nod, slowly getting up on shaky feet. "But not my wand," he said, looking at the damaged cherub feather wand in his hand which had accompanied him through many difficulties. "Oh, may I?" asked Martina, holding out her hand. Axel hesitantly put his wand in her hand. "Thanks," she said, gingerly holding Axel's wand with both hands as she closely examined it, stroking it a few times. "Careful," said Axel, a bit apprehensive. "Don't worry, I know how to handle a wand. I've been doing this since I was a child," Martina said reassuringly. Meanwhile, Akiko, do I have a dirty mind? Unaware, Martina continued her diagnosis. "Let's see, there's critical damage to the wood, and a slight damage to the core as well, but it can be salvaged. Looks like the power output was too much for it. I can help you fix it," she said, giving it back to Axel. Axel raised an eyebrow. "You can fix it?" Wand lore was quite a complicated branch of magic. That much, even Axel knew. But she's Martina after all, so it shouldn't come out as much of a surprise. Before Martina could reply, Akiko got up. "We need to get out of here." Martina nodded in agreement, but Axel had one more thing to do. "Wait a sec." Traceless. Activating the skill, he quickly removed traces of Akiko and Martina from the scene as well, only leaving the rest of the things undisturbed. Let Dumbledore and others do whatever they want with this. He had done his part, the rest, he minded his own business too much to bother. How did the creature get here? Who brought it? What were they playing at? There were a lot of questions in his head, but Axel's head was still throbbing due to the exertion earlier and he already had enough on his plate. Though, Martina and Akiko had even more questions. How did Axel know the castle was in danger? How did he know that it was a demogorgon? How did he know exactly what a demogorgon was? And, how did he do that magic? So, after they were safely out of the area, the two girls turned to look back at Axel to ask questions, but to no one's surprise, the mysterious boy was nowhere to be found, making Akiko click her tongue and Martina to stomp her foot. The only thing he left was a note tucked in each of their pockets which stated, "Thanks for the help. I owe you guys one." Martina crushed the note. This is so like him, she said in annoyance, and Akiko could only nod in agreement. Though, both the girls were smiling. After Axel had gotten rid of the girls, only then did he look at the system notifications he had received. New skill unlocked. Congratulations. You have unlocked the skill, Limit Break. You can temporarily break past your limits in order to overcome a desperate situation. Son of a. Axel exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the notification. Previously, he had been too concerned about his damaged wand to pay attention. So, a new skill. Axel sighed. Now he can understand how the spell was so powerful. And here he thought, he had finally became powerful. Limit Break. This is a great skill for critical situations. But, it was also quite dangerous. It doesn't give him extra power. The power he is getting is at the expense of damaging his own body. He'll have to use it wisely. Axel checked the other notifications. Congratulations. You have completed the special mission, School in Danger. Rewards. Dash, Special Skill, Barrier. Dash, Limited Information on Atlantis. Dash, Approval Rate. Another special skill. As explained, Arcane Thief is a great class, but it leaves a lot to be desired in terms of skill set. A single class can't have every skill after all. And special skills make up for that. Like now, he has got a barrier skill, something which the Arcane Thief class does not include. It'll definitely come in handy. But, Axel's main focus was on the information he had just gotten installed in his head, and as he laid there on the ground, the elation he had been feeling at completing the mission slowly vanished. Because the limited information he had gotten didn't contain good news. He carefully sifted through the information and his expression grew somber the more he read. Here's the gist of it. Atlantis is the oldest magical civilization, much, much older than any other. And as one would expect, it used to be very developed in terms of magical technology. But almost everything was destroyed due to internal warfare thousands of years ago, and Atlantis sank underwater. The remnants of the royal family who had won the war restarted the civilization, having very little left of the previous glory. They decided to start anew and discarded almost all of the previous advanced magical technology, leaving only a few pieces of the advanced technology which are called relics. Now, after thousands of years, the opposing side has risen again, trying to take over, and the royal family is at its weakest right now. It would seem that the organization is going to take over Atlantis very soon. And when it does, it's going to start a war against the world using the relics. So, if Axel has to handle the organization, he has to do it soon, or he'll have another force trying to take over the world. Looks like there's no choice, he thought, slowly picking up his tired body. With his realizations over the past month, he had been having second thoughts about attracting the attention of the organization. Why not live in peace for a few more years? Why not train steadily, gather strength and then take it on? But, with this news, it would seem that he has no choice. He has to take down the organization quickly, or at least prevent it from taking over Atlantis. So, it would seem that he'll be going with his original plan, attracting its attention and drawing it out. Which means, he can go wild in tomorrow's match. It just so happens that he also had a few bones to pick with a certain pair of clowns who are now going to regret ever bothering him. Feeling quite drained, Axel went back to the Great Hall after changing to find a very anxious Daphne. Axel dragged her to a secluded corner where no one would bother them. Merlin's beard, you're bleeding. Are you all right? Asked Daphne, frantically checking for injuries. Axel checked his overexerted body. I'm fine, just tired. What happened? Why did you have to leave so suddenly? She asked anxiously, sitting right beside him. Axel shook his head. You need more clemency for that. But everything's fine now, he said, settling into the chair. Daphne couldn't help it, her eyes grew misty as she gripped his hand with both of hers. I was so scared. I've never seen you so serious before. Axel didn't shake her off. It was a really close call this time. They had almost lost it due to not being able to damage it. And with its high range, if the creature had reached anywhere near the Great Hall, it would have sucked hundreds of souls at once. And at that moment, Axel had thought of only one person in the Great Hall, which had helped him break past his limits. Thanks, he said looking at the mermaid in front of him, not really explaining everything. Daphne sighed, don't thank me. I couldn't help you make the most of your break. You didn't have that much fun, did you? Axel shook his head, no, he said truthfully. In the first place, he is not even the kind of person who would overly indulge in pleasure. But, his original purpose wasn't having fun, was it? It had been to find something to fight for once again. Something that'll drive him to not give up in a difficult situation and drive him to give it his all. A reason to work hard. And, at that moment, when he had foreseen the creature breaking out of the chains, he had felt it. He didn't know what it was yet, but it was there. And he intended to explore it. So, tonight wasn't meaningless. You did help me, he said, smiling at her. Just not in the way you wanted. The next day, Axel woke up in the morning feeling quite groggy and tired. His head was still aching from his fight with the Demogorgon. Is Halloween here cursed or something? He thought while groaning. Last year it was something else and this year it's a creature above XXXXX. Axel dragged himself out of bed. It was early morning and he had some training to do. The break was already over, and though he was interrupted, the main thing was Axel had actually felt annoyed at being interrupted, meaning it was definitely something he had enjoyed. Oh, there was a match today as well, right? He realized while doing his training. So, he warmed up some of his skills which would come in handy today. That was it for his preparations. After that, he leisurely made his way into the Great Hall, only to see a lot of eyes turning towards him. Patricia, the captain who looked to be on the verge of pulling her hair out, finally seemed to have hope return to her eyes as soon as she saw him. Where have you been? I've been trying to find you since last night. You haven't picked up any of my calls, Alls can't reach you, and I can't even find your room in the dorms. She asked in harsh whispers after dragging him aside. Axel rolled his eyes. What is so urgent that you're trying to find me like a crazy stalker? His Magi mirror is always on silent mode and of course she didn't find his room in the dorms. It's because he has removed his name from the door of his room there, so that no one notices his absence. Urgent. We have a match in a few minutes. Is that not urgent enough for you? So what? I'm still on time. Now let me eat my breakfast, said Axel as he began to leave. Breakfast? You still have time for breakfast? Patricia followed him like an angry kitten. Axel ignored her. Yeah, I need my energy, don't I? Patricia once again almost pulled her hair out of frustration. So overconfident. You're giving me anxiety, she said, her hands reaching for her pocket. Axel pushed past her, offering her a potion. Here. Patricia checked her pocket where the potion was supposed to be moments ago. Wait, when did you? But Axel had already left behind. Just trust me, Captain, said Axel as he went to sit beside Daphne. What's the news? Daphne looked furious, not good. I so want to kill those brothers right now. Photos and clips of the Seeker and the Captain getting splashed in Gryffindor colors were currently making rounds on the Magi Hive and the Slytherin team was getting unceasingly trolled right now. Some might say that it was just paint, but it was not. 2 Slytherin representatives get painted into Gryffindor colors is extremely humiliating to the whole house and it is a big deal. And the only reason it was just paint and not something more harmful like their other pranks was because the imps didn't want to get disqualified before the match. Other Slytherins are the witnesses of how vicious those 2 can really be. Axel nodded. The twins will get what's coming for them. Anything else? The twins were dead meat, Daphne already knew that. Don't get into trouble, that's what she was worried about. And also, my mom and sister are here. Come see them after the match if you can. Will do. Axel quickly ate his breakfast and got up, ready to kick some ass. Chapter 80, 1 versus all, the beginning. In the stadium, Bellatrix and Andromeda Black appeared one after another in the VVIP room through the fireplace. They were here and not in the VIP box with the other Blacks who were supporting Rose because they wanted to see the match discreetly, without being seen by anyone. It's been a while since I attended one of these, said Bellatrix nostalgically, looking down at the stadium. And as she removed the cloak, the reason for their discretion became visible. For today, the majestic Minister of Magic persona was gone, replaced by a girl in a black jeans, green silver-green t-shirt that said, Go Slytherin, and matching scarf, with the snake insignia on it. In her hand she held a tray containing a big bucket of popcorn and various drinks. Yep, as it can be seen, Bellatrix Black had come fully prepared for the occasion, not as the Minister of Magic, but a hardcore fangirl. She had worked non-stop in the past few days to clear her schedule for today, postponed everything so that nothing can disturb her today, brought popcorn, booked a private VIP room at the stadium, and even wore the Slytherin Quidditch merch that she had always thought was stupid. Why did she do all this? Certainly not because she liked watching Quidditch, at least not since her cousin Reggie stopped playing. Nor was it because she was a Slytherin supremacist. There's only one reason why she's like this, because Axel was playing in today's match. And since it was his first match, she ought to come and support him, right? Where is he? When will it start? She muttered anxiously, looking down at the pitch with her omnioculars. In a few minutes, said Andromeda, who had also taken the day off from her master healer shift. But Bella, don't expect him to play very well. He used to be permanently disabled not too long ago, said Andromeda, who couldn't share the same enthusiasm as her sister. It was good that Bella had been too busy to check up on the recent news about Hogwarts. If she had, she might have exploded due to rage. Andromeda was quite outraged herself at how harsh the students can be over a simple match. And more importantly, Axel had only recently suffered from severe trauma in all of his nerves. So, even after he's healed now, Merlin knows how, his motor skills might not be as sharp as they used to be. So, she was quite apprehensive about today's match, especially since it's against Rose. That girl won't pull back her punches. Bellatrix shook her head. No matter how he plays, I'll still support him, she said calmly, looking down at the stadium. It's not like there's no nepotism in Quidditch. I'll even make him a pro player if he wants to. Bellatrix casually said some crazy stuff and Andromeda was glad her sister hadn't seen the news yet. Meanwhile, in another VVIP private room, the Valentino family, Italy's biggest magical mafia family, was present. Did we bring everything? Asked Alessandro Valentino, Martina's father and Wizarding Italy's godfather. He was a handsome middle-aged man, with purple hair, blue eyes, and a scar on his forehead. Wearing the suit, hat and accessories like gold chain, watch and rings, he cut an intimidating figure, even though he was soft as a sponge with his family. Yes we did, said Francesca Valentino, Martina's mother with a slightly peeved look. But you and your son overdo things when it comes to her. Martina's mother had auburn hair, violet eyes, and a calm and collected temperament. Seeing her parents' looks, people will not be surprised by Martina's beauty. We do not, denied Alessandro in sync with his son, Enzo. Enzo's facial features matched Alessandro's. Only, his hair was auburn in color, matching his mother. He had piercings on his eyebrows and ears, and his curly hair was long and wild. At their blatant refusal, Francesca calmly handed out her rebuttal. She only asked for specific materials for her research. Not the delicacies of half the world. What? Alessandro shrugged, as if he didn't find anything wrong with it. Our daughter is growing. She needs good food that'll at least last a year. What if the food here doesn't suit her taste, right Enzo? Enzo nodded, besides, she's all skinny now. She's clearly not eating properly. Francesca didn't know why she even bothered. These two were a lost cause when it came to her daughter. At the moment, the door to the room opened, revealing Martina, who smiled as soon as she saw her parents. My Martini. Lil Tina. She was quickly hugged by her father and brother, making her smile wryly. Mom. After she was freed, Martina quickly hugged her mother. Being an orphan in her previous life, Martina genuinely cherished her family and thought of them as her real family, unlike some other reincarnators who are more connected to their previous lives' relations. How have you been? Asked Francesca, her stern eyes softening as she caressed Martina's hair. No matter how much she tried, she could not be her usual strict self with Martina. It helped a lot that Martina didn't need it. Same as always, Martina replied. Even though she was not. Especially not yesterday's incident with the scary Demigorgon. She couldn't sleep well last night. But, she couldn't tell them since that would mean her transfer from Hogwarts. Feeling safe and relieved, Martina hugged her mother a while longer. She then began her inquiries. How are you guys doing? Has there been any trouble? Are the businesses doing fine? There are no new Gungwars, are there? Alessandro laughed. Everything is fine, boss, he said jokingly. Now, let us handle these things. You focus on enjoying life a little. Even though I don't like it, I've stopped fighting as well, added Enzo with a pout. That's great. Martina smiled. Mom, did you bring the things I asked for? She asked Francesca. Yes, everything is here. Though I still don't understand why you would need them. Just promise to be careful, said Alessandro. Yeah, I know, said Martina distractedly, checking the contents. At this moment, the noise from the commentary and the crowd sounded from outside, signifying that the match was about to start. Enzo frowned. Oh, I forgot to soundproof it, he said, taking out his wand. Martina stopped him. No, don't. I want to see the match today, she said as she looked out the stadium through the window. Enzo was confused for a moment but then a shit-eating grin slowly stretched on his face. Since when have you taken an interest in Quidditch? It's not even Ravenclaw's match today. It's because. Martina paused as she stomped her feet. It's not what you think. She snapped. Oh, so it's not because of that boy playing? Asked her father. I heard it's quite a big match for him. It actually is, but how does that translate into him being my boyfriend? We never mentioned anything about him your boyfriend though, did we Enzo? Asked Alessandro innocently. Not at all. I think we need to talk more with this guy. God, just kill me now, muttered Martina, burying her face into her hands. Axel headed down to the Slytherin lockers when it was time for the match. The atmosphere inside the Slytherin locker room decorated with sliver and green was depressing, to say the least. Which wasn't a surprise, considering their situation. All the players on the previous Slytherin Quidditch team were Alaric Malcolm's lackeys, so on Alaric's orders, they wouldn't play for Patricia. As for any other player with decent enough skill to make it on the professional field, they stepped down since they didn't want to damage their track record. That's why, most of the players here were amateurs and they knew they were going to lose. So, when Axel, one of the major reasons for their current situation, came into the changing room, many glaring eyes were cast on him. Look who finally decided to show up. The one who's supposed to win us the game. Axel didn't pay attention to these people. They aren't even named characters for him yet, just people whose sole existence is to fill in the numbers of the team. There were 2 girls, the ones who behave like Patricia's attendants all the time, and 3 guys, all of whom weren't looking particularly friendly with Axel. You're here, said Patricia, who had just emerged from behind the adjacent room. Here's your uniform. Quickly get changed. We don't have time, she said, handing him the Slytherin's Quidditch uniform. Axel checked it out. There was a silver-green jersey and matching robes for the upper body. There was no lower body uniform, so he didn't need to change the joggers he was wearing. Aside from this, there were leg guards, shin guards, fingerless gloves, and a helmet. Axel looked at the other 3 guys in the room. Since they only had to change the upper body clothes, they were changing into their uniforms in the locker room itself, but Axel still didn't want to change here if he could help it. Where do I change? He asked Patricia. Oh, the boys' changing rooms on that side, she replied. The guys exchanged glances and sniggered. What's the matter, Hunt? Too shy to change here. I think he might secretly be a girl, said the other one. Of course, the team members didn't have any good impression of him, so they weren't going to miss any chance of taking shots at him. Axel sighed. He had no problems changing in front of others. He was just being considerate here. But if they didn't want his kindness, then so be it. Amidst the sniggers, Axel casually took off the loose full-sleeve t-shirt he was wearing. Silence. And suddenly, everyone went quiet for a second. Jaws dropped, gasps were heard, and eyes went wide as they caught a glimpse of Axel's bare torso. Due to his relentless training and diet, Axel had the peak human male physique. He wasn't bulky, but he was absolutely ripped, with well-defined chest, shoulders, arms, and sculpted abs. Each and every movement caused his muscles to visibly contract, making for a fascinating view. But, on that perfect body, light and faded scars from all kinds of injuries like cuts, gouges, lesions, and lacerations were spread randomly, displaying the struggles and damages the owner of the body had gone through. Though, before the onlookers could get a better view, Axel had already changed into his jersey, snapping the female audience out of their trance and drawing out sighs and awkward coughs from them as everyone went back to what they were doing. Cough, everyone, it's time, said Patricia, her eyes lingering on Axel a few moments longer. It was no wonder her threat and intimidation were useless against him. If someone has gone through all that, what she did would appear nothing more than mere child's play to him. She wanted to ask a few questions to Axel, but she knew it would be no use. While the team made their way into the stadium, the commentator also began to speak. Ladies, gentlemen, and Hogwarts students. The match that we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. Amidst the touching reunions of families, an extremely savage and vicious showdown is going to take place. The clashes between these teams have always been the talk of the school. Because it has more than 1,000 years of intense rivalry, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Cheers. Today, this match is being displayed across 7 different magical communities, a big achievement for us. And as we can see from the crowd's response, everyone has been looking forward to this match. But this time, there's something more to this match than the usual rivalry. Those who are still in the dark, let us bring you up to speed with what's at stake today. The big screens that were installed on both sides of the stadium displayed a short clip in which the twins in clown costumes threw a ball at Axel and Patricia, painting them both in Gryffindor colors. Laughter erupted from the stadium, while all the Slytherins were offended. This is a clip of last night which is quickly going viral on the Magi Hive. The 2 identical clowns in the clip are the Weasley twins, infamous for their pranks. And their latest prank included painting the captain and the seeker of the Slytherin team into gold and scarlet, the color which signifies the Gryffindor house, which is a great humiliation to many a Slytherin. And through the match today, the Slytherin team is supposed to take its revenge today. Meanwhile, standing opposite Axel in the middle of the pitch, Rose looked between a mixture of amused and guilty. I tried to stop them, don't blame me for this, she offered to Axel. She didn't know why, but she had had a bad premonition as soon as the Weasley twins had come up with the idea. She had tried to stop them, but of course, since when had the twins listened to anyone? Facing the humiliation from the crowd and the gloating looks of the twins, Axel remained unmoved. You should have tried harder. Don't blame me for what I'm going to do next, he replied calmly, making Rose's bad premonition come back in full force. The commentator wasn't done yet, as another clip was shown on the screen next, of Rose and Axel facing each other. And this is a clip of the challenge between Seekers of the teams. The new Slytherin Seeker, Axel Hunt, has challenged the Gryffindor Seeker Rose Potter, the girl who lived herself. The Gryffindor Seeker has been reported to be the best and the youngest Seeker at Hogwarts, winning Gryffindor the Quidditch Cup and House Trophy in her very first year. There are talks of her getting offers to play in the major leagues already, which is definitely going to be an unheard of feat, and such a Seeker has been challenged by the underdog Axel Hunt. The word is, the losing party will have to do anything the winner asks. So, are you excited to see the outcome? Yeah. Axel frowned. The commentator has been in favor of Gryffindor from the beginning, and passive-aggressive towards the Slytherin. Like right now, he is all but stating that Axel is a reckless idiot, while trying to stay neutral to not get into trouble for it since the match is being broadcast internationally. But then again, the commentator, Lee Jordan, was a Gryffindor and bosom pals with the twins, so it shouldn't be a surprise. Alright then, so let's begin this very exciting match, brought to you by Big Owl, your shopping made easier, and Grapes, premium Magi mirrors and other Magitronics. Facing each other, both the teams were handed standard broomsticks, to ensure fair competition. If the players are allowed any broom, the richer side always has the unfair advantage. And to stop this, the school provides the teams with standard identical broomsticks with the same specs, checked by Madame Hooch herself. As already mentioned, Hogwarts was rolling in money. Just the promotions of those two brands had raked in enough money to fund the entire school for a year or two, let alone providing students with brooms. I want a clean and fair match, said Madame Hooch as she blew the whistle, starting the much-awaited match. Jordan began again, and the match has started, with both the teams kicking off the ground, taking positions. Madame Hooch is going to release the balls any moment now. One thing to be noted in today's match is that it is a debut match for most of the players in the Slytherin team. Yeah, Captain Patricia Afonso had this brilliant idea of making a team out of a bunch of inexperienced newbies for this important match, surprising us all. Let's see if her strategy works, said Lee, once again passively dissing the Slytherin team. Madame Hooch released the ball, starting the match. And the balls have been released, and Gryffindor is immediately in possession, the quaffle in Angelina's hands. Captain Patricia tries to intercept but blocked by the twins. Good strategy, the rest of the Slytherin team are almost all amateurs. Anyway, Angelina to Katie, Slytherin player trying to defend, but in vain. Katie to Alicia Spinnet, Alicia takes a shot, and score. Gryffindor has scored one of the most one-sided goals in Hogwarts history. I was reserved in my judgment earlier, but it is clear now, the Slytherin team is really weak this Tim. Wait, Lee Jordan suddenly paused in mid-commentary in surprise. The Slytherin Seeker is waving his hand in the air. When did he even get there? Wait. Is that what I think it is in his hand? Sure enough, high above in the air, looking down at everyone, with the sun's glare falling from behind him, Axel sat casually on his broomstick, his hand held high. And clutched in his hand, was a shiny struggling golden ball with wings attached to it. In your assholes, doubtful people, he muttered, waving the golden snitch, surprising everyone. He was not being overconfident when he said he would win easily. And, he is not being overconfident when he is saying, this is just the beginning. The series of events from yesterday night till now have left him more than a bit annoyed. And since he has free rein to go wild today, he is going to take this chance with open arms. So begins the ass-kicking, he said, releasing the snitch. Chapter 81, Axel vs. Gryffindor. After separating from Axel, Daphne went to the VIP box to see her family. On her way, she found Hannah, Susan and Neville, going in the same direction as well. Heya, Daph. You're going to the VIP box, right? Said Susan, raising her hand in greetings. Daphne smiled, hey guys. Yes I am, Mum and Tori are here. Susan beamed, our families are also here. I love this day. She exclaimed. She then noticed the green scarf wrapped around Daphne's neck and raised her eyebrows. You're supporting Slytherin. Is it because of Axel? Daphne nodded, not bothering to deny it. Neville snorted. How useless. When everyone knows there's no chance of them winning. I'm so looking forward to Axel's humiliation. Daphne gave him one cold look. No one asked for your jealous opinion, Neville. Just learn to accept that you're not the main character outside your home, she snapped. She had been tired of this guy taking every opportunity to talk bad about Axel out of jealousy. Did anyone see her talking bad about Martina? Or Akiko? Or Patricia? He should learn something from her. Daphne wondered if she should write a book on how to be a proper fangirl. Daphne looked at Hannah, who looked a bit intimidated by her outburst, and Susan, who didn't seem to know what to say, and then at Neville, who had obediently shut up, and she suddenly didn't want to stay here any longer. Sus, Han, I'll go ahead. See you guys in the VIP box. With that, she was off. Walking away from the people who once used to be her friends, Daphne sighed. She used to be very close to them. But over the last year, they had just sort of drifted apart. In the first place, she had become friends with them because her father had ordered her to do it and she wasn't given a choice. But her asshole of a father was already dead, so she could be friends with anyone she wanted, and frankly, she no longer wanted to be friends with them. Daphne didn't let this small encounter dampen her mood. She was going to meet Mom and Tori. Last time, those two had been away searching for a way to cure Astoria. But this time, they're here, and she will be watching Axel's match with them. Thus, feeling excited, Daphne made her way to the VIP box. Daphne. As soon as she stepped in, she heard a very dear voice calling her. There was only one person in the world who called her Daphne. It's because this girl couldn't pronounce Daphne when she was little, and now, even when she's 10 years old, she still calls Daphne by that name. Tori. I miss you. Daphne hugged the little missile that was headed her way. I missed you too, said Astoria in a muffled voice with her head buried in Daphne's shoulder. She then began hitting her with her little hands. I'm so mad at you. You got to go to the Halloween party here with Axel and you didn't take me. Daphne laughed gloatingly. Who was the one teasing me for not being able to go to a Halloween party? I had so much fun with Axel. It was the best night of my life. The two sisters went to the area where their mother was seated, waiting for them. Evelyn beamed as soon as she saw her elder daughter. How's my big girl doing? She cooed, wrapping Daphne into her warm embrace. Mom, don't talk like that. There are people I know here. Protested Daphne in a whisper while returning the hug. Evelyn just smiled. Holding her daughter at arm's length, she scrutinized her. You seem to have changed a little in just 2 months, she said, patting her over her clothes. Your figure has changed so fast. Quickly share what you're doing with Mom as well. As a woman who took care of her appearance, Daphne's change due to her intense training and extremely nutritious diet didn't go unnoticed by her mother. The baby fat was gone, and she had gotten more beautiful, while also developing curves in the right places. So, Evelyn naturally wanted in on the secret as well. Is it because of the ingredients you've been ordering? Daphne shrugged, I dunno. Must be puberty, she said, playing dumb. She won't tell anyone unless Axel allows it, not even her mother. Besides, Evelyn Greengrass does not need to worry about her appearance. There are already enough offers of remarriage as it is. At her daughter's blatant acting, Evelyn looked doubtful, but thankfully, Daphne was saved from further questioning when Lee Jordan announced the team's arrival into the stadium. He's here! Exclaimed Astoria, excitedly standing up from her seat. And sure enough, both the teams were currently making their way into the stadium. Daphne's eyes were instantly glued on Axel, who looked quite dashing in his Quidditch gear. But just when they thought the match was going to start, Jordan began to show the clip of Axel getting splashed with paint. Daphne once again closed her eyes. She couldn't watch it. And she closed Astoria's eyes as well. But Evelyn did see it quite clearly, and not for the first time. Honey, I do hope you've thanked the boy after this, she said, looking at Daphne. Daphne was puzzled. For coming with me. I did thank him. But her mother shook her head lamentably, you've so much to be thankful for to him. But in this case it's only because of you that he got splashed with all that paint. What? How is this my fault? Asked Daphne disbelievingly. Evelyn opened her magi mirror and played the clip in slow motion. Look here. He was already dodging the ball as soon as he caught a glimpse of it. The twins' shouts must have alerted him. But then look closely, said Evelyn as the slow motion clip showed Axel turning his head to look at Daphne, who was standing right behind him, and then moving back to his original place. Did you see? He would have moved away if he weren't trying to protect you. How dreamy. Astoria went star-eyed at Axel's display of chivalry. For her, Axel has always been a sort of hero, the person who gave her the magical cure to save her life. Meanwhile, Daphne. He did that, for her. Looking at the boy standing in the distance, Daphne's heart started to beat faster. A feeling of incredible sweetness welled up inside her. He always casually does these kind of things, and doesn't even mention them, she complained. Her mother patted her back understandingly. It's difficult, right? Daphne put a hand on her heart, it is. The debt on her increases yet again. I hope there's nothing more, she murmured, her glistening eyes not looking away from Axel. Evelyn looked at her daughter in pity. This lass still doesn't know the biggest one yet. Who freed them from Cyrus Greengrass. The family of 3 remained in a comfortable silence, until the second clip ended. Only after the match was going to start did Astoria have a worried look on her face. He will not lose, right? She was unwilling to see her hero lose and be a slave to Sister Rose. Daphne shook her head. No way. Astoria looked hopeful, then, will he punish those bad guys? Daphne nodded. Of course. How do you know for sure? Daphne smirked, because he said so. For her, that was reason enough to be sure. As soon as the match started, everyone else in the VIP box was looking at other players. The only ones paying attention to Axel were the green grasses. Astoria wanted to see Axel play, and Evelyn, like Daphne, was a Quidditch enthusiast. So she wanted to see just how good Axel is for her daughter to have such confidence in him. As soon as the whistle was blown, they saw that while everyone was moving, Axel, on the other hand, remained completely stationary, with only his eyes moving. Then, as if a gun had been fired, Axel shot into a particular direction at a blurring speed. "So cool!" exclaimed Astoria. Meanwhile, Evelyn, who knew more about Quidditch, looked at the scene with somewhat widened eyes. Was that? Daphne nodded, her expression mirroring her mother's. Launching boom. That was definitely a launching boom. But, I've never seen one like this before. Launching boom is an incredible technique in which the players somehow manage to keep their brooms at one place while leaning down. They are essentially gathering an incredible amount of potential in their broom, not letting it turn into kinetic energy. And when they finally let go, the result is a launching boom, which launches the player into a particular direction like a bullet. The technique is supposed to be a secret and only a few players are known to be able to perform it. And none of them are able to gather as much momentum as Axel. Evelyn was still surprised, he can actually perform a launching boom. For Merlin's sake, he's only 12. And where and when did he even learn it? She questioned. Daphne's gaze was transfixed on Axel, who was now waving his hand in the air. Honestly, I'm also only finding it out now. But Mom, there is a bigger surprise waiting, she said, pointing at Axel's hand. And by this time, Lee Jordan also noticed it. It's the snitch. Axel Hunt has caught the golden snitch. And I think it was before any of the teams even scored. Oh Merlin. Fastest catch, catching before any goal, smoothest catch, how many records has he broken? Was that real skill? Or was it just a fluke? That is the only question here. Cheers. And just like that, the Slytherin supporters, who had been trying to hide themselves into the crowd, suddenly emerged forth, cheering for Axel in full force. Axel looked at Rose Potter, who was looking at him like the apocalypse had come earlier, and a smile slowly formed on his lips. She saw, he realized. Rose was actually chasing after the snitch at the time. But of course, you can't really catch up to it in the beginning of the match since it usually flies the fastest in the beginning, but since she was paying attention, Rose had actually seen how he had caught the snitch. And judging from the look on her face, it would seem that she didn't like what she saw. You brought this upon yourself, he muttered, even though he knew she couldn't hear him. Swish. In that instant, Axel noticed a bludger that was his way by one of the twins. Not every time, he thought, dodging it with leisure. He might as well have been yawning while doing it. Lee Jordan continued his commentary, is it only me or no one else saw what just happened just now as well? Let's see the replay of the catch. The big screen showed Axel loading up the energy and boosting away in a straight line out of the view of the camera, too fast for it to follow. The view of another camera then showed Axel smoothly catching the snitch in slow motion. And Jordan, also with more than half the audience, went mad. Holy shit. A launching boom. A launching freaking boom. Jordan. Even Professor McGonagall's response to Lee getting using the wrong language on an international broadcast was a bit delayed, showing that she had found his words extremely agreeable until she realized it was still wrong to say those words. But Professor. A launching boom. And one with such speed. And then he was even able to capture the snitch in the middle of it. I am sorry, but I cannot be blamed for my reaction. Axel frowned. He didn't know what he had done was such a big deal. You just need the right balance and dexterity to pull it off. Just don't let the broom move forward, like compressing a spring, and then you let go at once, going at a much higher speed. Easy peasy. Lee Jordan continued. And yes, after watching the replay, it has been confirmed that Axel caught the snitch before any of the teams had scored, and he also caught the snitch in record time, 11.2 seconds. The all-time international record is 65 seconds and Hogwarts record, made by Rose just last year, is 3 minutes 20 seconds. While the crowd was rewatching Axel's first catch and the players had resumed their match, Axel was doing a countdown. 55, 56, 57, 58. There was this annoying rule that you can only start to rechase a snitch at least after 1 minute has passed since it was previously caught, you know, to let it properly disappear. So, Axel had been waiting. 60. Boom. And with that, another launching boom was used, this time much better than the previous one. And emerging on the other side, Axel's hand was raised high in the air again. Are you shitting me right now? Another one. Jordan, she really couldn't blame Jordan. Sorry Professor, but Axel Hunt has caught the snitch yet again. Has 1 minute even passed yet since the release of the snitch? How many records did he break this time? It has been confirmed, those catches and skills are no flukes. We might actually be watching the debut of a future Quidditch legend. As Axel released the snitch, a timeout was called by Captain Oliver Woods. A 100-point lead is not small. Gryffindor has essentially lost this match if the three Slytherins now protect the 3 rings while the rest try to stop Rose from catching the snitch twice. And that is not even taking into account Axel, who has caught the snitch twice in the first few minutes of the game. If they still want to win, a timeout is the right decision. While the Gryffindor team was still planning, the Slytherin team swarmed Axel like he was their savior, which he kinda was. After Lee's commentary and those clips, it was everyone's ass on the line if they did not win. Especially for Patricia, the captain, who would be the one to take all the blame. This was no longer just a game of Quidditch for her. Her whole career and reputation as a politician was depending on this match now. Axel. So as soon as the whistle for timeout was blown, Patricia was the first to arrive on Axel's side, almost lunging off her broom to hug him, which Axel avoided by backing away. We have already won the match. I love you so much right now, Axel. I could give you anything you ask. She exclaimed, opting to grip his hands instead. If she couldn't lead the other team members to defend this win that had been handed to them on a silver platter, she didn't deserve to be a captain. The rest of the Slytherin team also agreed. They all seemed satisfied with the situation right now. Axel looked at the scoreboard, which now showed 10-100 in favor of Slytherin, and his fists clenched. Not enough, he muttered, shaking his head. Nowhere near enough. To draw the organization's attention, this was nowhere near enough. And neither was it enough to satisfy this twisted desire for revenge inside him. He didn't know what it was like, to be ridiculed and laughed at by thousands of people right to your face. And by even more than that number who were laughing while watching this broadcast. Well, turns out, it's fucking humiliating and infuriating. Axel had thought that this would not affect him, but it did. And now he feels the need to show everyone exactly who it was they were laughing at. Even though he had this urge, he would suppress it if the situation doesn't allow it, but right now, the situation not only permits him, it actually demands him to go further. To go wild. To have free reign. I can hold back a little less today, he murmured, a grin slowly spreading across his face, which spelt doom for the Gryffindor team. Activating his senses, he decided to listen in on what they were planning. Beep. As soon as the break was over, the Gryffindor team seemed to have completely changed its course of strategy. Looking around, he saw the twins and some of the other team members circling him closely, looking at him like hawks. And Rose was circling him in a wider circle. He knew what they were planning. Launching boom requires you to stay facing in a particular direction for a few moments before shooting off. And the direction you'll go is the direction you're facing, no turns possible. So, every time you do it, you are essentially declaring the location you're going to go, and in his case, also the direction of the snitch. So, as soon as he starts loading up the energy to perform it, they would know the direction and one of them would block him, while Rose goes for the snitch. It's impossible to change direction at that speed. No one has been able to do it. So, since it's impossible to change direction, he would inevitably crash into the person who had blocked his path. With a collision at that speed, he won't be able to continue the match, and Rose would get the snitch. A very Gryffindor strategy, in which one of them is going to sacrifice himself for the team. Only, who said Axel always needs a launching boom to catch a snitch in the first place? And, who said he can't break their strategy, even while using a launching boom? Arcane Eyes. Activating Arcane Eyes on low burn, Axel quickly caught sight of the snitch. Then, he quickly calculated the speed and direction of his launch while loading up power in his broomstick. He's doing it. Everyone, follow the plan. Shouted Woods, thinking everything was going according to his kikaku. The guy might as well have been popping an evil smile while at it. With everything done, Axel shot into a particular direction at an incredible speed, and just according to the plan, one of the twins, George Weasley, valiantly came into his path right before the second Axel had launched himself. Boom. For a moment, the Gryffindors thought they had done it, and the Slytherins realized that they had been too late to understand the Gryffindors' strategy. But then, they saw Axel appear on the other side of George, his hand held high in a familiar gesture, with the golden snitch safely held within his grasp. Cheers. What? What just happened? I thought they were going to crash. I need a replay. Exclaimed Jordan, mirroring everyone's thoughts. Meanwhile, casually sitting on his broom, looking at the snitch struggling in his hand, Axel clicked his tongue. Who told them to assume I can't turn at that speed? Chapter 82, R.I.P. Gryffindor. What? What just happened? I thought they were going to crash. I need a replay. Exclaimed Jordan, mirroring everyone's thoughts at witnessing the spectacle just now. Meanwhile, casually sitting on his broom, looking at the snitch struggling in his hand, Axel clicked his tongue. Who told them to assume I can't turn at that speed, he muttered. Amidst the anticipatory gazes of the onlookers, the replay was played in slow motion. And, what it showed managed to baffle the onlookers even further. Merlin's sweaty knickers. Did he just dash? Lee Jordan, along with many others, couldn't believe what they saw. Just when Axel was about to bump into George, he somehow managed to swerve around the twin, missing him by a hair's breadth, blowing George's robes due to the sheer wind force. He actually did it. Axel Hunt has somehow managed to turn himself accurately at that speed. How? I don't know. Ignoring the crowd's cheering, Axel turned his head to look back at George Weasley. How the fuck are only Slytherins called the villains, he thought, knowing exactly what the guy had tried to pull. Others might have missed it, but Axel had not. Just now, when blocking Axel's path, the Weasley twin had slid back on his broomstick and raised the tip to point straight at Axel. In this way, the tip of his broom would hit Axel first in case a collision happened. Since he's far back on his own broomstick while Axel is leaning forward, George would be relatively unharmed. On the other hand, having a broomstick hit right into his helmet or gut at that speed, Axel would have been in trouble. Seriously. First of all, they humiliated him last night for no reason other than the fact that he was in the Slytherin Quidditch team, and now this. In the situation just now, it would have still been understandable if they had tried to stop him by putting themselves at equal risk as him, but George had purposefully tried to injure Axel badly, while also making sure that he himself won't suffer anything more than minor injuries. Axel shook his head in lamentation. "You've blown it, you moron," he murmured. Previously, there was still a chance he might have let them off easy. But with the shit he had just tried to pull, Weasley had doomed himself, along with his whole team. Looking at the scoreboard, Axel decided to tilt it completely to one side. He was going to butcher them. In the minutes to come, Axel was like an unstoppable machine, catching the snitch again and again. He even stopped using the launching boom, removing Gryffindor's delusions that they had a chance if they somehow stopped him from using it. He had already caught the snitch 9 times by now. It was almost halftime, and Axel once again went to chase after the snitch. But Rose was flying right in front of him, being lucky enough to have the snitch pass right by her side. And it looks like the Gryffindor team is finally going to have their first 50. Rose Potter is onto the snitch, and Axel Hunt seems unable to catch up. Indeed a bit too far behind to do anything, Axel looked at Rose, who was about to catch the snitch for the first time in the match. Should I, or should I not? He wondered. But then, he just laughed. Of course I should. Rose has always been a little too arrogant for her own good. And since Axel has decided to take on the task of humbling her, he must be thorough. Rose looked at the snitch which was flying just a couple feet in front of her. This time, it's mine. She thought, her hand stretching out to take the snitch. She didn't care whether they won or lost at this point. She just wanted to beat Axel, at least for once, and wipe the confidence off that smug face. Rose Potter is about to take the snitch. Anne, what the hell is happening? Rose almost had the snitch in her grasp. But before she could close her fingers around it, it disappeared from her view. Turning her head, she saw that snitch clutched in Axel's hand, which currently had its middle finger raised specifically for her. This grand gesture, promoting brilliant sportsmanship, was shown on the screen as well, to all the spectators who thought Rose was better. Axel Hunt has the snitch. I seriously can't believe what I'm seeing. Is this guy a hacker? Hunt has somehow caught up to Rose, snatched the snitch right out from within her grasp, and flipped her off. What an absolute vindictiveness. Please remind me to not get on his bad side. Axel got a warning from Madame Hooch for using vulgar gestures which he shrugged off while the Slytherins, and many others among the crowd seemed to have found a new idol. Axel. 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 Amidst thunderous cheers from the audience, the first half came to fruition, and the Slytherin team swarmed Axel once again. Axel. Marry me. That was Patricia, whom Axel promptly dodged once again. The rest, they were still nameless characters for him, so he ignored them as well. Finally getting from people trying to marry, hug and pat him, Axel wasn't allowed to take a breather since the Gryffindor captain Oliver Woods had accused him of cheating. That's the thing with games. If you're playing too well, people think you're hacking. Several experts came to Axel, who still held the struggling snitch in his hand. So, instead of releasing the snitch, Axel had to give it to the experts, who began casting several spells on it to find out any signs of tempering, since it did seem a bit unbelievable that he was able to catch the snitch so easily and quickly. After that, Axel's broomstick was also checked, since his flying skills were too bloody brilliant and the last burst of speed did seem a bit sus. And then his eyes were checked in case he was wearing some sort of enchanted device which was allowing him to see the snitch. Meanwhile, inside the Gryffindor locker room, the atmosphere was as depressing as a funeral. Which was kinda true, since they had just been butchered single-handedly by one person. The team members were all lost in their own thoughts, while Oliver Woods, the burly captain and keeper of the Gryffindor team, paced back and forth, fuming. Rose sat quietly in a corner in a daze. What was she thinking when she accepted Axel's challenge? Did she really think she could beat him? The guy whom she hadn't seen lose at anything even when he was crippled. In the first place, what was she thinking when she went to confront him? What did it matter to her if he was seducing all the witches? Rose closed her eyes, and when she did, all she saw was the smug face of Axel, looking disdainfully at her with the snitch held in his hand, and the scenes of his amazing flying skills, which were much superior to hers without even trying. Damn it. I can't think of anything, exclaimed Woods, bringing her out of her thoughts. But we can't let the Slytherin team win with such a huge landslide. We'll be the laughingstock of the entire Britain. So if any of you have any ideas, I'm all ears. The three chasers were out of ideas as well. We have to stop Hunt, but I have no idea how, said Angelina. That much was obvious. If they had to stop Slytherin, they had to stop Axel. But the question was, how? I don't think we can. Why did you guys have to provoke him? Questioned Alicia Spinnet. He's a beast. Yeah, a hot one, added Katie, without realizing that she had said it out loud. Though the other two chasers certainly did not disagree. The twins looked at each other. I say we take him out, said Fred. We can't beat in terms of skills anyways, said George. Rose disagreed immediately. No way. We were already wrong to let you do whatever you wanted with the earlier strategy. You could have seriously injured him. The twins looked innocent, but that would have stopped him, right? And we wouldn't be in this situation right now, said one. Besides, he's a Slytherin. We can't go soft on him, can we, Rosie, said the other. Don't you remember what the Slytherins were like last year? Just think how much more insufferable they will be after this kind of win. So what if he's a Slytherin? He hasn't done anything wrong yet, argued Katie. Woods, who had been silent, seemed to have decided. All right, we're doing it, he said. But, began Rose, but Oliver cut her off. Save it, Rose. I'm the captain, and I've decided. We can't let him disrespect us like that. It's just a little injury. This time, Rose wasn't worried about Axel. She had gotten a glimpse of his real skills. So now, she was actually worried about their own team. You'll only make it worse for yourself, trust me, she said. We don't trust you anymore, Rosie. After all, you are already his slave, aren't you? Though the twins were mocking her, but Rose realized they were right. Fuck. I forgot the bet. The examination for whether he was cheating or not resulted in nothing more than pissing Axel further off. Of course the experts couldn't find anything. As soon as the match resumed, Axel spotted the snitch yet again and went after it. From in front of him, he saw Fred Weasley coming, but he didn't pay much attention. And Axel's revenge continues. He's going for the snitch yet again, and something is different with the Gryffindor beaters, maybe a new strategy, the hell. Just as he was about to catch the snitch, Axel was surprised as one of the Weasley twins out of the blue decided to take a direct swing at him with his beater's bat as he flew past him. Imagine flying at a blurring speed, and someone comes at you with equally blurring speed and does a close line with his beater's bat. Yep, you'll be toast. Though with nothing to hold him back, Axel dodged of course, but missed the snitch, making him frown. Beep. The Gryffindor beater Fred Weasley got a warning and a penalty was awarded to Slytherin. So, that's how we're playing now, thought Axel, looking at the twins as he cracked his neck. Then bring it. For few the minutes to come, Axel's pace increased, leaving no saving grace for Gryffindor. Even when Fred and George Weasley tried their best, how could they really take him out? Even the 10-year-old Axel was skilled enough to avoid whatever tricks they had up their sleeves. Especially when he's already on alert. The twins were desperate now. They knew that they were going to be disqualified if they actually succeeded. So, why not go all out? If they are losing like this, it is only fair that they bring their enemy down with them, right? It's the least they can do. So, just as Axel was about to catch another snitch, one of Fred Weasley distracted Axel by hitting a bludger his way with all his might, while George Weasley snuck up to him with his wand drawn, getting in as close as he could in order to get the perfect shot. Just one hit, and it'll be over, thought the twins in sync. It would seem that the twins have lost it. A wand. A fucking wand, exclaimed Jordan. Even Jordan had lost it. He wanted to know exactly what his friends were thinking. Jordan. Leave it to Professor McGonagall to be a stickler for rules even when a student is about to be hit with an unknown spell at such a high speed. But hey, she's only doing her job. Are you kidding me right now? With the snitch right below him, Axel noticed what the twins were doing and was baffled at their gall. Are these two for real? Even using magic? When his own wand was lying broken in his pocket and the spare wand that could land him in Azkaban for murder. Yeah, what a great situation to be in. But it would seem it was his own fault. Perhaps he had been too soft on the twins, making them think they could do anything to him without serious consequences. Sigh. Take this as a reminder then, he said, activating Arcane Eyes. The bludger had already reached him at an incredible speed, and so had George Weasley, who was about to fire a spell at him. It seemed like Axel was a goner now. Even those who trusted him were worried. But perfectly calm at this moment, Axel ducked low, towards the snitch, and actually raised his hand up towards the bludger made of iron. What? The bludger hit his hand at an incredible speed, but Axel rolled with its momentum, changing its direction. While turning, he caught the snitch, which was right below him, with his other hand, and then throwing. He locked the bludger at George Weasley, who was about to fire a spell at him while even boosting its already very high speed. BAAAM. Chapter 83, The Return of Savage Axel. Chapter 83. Bomb. The bludger was thrown with such a force that Axel was pushed back a few feet with the recoil of just the force he had put into it. Add to that the force it already had, and you could tell that George Weasley's fate had been sealed. Spat crack. The twin never stood a chance at dodging it. Hell, he might not even have seen it coming, while trying to screw Axel over by hitting him with a spell from behind like a coward. The bludger came to him too fast. It was like an unstoppable demolisher, aimed by a master shooter. It first hit Weasley's wand, snapping it off, then it hit his hand, causing several fractures. And then it hit his face, taking him off his broom for a ride. Happy Halloween, said Axel, returning the words the twins had said to him, finally completing his revenge. What? Shouted Lee, and everyone who was watching the match stood up from their seats, including Lee, McGonagall, and even the occupants of the VIP box. Everything happened too fast. For a moment, it looked like Axel was going to be hit by either that bludger or a spell, and in the next moment, he had pulled this absolutely badass roll, which hit George Weasley with the force of a cannonball. Ouch. That must have hurt. We have a man down. Professor. Quickly save him. People couldn't even see when the twin got hurt, let alone where and how bad the injury was. Para-healers were quickly called, who promptly took away the Weasley twin while giving an OK sign, signifying that he will be fine. When it was confirmed that George will live, Lee continued the commentary. I don't think I can believe my eyes. What happened just now? Questioned Lee. This kind of move was way above his comprehension. He had seen what had happened, of course, but he was still having trouble believing someone had really done what he had seen. Everyone else also had the same reaction. They were all waiting for the replay. But their minds glitched further when they saw Axel raising his hand in the air in a gesture that had become very familiar to everyone. It was only then did they realize, the MF has even gotten the snitch. How in Merlin's barmy head did the snitch get there? Hunt somehow also has the snitch in hand right now. What exactly just happened? Replay it fast. Soon, the footage was replayed, which showed in slow motion exactly how Axel caught the bludger, turned using its momentum to catch the snitch, and then redirected the bludger straight at Weasley, while upside down. And finally, it showed him looking down at George and uttering the words, Happy Halloween. WOOOOAAAHHHHH. The spectators had various reactions towards this savagery. What was that? Is that even humanly possible? That was hands down the coolest thing I've ever seen. And the most merciless. He utterly decimated George. That throw was personal, as were those words, Happy Halloween, clearly as revenge for their prank past night. Merlin's pants. Remind me to never get on this guy's bad side. Wait, will he be fouled for it or not? Yep, that was personal, and Axel didn't regret it one bit. Releasing the snitch, he quietly waited as Madame Hooch discussed with a few experts on the ground about what decisions to make for what had just happened. Along with Axel, everyone else also waited with bated breaths. Looks like no one wanted him to leave anymore. Soon, Madame Hooch announced her decision. And it would seem like Madame Hooch has made the decision. Axel stays on the field while the twins have been disqualified. What an absolute Chad, doing something like that and still playing on the field. Turns out, Axel hadn't committed any foul by critically injuring another player with a bludger when he was not even a beater. It would have been a foul if he had used the beater's bat, but understandably, there are no rules for what to do when a player catches the bludger by hand and uses it to injure the beater instead. Cheers. Deafening cheers came from the audience, who didn't want to miss even a little bit of time watching this genius play. Axel. 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 Sitting on his broomstick with the snitch still in his hand, Axel looked at the crowd that was chanting his name and felt the adrenaline pumping. Is this enough? He had gone and done it now. He had broken free of some of the faux mediocrity he had shrouded himself in. And he had to admit, it felt great, addicting, even. But he knew that this was the limit. He was not strong enough to afford revealing more for now. But one day, he decided. One day, he'll be at the top, and won't be afraid to show it. On the other hand, inside the VVIP box, Bellatrix struggled against the ropes she had been bound into. Andy, don't be ridiculous. Are you seriously going to have me call guards on my own sister? She asked, her eyes on Axel. Andromeda, who was currently holding 2 wands in her hands right now, sighed. And who forced me to do it? You would have killed those 2 if I hadn't bound you. Not before torturing them to insanity. And those 2 cheeky fuckers would have deserved it. Andromeda winced at the statement, and the ropes around Bellatrix tightened. No one. Absolutely no one deserves getting tortured to insanity, Bella. And I am the one being ridiculous, she said Andromeda, looking at the ceiling. At Andromeda's outburst, Bellatrix bit her tongue, recalling her brother-in-law in St. Mungo's, who had been tortured to insanity. She had been out of line. She was being a bad girl, and she needs punishment. I'm sorry. I didn't actually mean it. She said, looking away. Andromeda shook her head. We both know you did, she said in slight annoyance. That's the thing with Bella. Once she gets attached, there are no boundaries she wouldn't cross for that person, right or wrong be damned, consequences be damned. Andromeda sighed, recalling what had happened earlier here. Flashback. What the fuck? Who do they think they're laughing at? Shouted Bellatrix, throwing away her popcorn. Axel's clip had just been shown on the big screens, and as expected, Bellatrix had gone berserk. That Lee guy and those twins. I'm going to kill them. And Rose needs some serious spanking as well. As for those who are laughing, I'll ban them from all Quidditch stadiums in Britain. Calm down, Bella. These things happen sometimes. Don't take extreme measures. We have to deal with this smartly, said Andromeda, not really surprised. She was only cursing whoever had the brilliant idea of showing these clips here. This is the smart thing to do, said Bella. Anyone who goes against Axel dies. Andromeda shook her head in regret. That is exactly what she had been worried about. Thankfully, the match started, distracting Bellatrix. Though Andromeda couldn't watch. She knew exactly how bad Axel's condition had been. So she was not hopeful. But. Cheers. Wow. Yes. 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 He did it. He did it. But when she heard the crowd making noise and her sister, the dignified Minister of Magic, jumping up and down like a little girl, Andromeda was left flabbergasted. How? She questioned, unable to believe her eyes. How did Axel recover perfectly from his previous condition? It was already surprising enough that he hadn't gone mad after the torture, then it was surprising enough that he had been managing to do great despite those injuries, and then it was surprising enough that he actually seemed to have recovered. But, doing something like this. Flying with such grace and catching the snitch with such precision. Andromeda had to accept it now. Miracles do happen, at least for certain people. Just when she was feeling relieved thinking that her sister won't be causing any trouble today, those fools started targeting Axel, once again setting Bella off again and again for the rest of the match, which led to the current situation, where she's bound to the chair. Bellatrix once again struggled with her ropes. At least let me celebrate. He was so brilliant today. She said, sighing fondly. His father would be proud. That he was, Andromeda agreed. She hadn't seen anyone as skilled as Axel. Recalling how the boy had looked at his hands at that hospital bed, she realized the deep meaning behind his ironic and hopeless look when he had found out his hands along with his body were useless. He had just experienced something which would drive anyone else insane, and then he had to face the fact that he had just been stripped of what he was best at. Stripped of qualities which defined him. She could only imagine how strong his mental state must be, to not waste even a single moment moping around and instead trying his best to move forward. Meanwhile, inside the other VVIP box. Enzo ate his popcorn, while laughing. Damn. That was fucking awesome. He declared. Even his mother didn't scold him about the language this time like she does. Alessandro sipped his martini, the drink, looking at Axel in approval. There's no doubt about it. That guy is a top G, trashed the whole team single-handedly and even returned the damage multiple folds. Enzo nodded. Did you see that throw? No mercy. He's one of us. No wonder little sis fell for him. I did not fall for him. I just said he's interesting. Said Martina, coming out of her thoughts. She had been really worried about Axel just now. To begin with, he was already tired from the fight last night and in no shape to play. And then his wand had also been broken, meaning he couldn't have defended himself even if he wanted to. Francesca looked at her, and she could clearly tell her daughter genuinely cared for the boy. Her gaze turned to Axel, judging him critically. His injuries from last time seem to have healed perfectly. He has a prime physique, and he is academically at the top of his class, and has an unseen amount of skills. He certainly surpasses the criteria. Why does nobody listen? He is my friend. Exclaimed Martina, but she really was considering inviting Axel over for a different reason, his wand. We hear you, Martini. We hear you. But you're turning 16, and you haven't even been engaged yet, said her father. In mafia families, it was the norm for their children to be engaged in their childhood, as in by the age of 12. It's a way of establishing relationships among their groups and saying, "Peace bro, we ain't fighting each other no more. Let's find someone else to mess with together." But Martina hadn't been engaged yet. 1. Because Martina strongly denied it, and 2. No one can mess with the Valentinos. They try, of course, but it's always futile. So, even if she's unaware, her engagement is turning into something of a big deal. The wealth and power of the Valentino family is immeasurable, and it's common knowledge that Martina's is the center of the Valentino family. Whoever marries her will have the entire Valentino family as their backing. That's why, all the mafia families are desperately fighting to have her marry into their family, causing a headache to the Valentinos. To decrease the competition, they're even spreading all sorts of rumors, like there's something wrong with her and that's why she hasn't been engaged yet, or that she likes girls. So, her family is currently looking for suitable candidates to fix up the engagement and stop these hyenas who are eyeing their family. Martina, of course, is unaware of all this, lest she forces herself to get engaged to someone. "Don't bring up my engagement, Dad. I'm not thinking about it until it's absolutely necessary," said Martina, lost in thought. When his wand had been broken, Axel had seemed really down. It was the first time she had seen him care so much about something. So, she had gotten a bit too ahead of herself when saying that she could help him fix it by mistake, making Axel think that she could fix it. Before she could clarify, they had to run due to Akiko's warning. By the time she had turned around to see Axel, he had already gone. It's not a lie that she's great at making wands and that she could help him fix it, but wand lore is a subject that can only be learned through time and experience. And fixing his wand, it's a bit risky for her. So, asking for her teacher's help would be for the best since it's guaranteed it will be fixed. There's only one problem: her teacher doesn't do anything for outsiders. So, Martina looked at her mom. "Mom, Axel's wand has been damaged." Yep, it's her mom. Her mom's family specializes in magical weapons. This was also the source of Axel's knife. Only, they don't share them with outsiders. Specifications. Asked her mother. Beechwood, 12 inches, and cherub hair as its core. There's critical damage to the wood and slight damage to the cherub core. Her mother raised an eyebrow. Cherub hair. No wonder. But beechwood doesn't seem to suit him. Does he have a problem with his control? Asked her mother, evaluating Axel further based on his wand. Martina scratched her cheek at her mom's "no wonder" comment. Cherub wand users are usually known to be very charming and charismatic. Even if she said that that is not the reason why she's Axel's friend, it's not like anyone in here is going to believe her. As for the matter of beechwood not suiting him, beechwood focuses on control more than power. No, his control is good, too good, in fact. But it used to be very bad before his injuries were healed, so it used to suit him well. "I was thinking we could replace the wood, along with other changes," she replied. Her mom's eyebrows raised further. "Even those changes?" Martina sighed, knowing what they were going to think, but she had to do this. Axel had saved her life. And just yesterday, saved the school. It's the least she can do. "Yes, Mom, I want the best. But it's really not what you think." Sigh. All 3 other Valentinos in the room looked at Martina, making her feel like dying out of mortification. Finally, her mother gave out her verdict. "Fine, invite him over for Christmas. I'll see what I can do," she said with a smile. Chapter 84, Snap of Axel and Daphne. Chapter 84. During the amazing Axel v/S Gryffindor match, the VIP box had been quite eventful. So much so that it deserves its own chapter. Before the start of the match. Inside the VIP box, the scene was a bit peculiar. Aside from various influential families, there was another group of people present, attracting a lot of attention. They were scouters, the people looking to sign talented prospects into their team. Scouters are here every match, so what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that, usually, they're from local minor leagues, looking for talent. But today, aside from these, there were the real deal here as well, the big leaguers. And not just 1 or 2 from Britain, but from foreign clubs as well, which is quite surprising for a school Quidditch match. And, there's only one reason why they're here: Rose Lily Potter. Usually, the big leaguers don't need to do this kind of grunt work. They can poach whoever they want directly from the minor league teams and even other major league teams quite easily. But this time, the situation is a bit different. The viral clips of Rose were really impressive, which is not surprising considering that she's extraordinarily talented and has been training from an early childhood. She's even suspected to have what these people call a once-in-a-century level talent. Another advantage is her young age. There are no age rules, so most of these people like to have them young, because they're cheaper and they can be taught all the pro techniques, grooming them to perfection. We're talking about Quidditch. So, here they are, to confirm her talent in person and sign her up quickly before the other predators get their hands on her. But, when the match finally started, something unexpected happened. Did that guy just... The snitch. How? The match just started, damn it. Isn't this a record? But how did he even do it? Did anyone see? None of them did. All of them were only looking at Rose, it would seem. As people who called themselves Quidditch experts, they were quite embarrassed. Is it only me or no one else saw what just happened just now as well? Let's see the replay of the catch, said Lee. But when the replay was played, a fucking launching boom. Merlin's eyeballs. For the love of Quidditch. Murd. Did that guy just casually pull off a launching boom? You sure we were here for the girl? These guys had the most intense reactions. Because they knew the significance of what Axel had just done. On the other hand, the situation was completely different on the other side of the VIP box. Suck it, Neville. That's what Daphne had said, soon after Axel's first catch was replayed, to Neville in a low voice, flipping him the bird. Neville's ears turned red out of embarrassment and anger. He was sitting with his father and Gran, both of whom certainly didn't appreciate her extreme politeness. Frank Longbottom frowned. Just now, he had been listening to his son complain about how Daphne had gone dark and was supporting the Slytherin team today due to some random guy, even fighting with Neville over it. Frank had a hard time believing that, since Daphne used to be a very polite and sensible girl in his memory, but seeing her right now he figured his son was indeed speaking the truth. Mrs. Greengrass, he said, looking at Evelyn. I know it must be hard on you after Cyrus, but you have to pay better attention to your daughter's behavior. Evelyn was embarrassed. I apologize on my daughter's behalf. I'll have words with her, she said before turning to Daphne. What was that about? She asked in a low voice. That jealous kid is always talking bad about Axel, said Daphne glaring at Neville, and that was all the explanation Evelyn needed, her attitude towards the situation changing 180 degrees. Unaware that he was no longer going to receive the same courtesy twice, Mr. Longbottom nodded patronizingly. He truly believed that the catch just now was a fluke and Axel was no good. It's better that you understand. That kid has no family background, and he was still sent to Slytherin, and no matter how good he plays, he can't match prodigies like Rose. Kids like that have no future to speak of and will only have a negative influence on your daughter. It's better to nip the bud in the early bloom, he said helpfully. The girl has no father figure to look out for these things, so he might as well help them out as a common courtesy to their children's friendship. Evelyn's eyes turned cold. Axel was the savior and benefactor of their family. And someone insulting him is someone insulting her family. She was going to say some choice words to Frank Longbottom, but something happened. Boom. Are you shitting me right now? Another one. While Mr. Longbottom was giving his valuable opinions on Axel, Axel had once again caught the snitch in just a minute after his first catch, making Mr. Longbottom eat his words. Axel Hunt has caught the snitch yet again. Has 1 minute even passed yet since the release of the snitch? How many records did he break this time? It has been confirmed, both of those catches and skills are no flukes. We might actually be watching the debut of a future Quidditch legend. Evelyn smiled kindly at Frank. I think I would know better what's best for my daughter, Frank. Please keep your Longbottom out of it. Mr. Longbottom's patronizing smile vanished. Puffed. A snicker was heard from near a seat beside them, and the group turned to see Sirius Black sitting along with his wife Marlene and son Jamie. Frankly speaking, got your Longbottom kicked, Frank, said Sirius with a chuckle. Frank scowled at his friend. Thought we were on the same side here, he gruffed, feeling even more annoyed. He had been speaking against the person who's currently kicking his friend's goddaughter's bottom right now. Sirius chuckled. Why so serious, Frank? And I didn't say you were wrong. The kid's skilled, I gotta admit, insanely so, but we are gonna kick the Slytherin's bottom today. Launching Boom has its flaws after all, he said assuredly. Being the best friend of a seeker and a godfather of another makes you know your Quidditch. So he could already see how this was going to play out. The boy's in danger, people. One more Launching Boom, and he's going to the infirmary, said Sirius, his deep, far-seeing eyes set on the pitch, giving off the impression of an expert. Oh look, it's already starting. He added, and indeed, something had indeed started on the pitch, as the Gryffindor had changed their composition. What? Daphne became worried. Axel was already looking a bit under the weather ever since he returned last night. She was worried he might not be ready for whatever was coming. Seeing Daphne like that, Neville was of course glad. You suck it now. But Daphne was too worried to pay attention. They're going to take him down. If he uses that trick again, he's going to crash. So if he has any sense, he should stop doing it now. Explained Sirius. Oh no, he's doing it again. Sigh, as expected, he's good, but seems like he's still too green, he said, feeling more relieved than he sounded at the knowledge. The Scouters were here, so Rose needed to perform well today. And this Axel was currently stealing her thunder. Sirius's words of wisdom made all the green grasses worried while in the pitch. Axel had been loading his energy, about to shoot off. Suddenly, they saw George Weasley get in his way and understood what was going to happen. No. Daphne stood up from her seat, but it was too late. Boom. Axel disappeared from their view, and Evelyn had to hold her daughter back to stop her from rushing to the stadium. But then. What? What just happened? Cheers. They saw Axel appear on the other side of George, his hand held high in a familiar gesture, with the golden snitch safely held within his grasp. Daphne finally took a deep breath, her heart still hammering her chest due to the earlier scare. He's fine, said Astoria, hugging her mother. On the other hand, Sirius sat there like a statue, his words stuck in his throat as he tried to clear it while the Greengrass sisters gave him matching judgy glares. Don't talk if you don't know anything, they seemed to say with their eyes. They had thought he was an expert. On the other hand, their mother was pure savage. Your gift of foresight rivals the psychics of Nocturne Alley, Mr. Black. I am most impressed. Ahem, Oh, he did that, tried Sirius, pretending to understand, though he had no idea what the fuck had just happened out there. The expert image he had was shattering to bits. It's the least likely outcome, huh? He must be really lucky, he said, nodding his head to himself while his wife Marlene tried to hide her face out of second-hand embarrassment. At this moment, the replay was shown, in which Axel masterfully swerved around the twin, dodging him by a hair's breadth very calmly, and then catching the snitch. He actually did it. Axel Hunt has somehow managed to turn himself accurately at that speed. What an amazing show of skills. Sirius, slap, his cheeks felt swollen. Mum, is this person really an expert? Asked Astoria, pointing at Sirius. Evelyn shook her head. No, Tori, he's a prankster. He likes to scare and bother people. Don't listen to him. Oh, so he's like those bad twins? Astoria asked, pointing at Fred and George. Evelyn nodded. Exactly. Astoria looked at Sirius with a pouty glare before turning away. Sirius. I really am an expert. You have to believe that. I haven't spent all these years supporting Reggie, James, and Rose in vain. Sirius was seriously hurt. Oh, something must have caught my eyes, he said, rubbing his eyes. He wasn't trying to hide his tears. Nope, not at all. At this point, even Frank pretended he did not know this guy. It's not like he did not have the same thoughts, but at least he did not say them aloud anymore. But, he and his son could really sympathize with the men. These Greengrass women are brutal with their words. On the other side, the selectors, OHHHH. How? God. I've seen God. Damn. That was smooth as butter. How is he doing this? Hello, sir. Yes, I'm seeing this too, sir. Yes, I'll try my best. Offer anything. Even that much, sir. Yes, sir. And sir, about Rose, forget her. All right. Every one of these scouts was already out of their seats, their attention focused solely on Axel. Once-in-a-century talent. This was a talent that's never been seen in the history of Quidditch. Screw Rose. They can't miss someone like this. The game continued like that, with these experts not moving their eyes away from Axel. They were already discussing the amount and terms they were going to offer with their bosses. Like this, the half-time arrived, and Sirius got up from his seat. Excuse me. To his credit, he had managed to keep his mouth shut until now with much difficulty, which turned out to be a good thing, since he would have been wrong again with the last catch in which Axel magically outflew Rose. Going out, he took out his Magi mirror and typed a message. Take out the Seeker. At any cost. He sent it to someone he had saved as New Marauders. He also sent out a few hundred galleons. This much was like chump change for him. The other side replied instantly, Lord Padfoot has spoken. It shall be done. What? He can't let his daughter be a slave to a Slytherin boy, right? Oh, and these two were his successors. Their pranks are hilarious. Whistling a jolly tune, Sirius pocketed his Magi mirror. Now, to save his expert's image. Returning to his seat, he confidently looked at the green grasses. I have some serious predictions for the second half. And I think it'll be for the best if your hero sits this one out, he said, waiting for them to demand an explanation. But at this point, the Greengrass women just nodded perfunctorily, giving him a lukewarm glance before turning their attention back to the match. Sirius shrugged. And within the first few minutes of the match, one of the Weasley twins directly took a swing at Axel with his beater's bat. That bloody, yelled Daphne almost at the top of her lungs, but paused mid-curse, realizing she was in the presence of many influential people of the society. Covering her face, she buried herself in her seat, completely mortified. Her perfect pureblood heiress image was ruined. Axel Hunt. You'll be the death of me. She thought furiously, her cheeks burning. The problem was, she was okay with that. Seriously, what is happening to her? Sirius sipped on his drink leisurely, sitting with his legs crossed. Ladies, is this the part where I say, I told you so? He said calmly, though he was quite surprised, disappointed and annoyed that the boy somehow dodged, similar to how you feel when you smash a cockroach, only for it to spring up and run away without damage. For the next few minutes, the green grasses were constantly on edge, with the twins attempting everything to take him down, and Sirius passing out ominous comments, making them quite anxious. Not too long after, Axel was met with an inescapable situation. A bludger was headed his way and one of the twins had drawn his wand, approaching close to him. Daphne was extremely angry right now. And she didn't even know who. But she knew one thing, this man needs to shut up. She has absolute faith in Axel's ability, but she can't help but worry. And this man's constant predictions aren't helping. Let's see if he can escape this, said Sirius excited. A few moments later. Sirius Black sat with a blackened eye, looking at Axel, who had somehow managed to pull off something incredible. Only now did he wish he had kept his mouth shut the whole time. But today, he had at least learned a few life lessons. Firstly, I'm never betting against that kid again, whatever the situation. He's a monster, and second, that girl packs a serious punch. The match finally ended, with Gryffindor's or any team's worst defeat in the history of Quidditch. The point margin had never been this huge in the history, even back when the rules hadn't changed and the game sometimes had to be stretched for days because the Seekers couldn't catch the snitch. Sigh. It's finally over. Axel's head was feeling very heavy towards the end of the match, maybe because he was misophobic and the crowd was just too damn loud. But his headache persisted even after he turned down his hearing using his super sense. When he finally landed on the ground, he wobbled a bit as his feet felt shaky. System, the heck is up with my body? It's not only because of your body, Axel. But the cause is the skill, limit break. A long break is necessary to recover from that skill, depending on by how much you have broken past your limit. But you have only pushed your body and senses to work intensively after that, only getting a few hours break. You need immediate rest. While he was still struggling to keep standing, with his vision blurring, Axel felt someone jump on him, almost making him fall as they hung onto him like a koala. Axel. Banaka. I finally got my hands on you. Holy Diana, you were amazing. It was Patricia, who had landed not long after he did. But before he could muster enough strength to push her off, the rest of his team members had arrived, also leaping onto him. Get away from him, you all. Let the guy breathe. Though someone came at the right time, right before he was about to snap, pushing away his team members much to his appreciation. Only, this person wasn't any better. Axel was suddenly dragged into a side hug, as the men seemed to parade him along. And Axel realized who it was. Lockhart. Why this fool of all people? Ladies and gentlemen, my student, Axel Hunt. Came to me for some Quidditch tips. He's learnt a lot from me. So proud of you, Axel. He felt the person rubbing his head as if they were very close. I think your parents must be proud, huh? Tell them that they don't need to thank me much, I was. Okay, that was it for Axel. I could only take so much before he. Snap. Chapter 85, he's is not Messi, he's Zlatan. Chapter 85. With that, this painful match finally ends, and I cannot believe the numbers on the scoreboard. 1140-90 in Slytherin's lead. With a massive 10-50 point difference. Axel Hunt, the star of the match, finally lands on the ground, and his feet are looking a little bit shaky. Well, can't tell what state he must be in, cause no one else is even capable of doing what he did today. And OH. A hug from the stunning Slytherin captain, boy is he lucky. And here comes the rest of the team. The Slytherin team is having a moment right now, but Axel Hunt doesn't seem to be in a good state. Axel, as the main attraction of the whole match, was of course being shown on the big screens. And by now, people were obviously starting to take notice that something was wrong. Honey, there are wards out here. Only reporters, professors and players are allowed entry into the pitch, said Evelyn, putting a hand on the panicking Daphne's shoulder. Can't you do something about it, Mum? He's clearly not all right. Daphne was trying her best to get into the pitch. But students or civilian entry was forbidden, with all kinds of wards set up. That idiot. I knew he wasn't all right, said Martina in half worry and half annoyance. And here comes Professor Lockhart, commentated Lee. Whoa, didn't see him coming, but looks like he's getting everyone off of Axel. And now he is hugging him. On the big screen, pure vexation was clearly written all over Axel's face, which was considerably paler, while Lockhart was waving his hand to the cameras with his brilliant smile, making outlandish claims. Ladies and gentlemen, my student, Axel Hunt. Came to me for some Quidditch tips. He's learned a lot from me. So proud of you, Axel. Axel felt the person rubbing his head as if they were very close. I think your parents must be proud, huh? Tell them that they don't need to thank me much, I was only. Snap. Axel had had enough. He had been feeling nauseous for a while and there was only so much he could take. The teammates couldn't really be blamed for their reaction, he had won them a match and they were just thanking him. So even if he didn't like it, it didn't piss him off too much. But what the heck is up with this guy? Is he really doing this right now? Even though Axel's body and his senses weren't working properly, his mind was. And he knew what had just happened. This person, Gilderoy Lockhart, is a very popular, well-established, and very experienced adventurer. His skill set includes being great at pretty much everything. And who is Axel? Before today, a fucking nobody. So, if Lockhart claims he's got some great insights in Quidditch and he trained Axel, and Axel says otherwise, who's the majority of people going to believe? Of course Lockhart. It means this man is trying to piss on all of what he did today. Today, when Axel woke up, he wanted nothing more than to sleep a bit more. It wasn't like his usual tired to bone kind of tired state, it was even worse, due to the limit break backlash, but he still forced himself. He came here, and did everything he needed to do, even exposing many of his cards, even if he needed rest, and even if it was so risky for him to show off. And here is this bastard, trying to take that all away. For what? Simple fame. How infuriating is that? Plus, Axel didn't really like the comment about his parents. They will be proud. Well, their son is a thieving murderer. Axel was sure they couldn't be prouder. But it's their fault for abandoning him. And lastly, this guy's sticking too close. And he's too creepy, thought Axel in revulsion, trying to move his body to push the bastard away. Usually, Axel would be pissed with even one of these things. But right now, they're all happening together while he can't do anything. So, he could not be blamed for what he did next. Limit break. Raising his hand, Axel gripped the hand that was rubbing his hair. And crack crick crack. Wah. In the next moment, Lockhart found himself lying on the ground, screaming like a little girl, with many of his bones broken. You have an extreme talent for pissing people off, spat Axel. In terms of being infuriating, this guy couldn't rival Umbridge, but yeah, he comes pretty close. And that was saying something. Ding. Red messages started popping up in front of his eyes, and Axel felt like his head was splitting off. But he couldn't leave as bright flashes of light started to come from all around him, as the reporters who had been on the ground began to surround him for a close-up shot on what had just happened while asking him questions. Mr. Hunt. Why did you injure a professor? Axel. Is what Professor Lockhart said really true? Were you really taught by him? Now after using limit break once again, even his mind was having problems working, since all of his concentration was spent on not passing out. At this moment, a commotion started in the crowd as the reporters slowly parted to reveal a familiar figure. Professor Lockhart is only trying to wrongfully claim the credit, said the person sharply. The man can't even replicate 5% of Axel's skill and neither does he know how to perform even half of the tricks Axel performed today. He hasn't taught anything to Axel. In fact, before today, that man didn't even know about Axel's existence, much less teach him anything, said the person, spitting facts in everyone's faces. But, it wasn't just the words that had a high impact. It was also the person who had spoken those words. Martina. Valentino. Miss Valentino herself has come to Axel Hunt's defense. Miss Valentino, why are you defending Axel Hunt? Miss Valentino, are you accusing Gilderoy Lockhart of blatantly lying in front of the whole world? Yep, the person was Martina herself, who came to stand beside Axel. Martina nodded at the cameras. Yes, Gilderoy Lockhart is lying and it's very easy to prove it. You can test him anytime. He won't be half as skilled as Axel, not to mention the fact that he's only been here for barely 2 months, not really enough to learn anything of that level, she said matter-of-factly, thoroughly crushing Lockhart's claims and also showing his stupidity. After Axel has shown his talent today, Lockhart is just one of the many who are going to try and take advantage of him. But Axel is my friend, and I won't let anyone make use of him like that, she said sternly, radiating a powerful presence. She then turned to Axel and her brows furrowed in worry, noticing his pale face and unsteady feet. Are you all right? You shouldn't have pushed yourself so hard last night, she said, trying to support him. Last night? Shouldn't have pushed himself. The reporters realized that they had struck gold. I'm fine, and thanks, muttered Axel. He was really grateful to her for stepping up. Between Lockhart and Axel, Lockhart would have won. But between Lockhart and Martina, the fraud doesn't stand a chance. Martina could clearly tell he wasn't fine as she came forward and tried to support him. Whoosh. Just then, a gust of wind blew, as someone appeared right behind him, and even in his woozy state, Axel still recognized the familiar presence easily. "Ha, you're here too?" he asked, without even turning back. He thought that student entry was forbidden. "You were amazing, just like last night," said Akiko, her hand landing on his shoulder to support him too. She had, of course, been watching the match too and knew about Axel's condition. The reporters. "Nanny. Another one. This is jackpot." Axel nodded, now the red messages in front of his eyes finally fading, and the noise around him also getting lower. His body was no longer able to hold on. "Then, guess I'm in safe hands," he managed, as he finally let go of his consciousness. That day, the name Axel Hunt made big waves around the world. Catching the snitch wasn't the same as scoring a goal. No matter how many goals you score in minor leagues or in school Quidditch, it wouldn't be comparable to scoring in a World Cup or a major league. Because scoring goals depends more on the level of the opponent team than personal skill. But, catching the snitch is almost the same in any format. Because the snitch is always difficult to catch. And someone catching the snitch 22 times in a single match, anyone with even a little Quidditch knowledge would be interested. Video and articles, all with colorful titles, began appearing within hours after the ending of the match. Hogwarts student catches the snitch 22 times in a single match. In an inter-house Quidditch match at Hogwarts, a student named Axel Hunt, 13, managed to make history by catching the snitch a total of 22 times in a single match. This is reportedly the highest number of time anyone has ever caught the snitch in a single match, the second highest being a measly number of 8 by another student named Victor Crumb. This was. Click here to continue. The fastest catch in the history of Quidditch. The fastest catch. A player caught the snitch in just 11.2 seconds, creating a world record. The player is Axel Hunt, 13-year-old, and he caught it using the very difficult technique, the launching boom. A 13-year-old seeker breaks more than 20 records in a single match, another record. Axel Hunt, a member of House Slytherin at Hogwarts, managed to break the record of most records being broken by a single player in a single match. Watch the highlights of his spectacular performance here. The most brilliant catch in Quidditch history. We guarantee you have never seen a catch like this. In an iconic match, the seeker catches the bludger with one hand and the snitch with the other, but it doesn't end here. Watch in high quality. Gilderoy Lockhart gets thrashed by 13-year-old boy. The well-established defender against the dark arts, bestseller author, and famous adventurer and influencer Gilderoy Lockhart, who is currently teaching defense against the dark arts subject at Hogwarts, gets brutally beaten on by 13-year-old student. Reportedly, the student was not in a right state after his match and Lockhart pushed his buttons further by claiming credit for the boy's achievements, causing the boy to lash out. There were thousands of videos and articles like this started appearing, making Axel's name resound not only in Britain but also in different parts of the world. And various articles of Axel began to come up as well. Who is Axel Hunt? Everything about the Quidditch player Axel Hunt in a nutshell. Suddenly, a name has become very popular by taking the Quidditch world by storm by breaking more than 20 world records in a single game. So naturally, the questions have begun to arise. Who is Axel? What kind of person is he? What is his family background? In this article, we will cover everything we have managed to find about the rising legend. The first thing we discovered is that Axel Hunt is a mystery. His birth is not registered in the Ministry or Hogwarts website like all other students. There's no information about what his life was like before coming to Hogwarts, and neither is there any information about his parents or legal guardian. According to our sources, the boy has always arrived and left the King's Cross station alone, and nor has anyone come to visit him on the visiting days either. In his first year, the boy had come to Hogwarts heavily injured, and his performance at his classes were consequently affected as well, including his performance at Quidditch. He used to fly without gripping the handle. His hands were always all shaky, said one of his anonymous classmates. His spells used to be very weak. And his hands were always shaking. Also, his aiming was horrible, was what another source confirmed. The cause, origins, nature of Hunt's injuries remain undisclosed, but it was something that even Hogwarts' finest medical staff couldn't heal, and it caused him to have problems with his magic casting, dexterity, and balance, almost everything a good wizard and Quidditch player needs. But Hunt didn't let this bring him down, as over the year, he made steady improvements in his health and studies, becoming one of the top students at Hogwarts. He finished his Hogwarts first year as the valedictorian, coming first in almost every subject. Click here for more. Most popular boy at Hogwarts. Below were pictures attached of Axel's. One of him being supported by Martina and Akiko, one of him face to face with Rose, one of him being hugged by Rose, and one of him and Daphne. Click here to read. While these kinds of articles were appearing all over the internet, unaware of all this, Axel was blissfully asleep in the VIP ward with no disturbances. When he finally woke up, it was already the next day. Looking around, Axel found himself in an empty room with no one present, only a large pile of letters, and various chocolates and other kinds of trinkets. As soon as he sat up, a bell on his bedside began ringing, causing him to try and shut the thing down. While he was still fiddling with the thing, the door opened and Madame Pomfrey entered. "I have to say, Mr. Hunt, you continue to surprise me," she said in exasperation, to his bedside with a writing pad. "How did your crippling injuries from last time get healed?" "It's like they were never there," she said, slight intrigue and frustration slipping into her tone. Sigh. Axel sighed. He had been planning on avoiding Pomfrey for this exact reason. That was also the reason he learnt heal. But oh well, him and dangers are old friends, and he should have known it was inevitable to avoid this place forever. Now that Madame Pomfrey has had time to skin his body, she must have noticed a lot of peculiarities about it. "Professor, I am not telling you. And I will ask your complete discretion over the matter through the Healer-Patient Confidentiality Pact as well. Also, please destroy any reports you have on me." If there was one thing everyone knew about Madame Pomfrey, it was that she was a stickler for rules. And Axel knew the rules now, he knew he could do this. Madame Pomfrey gave him a disapproving look. "Mr. Hunt, are you aware how many people we could help?" "Pardon me, Madame Pomfrey," interrupted Axel, "but I couldn't give a flying fuck about how many people you could help with whatever I reveal. Besides, it is useless even if I do tell you since it was a one-time thing," he said simply, flexing his fingers to check their functioning. He could understand the Mediwitch's perspective, but the cure included the substance called the immortal elixir. There was no chance in hell he was telling her. Anyways, he wouldn't tell her even if it was cheap and easy to make the recipe. He'd rather sell the potion made from it to the rich people at high prices. "Now could you tell me where I am? Can I leave now?" he asked, flexing his arms and legs experimentally. He was still feeling tired, but everything else seemed fine. Madame Pomfrey sniffed disapprovingly. "You had half the school coming here to see you, so you had to be shifted in the VIP room. And no, you are not leaving until you've gotten at least 2 more days of rest. Your condition is serious." Axel frowned. "Serious? Isn't it just some fatigue?" Madame Pomfrey seemed to consider hitting the boy. "Fatigue? Your body was refusing to function properly no matter what I tried. I have never seen this level of fatigue, or whatever it is. It is always like this with you," she said in complete exasperation. Before this, he had suffered from extreme torture, to the point his nerves had received permanent damage. Madame Pomfrey gave him a judging look. "You don't enjoy this, do you?" Now Axel considered hitting her instead. Enjoy? Enjoy your sister. He did not survive all the torture to be humiliated like this. But Madame Pomfrey actually smirked a little, meaning she had said it on purpose, maybe revenge for him being a snob. But Axel's eyes narrowed. All right, he will remember this. In a much better mood, Madame Pomfrey handed him a list containing various names. You have quite a few visitors waiting for you. Which one would you like to meet first? Axel looked at the list. Daphne Greengrasses, Martina Valentino, Akiko Matsushima, Patricia Afonso, Rose Potter. What's with this list? Axel decided to call Martina and Akiko first, since he had to thank them. First they helped him out yesterday and then today as well. How are you now? And what exactly happened to you? Asked Martina as soon as he entered. Since even he didn't know, Axel checked the system notifications. But he got the chills as soon as he read. Risk of soul damage. Fuck me sideways. But on the outside, he maintained his casual appearance, as I said, just a little tired. I'll be fine after a short rest. Akiko looked at him with scrutiny. That's not it, she declared. Just tell me if it's serious. I need you to be fine, she said seriously. She really needed him in top condition for her revenge. System, will I be fine? What's this notification about the risk of soul damage? Explain everything. Yes, Axel. The skill, Limit Break, does not only draw strength from your body. It also draws strength from your soul. In a way, it's a kind of soul magic, an extremely dangerous and risky branch of magic. And by overusing it, you have put strain on your soul. Thankfully, you stopped before causing any permanent damage, so yes, you will be fine. Axel looked at Akiko. I will be fine. Really? Picking up his wand from the bedside table, he gave it to Martina. Anyways, you said you can fix this, right? That. Martina hesitated, feeling quite nervous for some reason. It was time to invite him over. Chapter 86, Pitiful Daphne. Chapter 86. I'll go now. When the topic shifted to his wand, Akiko decided to take her leave now that she was sure Axel was fine. Martina, on the other hand, hesitated. Actually, the thing is, about your wand. I can't actually fix it. She admitted. What? Axel froze, as the sinking feeling he'd been having after his wand had been destroyed came back to him. Martina couldn't fix his wand. The only reason he had been fine with his wand getting damaged was because he knew Martina would fix it. And now she says she can't. Then why did you say you could? Well, I didn't say I could fix it, I had only said I can help you fix it, said Martina, pursing her lips. Axel could suddenly breathe again. He didn't know he'd been signing for this when he decided to strengthen his bond with his wand for extra power output. Then, it can be fixed, right? He asked, just to make sure not to jump to the wrong conclusion this time. Martina nodded vigorously. Oh, of course. Don't worry about that. But the thing is, you'd have to come to Italy for that. Do you have plans for this Christmas? She asked, looking abnormally nervous. Axel thought about it. Christmas was the nearest date he could leave Hogwarts. At least without breaking the rules. And as far as he knew, I have no plans for Christmas, he replied. He has never had plans for Christmas, except for the last one, which he blew up by causing a spectacular misunderstanding, also by being picky with his food, not being able to talk much, and by just observing the happy family like a creepy depressing outsider. So yeah, he didn't think he had plans for Christmas. He couldn't ruin another one of theirs. But going to Italy? Why Italy? He asked. My mother's side of the family specializes in magical weapons and my father's side in enchantments. So that would be the best place for you to get your wand fixed, Martina explained. What about Ollivander? Can't I just get it fixed there? He asked. As far as he was aware, Ollivander was the best in Britain and it would be far less troublesome to get it fixed in Britain. Martina shook her head sadly. You don't understand, Axel. Repairing a wand is not something normal. Usually, when a wand is broken and damaged, the only choice is to get a new one. Ollivander can't repair that much damage. And even if he did, the bond will no longer be there. That last line sold Axel. But he was a bit surprised by what her words implied. So, your family is actually better at wands than Ollivander's. If that was the case, then why hadn't he seen anyone else with a Valentino wand? Martina nodded. It actually is. It's one of the reasons why we're the most powerful family in Italy. But we never make wands for outsiders. Well, that made sense. But I am also an outsider, aren't I? Martina broke eye contact on that. Well, my parents think you aren't. She murmured in a low voice. What does that mean? Nothing. I meant to say that they can make an exception since we're friends. Oh. Axel was really grateful. Thanks. Well, there's just a small thing. Axel wasn't surprised. Of course there will be a catch, nothing is free in this world, what is it? Don't worry about the money. I can pay any amount. He began but Martina cut him off. No. It's not anything like that. You just have to come to my home and celebrate Christmas with us. Wait, what? Axel had a bad feeling about this. The last time he had met that family, their idea of greeting him was literally assaulting him, and that was still in Britain, right inside Hogwarts. Who knows what they'll do if they had him in their own home, in a country which they all but rule. So, if it were any other circumstances, he would not, in his right mind, be caught anywhere near their place. But, did he have a choice? Axel gripped his broken wand and felt the weakened connection. He only now realized the significance of its presence. It was like a part of him was absent. All right. I'll be there, he said with a sigh. What's the worst that could happen? Martina smiled, really? That's great. I'll inform my parents then. She said excitedly. It was the first time she was having a friend over. I'll go now. You need rest. All right, said Axel, even though he had no such plans. Also, do I call in Daphne before you rest? Asked Martina, turning while leaving. She's been quite anxious. Axel thought about it for a moment and shook his head with a sigh, no need. Oh, all right then. Daphne. When Axel had won the match, even among the deafening noise of the crowd, Daphne cheered the loudest. She was his #1 supporter after all, and she had a thing for Quidditch. So, she was very deeply affected. She was the only one he had shared his troubles with when he was injured, she was the one who had seen him struggle daily, attending classes with dark circles under his eyes, madly working on getting healed, and she was the one who introduced him to Quidditch. It felt like just yesterday when they were both sitting right here, in this VIP box, when she had explained everything about Quidditch to him. In fact, just a few days ago, she had also recounted all the rules and other things that he would need to pay attention to so that he doesn't screw up. So, now that he had performed so well, her Axel had performed so well, of course no one could be more happier and excited than her. But, with all the happiness, there was also a bitter feeling to accompany it. Now the rest of the world also knows about his brilliance, it felt like she was losing something precious, something like a secret that only the two of them shared. She couldn't help but have this fear that now that the other girls, better girls, might try to get between them now that they knew a little bit more about Axel. And, who knows? They might even succeed. Axel is no longer that same rude and closed-off guy who wouldn't trust you no matter what you do. And frankly, she wasn't the best choice he had. But she didn't let her own insecurities dampen the happiness she felt for Axel, cheering him the best she could. Though, everything changed when the match ended. That bitch was Patricia was onto Axel, hugging him like that. Daphne couldn't believe it. She had to wait so long before she could get one hug from Axel. And here was this slut, hugging him so tightly. Why is Axel letting it happen? What is so good about that tramp when it is so clear she's using him? And then she noticed. Axel didn't want to be hugged. It was written all over his face that was being displayed on the big screen, making her realize that something was wrong with him. Daphne was so panicked that she must have tried everything to get on there on the pitch with him. But, by the time she reached there, she saw him falling into the arms of Martina and Akiko, who had somehow gotten there even before her. Before she knew it, Axel was already surrounded, being floated to the hospital wing magic while a force field fended off anyone who tried to get too close. There was nothing Daphne could do that wasn't already being done. What the hell happened to him? And how the hell does Akiko know Axel? Asked Rose from her side, after she was finally able to shrug off the reporters who had been surrounding her. Daphne was quite ashamed to admit it, but, I have no idea, she told Rose. But what do you care? She asked, fuming as they followed the procession, which was getting bigger and bigger. Why are you angry at me? I'm the one who lost today. I'm like his slave now, said Rose defensively. You're saying it as if it's a bad thing, muttered Daphne enviously, in a voice Rose couldn't hear as she rushed into the procession. As soon as they were out of the wards, the crowd got even bigger, with everyone following Axel. And Daphne was kicked out at the hospital wing, just like the hundreds of other fangirls who were screaming Axel's name. Only Martina and Akiko were allowed in. When Martina and Akiko came into the waiting room, both of them were swarmed by reporters. How is Axel's condition now? Is Axel Hunt stable? A lot of questions like this were thrown at them, and to the reporters' questions, Martina shook her head, we don't know. Madame Pomfrey said his organs aren't functioning properly. It's a state of extreme fatigue. This caused a commotion among the crowd, and Daphne panicked as well. Is his fatigue related to the activity you guys did with him last night? Asked one of the clever reporters, and Martina and Akiko were left speechless at that as they exchanged glances. Daphne was dumbstruck. What the hell? What the hell was happening? Daphne felt like everything was slowly falling apart. What was it that these two did last night with him? Why couldn't they tell anyone? She also wanted to know, but no answers came as Martina and Akiko refused to answer. She waited in the waiting room for hours while various reporters came to her, asking her and the others for an interview, but they all simply refused, but Patricia was quite glad to take the offer though. As the hours passed, the others either fell asleep or left. But Daphne didn't sleep a wink, anxiously waiting for Axel to regain consciousness. She felt that it was somehow her fault. Maybe if she hadn't dragged him to the party last night, he would still be fine. When Axel finally woke up, Daphne quickly got up, wanting to rush in and see how he was. But the first people he called in were Martina and Akiko. With the things that were happening around her, Daphne was slowly beginning to realize something. She wasn't as close to Axel as she thought she was. There are suddenly these girls who seem much ahead in the race than her. They seem to be ahead of her in almost everything. After a few minutes, when Akiko came out, Daphne quickly went to her. How is he? She asked, not caring whether she knew the girl or not. He's fine. He just needs rest now. Did he call me in? Akiko shook her head, no. Anything else? She asked, looking to be about to leave. Daphne hesitated, how do you know Axel? Akiko shrugged, we trained together. Okay. Thanks, said Daphne in a shaky voice as she went back to her seat. She was now feeling numb. The one thing that she thought only she had exclusively with him was also gone. Axel, you scumbag. Daphne didn't even have the right to be angry. He didn't owe her anything. He doesn't have to return her feelings, especially since they're only friends. When Martina came out, Daphne got up once again. Can I go in now? She asked. Martina looked really awkward. He refused for any more visitors. Daphne's eyes were brimming with tears now. Oh, of course. He needs to rest. She felt like she was an idiot for waiting for so long. And yet, even as Martina left, Daphne began walking back to her seat on her unsteady legs. At this moment, Daphne felt her hand being gripped by someone, startling her for a second, though in the next moment, her grip on the hand tightened. She knew whose hand this was, there was no way she could forget. The hand tugged on her, leading her out of the hospital wing, and Daphne let herself be pulled. As soon as Axel became visible, Daphne couldn't hold back anymore. She hugged Axel and began bawling her eyes out. She knew that she was probably blowing away the little friendship they had left right now, but she couldn't help herself. Axel didn't push her away, just putting a hand on her head. "Listen," he said after a while, making her forcefully stifle her crying and look up at him. Her eyes were puffy and her nose and ears were red. She looked very pitiful, enough to melt anyone. But Axel's words seemed to have no mercy. "Don't approach me in public from today on. We can't be seen together." The tears that had barely stopped began to overflow again. "Why?" she asked, trying really hard not to cry more. Axel sighed. He didn't plan on telling her more, because that'll only put her in more danger if her mind was red, but looking at her like this, even he was helpless. "I have some really powerful enemies, and they'll probably know about me after today." Daphne understood the rest. She wasn't stupid. Axel was strong and clever. Even if his enemies are stronger, it wouldn't be easy for them to get to him at all. And the textbook solution to this is going after the people he cares about. She understood it, of course she did, but it didn't make her feel much better. Then why? She was going to ask why he let Martina and Akiko approach, but stopped immediately. Those two, even 10 Daphnes might not be able to scratch on them. Of course they can take care of themselves. Why what? Nothing. "Will you still train me?" she asked desperately. The desire for power in her was now burning stronger than ever. If only she had been stronger. Axel nodded readily, even more intensively. "Thanks." Daphne hugged him again. Usually, anyone would be devastated at knowing that the hellish training was going to be even more hellish, but Daphne only felt blissful. She could feel the gap between them widening. She felt that if she didn't quickly gain strength, it would only widen. "Anyways, I couldn't meet your family." "Sorry for that," said Axel. He had been unconscious for around a day, so of course the visiting day was over. Daphne shook her head. "It's all right. You'll see them at Christmas, right?" Axel paused. "What?" Daphne looked up at him confused. "What do you mean, what? Aren't you coming home for Christmas?" Daphne felt it was only normal that he came. She and her family had much planned for him. "I was invited." Daphne frowned. "Of course you are. You're coming, right? Mom and Tori would kill me if I didn't bring you." Axel seemed at a loss for words. "I'm sorry. I have to go to Martina's home this Christmas." Shatter. Daphne felt the distance widening once again. Seeing Daphne's hopeless look, Axel sighed as he slowly took out his damaged wand. "Look at this." "Your wand, what?" Daphne let out a gasp as she looked at the wand. "Is this?" Axel nodded. "Yep, it's broken." "Oh Merlin, I am so sorry, Axel," she said, holding his hand between hers. She knew how much that wand meant to him. In fact, she had found herself jealous of that wand many times. That's how much Axel cared for it. And now seeing it broken, she could only imagine how bad he must be feeling. "It's not surprising, really," said Axel, emotionlessly looking at his wand. "Good things don't last long in my life, they never have. That's why." He paused. "That's why?" asked Daphne. Axel shook his head. "Nothing, just make sure to not appear with me in public. And, I'm going to the Valentinos to get it fixed. Otherwise I'd have come." "Oh." Daphne understood now. The Valentino wands were famous in the upper society. It would make sense that he couldn't come for Christmas. But, no outsider was allowed their services. What does that say about Axel and Martina? 2 days passed, and the popularity of Axel's match only increased. And on the Wednesday morning, when Madame Pomfrey finally let Axel officially leave the hospital wing, he went to the Great Hall for breakfast like usual. But as soon as he went past those double doors, he realized something. Every pair of eyes turned towards him and the bustling atmosphere quieted down for a moment, before bursting again with even more noise. Students began pointing at him and many were rushing towards him for autographs and selfies. Fuck. This thing had slipped his mind. Somehow, the concept of people actually treating him like a celebrity seemed quite absurd to him. But, it was happening, and Axel was hating every second of it. He wanted so much to share an eye roll with Daphne, but he resisted the urge. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Axel sighed, knowing that his quiet life had forever changed. Chapter 87, Axel Hunt, the most powerful wizard. 2 days passed, and Axel's popularity only increased. On the Wednesday morning, when Madame Pomfrey finally let Axel officially leave the hospital wing, he went to the Great Hall for breakfast like usual. But as soon as he went past those double doors, he realized something. Every pair of eyes turned towards him and the bustling atmosphere quieted down for a moment, before bursting again with even more noise. Students began pointing at him and many were rushing towards him for autographs and selfies, and a few reporters who had been waiting for him also came forward. Fuck. This thing had slipped his mind. Somehow, the concept of people actually treating him like a celebrity seemed quite absurd to him. But, it was happening, and Axel was hating every second of it. He wanted so much to share an eye roll with Daphne, but he resisted the urge. Cheers. Axel turned his head to see the whole Slytherin house standing up from their seats, clapping and cheering for him, with Patricia standing in front. Sa vague Axel. Sa vague Axel. Sa vague Axel. Then the Slytherins began chanting this new title which he had apparently been given after displaying his exceptional savagery. Axel had no words for it. What the fuck was going on with these students? And that title? He didn't know if he was being praised or insulted here. But he supposed it was at least better than some cringe song like, Axel is our king, he can catch a snitch by its wing, that's why Slytherins all sing, Axel is our king. Truly, that would be a disaster. His team members came and started pushing away the crowd and the reporters, making way for him to go towards the table, at the leader's position, right beside Patricia. A bit weirded out, Axel sat down, with his teammates sitting all around him. What's all this about? He asked Patricia in an undertone. The Brazilian captain tilted her head as she peered at him. What do you mean? It's a celebration, of course. We're celebrating your glorious achievements. She said excitedly. Axel was confused. It wasn't a big deal. Doesn't this seem a little too much? Not a big deal. Patricia had to squint at him to confirm he wasn't just joking or being humble. Of course it's a huge deal. Slytherins are a bunch of egoists and supremacists. And they were really aggravated by Gryffindor after the insult on Halloween night and on the internet, especially since there was little to no chances of them actually winning. And, most of us have already been the victims of the twins' pranks. But then you pop out of nowhere, and maul the Gryffindors in that savage and satisfying fashion. You should have seen yourself out there. The moment you caught the snitch while throwing that bludger at Weasley, it was thrilling, it was electrifying. She said with a somewhat intoxicated look, her legs clenching together as she looked at Axel. Ah, okay, I get it, said Axel scooting a bit further away from the girl, but can you make them stop now? It's causing me a headache. It really was, and so was Patricia's perfume due to her closeness. Axel risked a glance towards Daphne, only to see her stabbing her fork into her plate, while glaring in his direction. He had a feeling that she was going to be grumpy in today's training session. But then from a few seats beside Daphne, Axel saw another glare directed his way. But this time, it wasn't from a girl. It was a student from Mahutokoro. It was the wind guy dueled Martina. Looking around, Axel noticed more unfriendly gazes from many other guys, making him frown. Have I done anything against Mahutokoro? He asked Patricia. Who else could he ask? There was no Daphne here. Patricia coughed. Well, Akiko is an unreachable existence among the students of Mahutokoro. And she personally came to rescue you, so. Great. More enemies, Axel sighed, looking at the ceiling. Looks like his life is changed forever. From that day onwards, Axel stopped appearing at meal times at the Great Hall, and the number of classes he was skipping increased. A few professors complained, but his head of house, Professor Snape, couldn't care less, letting him get away with it. Just like this, the days passed, with Axel becoming a reclusive star of Hogwarts. Every day, he'd first practice his own skills, then train with Akiko, and then train Daphne. During this time, with their daily interactions discontinued by Axel, Daphne seemed to have gained even more motivation, making rapid improvements in her training. She even learned a few ice-related spells which Axel had asked for from Akiko. Patricia didn't let a peep anymore, even if he didn't show up for training even once. On the other hand, the Hufflepuffs were under a lot of pressure, due to their upcoming match against the Slytherins. Axel was living the thug life, with the Slytherins worshipping him whenever he showed up at the dorms or the house table and skipping classes as he pleased. Even the students from Mahutokoro wouldn't bother him without a reason. After all, he had Akiko's protection. They could be jealous and outraged, but they couldn't really do shit. Overall, anyone would think he must be very happy, right? He was not. In his quiet training room, Axel looked at the damaged wand in his hands. For the 100th time, he cursed himself for being so careless. The thing is, he didn't actually realize how much he cared about it until it was lost. During this time, he hadn't bothered getting a new one, opting to make do with Daphne's father's wand when it was absolutely necessary. That was also one of the reasons behind his class skipping. But it wasn't like losing it only had downsides. Axel raised his free hand. Magic hands. Proficiency, 52%. Incendio. His hand suddenly began to feel hot, before gradually, a very tiny flame lit up on the tip of his finger. Looking at the flame, a crooked grin stretched across Axel's face. Finally wandless, huh? After loosing his wand, Axel realized his dependence on it. Take a wand away from a wizard and he's suddenly more fucking useless than a muggle. So, he had been training his skill, Magic Hands, a lot lately. Magic Hands increases his hand's dexterity. By training it, he can get absolute control over his hands. When you have absolute control over your hands, you can do very awesome things with them, which everyone thought were impossible. But still, he's a long way off before this actually becomes useful, and it might never be comparable to his output with his wand. So, fixing his wand was a must. Pocketing his wand, Axel sighed. Fortunately, the wait was finally over. Going down towards the Great Hall, he noticed the changes from the usual mornings. The hall was decorated in Christmas decorations, and students could be seen lugging various types bags. Yep, the Christmas holidays were here, and as decided, Axel was going to the Valentinos to get his wand fixed. As Axel arrived into the Great Hall, many eyes were drawn to him, of course. But no one really came to bother him. It is already known how much he hates crowds. Only Patricia seemed to break the rule. "Merry Christmas, my Estrella," she said, coming to walk alongside him. "What do you want?" asked Axel. "How hurtful. Can't I approach you just to wish you?" "No you can't, Patricia. Get to the point." Patricia sighed as she got serious. "The interview. Have you thought about it yet?" Axel shook his head. "I already told you. It's not my thing." Patricia didn't agree, not letting him leave. "But you have to understand, it's for the best. There's literally little to no information about you out there. Right now, you are just a blank canvas. And if you don't fill it, people are going to fill it the way they want." Axel stared at her for a moment then scoffed. "You're making a big deal out of it." "No, I'm not," said Patricia, coming to stand in his way as she fished out her magi mirror. "Look here," she said, showing him an article in her magi mirror. It was an article titled, "Most Popular Boy at Hogwarts." Below were Axel's various pictures attached. One of him being supported by Martina and Akiko, one of him face to face with Rose, one of him being hugged by Patricia and one of him and Daphne. Looking at the article, Axel's brows furrowed as he gave it a read. Hogwarts seems to have gained a new most popular student. And the escapades of this particular student are so extraordinary that we feel compelled to write this article. The name of the student in the picture is Axel Hunt, an unseen Quidditch prodigy and a valedictorian. And as can be noticed from the pictures, it seems that not only in Quidditch, he is also an amazing player in terms of wooing beauties as well. But the most astonishing detail here is not the jaw-dropping beauties of these girls. It is their identities. Here's a detailed review of the identities of these beauties and their relations with Axel. It will truly boggle your mind. Martina Valentino. Here's a picture. Do not have any thoughts about this beauty, because this is Martina Valentino, the little princess of the extremely powerful Valentino family. The Valentinos is the most dangerous and influential family of Italy, with its businesses spread in many fields, running in many parts of the wizarding world. And Martina is the one and only extremely doted princess of this family. Not only that, she is also an exceptional prodigy in magic and enchanting, owning patents to various magical inventions. It is also suspected that she might have a hand in the invention of various other patents registered under the Valentino family. According to our sources, this prodigy has long taken a liking to Mr. Hunt, even before he had started to show any talents. In his very first year, a picture of Axel and Miss Valentino sleeping together on the hospital bed had gone viral, causing quite a stir. With the school belle apparently getting together with a weak boy of unknown origin, her suitors were outraged at Axel, to which, Miss Valentino herself came forward, announcing that anyone daring to bother Axel Hunt will have to face the wrath of the full Valentino family. And this year, the two were seen going in and coming out of a broom closet, with evidences of some suspicious activities. The response of the rest of the family to their precious daughter's wild actions is yet to be noticed, but the speculations are, it might not be positive, given Hunt's relations with other women. Regardless of the outcome, everyone is looking forward to how the relationship develops. Click here to see more on this. Rose Potter. Here's a picture. The next in the list is Rose Potter, none other than the girl who lived herself. Rose Potter is said to be the girl who vanquished Britain's one of the most fearsome Dark Lords, Lord Voldemort, and also a very talented Quidditch player. She's the heir to the ancient Potter family and adoptive daughter of the Black family, which is currently the most influential in Britain. So, something is going on between this vanquisher of the Dark Lord and the Quidditch prodigy Axel Hunt. And the fans are loving it. Axel and Rose have this love and hate relationship that many have come to adore. According to our sources, their first meeting had occurred even before the two arrived at Hogwarts and they were on friendly terms. But then the sorting happened and they were sorted into rival houses, Gryffindor and Slytherin. And before they knew it, the friendship turned into rivalry, with the two often seen being at odds with each other. And during this time, our witch charmer began to make friends with other witches. At the end of the year, Axel went to be the valedictorian of first years while Rose went on to win her house the Quidditch Cup and House Cup, beating Slytherin to the punch. In their next year, in order to settle the scores, Hunt managed to get himself into the Slytherin Quidditch team, also as a seeker, the same position as Rose, while he continued his relations with other girls. Unable to take it anymore, Rose confronted Axel, calling him to stop his wickedness. To which, Hunt, also thoroughly irritated, proposed a wager that whoever loses will do whatever the winner says. At this time, Hunt had no history with Quidditch, while Rose was adroit in it to point of even getting offers to play for Major League Quidditch team. There was no way Hunt could have won. Hence Rose accepted the challenge, and Hunt was lambasted throughout the internet by all of Rose's supporters. But who would have thought that Hunt would actually turn out to be a never-seen Quidditch talent? Truly triggered by all the ridicule and criticism, Hunt caught the snitch 22 times in that match, setting many records and winning the wager by thoroughly beating a very stunned Rose Potter. Fans are immensely curious about how this love-hate dynamic is now going to play out. Click here to see more on this. Patricia Afonso. Here's a picture. The stunning beauty you see in Slytherin colors is Patricia Afonso, a 6th-year Slytherin prefect and the current captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. She is the only daughter of Pedro Afonso, the head of the very influential Afonso family and the current Minister of Magic of Brazil. Axel seems to have had no interactions with Patricia in his first year, but in his second year, he managed to get the Slytherin captain to hire him into the team without even a trial. The Slytherin team was already pretty weak at the time, with most of the players graduating just last year, and there was a lot of pressure on her as the captain and de facto leader of House Slytherin. But she went against everyone's expectations and selected Axel without a trial. From our sources, it is known that Patricia had started to approach Axel on a daily basis, asking him for something, and it wasn't until Axel got himself the seeker position did he agree for whatever demand she had. But Patricia might have never thought that selecting Axel could be such a significant risk to her, as the seeker and captain were both humiliated in a prank by Gryffindor team's beaters right before the match, getting covered in Gryffindor colors in front of the whole school. The prank sparked great outrage in the Slytherins, and to make the matters worse, the clip of the prank was shown on live international broadcast, making winning a necessity for Slytherin and Patricia. With Patricia at her wits' end to save her political career, our dream boy Axel came to not only save the day, but also win Slytherin's honor back by defeating Gryffindor by more than a 1,000-point margin. During the match, out of sheer joy, Patricia claimed of loving Axel and even proposed marriage to him, and gave him a tight hug after the match, almost making our charmer pass out as he added yet another member to his growing list of witches. Click here to see more on this. Akiko Matsushima. Here's a picture. The next of the list is Akiko Matsushima. Don't get fooled by the cute face. The girl you see in the picture is a very dangerous hunter nin. Akiko Matsushima is arguably the most talented warrior of Japanese school of magic, Mahoutō Kuro. She is the first ninja to get a hunter nin license at her age, something which is equivalent to a hit wizards in Britain. Her talent can estimated by the fact that she defeated Martina, the Hogwarts undefeated prodigy, in a duel. Akiko is also the granddaughter of Hiroshi Yamazaki, the current headmaster of Mahoutō Kuro and the inheritor of the powerful Matsushima clan. Currently, it is quite unclear exactly how and when Axel and Akiko have known each other, but when he was about to fall unconscious after his Akiko came to his rescue, with the two exchanging words smilingly before Axel passed in her embrace. This behavior is quite uncharacteristic of the cold hunter nin who has never cared for anyone. Akiko's only comment on the matter has been, "We're good friends. I'll help him out whenever he needs." Which is already enough to state to the magnitude of significance coming from someone like her. See more on this here. Daphne Greengrass. Here's a picture. The adorable witch in the picture and the last in the list is Daphne Greengrass, the heiress of the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28 in Britain. She has been known to be quite a good friend to Axel, and she is reportedly the one who forced Rose to confront Axel. The two of them even went to the Halloween party together like a couple. But it would seem that the only purpose of this relation was to make Rose jealous, as Axel has completely cut off all contacts with Daphne after the match. See more of this here. Whatever his relationship might be with these girls, it seems a strange coincidence that all of them are outstanding witches, with prominent backgrounds. And to be able to win over all of these with no background, Axel's charm cannot be underestimated. Many are curious to find out how he's doing this, and there are many men out there who are willing to become his steward. Axel stopped himself from reading more of this nonsense now that he was sure nothing sensitive about Daphne was written, but he did get Patricia's point. These guys had dug up his whole history and made him out to be some kind of witch charmer who is going for witches with powerful background. But, giving an interview, that's just not his thing. Did you see? There are a lot more like this, said Patricia, scrolling down to show articles with other headings. Axel Hunt, background search. Secret behind Hunt's success. Axel sighed as he sidestepped her and began walking away. Well, let them write whatever they want. Anything is fine as long as they don't change my name, he said, walking away. He wasn't doing this to get everyone's approval. To get his name across to the organization, he just needed the fame. Even if it's infamy. Walking a few more steps, he finally encountered Martina, who had been searching for him. Ready to go to my home? she asked excitedly. For going to the home place of the most dangerous magical mafia, whose princess is rumored to have romantic relations with him. Yeah, absolutely. Chapter 88, Daphne fainted. Ready to go to my home? She asked excitedly. Axel shook his head. Actually, I have one more thing left to do before I'm ready, he told her. In their last meeting, Daphne had strongly requested he spend his train ride with just the two of them. She refused to even tell him why. A bit bewildered, Axel had still agreed since he saw no problem in agreeing. With the door clock and blinds drawn, no one would be able to see them together anyways. Just as Axel was about to leave, someone unexpectedly showed up. Hey Martina. It was Damien Malcolm, someone who had all but disappeared ever since his last confrontation with Axel. What do you want? Asked Martina a bit impatiently. Nothing much, just some payback, said Damien with a dark chuckle. Martina frowned. What is that supposed to mean? What kind of payback? Even she was understandably surprised. Damien had never been so openly rude to her before. Damien shook his head. I was sincere, Martina. You are younger and yet I treated you with respect. Time and time again, I expressed my love to you. But you never gave me a second glance. You just had to go ahead and choose this bastard instead, he said, glaring at Axel hatefully. Martina took out her wand. I'm warning you, Malcolm. You'll regret it if you ever involve Axel. Damien chuckled darkly. I'm also warning you, Martina. Merry Christmas. He said as he left. Axel sighed, shaking his head. He had beaten up the guy a few times under stealth and even emptied his room several times before, and Malcolm had stopped bothering him altogether. But it seems people just can't change, huh? Any ideas what he was talking about? He asked Martina. Martina only shook her head. No idea. But don't take him too seriously. He's always overly dramatic. Axel shrugged. Whatever. I'll go now. Oh, all right, let's meet at the station then, said Martina. After separating, Axel activated his stealth as he joined the crowd of students heading out of the school, picking a carriage to the Hogsmeade station. After boarding the Hogwarts Express, he activated Arcane Eyes and began searching for Daphne. He found her sleeping inside a compartment locked with a charm. Opening the door with just a little of his lock-picking, he quietly closed the door behind him. Axel sat down beside her, observing her sleeping form. Strands of blonde hair covered some of her face, her hands were hugging herself, maybe due to the cold, and she had a bit of drool leaking from the corner of her mouth. It was the first time he was seeing her sleep since usually it's the other way around. Daphne has always been the one taking care of him. But she's been pretty tired and stressed lately, working really hard to improve. Axel is afraid she might burn herself out. Even now, dark circles were visible under her eyes due to the lack of sleep. Axel casually removed the strands of hair off her face. He felt quite sorry for her. She's been going through all this due to him. Daphne shifted uncomfortably in her seat, trying to get into a better position. Shaking his head, Axel gently lowered her head to let it rest on his lap. But, the movement woke her up. Her eyes flew open as she tried to sit up. Oh no. I slept. She asked in a half-asleep state as she saw him, not even realizing she was lying in his lap. I needed to spend the last few hours with you. I need to refill my Axel energy before the holidays. She said dazedly with sleepy eyes. Axel raised an eyebrow at her behavior. He made a mental note to himself that Daphne can talk nonsense in her half-asleep state. He pushed her rising head back down, using his jacket as a pillow. His ripped thighs cannot be the best pillow. Stay asleep. You need rest, he told her. Spend time with him. They meet daily in her training sessions. Daphne should instead save her energy to spend it with her family, whom she only meets occasionally. In her half-asleep state, Daphne took a deep breath, burying her head back in his lap as she fell asleep once again. Hours passed, and Daphne seemed to have found the best sleeping posture as she slept like a baby. And from the way she'd smile and snuggle further up to him, it seemed that she was having pleasant dreams. Axel didn't wake her up. Who knows how little the girl must have slept in the last month, always looking tired. And the less time she wastes here, the more time she'll be able to spend with her family. Only when they had almost arrived did Daphne stir. Ax, I love you. Murmuring incoherently, her eyes slowly opened. And she saw Axel reading a book, making her realize that she was actually lying in his lap. Daphne smiled blissfully. What a dream. She mumbled, before snuggling back into his lap. With her head buried in his jacket, she took a deep breath, inhaling his scent. It's almost real. It's good that you woke up. We're almost at King's Cross, said Axel, closing his book. Daphne froze and her eyes opened as her mind came out of the sleepy haze. Her head mechanically rose from his jacket as she took in everything around her. One of her hands touched the slight traces of drool at the corner of her mouth while the other hand touched her hair, which was a mess. Her eyes went back to Axel before looking back at her position, her head unable to properly comprehend the situation. Finally her eyes closed again as she fainted. Well, she must be really tired, muttered Axel. Hey, said Axel as he appeared beside Martina, making her jump. It's you. Sorry, I didn't see you approach, said Martina. She had just alighted the train and was about to call Axel through the magi mirror. Let's find my brother. He's here to pick us up, she said, walking together with Axel. Martina seemed really happy right now, maybe because she was excited to go home. But before Axel and Martina had walked much, they were ambushed by a bunch of reporters, who blocked their path. Click click. Miss Valentino, and Mr. Hunt, you two are walking together. Does that mean you're going to be spending your Christmas holidays together? Mr. Hunt, we've never seen you with any guardian. Is it possible for you to tell us about your living conditions? Miss Valentino, does your family approve of your close relation with Axel Hunt? A lot of questions were thrown their way. Axel was a bit annoyed. If he wasn't Martina he would have left without giving answers. But Martina was too kind. The girl was trying to actually talk to the buggers. Excuse us please. My brother is here. It'll be good if you guys leave before he comes. Of course, the reporters wouldn't listen if you're so nice to them. The crowd only increased. Just when Axel was wondering if he'd have to wait forever, a few rowdy-looking wizards in black suits barged in as they roughly shoved the buggers aside, creating a path for Martina and Axel to walk through. And leading these men was of course, none other than Enzo, Martina's brother. Lil sis, he said spreading his arms. Martina smiled, hugging him. You have a bruise on your cheek, she couldn't help but point out. Oh no, don't make wrong assumptions here. I haven't been in any fights. It's from Maria. Then you must have deserved it, she said, lightly hitting him. Maria is Enzo's fiancée, she informed Axel. Enzo then turned his attention towards Axel. And here is our guest of honor, huh? He said, offering his hand. Axel Hunt, said Axel, shaking his hand. Enzo looked down at Axel's hand, no longer injured, I need a rematch, he said, tightening his grip to test Axel out. Axel's hand, of course, didn't budge at all, but he didn't do anything either. He still needs to get his wand fixed after all. Martina, who had seen him fight XXXXX level creatures, and exacting vicious revenge on those messing with him, quickly separated their hands for a brother's sake. Enzo, can you please behave? He is our guest. Enzo laughed, releasing Axel's hand. Relax sis, I know what I'm doing, he said as he grinned at Axel. You already passed the first test. Axel furrowed his brow. What test? Nothing. Said Martina, giving Enzo a warning glare. Enzo likes to play around. Now, can we go already? Enzo nodded, grinning teasingly at Martina. Right, let's go. Mom and Dad are waiting, he said, taking out a ring from his pocket that expanded in size. Grab on. Martina turned to look at Axel. You still have the Valentino knife, right? She asked. Axel nodded. The knife is always in his pocket. Hold the ring then. It's a portkey, she said, gripping the ring. A portkey. Axel looked at the ring curiously. Of course knew of portkeys, but he had never actually tried one himself. So he was, without a doubt, curious to try one. Is this your first time? Asked Martina, observing him. Axel shrugged. Endo was surprised. You've never portkeyed before. Martina hit her brother on his shoulder. It's not that uncommon. She then smiled reassuringly at Axel. You just have to grip the ring tightly. It's very safe, so you don't need to be worried. When did he say he was worried? Ready? Asked Endo, when everyone's grip was secured. Here we go, he said, pressing a button. Axel felt as though a hook just behind his navel had been suddenly jerked irresistibly forward as his feet left the ground. He could feel Martina and Enzo on either side of him. They were all speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling color. His hand was stuck to the ring as though it was pulling him magnetically onward, and then, they were suddenly ejected, out into Italy. Martina staggered a little, ending up holding onto Axel, who had landed quite stably. Oh, sorry. That usually does not happen. She clarified, feeling embarrassed about her earlier reassurances. In the end, she was the one who ended up needing help. It's fine, Axel already knew how steady Martina was based on the number of times she had ended up flashing him. He took a look around the surroundings, and even if he was expecting it, he was still surprised. He was currently standing in a magnificent garden, which seemed to stretch behind him endlessly. In front of him was a cobblestone pathway, leading to a giant manor, which shimmered due to the magic surrounding it. Men in black suits were stationed everywhere around the place, armed and dangerous. Welcome home, princess, said Martina's dad, Alessandro, who was walking towards them with several other individuals. Dad. Mom. Martina quickly got away from Axel as she embraced her parents. Maria. You're also here, said Martina, hugging a girl who had come to stand beside Endo. Maria was brunette with an athletic figure. She was wearing a similar punk outfit like Endo and her nose and ears had piercings. Maria nodded. Yeah, I thought I might come and help out, with the ongoing situ. She couldn't continue, as Enzo cut her off. She's here for Christmas, of course. She's helping out with the party organization. Maria realized her screw-up as she quickly caught up. Yeah, you know how onerous our Christmas parties can be, she said, forcing a smile. Martina was going to ask questions, but Alessandro shifted everyone's attention to Axel as he approached. And here is your boyf. Dad. All right, here's your friend from last time. Axel Hunt, right? I've heard a lot about you, said Alessandro, looking at Axel with the intimidating air of a mafia boss as he held out his hand. Axel clasped the offered hand with some exasperation. Are we doing this again? He thought, feeling Alessandro applying pressure as soon as he shook it. Trying to crush the hand of someone with an inhuman level of dexterity is not a good idea. At this moment, Axel happened to yawn. Watching Daphne sleep had made him sleepy as well. Nice to meet you, sir, he said, stifling his yawn with the back of his other hand. The rest of the people. Damn Sonny, you sure you're only 13? Your hand wouldn't budge, he said, squeezing it further. Leave it, Dad. I've already tried. The guy has a grip made of iron, said Endo, really empathetic with his father's situation. Being bestest by a 12-year-old sucks. He had already experienced it twice, counting what had happened last year. At Alessandro's question, Axel shrugged, not my fault if you guys squeeze like little girls. Silence. There was a moment of silence as everyone stopped what they were doing. Only the sounds of birds and fountains in the distance could be heard as everyone looked at Axel with surprise. After which, Alessandro burst out into a raucous laughter, followed by Enzo. Alessandro thumped Axel's shoulder pleasantly. You do have balls, kid. Much better than the sissies of today. Axel inwardly gave himself a thumbs up. As someone who's been in the company of crooks, and one himself, he knows that showing weakness and politeness in situations like this is even worse. It makes you a pushover and puts you in a weaker position. It only invites them to push you further. Besides, Martina is right here. She wouldn't let her father hurt their enemies, let alone her friend Axel who saved her life. Axel turned towards Francesca, Martina's mother who had been observing the whole scene and bowed slightly. Thanks for inviting me, ma'am, he said politely. Different people need different treatment. From what he knows from Martina and what he has observed, Martina's mother is a very uptight woman. And she's one who's going to help him out with his wand, so of course he has to behave. Francesca nodded in approval. It is our pleasure. I've long wanted to know more about Martina's first friend, she said, studying Axel with a critical eye. Mom. I have many friends. I've just never invited them. Exactly my point, dear. Losing the argument, Martina looked at the sky in exasperation. At this moment, one of the men in black came to Martina's parents and whispered something in a hushed tone. Hearing it, their expressions became somber, as they exchanged glances, talking in low voices. Alessandro turned back to Martina and smiled. Martini, you show Axel around. We have some work to do, okay? Martina scowled at her parents. Mom, Dad. You're doing it again. Why can't you guys just tell me the problem? Because no matter how mature you are still too young to know about some things, said her mother. Martina's further protests fell on deaf ears as everyone left to deal with whatever problem they were facing. Left alone with Axel, Martina stomped her feet. They always do this. She whined. Axel shrugged. Why would you even want to know? He was just fine that they had left. Now if only they deal with the problem quickly and get around to fixing his wand, he'll be relieved. Martina shook her head. You don't understand. They think of you as a child, while you think yourself far more mature. Tell me about it, said Axel with a scoff. You, how? Martina sputtered, but she sighed as she sat down on the bed of lush grass and small flowers beneath her. You wouldn't understand. I have always had a very high IQ. But in other things, I've always struggled. And my family's overprotection and deciding everything for me hasn't helped me at all. Axel sat down beside her. Parents making decisions for you, that's gotta suck, accepted Axel. But you are still quite lucky. Her parents decided for her to have an easy, struggle-free life, and a happy life. That can't be such a bad thing, right? The decision his parents made for him was that it would be better for him to stay at an orphanage rather than with them. Martina looked at Axel and suddenly realized what an absolute bitch she was being, whining about a perfect life in front of Axel, who must have had a very tough life, especially considering the state he was in when he arrived at Hogwarts. I'm so sorry, that was so insensitive. You're right, I'm already lucky. Axel shook his head, I am right. But, I didn't say you were wrong. You do need to experience some hardships, and start helping out with your family's problems. Martina's parents' method might have been great in normal circumstances, but the fact was, Axel could see war in the future. And Martina as his ally, having so much power without knowing how to properly wield it, was a huge waste of war potential. Martina sighed, but what can I even do? My parents wouldn't tell me anything. I've never seen them so tense in ages. It has to be something really bad, she said worriedly. Axel put his hands in his pocket. Well, I might have heard a little of what they were talking about. Martina looked at him in surprise. You did? What did you hear? Axel nodded, but instead of replying, he asked his own question. You guys are the most powerful magical mafia in Italy, right? Martina nodded. Well, then what do you know about the Russian magical mafia? Martina's eyes widened. It's them. Chapter 89, the Russian Mafia, Martina flashed again. Chapter 89. The Russian Mafia. Martina's eyes widened. What else did you hear? Axel nodded, yeah. I also managed to hear something like Mikhailov from them. Hearing that, Martina paled as her fears came true. Oh my god, it is them. No wonder Mom and Dad were tense. What is it? Asked Axel, not liking her reaction. Martina sighed as she explained, when it comes to the magical underworld, it is most active in two countries, Italy and Russia. These are the countries where the mafia gangs are so strong that even the local governments can't do anything to stop them. So, in each of these countries, there needs to be one overlord, someone who would stop the mafia gangs from running rampant and rein them in. Italy has the Valentino family and Russia has the Mikhailov family, finished Axel, to which Martina nodded. So, how is this Mikhailov family? And what business could they have with your family that's gotten them looking so troubled? Asked Axel. Martina shook her head. Until now, both the families have left each other alone, so I have no idea what they might want. But I do know one thing for sure, those Mikhailovs are no good. While we mainly deal with maintaining order and keeping the crimes in the country to a minimum, the Mikhailovs manage the Russian mafia by running all the syndicates themselves. Drug cartels, prostitution, slavery, smuggling, arms dealing, nothing is beneath them. Axel had to sigh at that. This Russian mafia, it couldn't have waited till his wand was fixed, could it? He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. It was getting dark, and the lights began to get lit up in the whole estate, making the scenery even more beautiful. Catching Axel looking around, Martina shook her head vigorously, temporarily removing all the worries. But forget about all that. You're here for the first time. I can't have all this spoil your visit, she said with a smile as she got up and patted the grass off her jeans. She then began pulling Axel up forcefully, who seemed to have no thoughts of getting up. Come on, let me show you around the house. Axel couldn't understand her. Aren't you worried about the Mikhailovs? What if a gang war begins? Martina shook her head. Oh, trust me, you'd know if there were chances of a gang war, she said, looking around. These men would be celebrating if that were the case. And even if something does happen, we just happen to have a lot of weapons and countermeasures ready. Come on now, I can show you. At that, Axel was suddenly very cooperative about having a tour. Since Martina had never had a friend over before, she was naturally very excited to show him a lot of things. She first showed him around the outside. The grounds around the estate were like a township itself, and there were portals installed to move between places. You've never tried a portal either, right? Axel shook his head. I didn't know they even existed before they got one at Hogwarts. That's normal. Portals are a relatively new concept, so not many places have them, said Martina understandingly. It's an interesting concept, really. Think of it as apparition. Only, the very thin tube is widened a lot. Axel had no idea what she was talking about. I have never experienced apparition either. It's just not something he could learn at Hogwarts due to the wards. Well, then let me help you experience your first time, she said, flashing him a smile, but she then paused. Wait, that came out a bit inappropriate. I didn't mean it that way. Let's go already, said Axel, dragging her along. They both stepped in front of the portal. It was a gateway of sorts, and since it wasn't active right now, you could see through it. Martina waved her hand and the wards around the thing disappeared. She then pressed a button at the side. To the front wall. The portal got activated as magic filled the gateway, making the other side translucent. Martina tugged at Axel's hand. Let's go. Axel's void travel skill hadn't been progressing very well, so he also wanted to experience it. Thus, with some hesitation and curiosity, he stepped through the portal. Zzz. As his body passed through the translucent layer, he felt this fizzy sensation buzzing on his body, followed by another fizzy sensation as he emerged from the other side. It was quite surreal. Looking around, he found himself on top of a high wall overlooking the entire estate. "This is the outer wall that surrounds the mansion," explained Martina. The wall circled the entire estate, which was quite beautiful. But what was on the other side of the wall was even better. On the other side of the wall was a lush forest, beyond which was a beautiful lake which shined with rainbow colors. Martina looked back at him. "Isn't it beautiful? It's called Lake Carezza, a famous landmark of Italy. It is also called Lec de Urgobando, the Rainbow Lake. It's covered with myths and legends." Axel nodded. "It is beautiful." The lake was magical, it almost seemed to call onto him. "That isn't all," said Martina, raising her hand, casting out waves of magic. "How do you even do that?" asked Axel. He knew firsthand how difficult wandless magic was. Martina smiled mischievously at him. "You're not the only one with secrets, young man." Axel stared at her. Just now, it almost actually felt like she was older. Martina turned her back to look at the magic she had been casting. "It's done," she said, and in the next moment a ripple became visible in front of them, followed by another, and another, until hundreds of them were visible. Axel's jaw dropped. "Are those all?" Martina nodded. "Yeah, they're the wards." Like every other wizarding estate, the Valentino Manor was also protected with wards. But the wards here were... "Fuck," swore Axel. "This place is better protected than bloody Hogwarts," he muttered, activating his arcane eyes for further checking. Wards of all kinds were interwoven so complexly that he didn't know where to even begin deciphering them. And they thrummed with powers strong enough to withstand anything. His ward-breaking skill, which had advanced quite a lot after last year, was still coming short in front of this elaborate piece of work. Martina looked at him in surprise. "You can tell. I'm so glad. I've spent years working on them. These wards are a big reason why we don't need to worry about a gang war." "You designed them?" asked Axel, amazed. "But they're interconnected to power each other, and there I can see at least 5 backup setups for each ward." "How did you even do that?" Exclamation point. Martina ceased functioning for a moment as she looked at Axel blankly, her eyes widened. "You can actually understand them. Oh my god. There's finally someone who gets it." Martina looked like she would kiss Axel any moment. Axel on the other hand had something else on his mind. "How did I even get here? These wards should have thrown me a mile away," he asked in confusion. Martina smiled. "Your knife. The Valentino knife, didn't I say it's a symbol of our friendship? You got access to the wards when you had dropped blood on it and bonded with it," she explained. "Come on, let me show you my lab as well," she said, taking Axel's hand. "We'll go by apparition this time. It's quite easy really, all you have to do is picture the location you want to go, and will yourself over there." Without barely a sound Axel and Martina disappeared, before appearing on the other side. It was quite a peculiar feeling. It was like being forced through a very tight rubber tube. Axel decided that he preferred portals. As he emerged on the other side, Axel looked at his surroundings. They were in a spacious and luxurious room. The room was painted lilac, hung with dark purple curtains of silk and lace, and with a sumptuous bed in an alcove covered with violet sheets. But the room wasn't tidy. There were a lot of books piled up all over the place, with a few clothes scattered here and there. "This is my bedroom," said Martina, but then she realized something. "Don't misunderstand. I only brought you because the door to my lab leads from here." Axel looked around the room. It was much better compared to the alley he used to sleep in. "Martina really is quite lucky. It looks comfy," he commented. Seeing him looking around, Martina suddenly got self-conscious as she also looked at her room. "I'm sorry for the mess," she said. Quite embarrassed, she began leading him towards the door to her lab. While walking along, Axel paused in his footsteps as he was about to step on something. It was a pair of purple panties with an "I Heart Suit Magic" print on it. "Martina." Boom. A beam of magic escaped Martina's hand, destroying a pair of panties as soon as she could. She might have even defeated Akiko had she been that fast in her duel. She smiled back at Axel, praying that he hadn't seen. "What did you see?" Axel shrugged. "Nothing I haven't seen before," he said, trying to reassure her. But that only made Martina feel even worse mortification as she led him to the bookshelf. "Anyways," she said as touched a book, her ears red. "This is the way to my lab," she said, half drawing the book out of the shelf. Suddenly, there was a mechanical click, after which the bookshelf opened from the middle, showing a door made out of heavy metal. "Cool," commented Axel. Martina smiled proudly. "This is nothing. Wait till you get inside." She pressed her hand on the door and suddenly, the runes inscribed on it started to light up, making the doors open. The inside was so capacious that it made Martina's room look small. And it seemed it was divided into sections. One section, the biggest one, was dominated by books, lots of them. Like, they were rivaling Hogwarts' library. One section had lots of plates lying around with various runic sequences on them, on the other various kinds of trinkets dominated one section, one was filled with lots of potions and potion ingredients, along with all kinds of equipment. And there was more, there was only so much you could describe. Martina turned and spread her arms. How is it? You're the first person other than me to step foot in here. What, in the tarnation of Netherworld have you been doing here? Muttered Axel, walking in. Martina smiled sheepishly. I had started out small but then I just kept expanding it. Anyways, I brought you here to show you the things you'll find interesting, she said, summoning a metal contraption from afar. Axel looked at it in surprise. Is that a gun? Martina nodded. A magic gun. 5 times more destructive than Muggle guns, runs on magic batteries. It's one of the few offensive equipments I've made. As you know, I didn't used to like violence. Axel raised an eyebrow, and now. Martina aimed the gun at a target range and fired, shooting a beam that dug a hole through a dummy. Martina blew away the imaginary smoke off the gun as she shrugged. Not anymore. You've been a bad influence on me, she said accusingly. Lately, Martina had been faced with more than a few situations in which she found her strength lacking. And then looking at Axel dealing with his problems with pure and unadulterated destructive violence, she instead began somewhat liking solving things with violence. Axel shrugged. Might keep you alive longer, he muttered, still looking at the dummy. He was amazed by the power of the magical gun. That could definitely be useful. Not for him, but for people like Daphne in case of emergencies. What else do you have? Martina grinned. Many things. I have laser guns, lightsabers, a railgun, a jetpack, a prototype of Iron Man suit. Martina began listing off the things. Hiding away in this basement for a year, she had of course been full-filing her nerd fantasies, building one thing after another. And now that she had to go to the violent route, a lot more things were to come. Well, let's see them then. Axel grinned. This was definitely turning out to be quite a fruitful visit. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, the Valentinos were in the middle of a very important discussion. They had dismissed even all their trusted men, leaving just the family members including Maria. I hope it was just a war. It would have been much simpler, said Alessandro, Enzo nodding along with him. Francesca sighed. Even I have to agree. It is clear that Mikhailovs have been eyeing our power for a long time. But this approach is a bit difficult to deal with. Maria also shook her head, asking Martina's hand for marriage. It is really fucking insane, finished Endo. Do they really think we'll ever accept? It is also a smart move. They are already here, we can't reject them outright. And they're also coming to the party tomorrow, said Francesca, feeling a headache coming. We have to fix up Martina's engagement quickly, she decided. But, who will it be? Can it be that boy? Doesn't he have no family background? Asked Maria curiously. We don't need a family background as long as there are no red flags. And we aren't sure about how she feels about the boy yet. But it will be whoever who can keep her happy, said Alessandro. We can't, and God knows we've tried. What does that mean? Isn't Martina quite happy? Asked Maria in confusion. Francesca sighed. No, she's not. Martina has always been different, distant. It's not that she doesn't care about us or loves us, it's just that she has always kept some boundaries with us, Northwest matter how close we are. She's always locked away in her room, doing who knows what, said Enzo. The Valentinos are quite distressed about the future of this daughter of theirs. It is very difficult to find someone with whom Martina would be happy with. On the other side, it took a while for Axel and Martina to go through her inventions. Before they knew it, it was already dinner time and Martina and Axel were feeling much more comfortable around each other's company, their initial awkwardness gone. Martina was no longer feeling nervous at having a friend over and Axel was feeling less tense at being in a magical mafia home. You could say they had bonded over destructive geeky toys. At dinner time, they emerged from Martina's room with their clothes disheveled. Martina's face was brimming with jubilation and her eyes were shining. Even Axel's usual bored and broody expression was gone, and his face looked almost neutral now. But, when they emerged, the rest of the family, who were just coming back from their meeting happened to catch the two of them coming out, with their clothes disheveled and Martina beaming with joy. Alessandro, Francesca, and Enzo, all three of them stopped to look at the scene in surprise as they exchanged glances. They hadn't seen Martina this happy in a long time. But more importantly, all three of them had one question. He just came out of her bedroom, right? There was no doubt about it. Both had emerged from her bedroom. And with the state of their clothes and the difference in their expressions, they were either tumbling on the bed or they were doing something in the room further in. Either of the options was a huge shock. Francesca was the first one to recover. It is good you guys are out. It's dinner time. Come on, you two must be tired. Martina realized that her parents might be misunderstanding her. But there was nothing she could do or say that wouldn't make the situation worse, so she just sighed and went to the dining room. In the dining room, as Axel sat on his seat beside Martina, he found that everyone was looking at him and Martina for some reason, making him uncomfortable. As the first course was served, Francesca finally spoke up, looking at Axel. So, Axel. How old are you exactly? Is it still 12 or is it 13? She began her interrogation, looking at Axel with even more critical eyes. It was the eyes of a mother looking at her prospective son-in-law. Axel was stumped on the very first question. I don't know. Chapter 90, Avoid sleeping with our daughter from now on. Chapter 90. So, Axel. How old are you exactly? Is it still 12 or is it 13? She began her interrogation, looking at Axel with even more critical eyes. It was the eyes of a mother looking at her prospective son-in-law. Axel was stumped on the very first question. I don't know. Everyone on the table paused, surprised at Axel's answer. How can you not know your own age? You don't know. At this absurd situation, Francesca couldn't draw conclusions on her own. So she asked. Could it be that you have forgotten or? Axel shook his head. No, I've never known when I was born. Oh. Francesca's line of natural conversation that she had planned beforehand was completely broken after this answer. How can someone not even know their birthday? Asked Enzo insensitively, getting a kick from Maria from under the table. Ouch. Francesca continued, ignoring Enzo's question. What about your family? Who is your guardian? She asked the main question, hitting two birds with one stone. First, it was important to know about his family background before deciding anything, and second, she wanted to know what kind of guardians he had who hadn't even told him his date of birth. Axel almost laughed in derision. Family? Guardian? Him? Hell no. But he was once again stumped at what to say. With all eyes fixed on him, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Everyone other than Martina was looking at him with some sort of calculating, judging eyes, as if wondering how much he would sell for. Axel hadn't forgotten that he was currently in the house of a mafia family. Martina was good, but the rest of her family could not be trusted. They seemed like good people, but you cannot really know for sure in such a short time. Axel coughed. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not talk about my family, he said, trying to look apologetic. This lady here is going to fix his wand and he'd rather not disappoint her. But really, openly saying that, I have no one to look after me, so making me disappear will not create any waves in front of a mafia family is just not a wise decision. Yes, Mom, he doesn't like to talk about his past, said Martina, shooting a warning look at her mother which said, knock it off. She had already guessed what was going on here. Her mother was interrogating Axel. There was a good reason why Axel doesn't talk about his past. In their second meeting, Martina had tried to read Axel's surface thoughts, but by accident, she had ended up getting glimpses of Axel's worst, most horrific memories. She had already broken down when the scar part had come, forcefully breaking the connection. With such a past, it is already a surprise he isn't going all Voldemort mode until now. Thus she has always respected Axel's boundaries, making sure not to push them. And now her mother is just insensitively asking Axel uncomfortable questions just because she has delusions of engaging the two of them. Not on her watch. Francesca inwardly heaved a sigh. The duo's response had already broken away any possible route for her to inquire further without making Axel uncomfortable and drawing Martina's ire. She looked a bit taken aback and apologetic. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry if my question made you uncomfortable, she said naturally. But whether you are 12 or 13, I'm just glad that you are getting along so well with Martina. Alessandro nodded. I know, right? Usually, she doesn't even let us into her room. Martina looked into her plate, not speaking. A girl needs her space, right? Her family is just clingy and overprotective. Back when they were allowed entry, at least one of them would always be in her room. If it stayed like this, then how was she supposed to do her research all the time, which also involves dangerous accidents, explosions, and other risks in front of them? Yeah. And I haven't seen her this happy in a while, added Enzo, to which everyone agreed. The moment Martina and Axel had come out of that room, Martina had the brightest, most relaxed and genuine smile on her face. It was almost as if Francesca put on a serious look. You too, I know it might be difficult to control it since you're at that age, but you need to show restraint on what you do in the bedroom. I don't want my daughter to be pregnant this early, said Francesca, dropping a bomb. What? Enzo, what the hell? Alessandro, there was sound of cutlery dropping. Cough. Cough cough. Martina choked on the juice she had been drinking. Mom. What are you talking about? Yeah. Was Tina doing that? My daughter is already grown so much. Both father and son couldn't accept it, and Axel suddenly got two piercing glares directed at him. Good thing I didn't reveal my background, or the lack thereof, thought Axel, as Alessandro and Enzo looked at him like he had, well, fucked their daughter and sister respectively. Francesca rolled her eyes. Oh come on. What might the two of you be doing if not making out, with your clothes and hair in a mess and your face practically glowing? She asked in exasperation. That was because we were testing out dangerous magical weapons and blowing off one dummy after another. No way she could say that. Playing, she finished lamely. The reason why she was so happy was that, with Axel, she didn't need to hide anything. She was able to finally freely show someone the things she had been working on her entire life, and he liked it. How could she not be happy? Sadly, she couldn't explain all this to her parents, resulting in her lame response just now. You were playing, repeated her mother in understanding. Martina never played. Even as a child. Yeah, we were playing. Martina didn't sound convincing even to herself, let alone her parents. She realized that she might have further solidified their suspicions instead, as her father and brother were now looking positively murderous. She quickly changed the subject. Why didn't you guys tell me that we've gotten into trouble with the Mikhailovs? I could have helped. That managed to divert everyone's attention as they looked at Martina in surprise. How do you know about that? Yeah, who told you that they're coming tomorrow? Martina's suspicions were confirmed. So, they really are coming. She had only known that there was some trouble related to Mikhailovs. But them coming over for tomorrow's party? It's much worse. Why? Will that guy Maximilian also be coming? Her family exchanged glances. Maximilian Mikhailov, the future heir of Mikhailov family, was the most arrogant, cruel, and insufferable guy they had seen. And incidentally, he also happened to be the guy whose marriage proposal had come from the Mikhailov family to the Valentinos. The discussion shifted towards the Mikhailovs as Martina's father and brother were successfully distracted, letting Axel have his dinner in peace by just lowering his presence a little. Mom, when will you fix Axel's wand? It's really inconvenient for him, said Martina to her mother after everyone was finished eating. Oh, that, Francesca nodded in acknowledgement as she sighed. I haven't forgotten about that, but currently, I'm swamped. It's been very hectic lately. There's a party tomorrow, and there are some other problems as well, she said, casting an apologetic look at Axel. I'm sorry, young man. Repairing a wand is a delicate work that can take hours to days to get done. I'll try to do it as soon as I can. I understand, Axel would be lying to say he wasn't disappointed. But he really couldn't blame her. She was already doing a huge favor to him by even agreeing to do it. But, she said, putting her cutlery down and putting a sanitizing spell on her hands, even though they were pristine. I can examine wand right now and tell you how long it'll take to repair it. She said, holding out her hand. Axel's wand suddenly appeared in his hand, as he handed it to her. He had forgotten to tone it down, drawing raised eyebrows from around the table due to his quick draw. If he attacked someone like that, wouldn't they not even have time to draw their own wands? Taking the wand, Francesca examined it closely but her eyes widened immediately. By gods, how did it even get like this? She asked, looking up at Axel in surprise. Were you the one who cast this spell? What's wrong, dear? Asked Alessandro. Did he cast an illegal spell? Asked Enzo excitedly. Francesca's eyes went back to the wand. I can't be sure since I don't know the wand's endurance, but the spell which did this, it had enough power to take down even a dragon, she said, surprising everyone. Axel didn't bother answering her, can it be repaired? He instead asked the main question. Francesca gave Axel a deep look, as if looking at him for the first time. The spell was most likely cast by none other than the boy in front of her. With the bond she was sensing, no one else could have used that wand. Her evaluation of Axel was raised. To be able to cast such a spell at his age, he's certainly not ordinary. But then again, he's Martina's friend, of course he couldn't have been simple. It is even more impressive that the boy is capable of so much and yet the thing he's actually known for is Quidditch, something harmless and non-threatening. He's hidden himself very well. She nodded, coming out of her thoughts. Don't worry, it can be repaired. I would just need time, she said reassuringly. Axel felt like he could suddenly breathe again as the load on his chest lightened a little. Thanks. I'll owe you for this, he said, though no one other than Martina truly knew the value of this favor. The next morning, it was Christmas. Early in the morning, Axel woke up in the extremely luxurious guest bedroom of the Valentinos. The bed was quite comfortable, and the room was spacious enough for him to exercise and train, so he was very satisfied. He did his exercises and took a bath in the swimming pool-like bathroom. Am I forgetting something? He wondered. He had a feeling that he was. Must be nothing, I even removed the owl post restriction, he thought. He had removed the magic that had been blocking the owl post so that he could receive the few gifts he was going to get from the few people he had managed to know in the last 2 years. As he left the room, he didn't notice the fact that his magi mirror, which he had forgotten to remove from silent mode, had been ringing for a while. When he came downstairs, he thought as if he had taken the wrong route, as the manor looked quite different with all the Christmas decorations. In the spacious living room, there was a giant Christmas tree, finely decorated with everything decoration baubles, Christmas lights, stockings, wreaths, tree skirts, garlands, tinsels, you name it. Axel had never seen a Christmas tree this big. And under that tree were the gifts. Hundreds upon hundreds of them. Axel had never seen so many gifts either. Since he got delayed due to his exercise, the family was already there. Martina was the first person he saw. Aside from her purple skirt, she was also wearing a Santa hat, and long red socks on the occasion. She was currently sitting on the ground, with her presents opening around her by her magic. The rest of the family was also there. Alessandro sat in his pajamas between a pile of different types of gifts, opening them one by one with his wand while Francesca sat on chair with a pen and notebook floating by her side, noting down who gave which present, her hair tied in a messy bun until her usual uptight appearance. Enzo and Maria sat with a pile of their own, as Enzo opened the gifts with his knife. It was quite a peaceful, harmonious scene, one which Axel didn't feel himself adequate to witness, let alone interrupt. He wanted to return to his room and come back later, but Martina spotted him before he could leave. "Oh, you're awake. Merry Christmas," she said, turning her attention away from the gifts she had been opening. "Come fast. You have a lot of gifts to open," she said, beckoning him excitedly. The rest of the family, who had seen him by now, also welcomed him warmly, giving him Christmas greetings. As Axel looked at his pile under the tree, he doubted his eyes. "Are those?" Martina nodded, looking at the hundreds of gifts and letters he had received. "Yep, everything that is addressed to us has been passed down to the wards and stored here in different piles. The harmful ones have already been removed so you can open them." Axel randomly picked one. "Dear Axel. Merry Christmas. I'm your biggest fan. Let me have your babies. Love. XXXXXXXXX. What the heck?" Sifted through at the pile and found that a lot of letters were like that. But, he suddenly ignored everything as he found the gift he had been unconsciously looking for. From Daphne Greengrass. It was a neatly wrapped box with a ribbon on top. Opening it, he found a letter, a card, a rolled-up piece of paper and a strange box. He first opened the letter. "Dear Axel. Meeting you has been the best thing that has ever happened to me, or my family. Thank you for being you. Here are gifts from me and my family. There's a gift card that we didn't have much use for my mother. You can order any ingredient from Big Owl for free for a year. The rolled-up piece of paper is a drawing Astoria made for you, and lastly, the strange box is from me. It has some wood that's been lying in our family treasury forever. It has quite powerful magical properties. It's been used for wand making in the past, but then the method was lost, so it's just been lying for centuries. Ask Mrs. Valentino if she can use it in your wand. They are, after all, the best at wand lore. Hope your wand is successfully repaired. So, these are the gifts. If they seem excessive or annoying, please just take it as us being bothersome. You've already given us a lot. The only thing we want in return is that you remember us. Love. Daphne. P.S. Can you be back by New Year? Please drop by if you can, we had something planned for you." He had just closed the letter when Francesca and Alessandro came over. "Axel, here's a small gift from us," she said, passing him a delicate wooden box. Axel was surprised. "You don't need to. Helping me out with my wand is already too much," he said, trying to decline. But the Valentinos wouldn't have it. "Just take it already, boy." "It's for Martina," said Alessandro. He still seemed a bit gloomy after last night's misunderstanding. Axel thought it would be better to just accept it, lest this mafia boss flips out. Francesca opened the box as she offered it to him, and inside was a beautiful wand which had a V engraved on it. "This?" he asked in confusion, picking up the wand. "It's a substitute wand. You can't just rely on one wand. It'll also prove to be useful till I repair your original wand. Put a drop of your blood on it," Francesca told him. "Thanks. It's a welcome present," said Axel as he did as he was told, dripping some of his blood onto the wand. The result was immediate. He felt a click, signifying that the connection had been established, and a powerful shockwave erupted from it, blowing back everyone's hair as Axel's eyes widened from the power he felt. What the? Axel could feel that this wand was different. Not in terms of bond, but in terms of power. "This wand?" he began, completely taken aback. He had been expecting just some ordinary wand, something you can get for quite cheap at Ollivander's. But this thing. It's quite powerful, asked Francesca understandingly. It is. I especially handpicked it from amongst our finest collections, after considering what would be the best fit for you. It's 12 inches, the wood made from the mana ash tree, exclusive to Italy, and a hybrid core made using our family secrets. There is no trace, and the Valentino crest, that grants you special privileges in 10 magical countries including Britain. But, your original wand will be even better, she said, casting a glance at Martina. The girl was going all out for the boy's wand. Even Francesca couldn't understand why. What mag Axel had the boy cast on her daughter to make her fall so deep? She just hoped that this will all be worth it. It should be a good substitute while I'm fixing your original wand. It is a great wand, said Axel in agreement, waving the wand experimentally, but I don't think I can accept it. It's too precious, and you're already doing a lot for me, he said, offering it back with much reluctance. It really was a great wand, and it was certainly a much better alternative to Cyrus Greengrass's wand that he was using right now. The power alone was astonishing. Axel was sure it wouldn't be damaged by even the 30x Electrica Impulsa, unlike his original wand. But he couldn't really accept it. It's not a good thing to owe a mafia family. He had no choice in the case of his precious cherub wand, but in this, he had a choice. Francesca shook her head, refusing to take it back. It's already bonded to you, Axel. And it won't work for others once it's bonded to someone, just like most Valentino weapons. Just accept it, it's useless to anyone else now, she told him matter-of-factly. All right. Axel sighed. So there was no choice after all. I'll take it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Valentino. I owe you another favor. Please let me know if you need anything, he said, once again giving out a favor they didn't know the value of. Will do. Francesca nodded perfunctorily, but then she smiled. Actually, there is something you can do. What is it? Come to the Christmas party tomorrow. Martina could use some company. Axel sighed. Again, no choice, right? There's no way to reject this invitation without coming out as a complete asshole. All right, I'll be there. He said with reluctance. He just hoped it would pass peacefully. Chapter 91, Christmas Party. After putting away the new wand, Axel looked at the gifts from the Greengrass family. He first picked up the card, still unable to believe that he had gotten such a thing. Free ingredients for a year? That sounded too good to be true. At this moment, Martina also happened to peek over. Hey, is that? She frowned, taking a closer look. Isn't a VVIP membership card from Big Owl? I've been trying to get one for years. She exclaimed. Axel looked back at her in surprise. Wait, you couldn't get it? He asked. There was something that even Martina couldn't get. Martina nodded. It can't be bought for money. Only special business partners and those who've given considerable concessions to them can get them. It lets you have the freshest and exclusive ingredients and other exclusive items from their stock. Damn. Axel realized that the value of this card is much more than what Daphne had tried to show. He shook his head with some helplessness. It was just like that girl to downplay whatever she does for him. It's as if she wants to stay in my debt forever, he thought in exasperation, not knowing that might have actually hit the nail on the head. Putting away the card, he proceeded to open the painting Astoria had drawn. It was a painting of Axel sitting together with the Greengrass at the dining table, all of them smiling. It was titled, Family. The painting was beautifully drawn, and Axel could see that the girl must have put in a lot of work into it. Looking at it, Axel recalled the time he had spent at the Greengrasses. It was certainly a pleasant time, much more pleasant than the Valentinos who had begun interrogating him as soon as the dinner had begun. He had felt more at home at the Greengrasses. In fact, he had even briefly wondered if that was what it was like to have a family. Observing their happiness and Astoria's pure smile, he had felt that even as a murdering thief, he had at least done one good deed in his life, even if it may only be a one-time thing. Sighing, he carefully placed the painting back and finally got down to the last gift. It was the strange box that Daphne had sent him. He was already quite satisfied with what he had received, but he was curious what kind of gift Daphne had sent him. Opening the box, he found an old and shriveled piece of wood that was wrapped up in a silk cloth. It looked like any ordinary wood to him, but Martina, who had been sitting beside him, suddenly widened her eyes, her head turning to look at the wood. What the hell? She exclaimed, making Axel confused at her reaction. What happened? This. Martina didn't seem to know how to explain it. I am much more sensitive to magic than other people. And I can sense an amazing amount of magic from this thing, she explained, looking at the wood in surprise. Really? Asked Axel, looking skeptical. How come I feel nothing? If that's the case, then how come even after directly holding it, Axel could feel nothing from the wood? Martina shook her head in confusion. That's what I can't figure out. It's like, the wood has been sealed or something. Axel decided to use arcane eyes on the wood. But as soon as he did, he almost got blinded by the light trapped inside the wood. But it was bound by some kind of magic, which was keeping it contained. Axel could make no sense of the thing. Can you unseal it? We could use this in my new wand, said Axel, offering the wood to Martina. Martina looked at a loss. I can try. But, are you sure about handing out something so precious casually to me? Axel raised his eyebrows. Is it really valuable? Martina looked affronted. Axel, I've never seen anything like this before, that's how rare this is. Its value can't be estimated, but I would be willing to spend a lot to get my hands on this thing, she said, shaking her head in wonder. Who is giving you all these gifts? She asked enviously. Axel was at a loss of words. What did Daphne say? Here's some wood that's been lying in our treasury since forever. The girl is casually handing out precious family heirlooms to him like this. Her father must be rolling in his grave. Axel did like that thought, and so must Daphne too, so he decided to accept that wood for now. He held out the wood to Martina, tried to find a way to unseal it. Martina looked perplexed. Did you not hear me? It's very valuable. It is quite important to me, said Axel. That's why you have to be extra careful with it, he said, looking her into the eyes. Martina nodded vigorously as she gingerly held the piece of wood. I'll do my best. She didn't know why, but she felt this inexplicable feeling brimming inside her at being trusted by Axel. Axel began checking other stuff. Surprisingly, he had once again gotten a gift from Bellatrix and Andromeda. Andromeda had given him some more health supplements with a note saying, "Don't reject even these. I really didn't have anything to do with what Bella did. I hope we could start over." Heh, Axel shrugged as he chucked the gift into his bag. At least she knew not to give something too precious this time, because it would have been returned anyway. But Axel was tired of being angry with this lady. Whether or not she wanted to look into his mind to find out how he had survived, the fact of the matter is, she didn't harm him personally. She could have just broken into his mind forcefully, gotten the information, and simply left him to fend for himself. Instead, she introduced him to the wizarding world, bought him nice things, got him a haircut, and even took him to dinner with her family to introduce him to Rose in hopes of getting him a friend. And even if that was all just to get information from him, it was only to cure her husband. So yes, Axel could no longer be bothered to stay angry at her. He guessed he had matured that way by now. But this bitch. He thought, looking at Bellatrix's gift. No matter what, Axel would take revenge on her one day. Opening Bellatrix's gift, he found a vial and portrait of what looked to be an older version of himself, minus the scars. The note attached with it said, "Dear Axel, I am in the life debt of your father, so harming you is the last thing I'll ever do. Please forgive me, I didn't know your identity back then. I didn't mean anything I said. I've sent the proof. It's his portrait which I painted myself and the memory of him saving me. Bellatrix Black." Who is this? Martina couldn't help but ask, but then she quickly clamped her mouth shut. After looking at two of Axel's gifts, Martina couldn't help but start secretly peeking more at Axel's gifts. She wanted to know what gifts Axel was getting and from whom. It may be the only way to find out more about him at this point. The previous one, for example, were some very high-quality health supplements, which are good for athletes. It was from someone named Andromeda. She hadn't been able to properly see who it was, and it could be any Andromeda, but she was apologizing in the note. I wish we could start over. What does that mean? Is it an apology note from an ex-girlfriend? And who is Bella? These were the questions she had in her head as she began working on her own gifts. But the next time she peeked, she happened to see a portrait of someone who looked quite similar to Axel. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was uncanny. Who is this? She had blurted out before she could control. Axel, who had been reading the note, was annoyed to know that she had seen it. Nobody, he replied, taking out his brand new wand. He figured it was time to test it out. Martina couldn't understand. It was clearly someone related to Axel, most likely his father. You two look quite alike. Is it your father? She blurted out, her curiosity getting the better of her. I have no father, snapped Axel, pointing his new wand at the portrait. Reducto. Boom. A very powerful beam of light hit the portrait, causing a huge explosion. Axel was surprised by the power of the wand. He hadn't used much power, just enough to destroy the portrait and not the floor below. But his wand turned out to be much more powerful than he had anticipated, resulting in this situation. But, what was more surprising was that the portrait was unharmed even after that attack. Mystified, Axel looked at the rest of the note. P.S. I made the portrait indestructible so you can also use it as a shield when you're in danger. Bellatrix Black, fuck you. The explosion attracted a lot of attention, and the rest of the family also saw the portrait, making Axel curse inwardly. If things weren't bad enough, a deep, austere voice sounded at this moment, making him freeze. It is good to finally see you, son. You're quite powerful. Oh great, it speaks. That's it, he'd had it now. Having no other choice, Axel chucked the portrait in his bag. Looking around, he saw all eyes focused on him. Excuse me, he said, storming out of the room. As soon as Axel left, the curiosity exploding in the Valentinos was akin to the level that the readers feel when an extremely skilled author leaves them at a cliffhanger. Son. He said son. It was his dad after all, said Marcia. But why would he try to destroy it? And why did the portrait say it was seeing Axel for the first time? Asked Enzo. Portraits aren't actually real, Enzo. They're just the depictions of how the painter viewed the subject. At the time this portrait was painted, according to the painter, Axel's father still hadn't met him, explained Francesca. As for why he tried to destroy it. Her eyes narrowed in interest. That can only be because the boy loathes his father. Everyone was now more curious about Axel's family situation. But Martina felt guilty, because her slip had led to the whole situation. To distract her parents, she changed the subject. Mom, Dad, have you made preparations for the Mikhailovs tonight? What if they try to pull something? She asked nervously. Don't worry, Martini, said Alessandro reassuringly, Axel's situation completely forgotten. They're coming to our territory. Only their family is allowed, no bodyguards. They can't do anything here. Martina sighed. That's what I'm actually worried about. Why would they risk coming here for no reason? They must have some sort of plan, right? Enzo shrugged. What can they even do? Aren't our wards the strongest in the whole fucking world? He asked. Francesca sighed. Well, technically, they aren't the strongest, but yes, our wards are indeed quite strong, she agreed. But inwardly, she was also thinking what Martina was thinking. Even proposing marriage wasn't a good enough reason for them to come personally. The Mikhailovs aren't that simple. After all, they're running the most powerful crime syndicate in Russia. What are they playing at? She wondered. In a dark meeting room, a man with a bald head and a cigar in his hand sat at the head of the meeting table. Even in the dark environment, he was wearing dark shades over his eyes. Sitting around the table were various rowdy men, looking a bit subdued while looking at the men. This man was Andrei Mikhailov, the boss of the Russian magical mafia. Are all preparations done? He asked, puffing the cigar leisurely. Yes, boss. All set, replied one of the men. Andrei nodded in satisfaction. Remember now. You all have to play nice. Their daughter is the key to the Valentino family. If they agree to the marriage, we don't need to go to plan B. After all, we just have to control the daughter. One of the men raised his hand, but brother, what if she refuses to be controlled? Andrei laughed, and the rest of the men laughed with him. Sergei, you seriously asking this? We have more than 100 ways of making bitches listen, he said, taking another puff. Besides, Max can handle her, right son? He asked, turning his attention to his son and heir, Maximilian Mikhailov. Maximilian nodded. Unlike his bald father, he had light brown hair and he could be quite handsome if not for the sleazy smile on his face. Don't worry, Dad. Leave her to me. Axel had stayed in his room for the rest of the day, training, and he was glad that the Valentinos had given him his space. He was just not ready to answer the buttload of questions they must have had after seeing the portrait. Currently, there was a potion vial in his bag containing a memory of his father, and his portrait as well. Axel would be lying to say he wasn't curious. But, at the same time, he had a feeling of strong repulsion as well. The portrait was nothing. It was just a depiction of what Bellatrix knew of his father, which couldn't have been much, considering the fact that she didn't even know his father had a son. As for the memory, well, he didn't have a pensieve, and there was not much to gain in watching a memory of a person who's already dead. Besides, though he didn't know why, but his parents had left him at an orphanage, of all places. Who does that? Certainly not good parents and certainly not people who deserve his attention. So, Axel had just spent his time training his skills. Later that evening, Axel was in his room, wearing a black tuxedo that the Valentinos had sent to his room this afternoon, ready to go to the party, as he had promised. Just as he was putting on his velvet loafers, there was a timid knock on his door. It's open, he called out. He kinda knew who it was just from the knock. Martina opened the door. I'm really sore, she was saying, but she paused as she actually caught sight of him. Finished putting on his shoes, Axel straightened up, looking at Martina. She was wearing a purple cocktail dress, with the sleeves and shoulders made out of translucent gauze, displaying her fair skin. You look nice. What were you saying? Asked Axel. Martina shook her head, as if to clear her thoughts. I wanted to apologize for what happened this morning. If I hadn't been so nosy, the situation could have been avoided. But don't worry, my parents won't be anything about your situation anymore. Axel shrugged. Then, it's all right I guess, he said, accepting the apology. Her behavior earlier was a bit irritating but he couldn't really fault her for it. Martina is a girl who can't hide her curiosity. In fact, she must still be quite curious to know more. It's already a punishment for her to try not to ask more. Is it time to go already? He asked. Thanks, Martina was relieved. Yes, are you ready? Mom told me to pick you up. On his nod, Martina looked at Axel's neck. You aren't going to wear the bow tie. Axel shrugged. I don't really know how to, he accepted. Tie, he still knew from his time at school, but bow tie. That never came up. Well, let me help, said Martina, picking the tie. While Axel was thinking of how to reject without coming across as rude, Martina had already bridged the gap. Stepping closer, she unfolded his collar. As she put the tie around his neck, Martina suddenly realized that Axel was now taller than her. His figure is also much better than anyone she had seen, making him look quite dashing in the slim-fit tux. She also got a closer look at the 2 scars on his face. They were quite light, almost faded, but they were jagged, making you wonder how he got them. Martina wanted to run her fingers over them. At this moment, Axel cleared his throat, making her realize that she had gotten distracted. FBI. Open up. Martina shook her head of all thoughts and quickly tied up the knot, stepping away from him. In retrospect, she wondered why it didn't occur to her to tie it using her magic. Maybe because she didn't think it would be a problem to tie it herself, or maybe she wasn't thinking at all. Turning around, she quickly began walking. Come on, we have to leave now. The party has already started. Axel shook his head as he walked along. My 2 years younger self would probably try to steal from me if he saw me, he thought, looking down at himself. The things he's doing for his wand. They went to the ballroom where the party was, and Axel was surprised at the magnificence of everything. A red carpet laid on the ground, surrounded both sides by the Christmas decorations, leading into a huge ballroom. Everything was great, but... Click click flash flash. Princess Valentino is here. Miss Valentino, one photo. Wait, that's Axel Hunt, right? Miss Valentino, can you tell us why you invited Axel Hunt to the party? Are you two dating? There were annoying reporters as well. Taking Axel and Martina's photos together. Frowning, Axel and Martina pushed past the annoying reporters, into the venue, drawing a lot of eyes. Axel sighed, trying to look on the bright side. At least he's one step closer to getting the organization's attention. Chapter 92, a challenge. While almost everyone was meeting to celebrate Christmas, a few people were having a different sort of meeting in an underground base in Britain. Incidentally, this was the same place Axel had accidentally broken into before the start of the term. In a dark meeting room, 3 people were meeting up, wearing skull masks and dark cloaks. How are the rituals coming along? Asked the one who was clearly the leader, looking at the short one of the two, his voice magically altered. The shorter one bowed. I'm facing some difficulties. But I am positive the experiments will succeed. The leader nodded. Keep at it. He then turned to the other person. How is your search coming along? Did you find the masked intruder? The taller person nodded enthusiastically. I have some definitive leads. I'll definitely catch him soon. But, can I ask why we're searching for him? The ritual circles reacted when he came here. It is therefore crucial that we find him. You just need to get that reaction again, and you have found the thief, said the leader patiently, taking out his wand. Crucio. He called out without warning. The other person screamed like a dying pig, almost crying in the process. This is for the stunt you pulled a month ago, said the leader calmly. You were warned time and time again not to do it, but you couldn't resist it, could you? I was only. Crucio. The person screamed again, almost beginning to sob pathetically this time. I don't want to hear any excuses. I warned you against doing actions which would attract attention. Just catch the thief and you're done. Valentino Ballroom, Italy. Axel sighed. He already wasn't liking this party. Oh, Martina. Look at you, you're all grown up now. Yeah, how long has it been? You were still clutching your mother's hand the last time I saw you. As people saw Martina, they began greeting her familiarly, trying to make small talk with her. Martina put on an ostensible smile as she began dealing with the people one by one, using the standard responses that had been trained into her by her mother. She seemed to be doing fine on the surface, but Axel could see that she was quite uncomfortable. Oh no. Then all of a sudden, she excused herself as she began dragging Axel along, walking as fast as she could without looking conspicuous. Oh no, they saw me, she muttered, keeping her expression natural. What's up? Asked Axel, looking around. Don't look, whispered Martina, her smile never leaving her face as she kept looking forward. Just pretend to be casual and they might leave me alone. Miss Martina. Miss Valentino. Unfortunately, before she could even complete her sentence, a few high-pitched voices had called out to her, making her stop. Damn it, she muttered, making Axel raise an eyebrow. You know it's bad when Martina is using damn with her unsullied mouth. Putting on a smile, Martina turned around to greet the incoming people. They were a group of girls, all dressed gaudily in expensive clothes and accessories. Oh, it's you guys. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Miss Martina, we just been talking about you. Don't you look amazing, said the girl in the lead. She looked older, around 18 to 19. She was beautiful, but she looked a bit too superficial with all the excessive makeup and jewelry. The rest of the girls agreed, while also returning the Christmas greetings, but their eyes were constantly straying towards Axel, giving him coquettish looks. And this must be the friend we've been hearing the rumors about, right? Asked another girl, who seemed to be wearing some traditional Roman garb, also with an excess of accessories. I have to say, he's drop-dead gorgeous. Miss Martina, why don't you introduce him to your childhood friends? She asked, looking at Axel hungrily. He is Axel Hunt, my close friend, Martina said while looking warily at the girls. She then turned her back to look at Axel. These are my friends. This is Sophia, Bianca, Chiara, Aria, Gia. She introduced the girls one by one, and Axel didn't even properly listen to their names. Ciao, Mr. Hunt. My name is Sophia Lombardi, and I have to say, I am your biggest fan, she exclaimed, looking at Axel. Shut up, Sophia, you might have not seen even a single match of Quidditch completely, said another girl before turning to Axel. Hello Mr. Axel, I'm Bianca Romano. And I have been infatuated ever since I first saw you. Would you like to dance with me? She asked, offering her hand and leaning forward a little to show her cleavage. Hey, that's not fair, Bianca. Yeah, get in line. The girls began arguing over who was going to dance with Axel. At the Halloween party, he was wearing a mask, and he hadn't been standing beside the host of the party. It also helped that he was still relatively anonymous back then. But in this party, with his mask off, dressed in a highest quality tux, standing beside Martina, and after making history in Quidditch, he was attracting just too much attention. A frown came upon Martina's always docile face. Excuse me, but he is with me, she said, coming to stand in front of Axel. The girls were surprised, to say the least. They had never seen Martina like this. Why, Miss Martina, I didn't know you two were dating, said Sophia, putting on a confused expression. Yeah, especially after the rumors that have been circulating around lately, said Bianca, lowering her voice to emphasize the gravity of the news. Martina sighed. No, we're not dating. And no, the rumors aren't true, I do not prefer girls, she clarified. She had heard some of the rumors spread around by the families to lower the competition for her marriage. Oh no, you misunderstand, Miss Valentino, said another girl. That's not the rumor Bianca was referring to. Yeah, it's the latest one, said another girl. Great, another one. Martina just gave up dealing with these girls as she grabbed Axel's hand and began to leave. Just leave us alone. Just the lesbian one was embarrassing enough. She didn't want Axel to hear more. The two of them kept walking until they were blended into the crowd of people, who either didn't know them enough or weren't going to bother them. Only then did Martina sigh. I hate parties, she muttered, her fake smile finally slipping off her face. I'll join the club, said Axel, his eyes somehow darting at people's neck, fingers, wrists, and pockets. Old habits die hard, and there were lots of prime targets here. Anyways, what was the deal with those girls back there? He asked. Martina's face cringed. They are how the girls growing up in mafia households are usually like. They're just trophies, or bargaining chips. And all they have in their life is to compete to be a better trophy than others, she said somewhat lamentably. All those girls are interested in is drama, gossip, romance, getting a better man, superficial things like that. Martina sighed. Anyways, I really am sorry my mother made you go through this, she said apologetically. But I'm truly helpless in front of her decisions. I know, said Axel. Martina had her brother and father wrapped around her finger, making them unable to make her do anything. But her cuteness card doesn't work on her mother, forcing her to go along with a lot of her decisions. But I don't mind, he said, looking pensive. It's a small price to pay, really. In fact, I have to sometimes wonder if they actually have some kind of ulterior motive for doing this, he said with some suspicion. He did not like being here at this party at all. But, it's too low a price for something as huge as fixing his wand. So low that he began to wonder if something was wrong. Martina shook her head, they wouldn't do that. We're friends, right? We've been through so much together. Of course I can have my family do this for you, she said sincerely. Looking at Martina's positive attitude, Axel sighed. He had to accept, Martina was pretty naive. High IQ does not automatically give people high EQs. In fact, some people with high IQs have a much harder time dealing with people and emotions. Another problem, she was too kind for her own good. Martina, he said, stopping to look at her in exasperation. You should stop predicting other people's actions based on your own moral criteria. It will get you into trouble someday, he told her. He knew Martina wouldn't do anything against him, but he couldn't say the same for her family. Martina looked almost physically stung by Axel's statement. What are you talking about? They're my family. Of course I trust them. They've gone above and beyond to fulfill my wishes. Of course they can repair your wand if I ask them to. Axel sighed. See? That's the problem. They would do pretty much anything for your sake. While they were talking, someone walking by gave Axel a hard shove, definitely on purpose. Oops. Sorry, didn't see you there, little guy. Axel, who had barely budged, looked back at the interrupter with an unimpressed look, his hand blurring for a moment until he resisted. Before he said anything, Martina beat him to it. Maximilian Mikhailov, go away now, she said seriously. Maximilian fixed his gaze back on Martina, eyeballing her. Martina, is this any way to talk to your future husband? What? Martina looked downright disgusted. If you were the one choice I had, I'd still choose dying alone rather than you. The smirk faded off Maximilian's face as his anger began to show. So it's true. You're actually going to reject a marriage proposal with the heir of the Mikhailov family? And for someone like him? He asked, pointing at Axel. What the hell are you talking about? What marriage proposal? Asked Martina, and Axel suddenly had a sinking feeling as he slowly processed what he had just heard. The douche right in front of him, the one whom he was just going to teach a lesson to, turned out to be the heir to the Mikhailov family. And where the hell did a marriage proposal suddenly pop into the conversation? Maximilian looked at Martina ludicrously. What? Are you going to pretend to be ignorant now? Your parents rejected the proposal without telling you, he asked, pointing at the elevated platform where the Valentinos and Mikhailovs were, seemingly in a debate. So it's like this. There was a click in Axel's head as he figured out what was going on here. Suddenly, everything made more sense. Why the Valentinos invited him, why they were extra courteous to him, and why they agreed to fix his wand and also gave him a new powerful one when the privilege is only reserved for the members of the family, and why he was invited to this party with Martina. It all made sense now. Why am I not surprised? He muttered, smiling sardonically. Maximilian turned his attention to Axel. And you? I've had my men look into your background, he said, shoving him back. You absolute nobody, how dare you even dream of being with her, huh? He asked, his voice rising with every word as he shoved him again. The commotion caused was attracting a lot of attention, causing people to gather around, and Martina finally came out of her shock as she came to stand in front of Axel. Hey! Don't get him involved. He has nothing to do with this, she exclaimed as she turned to look at Axel. You were right, Axel, I am so sorry I didn't believe you. I promise I'll make things right again, she said, feeling mortified. She still couldn't believe her family would do this. But as Axel had said, they would do anything for her, which includes doing even this, if they think it's good for her. Mikhailov laughed at Axel. Hiding behind a woman. That's the kind of person you are. I am seriously disappointed in your choice, Martina. He said, trying to shove Axel again through Martina. Axel had to push the girl aside before Mikhailov's hand landed on her. He sighed. You've done enough damage already, Martina. Don't make things worse, he said in extreme exasperation, his voice still calm. And you, he said, finally speaking to Mikhailov for the first time as he looked at him like looking at an ant. As it happens, I'm already having a bad day. Don't test my patience, he said, his calm voice containing a hint of danger. That only made Maximilian more infuriated. Laughing out of anger, he stepped forward to look down at Axel. At 13, Axel couldn't be expected to grow taller than an 18-year-old with tall genes. You. He said, shoving Axel again. Just who do you think you are, huh? Shove, you think you're a big shot if you can play Quidditch. Shove, let me tell you, it makes you an absolute nobody. You think a nobody like you deserves someone like her? He asked, shoving Axel with each of his sentences, until Axel's hands could no longer stay still. Mikhailov took the glove off his hand and threw it at Axel's feet. Let's duel then. If I win, you walk away from her. You also have to change your school and grovel at my feet. The commotion had attracted so much attention that a ring of people had gathered around them. These were the guests of a mafia overlord. Of course they weren't peaceful herbivores. At the mention of a duel, the crowd became excited as they began clamoring for them to fight. Click snap. Also, the reporters were having a field day, recording and snapping away photos one after another like no tomorrow. Axel, on the other hand, who had already been beyond annoyed by the repeated shoving and taunts, had his annoyance increased even more just by listening to the terms of the duel. He wasn't even Martina's boyfriend. He had just been set up to be the scapegoat so that all the blame for the rejection of the proposal would be placed on him, leaving no chance of friction between the two overlord families. Francesca, he reckoned, must be the one who thought of this. And now he's stuck with some bullshit dueling proposal which he should have no business dueling. Fight. 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 The crowd would, of course, not let this chance of watching drama and action stop, so they began making noise. Axel had to admit, this Mikhailov at least had some brains. Since he's in the enemy territory with no fighting force of their own, the guy is playing this game carefully. If they were outside, he'd have Axel blasted off before he even said anything. Instead, he's initiating a duel, with the terms achieving his purposes. He hasn't even drawn his wand at Axel yet, since Martina is standing right beside him, and if he pulls his wand on Axel, he'll also be pulling it on Martina, which is a justified reason for at least a dozen stunners along with a few bone breakers by the men guarding her. Only when Axel accepts the duel would the guy be able to take out his wand and attack him like he's been itching to. So overall, he's played his cards smartly, almost being successful at being legitimately drawing his wand on Axel. But that's what makes the situation so funny. Axel grinned, deciding to just go along with it. What choice does he have at this point? Back out of it. In such a situation? Nah, he's not capable of it. Besides, backing out won't prevent these people from coming after him since according to them, he's already Martina's boyfriend. But oh well, he already has too many enemies now. Adding one more to the list isn't going to change anything. Alright. I'll accept, he said, cracking his knuckles. Since he was already screwed whether this guy proposed the duel or not, he was grateful to him for the opportunity to relieve some of his anger. Chapter 93, Axel Hunt, Super Savage Mode. Chapter 93. What do you mean you're not going to accept the proposal? Why? Did we not show enough sincerity? We personally came to Italy all the way from Russia, we put ourselves in danger by coming right in the middle of your territory, we offer you so many benefits along with the marriage, and you're rejecting the proposal. Do you think my son and our family are not good enough for you? Standing on the elevated platform, Andrei Mikhailov stood along with his son Maximilian, his brother Sergei, and a few other of his men, while the Valentinos stood on the other side. Alessandro and Francesca exchanged glances. It was as they had feared. The Mikhailovs were forcing them into a corner. If they reject, they're threatening them with business wars and gang wars, leaving them with the only option to accept. It is also worth wondering just where the Mikhailovs are getting this confidence from. It can't be a bluff, right? The Mikhailovs definitely have a few cards up their sleeves. That's why, they have no choice but to make a sacrifice. Francesca shook her head regretfully. Actually, we'd have been very happy to consider the option, but the thing is, our daughter is already engaged, she said, dropping the bombshell that caught Mikhailovs completely unaware. What? What the fuck? Exclaimed Maximilian. What? Is this a joke or something? Asked Andrei in rage. Alessandro shook his head, pretending to look helpless. You know how she is, always doing whatever the hell she wants, he said, pointing into the distance, where Axel and Martina were talking to each other, looking like a couple. Axel Hunt, said Francesca, also looking at the young couple along with everyone else. Apparently, she fell for him during their time together at Hogwarts. I trust you must have already heard about the rumors concerning the two of them. Asked Francesca. No, don't you dare deceive us. Those are just rumors about their friendship and the brat has no background, said Sergei, shaking his head furiously. If what you said is true then why haven't we ever heard about the engagement? Alessandro sighed. Andrei, she was already 16 and not engaged, and since there was someone she was finally liking, we didn't oppose it. We've just kept it under wraps for now while Hunt proves himself to be worthy for Martina, he said with some pain, some of which was actually real. Looking at her walking together with Axel made him realize just how much his little girl has grown up. She really does like him, Enzo pitched in. We can't do anything now. Andrei took a long look at the family of liars and shook his head in anger. Fine. You want to play like this? Then that's how we'll play. He said, bringing Maximilian off, along with the rest of their men. Listen Max, here's what you'll do. Valentinos didn't know what the father and son were talking about, but the two of them had vicious grins on their faces by the time they were done. What are they planning? Endo asked his parents. Alessandro shrugged. Beats me. But I've my men to remain at guard. As soon as they touch their wands, they're going down. Pretty soon, Maximilian went off as he began confronting Axel and Martina. Are we doing the right thing? Getting the kid involved in all this, murmured Maria, Enzo's fiancée, as she looked at the scene, making the Valentinos feel guilty. Francesca sighed. No option is right at this point. We're choosing one of the lesser evils. The alternative options would have resulted in loss of multiple lives and assets, she said, looking at Axel in pity. He's a good boy, and a great match for Martina. We've decided to accept him as her fiancé. He'll be under our protection from now on, she said with a complicated expression. Accepting the proposal was never an option. For some reason, Martina has an immense hatred for the Mikhailovs. So, Francesca would never let her daughter marry into that family. The other option left would be war. So yes, making Axel take the fall is the only choice. Alessandro nodded. Overall, I'd say he's one lucky bastard. From now on, he'll have the full backing of the Valentino family and the chance to marry Martina, he said, emphasizing his daughter's name. How great is that? Facing a little friction from the Mikhailovs is nothing in comparison. Damn straight, Dad. He should thank us for it instead, said Enzo, making Maria sigh at this father-son duo. But at this moment, a commotion attracted her attention. Ah, guys, what's happening there? Asked Maria, pointing into the distance. While they were still talking, Maximilian had begun confronting Axel and Martina, his voice getting louder and louder, attracting more and more attention. This is bad, said Francesca as Axel was challenged to a duel. She didn't like the consequences if Axel actually lost. What the heck is that ridiculous challenge? The kid should reject it straight away, said Alessandro with a scoff. It was a totally one-sided deal, one which Axel should definitely reject. There's still time. Hunt hasn't picked up the glove yet. Why can't we just let the guards take the Mikhailov brat down? Suggested Enzo hopefully. It'll solve the problem and also give that guy some much-needed beating. Francesca shook her head with a sigh. We can't, Enzo, as tempting as that might sound. He's technically not breaking any rules. He's only challenging Axel to a duel. A very unfair one, but it's still a duel, proposed formally by throwing the glove. So, what do we do now? Maximilian is older and has been fighting and training for years. It would be over as soon as Axel picks up the glove, said Maria reasonably. Maximilian has grown up in an environment extremely favorable for making you good at fighting. Of course Axel would have a hard time facing such a foe. Alessandro shrugged, well, we can only hope he declines. The kid has the balls of steel. Let's see if he has a sensible enough mind to go with it. Fight. Fight. Come on. Duel. Pick up the glove. The clamoring of the crowd was getting louder and louder, making Axel more and more annoyed, and the taunting smirk on Mikhailov's face which was right in front of him wasn't helping. He had to make a decision. All right. I'll accept, he said at last, cracking his knuckles as a cheer went up in the crowd. Since he was already screwed whether this guy proposed the duel or not, he was grateful to him for the opportunity to relieve some of his anger. But, I have my terms, he added. Seeing the befuddled look on Maximilian's face, Axel gave him a derisive look. What? Do you think I'm an idiot who'd accept such a ridiculous duel? I lose so much on my defeat, but gain absolutely nothing if I win. He asked, looking at the guy as if he was an idiot. Maximilian barked out a disdainful laugh. You think you can win? You actually do. Great then. What are your terms? Axel seemed to think about it. First of all, I don't want any interference until one of us is unconscious. There were several laughs from all around, the loudest one being from the Mikhailovs. Fine, what else do you want? Second is, of course, a knife from your family. One like this, he said, pulling out the Valentino knife, causing a stir in the crowd. He looked at the elevated platform not far away, where the Valentinos stood. I heard it's supposed to grant me friendship and protection, he said sarcastically, his words having a different meaning to the Valentinos, who knew they had screwed him over. Martina, who was standing by his side, felt as if pierced by a knife as she recalled the time she had the shining knife containing their family crest on it. These knives, in the mafia families represents that you have the friendship and protection they family. But what did they do after that? Screwed him over. So much for the friendship and protection, she thought in mortification, watching him having to deal with the mess he was currently stuck in due to her. What the fuck? You think we'll give that to someone like you? Maximilian was furious. It was an honor possessed by very few selected individuals. A nobody like Axel shouldn't even think about it. Axel shrugged. No deal then, he said casually. Why is he asking for the Mikhailov family knife? Well, he doesn't want to get into too much trouble for just one duel. It would at least prevent them from openly acting against him. If they still try other things, well he'd still have the knife to rub into their faces, as a reminder of their great humiliation. At this demand, Maximilian had to turn to his father for help. A family knife is not a thing that can be handed out casually. But Andre just gave a go-ahead signal. He didn't think the guy can actually win. Maximilian once again puffed up. Fine, I agree with the terms. Do you accept my terms? He asked, taking distance as the crowd formed a ring around them, and Axel couldn't help but notice that the guy still hadn't tried drawing his wand. He must think he's being very smart, thought Axel. But really the guy had thrown away any chance of winning when he had decided to shove him. Axel shrugged. I'll accept. You ready to duel a 13-year-old? He asked mockingly. A 13-year-old nobody who has the gall to even look at someone like Martina. You bet your broom fucked as I am, you snitch-chasing bug, replied Maximilian. Quickly pick up the glove so that I can beat the shit out of you, he called out amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd. Axel's fists clenched. But before he could do anything, Martina, who was standing beside him, gripped his hand very tightly. The heck? With some surprise, he noticed that her hands were actually shaking. What? Turning around to look at her, he was baffled to see traces of tears in her eyes. What's up with you? He had never seen Martina looking this vulnerable before. Not even when facing XXXXX creatures. Martina squeezed his hand tightly. Please don't lose. I really don't want to marry that guy, she said quietly, her voice coming out timid and shaky. Axel tried to understand the situation. If he loses, the Valentinos won't have an excuse to reject the proposal, which could lead to war, something she wouldn't allow to happen if it's because of her. It would mean that she's planning to agree to the marriage if he loses. So, it was understandable that she didn't want him to lose. But, that still doesn't explain the current situation completely. There's something wrong with Martina, ever since she learned about the Mikhailovs. Like how she seems a bit off since yesterday, like how her occlumency would activate every time the Mikhailovs are brought up, like how he'd see traces of rage flash in her eyes from time to time, and like how she had been quite nervous ever since in the beginning of the party. He's tried to ignore it, but now he's had enough. Axel looked into her eyes. Legilimency. And, he used legilimency on Martina to enter her mind. He didn't feel guilty doing it all. He'd just take it as a payback for when she tried to read his mind back in their second meeting. And, as if she wanted him to look, her extremely strong shields were loose at this moment, letting him easily slip into her mind using the legilimency of the system. It was far superior as compared to ordinary occlumency knowledge that the other families possess. There were things you could do with it that weren't possible by other legilimens. And he had been training with it every day. Thus, he was able to successfully enter. Martina's mind was currently chaotic, and with his improved skills, he quickly navigated to the reason for this mess, entering into a memory which had been on the surface of her mind. They're younger. Martina looks to be 12 while Maximilian looks around 16. When they meet, Maximilian smiles at Martina as he pretends to be a gentleman, but, as soon as they're alone, he tries to touch her inappropriately. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Martina pushes him away. Maximilian grins, stepping forward again, oh yeah. And then start a war between our families. He laughs. You're going to be mine someday, Martina. Why do you resist? He tries again but Martina blasts him away. Don't you ever try to come near me again. I'm never marrying someone like you, she says, her eyes glowing purple. Axel came out of the memory as he looked at Martina in surprise. Legilimency is very quick, so not even a second had passed as Axel had entered and exited her mind. But having a mastery in occlumency herself, Martina's eyes widened in horror as she realized what had just happened. Did you just? Occlumency max. Axel turned away from her, ignoring her completely as he gently began to drag her out of the circle. Martina didn't know what to do in this situation. Axel. She called out, but Axel completely ignored her as he escorted her out. His head was currently down, his long hair obstructing most of his face. But, she could see that his jaw was clenched, and the veins on his neck were bulging out. Don't let anyone interfere. That's all he said to her, his voice coming out suppressed. When he turned around, his face was back to normal. But, his complexion was slightly blue and he seemed to give off almost an inhuman vibe. Let's begin, he said, looking at Maximilian emotionlessly. Though the veins around his eyes and forehead had turned blue, making them visible. Returning back to the glove, the tip of his Oxford shoes flicked up, smoothly flipping the glove into his hand. Cheers. A cheer went up the crowd as Axel picked the glove, starting the duel. Everyone was afraid Axel would back out, but now that he's picked it up, they're guaranteed some more fun. Fucking finally, said Maximilian, his hand flicking out, to finally draw the wand from his holster without getting shot down for it. But when he flicked his hand, his wand didn't come to his hand, making him frown. He was only glad that he was up against just an amateur who still hasn't made a move, or he might have actually lost by making such a blunder. Dad's going to kill me, he thought in embarrassment, feeling more anger towards the brat as he flicked his wand again. But to his surprise, his wand still didn't come to his hand, making him pull his sleeve up to investigate. The fuck? He thought in panic as he didn't find his wand anywhere. Thankfully, Axel was still standing opposite to him like an idiot, doing nothing. Looking for something? Asked Axel blandly, flicking his own hand. But what came into his hand was not his own wand. It was a tacky wand with a grip made out of gold and gems. It also happened to have the Mikhailov family crest on it. How did he get it? Well, his hands might have slipped when he was repeatedly and rudely being shoved by the guy. How dare you even touch my wand? I'm going to kill you tonight, he said, putting his hand in his pocket to draw out his other wand. But alas, he was once again met with disappointment as Axel flicked his other hand. Don't bother, he said, twirling the other wand in his hand. There was no joy and no triumph on his face. He was just looking at Mikhailov with his face completely devoid of emotions. You don't have more, I suppose? He asked Mikhailov, who was currently beginning to find Axel's expression a bit unnerving. Storage devices weren't allowed here, since you could bring just about anything in those, so Mikhailov really had nothing. Give my wands back now, you filthy piece of shit. You can't afford it even if your mother sold herself. Snap snap. You are making it very difficult, said Axel in a suppressed voice, as a small part of the emotions he had been holding back slipped out, making his hand snap off both the wand. Even his amber eyes were beginning to have a shade of blue in them now. If not for his superior clemency, he might have ended up killing the guy now. But sadly, Maximilian didn't have the same control as Axel. Seeing his wands broken, he completely lost it as he rushed at Axel. How dare you? I swear I'll tie you up and make you watch as I marry Martina and... Snip. Maximilian suddenly screamed in agony as he found his tongue pierced by the broken edge of his own wand, filling up his mouth with blood. Before he knew it, he was lying on the ground with Axel sitting on top of him, his knees pinning down both of Mikhailov's hands as he looked down at him emotionlessly. Bam. He landed his first punch, completely shaking off Maximilian to his eye sockets. Bam. Then second. Bam bam. Third, fourth. Bam 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 bam. Axel began raining down punches on the guy, all the while, he kept healing the guy secretly using heal to not let him pass out. Zap. A spell came his way at a very high speed, but he was protected by a shield that was definitely cast by Martina, saving Axel the effort of dodging. Bam bam bam. Axel did not stop at all, methodically punching the ever-loving hell out of Maximilian. All this while, his expression didn't change, and neither did his hand stop despite Maximilian's miserable sobs and the noise from around the crowd. He was like a machine, with the sole function of punching, as his emotionless eyes looked straight into Maximilian's. You, stay away from her, he said in between his punches, his rage not going away. He knew that Martina didn't need him to protect her, and he certainly knew she could protect herself. But, there were very few people he could actually trust, all of whom he had gained after years of loneliness. Even more difficult was actually trusting them, making himself vulnerable to their betrayal. And when he saw the guy trying to force Martina, red-hot rage had come over him, forcing him to use a clemency to prevent himself from taking the wrong actions. He wasn't satisfied with just killing the guy, and he certainly wasn't satisfied with letting him leave after just some injuries. Legitimacy, Max. That's why, he entered into Maximilian's head, breaking through the barriers like they were made out of paler. Once deep inside, he finally began to make the real use of legitimacy. Thought implantation. He had dared to try forcing Martina. Fine. Axel will make it so that he will never be able to force any girl ever again. The funny thing. No one would know it was his doing. Chapter 94, Martina in danger. Chapter 94. Bam. 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 In the elegant and posh ballroom of the Valentinos, a gruesome event was currently taking place amidst the aggressive shouting and yelling of the crowd. Everyone was congregated around a circle, in which punch after punch landed on Maximilian's face while Axel sat atop him, pinning him down. Droplets of blood sprayed out with each of his punches, some even landing on his face, but Axel did not stop, his bloody fists meticulously repeating the same action with the same intensity. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, the Valentinos. They were completely flabbergasted. How did he even get the wands? Asked Enzo, chuckling out of disbelief. They couldn't understand how Axel even got Maximilian's wands. They had been lamenting his recklessness and immaturity for accepting such a challenge, expecting him to lose, but who knew he had such a thing planned? Turns out, the boy was more than prepared for it. He didn't even need to draw his own wand. And what was more impactful, was the way he was responding to the situation. Seeing him continuously bashing away the Mikhailov heir in the middle of so many important people, including Andrei Mikhailov, without any fear, had a different level of savagery to it. Alessandro looked down at his hands which were twitching due to the thrill. He had to accept, it had been a long time since something had gotten his blood pumping like this. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. That'll teach that Mikhailov bastard to stay the hell away from my Tina. He exclaimed while laughing. That's my son-in-law. Give him more. He cheered, his voice drowning in the yelling and cheering of the crowd. Francesca, on the other hand, saw this differently. It's not something to cheer about, she said, looking ominous, her eyes not leaving Axel. What are you talking about, Mom? Asked Endo in bafflement. Just look how he's protecting Tina. Isn't this what we wanted? Francesca shook her head, I'm not worried about his qualifications. The boy has enough magical capabilities to overpower his wand to the point of serious damage, a feat which might be impossible even for Martina to accomplish. And yet, that's not the most dangerous thing about him, she said, pausing at their bewildered expressions. Look at him now, she said, glancing over at Axel still punching a somehow conscious Maximilian. He's beating the heir of Mikhailov family right in front of everyone, and he's going to get away with it. And how much of his extraordinary magical capabilities did he have to show in order to make it happen? None. No matter how much he was provoked, he waited until the start of the duel to attack. His terms were, no interference, and a Mikhailov knife. So, the Mikhailovs, the most dangerous Russian mafia family, can't do anything while their heir is getting egregiously beaten right in front of them. Not only that, to rub salt on the wound, they also have to grant their family's protection to the boy. He's not only managed to exact his revenge tenfolds for all the insults, he's also managed to keep his abilities hidden, and ensured his own safety. How many 13-year-olds can do that? Maria had a look of awe on her face. I didn't think of it that way. He really is extraordinary. Yeah, agreed Enzo, but how is that a bad thing? He asked in bewilderment. Francesca sighed. From this, and from his past feats, which include taking Enzo hostage while he himself was still crippled, and shattering his enemy's skull with a bludger and getting away with it, it can be seen that, he can hold grudges, and, he's not someone you would want on your bad side. Yeah, that's Oh. Then it suddenly dawned on them. And now as they looked at Axel still bashing Maximilian's bloody face which had turned beyond recognizable. The scene suddenly looked more spine-chilling to witness. We screwed up, didn't we? Asked Enzo, his jolly expression going away. They had just screwed him over to avoid the confrontation with the Mikhailovs. He'll definitely hold a grudge for this, right? Asked Maria, now finding Axel scary. With what they've done, they've definitely pissed him off. Alessandro shrugged. You worry too much. This is just a small matter compared to what we're offering him. Sure, we might have estranged him to us, but I think that's well worth it if we're avoiding a war, he said dismissively. Francesca shook her head. You might still be underestimating him, dear. Do note that we don't know his true capabilities yet, and we don't know his future potential. So, I have to wonder. Was it truly worth it? Meanwhile, Axel had already entered Maximilian's mind. But before he got down to business, he decided to take a quick scan of the guy's brain, to get some useful information about his new potential enemies. And he had to admit, it was a bad decision. A lot of information rushed into his head at once, and the content of the information. Fuck. Axel almost broke the connection. This guy was messed up. Truly messed up. His thoughts and the things he had done, he deserved to be tortured to insanity. For one, he liked forcing himself on women. He would rape them in a variety of ways, each more messed up than the other, and most of them ending in the death of the woman, and sometimes it doesn't end even after their death. And then there were other scenes as well, things that can't be mentioned. Ugh, good thing I haven't had dinner yet, thought Axel in absolute disgust. And to think this guy wanted to marry Martina. Axel had just wanted to get some useful information before he started, but he decided to seal away the information and get right to the business in order to quickly get out of this degenerate's mind. Thought implantation. Going deep inside Maximilian's head, Axel found the part that controlled Maximilian's sexual and violent urges, and started changing his current thoughts and implanting new ones. This was true legitimacy. To have the ability to alter the other person's mind. But, since he was still not proficient in doing this, it was only temporary, and he couldn't change the victim's nature. Meaning if they are evil, they will stay evil. He can only make them direct the evil towards other things. Let's see, instead of women, let's direct his urges towards evil men, and instead of children, let's make it animals like acromantulas and grindylows. Also, some of the urges should be directed towards family members as well. Axel exited the guy's mind with bile rising in his throat, his ears suddenly once again ringing with the crowd's noise. He stopped channeling, heal, and gave Maximilian one final punch, shattering the guy's jaw and knocking him out. Cheers. Deafening cheers went up in the crowd, and Axel slowly got up and flicked his hair back with his bloody hand, revealing his face spattered with small droplets of blood, a testament to how brutal his punches truly were. He glanced at Andrei, the godfather of the Russian mafia, and twirled the Valentino knife in his hand, gesturing to quickly fulfill the wager and give him a Mikhailov knife. The knife. Give it to him. Yeah. Knife. 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 Boss, are we really going to? Asked one of Andrei's men as the crowd began clamoring. Andrei cursed. You think we have a choice? It's not our territory. Give him the knife already. With the cheers of the crowd, a shining knife was presented to Axel, who now had a knife in each hand, one from the Valentino family and one from the Mikhailov family. Pocketing both the knives, he stormed out of the banquet hall, Martina rushing right after him. Let's get out of here. Start Plan B, said Andrei after he created a noise cancellation ward around him and his men. Unable to take the humiliation, he had decided to implement their alternate plan. Plan B, boss. Is it really the right time to do it? Asked one of his men. Andrei had a vicious smirk as he looked at the exit. With most of the guards inside. Yeah, you bet your ass it's the right time. Think it over again, Andrei. It means war, said Sergei, his brother. Not to mention we'll have to help them if we go with it. Plan B was very risky, it would definitely start a war between the two families. And to implement it, they were also borrowing help from some very dangerous people. If they really did it, they would also have to return the favor. Andrei scoffed. We've already borrowed the relics, we'll have to help them either way. With this humiliation, I don't mind a war at all. We have their help this time, and if the plan succeeds, we'll be at a huge advantage. Sergei knew that there was no convincing his brother now. Sighing, he just decided that he'll try to keep the damage to the minimum. Saying their goodbyes, the Mikhailovs quickly left using the portkey, taking an unconscious and deviant Maximilian along with them. On the other hand, walking out of the hall, Axel clutched at his head, which felt like it was splitting in half. The high-level legilimency he had performed back-to-back had turned out to be more taxing than he had imagined. Axel. Wait. Axel. Martina tried chasing after him, but Axel wasn't really in the mood to face her right now. Activating stealth and arcane footwork, he quickly lost her, randomly wandering around on his own. Only after he was around a mile away from all the noise did he stop. His headache wasn't going away, and the cursed content which had entered his head due to Maximilian wasn't helping. Something had been bugging his head ever since he had decided to use legilimency on Maximilian. And Axel needed some quiet to figure out what. Reaching a quiet place, he quickly began thinking about the information his brain had already processed. Axel wanted nothing more than to erase this from his mind, but he had a feeling that he had missed something important, forcing him to recall just what it was that he had seen. Damn it, he swore as his mind flashed yet another piece of cursed information. The sick fucker Maximilian was truly evil. As long as he performed well in his training and education, the Mikhailovs had allowed him to do anything he desired since his childhood, leading him to be more and more disgusting as he grew. It had been almost half an hour, and all Axel had managed to glean after accessing almost half the information was how much of a degenerate Mikhailov was. And to think he was so sure he would marry Martina, thought Axel, recalling the memories of the guy's fantasies. Wait, Axel paused at that thought as he realized what was wrong. That bastard was so sure about it because they're going to kidnap Martina. Axel's eyes widened as he finally accessed the right information. But he quickly calmed himself down. This place is surrounded by unbreachable wards. There's no way they could succeed. Digging further, he found almost nothing more in the bunch of random information he had managed to glean. Must be a false alarm, he thought, going through the last bit of information. But then, his eyes almost popped out due to the sheer surprise he felt as a familiar name came up in the memories. Kraken. A sudden feeling of foreboding came over him as he turned around to look for Martina. But of course, he couldn't see her. He had left her behind on his own. But then. Ding. Special mission received. What the? As if to make his fears come true, the system handed out a new quest. Protect Martina. Martina Valentino, your valuable ally, might be kidnapped by her enemies. Stop the kidnappers before they succeed. Axel disappeared from his location. Arcane eyes, max. Arcane footwork, max. Arcane acrobatics, max. He didn't even read the rewards before he had rushed off at his top speed, quickly making his way back to the way he had come. But alas, Martina was nowhere to be found. System. Where is she? I can't directly help you in missions, Axel. Fuck, I know. But would it kill you to just sew it this once, he asked, his eyes scanning all places as he ran. There was no response from the system, and Axel calmed himself, knowing that his panic wasn't helping the situation. He made his mind concentrate. Closing his eyes, he activated another skill. Super Sense, Max. His senses heightened to a terrifying degree, and all of a sudden, he could perceive everything to the extreme. His eyes weren't of much use here due to the abundance of trees and infrastructure here, but his nose caught the familiar lavender scent, making him open his eyes. But along with the pleasant scent, there was also the coppery scent of blood. Limit Break. Axel instantly activated the skill which he had decided not to use unless in an absolutely desperate situation. You had better not be hurt, he muttered, rushing off at the highest possible speed. Damien Malcolm's blood was boiling right now. His family, the Malcolms, was not an ordinary family. They have been the loyal and trusted vassals of the great Mikhailov family itself. Under the Mikhailovs' orders they had migrated to Britain in order to spread their powers in this quickly rising country. They had flourished, bringing their family's position even higher and further solidifying their loyalty by the benefits they provided to the Mikhailovs. And that is how they had gotten this chance of kidnapping Martina. Since no one actually knew that they were the Mikhailov family's loyal vassals, initially, they were tasked to marry Martina into their family since the Valentinos wouldn't accept a direct proposal from the Mikhailovs. This way, the Mikhailovs would have the Valentino family support through their vassal, the Malcolms. But who knew that the Mikhailovs family would suddenly get their hands on a wonderful piece of technology, making it possible to actually kidnap Martina? It was a suicidal mission, one which naturally fell to the Mikhailovs' most loyal and capable force, the Malcolm family. When he came to know about it, Damien was, at first, devastated. His Martina was going to be married to that bastard Maximilian. But then, he decided to volunteer to lead the operation himself. He figured that since Martina was doomed already, he might as well give her a last goodbye. He wanted payback for all the times the bitch had rejected him. And in the end, who did she choose? Someone like that bastard Axel. How could let the bitch get away with it? So, during the kidnapping, there could be a few accidents, but they could fix her right up before he presents her to the Mikhailovs. Which was exactly why his blood was currently boiling as wandered the Valentino estate in search of Martina. He and his men were currently hidden in some sort of invisible bubble, allowing them to bypass all kinds of wards. Only a limited amount of men could fit in this thing, so he had brought his family's very best. They had breached the wards using this mysterious technology after receiving the news that Martina was currently outside, without any significant protection. As for his involvement, it wasn't difficult. Someone was needed to lead these men, and he was a second son, not exactly the most important person in the family. He might be killed by his brother in the future anyway. If he tries to fight for the succession, why not allow him to go on this mission? So, where is she? Are we there yet? He asked, hurrying along with all the men. They had been running for more than half hour, tracking her. Their spy from the party had been secretly following her, reporting her real-time information to them. Her location is constantly changing, boss. She's trying to find someone. But we've almost reached her now, reported his underling. So, everyone knows the plan? He asked. We quickly capture her and kill any witnesses. After that, do as I say, he said, his voice shaking slightly due to excitement. Finally, he was finally going to have Martina. Just recalling that beautiful face, his heart started racing. I'm going to have a lot of fun before I return you, Martina. Chapter 95, Axel on a hunt. Going forward for a few more turns, they quickly found the girl in question, and Damien held his breath as he saw Martina. In the woods of the Valentino estate, the girl wandered around aimlessly, seemingly in search of someone. The dim moonlight illuminated the purple cocktail dress she was wearing and there were slight traces of tears in her violet eyes, which only enhanced her beauty. Tina. Damien almost forgot all of his anger, all his thoughts of revenge starting to vanish. Even though she never reciprocated, and even though it was a task given to him by his family, the fact was, he did have feelings for her. If he saved her from all this mess, maybe, just maybe, she might also start to. Axel. Called out Martina, completely disrupting Damien's thoughts. Where did you go? I really need to talk to you about what you saw. And I need to thank you. Look, I'm sorry for what my parents did, okay? I'll do anything to make up for it. This bitch. Damien's anger returned with a vengeance. Here he is, thinking about having a life with her, and there she is, having a hide-and-seek game with her boy toy. Why? Just why couldn't she see how much he had loved her? That how better an option he was, compared to that guy with no background, who treats her horribly, and who is openly fooling around with other girls as well. There was no other explanation to it. Martina was just another shallow bitch, who likes going after low-life rogues, just like other shallow bitches. She'll only understand how wrong she is after her heart is broken. He was the fool here, idolizing her as some sort of pure goddess who wouldn't look at mere mortals like him. But as it turned out, she was no better than the two Canute whores of the Nocturne Alley, choosing someone like Axel. Damien decided he had had enough. He had enough of simping, he had had enough of the groveling, and he had had enough of being a nice guy. All he wanted now was payback. "She's beautiful, boss," said his second-in-command Dmitri, also scanning Martina with a lustful gaze. He was holding the device which had created the bubble around them. It prevented them from being seen or heard, so there was no problem. Damien gave the guy a warning look. "You pay attention to your job, Dmitri." "She's mine," he said, dead serious. The device was complicated, and if Dmitri pressed the wrong button, the invisibility might disabled, exposing them, or worse, the bubble might deactivate and they'll be exposed to the Valentina wards. Damien seriously looked at his men. "Nobody touches her. She's mine," he declared, his men giving out their reluctant agreement. "But, if you do your job well, you might get a show," he said with an evil smirk, getting perverse grins from his men. "So boss, do we make a move?" Damien took a deep breath, looking at Martina still searching for Axel. And then, he gave out the order, knowing that there was no going back now. "Take her down." Instantly, red beams of stunning spells shot out, catching Martina completely by surprise. And despite all her genius, Martina was helpless against such an assault as she crumpled to the ground. "Princess." The few guards who were still guarding her were alarmed, but multiple beams were already headed their way to take care of them. And this time, they weren't non-lethal. Zap. Zap zip zip zap zip. Good one. Bloody hell. Hey. Who fired the eviscerating one? Don't know, mine was eye-gouging. The men went completely on town, not holding back like they were with Martina. The guards never stood a chance, their bodies being hit by multiple spells, all intended for lethal damage. Too many spells came out of nowhere, and there was no sound since it was blocked by the bubble. Most didn't even see it coming, while the one or two shields that were conjured were rendered pretty useless. Within a few seconds, the poor guards were nothing more than a gory mess. Hey! Didn't I say killing curses were enough? Damien was more than a bit unnerved by this scene of violence. Though, he kind of knew he had it coming. These men were the most powerful force of the Malcolm family, each of them extremely skilled. But, along with that, they were extremely violent as well. Fortunately, in the face of what he was just about to accomplish, all the unnecessary thoughts about all the blood and gore quickly went out of his head. "Come on, let's take her in." Under his men's control, Martina was levitated into the bubble and brought to the ground in front of his feet. "Not so high and mighty now, are you?" Damien muttered, kicking her unconscious form viciously. "And this is for ignoring me while pining for that scum," he said, kicking her again. But he felt it wasn't good enough without her being conscious. Taking out a knife, he made a long cut on her cheek, drawing blood. "Why poison her, boss?" asked Dmitri, his right-hand man, as he looked at the cut. "It's the mind-numbing poison," said Damien. "Believe it or not, the bitch can actually do wandless magic," he revealed, surprising everyone. He had seen Martina perform it a few times, when she thought no one was looking. With this poison, her mind would be too dizzy to concentrate and she would be too disoriented to resist. It's similar to what happens when people get drunk, only this is a lot stronger. Taking out his wand, he cast the renovation charm, bringing her back to consciousness. Feeling extremely dizzy, Martina slowly opened her eyes, her belly throbbing with pain. Axel. Cough cough. Due to the kicks, she coughed up blood as soon as she woke up. Slap. Damien slapped her, hard, making her wide awake. "That kid isn't here," he said, an exhilarating thrill running through his body at slapping her. Martina frowned, squinting her eyes as she blinked away the tears that came due to the pain. Always living in a protected environment, she had never been hurt like this. "You, cough. What, cough, are you doing here?" she asked, a distasteful expression settling on her tearful face. Malcolm nodded with a sinister smile. "Yes, me. I warned you, Martina, did I not? Right before the holidays. You should have listened, you should have left that son of bitch for me. Now you'll regret it." Martina was still disoriented, her hand coming to rub her stinging cheek where a red bruise was quickly forming. "How the hell are you here?" she asked slowly, her voice coming powerless as she struggled to draw her wand. No magic now," he said, her hands getting tied up at his gesture to his men. Damien took out her wand from her wand holster and threw it away. "And don't ask questions. The only thing you need to know is you're going to have a wild night tonight. Merry Christmas, Martina Valentino," he said lewdly as he grasped her delicate neck, making her choke. Boom. Martina looked in horror as Malcolm leaned forward. Everything around her was revolving and it was too difficult for her to think coherently, let alone concentrate enough to do wandless magic. She didn't know what was happening and how exactly she had ended up in this situation, but she was in pain and she knew she was in danger, powerless to do anything. Boom. Martina tried using a clemency, but she just couldn't, her mind wasn't working properly. But, it did bring her some clarity. Just enough to form one thought, one wistful thought. Boom. In her each and every moment of extreme danger or helplessness, someone had been there with her. First with Dementors, then the Lethifold, the Basilisk, and then the Demogorgon. Someone had been there. With his help, she had been able to fight out of any situation, no matter how difficult. That's why, remembering him at dangerous moments had already become imprinted in her subconscious. Despite the very small rational part in her mind telling her that it was useless, there was only one wishful thought that still dominated her mind: I wish Axel was here. Boom. Just as he was about to touch Martina, Damien stopped, his eyes narrowing. What's that sound? He asked. Boom. In the next moment, he disappeared from his position, followed by a powerful gust of wind, as another person appeared in his place. Malcolm was blasted off, bumping straight into several of his men, taking them down with him as everyone scattered. Some of the men were even thrown out of the circle, which instantly exposed them to the powerful wards, knocking them out. Dimitri was also bumped, the device falling off his hand, and suddenly, the invisibility provided by the bubble was gone, creating even more panic as they were now exposed to the outsider's eyes. Martina blinked her eyes in confusion, a joyful expression coming to her face as she looked at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of her. Axel. And indeed, the person who had suddenly appeared was none other than Axel. But right now, he looked extremely scary. Waves of magic radiated from him, causing a ripple in the surroundings. His skin had turned a shade of blue, and so had his eyes, as he examined Martina's condition. She had a long bleeding cut from one cheek and a bruise on the other, her hands and legs were tied in ropes, and she was crying. Overall, she was in an extremely sorry state. It's my fault, he said in barely anger, picking her up, and disappearing before anyone could react. Boom. New skill unlocked, launching boom. Gathering magic in your hands or legs, and releasing it to generate an incredible opposite force. Instantly, he had moved several meters away from his original position, landing softly on the ground. Walking up to a tree, he put her down, letting her lean against the trunk. It's really you? She asked, her weak hands trying very hard to stay around his neck. Axel looked into her eyes. Her pupils were dilated and her eyes were red. You've been drugged, he discerned, realizing the reason for her odd behavior. Where does it hurt? Martina pouted, tears pooling in her eyes, everywhere. She complained, hugging him. Now that Axel was here, her mind had already stopped resisting the poison. Heal, Max. Poison arts. Axel started patching her up, slowly bringing her back to soberness, and also healing her injuries the best he could. But while he did so, Martina did not stay still. A drugged Martina was not an easy patient. What happened to you? You're all blue. She giggled, poking his nose. Don't move. Martina clung to him. All right, my little hero, ouch. That hurts. Be gentle. As Axel healed her, visuals of how those injuries must have been inflicted flashed in his mind, increasing his anger further, and soon, he was done. Oh. As she came to her senses, Martina stopped clinging to him as she realized what she had been doing. Oh fuck, she used the F word for the first time in front of him, displaying just how discombobulated she was with the whole situation. Wrapping her hands around herself, she curled into a fetal position, her eyes tearing up again. That bastard. Now that she was all right, Axel gave a light pat to her shoulder as he got up. You stay here. I'll be back. Martina looked up at him in alarm. Where are you going? She asked, but Axel had already disappeared. His only parting words were, don't get hit by stray spells. Martina's eyes widened as she realized what he was about to do, but it was already too late, as Axel appeared in front of the men, who were still trying to find her. She couldn't help but notice that he had made a detour to reach them, so that she does not remain in the line of the fire of their spells. What are you doing? She muttered, feeling scared for his life. There were too many enemies. Cough cough, where the fuck cough did she go? Demanded Damien, whose ribs had been shattered and was currently getting healed by his men to their best of their abilities. Find her. Find her and quickly get me out of this place. He exclaimed. And Dimitri. Cough, quickly fix that damn thing. Cough, we're sitting ducks like this. He ordered Dimitri, who was trying to make them invisible once again. We're trying, boss. Was it Cough? Was it really Hunt? He asked, unable to believe it. How could someone like Hunt appear like that out of nowhere and take Martina away from right under their nose? He was thinking that his men must have seen it wrong. That low-life bastard won't even face him, let alone so many of his men. But, as if to prove him wrong, the guy in question himself suddenly appeared in front of them, alarming everyone. Damien's eyes widened. So, cough, it really was you, you bastard. He said in anger. You've pissed me off. Cough. Axel's veins almost burst out. Pissed. You. He would have laughed if he wasn't boiling with anger right now. His anger had already been plenty high because of the party. And after this incident, it was really taxing for him to restrain himself. There was so much anger inside him that it was difficult to hold it back even with a clemency. And, he wanted an outlet. You think you're angry? He asked, his fists crackling. I'll show what it is like to be truly angry, he said, lifting off his clemency shields. V-room. With the restraints holding him back vanishing, a magical shockwave erupted, with Axel as the center. His eyes disappeared, hidden under the overflow of magic, and 2 knives appeared in his hand. Damien almost bricked himself as somehow, real terror st4 ruck him upon seeing Axel right now. Kill him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his men already shooting out their best even without his instructions. Too late, said Axel, grinning like the devil as he disappeared from his place, reappearing right in their midst. Chapter 96, The Massacre. Chapter 96. Rage. Blinding, maddening, rage. That's what Axel was feeling right now. Martina was a friend. An ally. Someone he could trust. And someone he had come to care for. He was already quite pissed when that Mikhailov guy had tried to force her and make her feel uncomfortable. So, imagine his anger, when he finds out that this aunt, someone with no actual ability to harm her, had actually hurt her so badly to the point of crying and swearing. And his wrath only becomes worse when realizing what would have happened if he had arrived even a few moments later. A quiet, easy life. That's all he had wanted. But in hopes of finding it, he had ignored even the obvious threats, thinking that nothing would happen as long as he doesn't actively look for trouble. But tonight, that life had all but gone away already. And what did he get for not looking for trouble? This. His ears were ringing and his head felt like it was about to explode. The anger was too strong for his shields to contain. So, Axel simply stopped containing it, letting it go. For the first time after gaining a clemency, he decided to stop holding back completely. Boom. A shockwave erupted with him as the center, as magic evoked by extreme rage overflowed. His eyes disappeared, hidden under the overflow of magic, and 2 knives appeared in his hand. Damien almost bricked himself and somehow, real terror struck him upon seeing Axel right now. Kill him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, his men already shooting out their best even without his instructions. Too late, said Axel, as he grinned like the devil. There was something about Martina that he had always admired. Even while growing up in a mafia household, she had managed to retain purity in her heart, not letting the evilness here taint her. It was something he had admired very much since he knew exactly how difficult it is to not get corrupted by a bad environment. And these men had hurt such a girl, most likely traumatizing her forever. Standing in their midst, Axel looked at each and every person in the bubble. You'll pay for it, he said, fading from view. Knife wielding. Blend. Presence reduction. Soundless. True invisibility. Arcane footwork. Where did he go? Demanded Damien, looking around in fear. Plop. He flinched at the sudden sound that came from right beside him. Turning to look, he was almost scared to death when he found the head missing from the body of the person who had been healing him moments ago, the head falling right into his lap. Damien screamed, dropping his wand while trying to get away, but a paralyzing spell hit him, stopping him in place. You're not going anywhere, a bone-chilling voice whispered right next to his ear, as more heads flew, of the other healers who were trying to get away. Pure terror struck him like never before, and completely unable to do anything but scream, his bladder came loose, soiling his pants for real. Boris. Dusan. What the hell? The men were alarmed to see the heads of their comrades rolling as well, and equally angered as they were spooked. But, their nightmare was only beginning as more and more heads started to fall on the ground around them. There was no visual, no sound, not even any signs of struggle. Just heads flying into the air, as fountains of blood began spurting from all around. Avada Ked, panicked, they tried to fire spells randomly, but even that wasn't allowed much as those casting spells would be beheaded first. Bastard. You can't hide forever. Hominum revelio. Do you see him? Spurt spurt. Axel's stealth, under the system's training, had reached to the point that the detection charms no longer worked. There was nothing the men could do against him at this point. Run away. I can't apparate. Fool. Apparition is not possible in this bubble. Didn't you know that? No. I only came because I heard we were raping the mafia prank. Spurt. Mass panic spread among the men as they began running around like headless chickens. In this moment, Damien was completely forgotten, as everyone began looking out for themselves. Some took their chances and leapt out of the bubble into the wards, while some just kneeled down to beg for mercy, but alas, not a single soul was spared, as the raging Axel became the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives one by one. It was over within seconds. The fearsome force which the Malcolms took great pride in, which struck fear in the hearts of their enemies, and the force which had slaughtered many, gone. Just like that. Wiped out within seconds by a single person. With everyone dead, Axel appeared again, walking towards Damien with headless bodies falling all around him as he sheathed his knives. HMPHH. HMMPPHH. Damien tried to struggle, but alas, it was useless. As Axel reached him, he tried to move his paralyzed hand towards his wand which he had dropped in panic. Axel chuckled at his vain attempt, mercilessly crushing the hand under his foot. "I've been saving you for the last," he said, picking up the wand Malcolm had been trying to reach. Damien Malcolm. This was someone who had been bugging Axel for a while. He had just kept postponing his revenge on the guy, thinking that him to be pretty harmless and beneath his stature. Axel had thought that he was too lazy to deal with Damien, but now that it had come down to it, he realized what was the real problem. Axel had been scared. Scared of getting his hands dirty. Scared of once again getting into a world of crimes and filth which had finally escaped. He had thought of living an honest, ethical life, sealing away the evil part of him which had gotten used to committing crimes. But what happened when he did so? Martina got hurt, and almost violated, just because he hadn't bothered dealing with this bastard early. Now that the evil inside him was unleashed, there was no stopping it. And it demanded revenge. With Damien's wand, he undid the paralysis on his mouth, giving him the ability to speak. Any last thoughts? Damien glared daggers at Axel. He knew he was going to die. He had come prepared for that. If there was one regret, it would be, "I should have raped her straight away," he murmured wistfully, recalling how good it had felt to dominate Martina. His member hardened just thinking about it. Stab. Ah. Damien's wand, which Axel had picked up, was stabbed right into his crotch, piercing through all his important bits, making him scream like a banshee. Axel wasn't satisfied. He twisted the wand, making the pain several times worse. "Ayaha. You bastard. I'll kill you." Damien started crying, unable to take it. His eyes glowing, Axel tilted his head, looking disdainful. "Already broken. I'm just getting started. Electrica. Impulsa. Ahergag." The screams of Damien reached a crescendo, loud enough to reach the party. Too bad he was the bubble prevented any sound from escaping. Electrica Impulsa. Aerrggggghhhhhhh. Axel nodded, unmoved. Nice. Electrica Impulsa. Electrica Impulsa. Electrica Impulsa. Electrica Impulsa. Electrica Impulsa. Electrica Impulsa. Damien screamed himself hoarse, but Axel didn't stop, even after he screamed no more. Electrica. Axel. He's dead. Martina said, stumbling her way towards him with much difficulty due to the drugs. Axel blinked, looking down at the guy. He was indeed dead. He once again reconnected the occlumency shields and looked around himself as the high caused by his anger finally faded. It was a bloody scene, with heads lying everywhere. No survivors. What the hell? He muttered, glancing back at Martina. It hadn't been more than 2 minutes. How the hell did he end up doing so much damage in so little time of losing control? When their eyes met, Martina averted her eyes quickly, her expression shifting, which was almost like a physical blow to him. She must think I'm a monster. He realized. The ugliness he had been hiding since forever, the side of him that had kept buried, was already exposed. There's no point pretending anymore. Axel got up on shaky feet, his face becoming blank. I'll go now, he said, disappearing from her view. On his way, he killed one last person, the spy who had been tracking Martina and had witnessed the whole scene. If he was able to get into the party, he must be an important person, but Axel really couldn't care less. If he had gone this far, he might as well be thorough, right? Completely exhausted, Axel dragged his tired body into his room and warded it up. Laying on the bed, he checked the system notifications he had been ignoring for a while. Special mission complete, protect Martina. Congratulations. You have saved Martina from the danger. Rewards. Dash plus approval rate, total, 35%. Special skill, unshackle. Information. Axel frowned, opening the details about the new skill. Unshackle, grants the ability to get rid of all kinds of shackles. Current progress, 0.3%. Axel was surprised. This new skill was tricky. He only had a 0.3% proficiency in it. That is unusual. Well, something to dwell on later. Right now, he just felt like shit. Sigh. Martina's family's betrayal was not something he had not already expected. But what was unexpected was how badly it had hit him. He had been stabbed in the back many times by now, and he had been expecting it anyway since he was in a very vulnerable and exploitable position this time due to not having any alternative. His wand needed to be fixed after all. And, the Valentinos could honestly not be faulted for what they did. They were trying to protect their daughter, and save the lives of a lot of their men by trying to prevent a war. Of course they couldn't be expected to choose him over all that. So, Axel wasn't really ruffled by that. What actually gutted him was that there really wasn't anyone who would choose him over everything else. Not even Daphne. When it comes to family, outsiders are, in the end, just outsiders. So, he can't truly trust anyone. And then there's the second problem, Axel himself. In actuality, he felt no remorse for the lives he had harvested just now. Any normal person in his place, one who has people whom they can 100% trust, wouldn't have been able to even look at the scene without feeling disgusted, let alone actually committing it. So, it makes him wonder, does he actually deserve to have people caring about him? For example, Martina really seemed to care for him, and look what he did. She must be feeling pretty scared and disgusted with him. How is she supposed to trust and care for a mass-murdering psycho? Someone who could make her head roll before she even finds something amiss. Any sane person would run. So, isn't it time he started to stop blaming other people and looked in the mirror? He is broken. He is damaged. He has trust issues. The little few people he actually trusts and cares for, he might create a massacre for them. He can take certain lives without any guilt. Plus, he can't really tell people everything about himself. There are too many things that he just can't reveal. His bad attitude doesn't help either. And the main thing, he prefers himself the way he is. Meaning, he doesn't want to change much for others. Would anyone really choose such a person over other things? He doesn't think so. Heck, even his own family abandoned him, let alone outsiders. The same thing happened with the orphanage as well. They chose to abandon him as well, and the cycle repeats. So, maybe it's time he accepted it. That he's just going to have to look out for himself. He should mind his own business, and stop having all these expectations and hopes that are never going to be fulfilled. At least no one would be able to screw him, right? Martina had just experienced the most traumatic thing in her life. When Malcolm was hurting her, and was going to violate her, she had been struck with fear like never before. Her mind, the one thing that she had always counted on, was compromised, and she wasn't even able to think properly. In comparison to such a situation, she would have even preferred death. Just to escape, that's how strangled she had felt. And in her dazed state, when Martina had seen Axel appear out of nowhere and save her, the feeling she had felt at that moment was, simply euphoric. Never in her life had she been so happy to see someone. And in her drugged state, all she wanted to do was to hug the hell out of him. While in the state, she had done more than a few silly things in front of Axel, which made her want to die out of mortification as soon as she gained some of her consciousness back. And more importantly, she had wanted to really hurt that brat Damien, due to whom all this had happened in the first place. That bastard. She had cursed. But, as it turned out, Axel wasn't done yet. He was actually angry for her, and wanted to punish those who had hurt her as well. In her previous life, she was an orphan, and there was no one to truly care for her. So, in this life, she was glad to have someone like that outside her family. But, that's why Martina couldn't afford for him to get hurt. He had just saved her, twice, and he was going to be in danger while she hadn't even been able to thank him. She wanted to stop him. Alas, the poison was still quite active enough to not let her stop him, nor help him. All she could do was watch as Axel risked his life for her. But then. What? She got to see the true abilities of Axel Hunt. She had known he had stealth, she had known he could be quiet, she had known he was skilled with knives. But, she had never expected him to be this good at each of them, and she had never expected the combination of all of his skills to be so absolutely beautiful and deadly. And scary. In her previous life, maybe. But after dying for doing something good and growing up in a mafia household, she was no longer a stickler for morality, if the other party deserved it. She had come to find that the world wasn't just black and white. Her family, for all their faults, truly loved her, and they tried to do their best in their own way. She had learned to love and accept them the way they were. And, after getting killed for doing the right and witness a lot of unavoidable deaths, she wasn't really the sanest person around anymore, nor the most moral one. She just tried to be one. So, when she saw Axel torture Damien, even though she was scared, she was also rather grateful. Because, the guy truly deserved it and she didn't have the guts to do it herself. By the time she reached Axel, Damien was already dead, and her family was on their way. Since Axel had too much electrical discharge around him, she kept her distance from him as she called out to him. But, when their eyes met, Martina flinched. There were two reasons for that. Firstly, she found herself very flustered and ashamed of her behavior. She had wanted to show him that she was someone strong and dependable. But instead, what had happened? She had come off as some weak and pathetic damsel who can't even fight her own battles. First, she had needed him to fight a duel for her, then she had to be saved from another tragedy. She was especially mortified about her behavior when he was trying to heal her. So, she couldn't look at him without drowning in shame. The other reason, her damned past life. She has been trying to get rid of it, and she has, for the most part, but there are still a few remnants of her personality made her flinch. And, she instantly regretted it. When she did look back at Axel, she saw the briefest flicker of hurt in those eyes, before it was covered up. She realized that something had gone terribly wrong, but, as she tried to stop him, the world started to spin, and she fell to the ground, unable to even keep standing. It was the after effect of drug, heavy hangover and exhaustion. Martina wanted to stop Axel, she wanted to thank him, she wanted to hug him, but all she could do was raise her hand towards Axel, but he never turned back. Snap. Snap snap. Then the sound's apparition filled her ears, as help finally arrived. Only to see Martina sitting in a scene of carnage. Chapter 97, Ideal son-in-law but no medicine for regret. Chapter 97. When they had received the news of Martina being in danger, the Valentinos had rushed here at their fastest speed, leaving the guest without a second thought. But, who would have thought that they would be witnessing such a scene upon their arrival? Martina. Tina. The first thing that they noticed was Martina, extremely eye-catching in her purple cocktail dress. With blood on her face, and her dress soiled, she knelt on the ground, struggling to move. And then they saw her surroundings. Bloody hell. Literally. Dead bodies laid everywhere, densely packed within an area of 10-meter radius around her. Rivulets of blood flowed out of the bodies, pooling around and making puddles on the ground. And the most shocking detail, none of them had their heads attached to them. Martina. Are you all right? Her family quickly rushed to her side, checking her condition. Finally seeing her family after experiencing such a traumatic event, tears once again started to overflow from her eyes. I'm fine. I need to. Axel. Whatever she had been trying to say, she couldn't complete it as she ended up losing consciousness. Martina. Martina. Later that night, in the meeting room. The Valentinos, and their most trusted members of the family, all sat together at a round table. How is she? Asked Alessandro. She suffered minor injuries, and from poison. She was about to be kidnapped. The intruders were the infamous special unit of Malcolm's, said Francesca. Alessandro nodded, his face setting in a grim resolve. It's war. The men had already been identified. The Mikhailovs might have thought that the Valentinos weren't aware of their connection with the Malcolms, but that was not the case. Have you called in the best healers? He asked. Francesca paused at that. She had already been expertly treated before we reached her. There's nothing to heal. And the bodies? No survivors? He asked. Francesca shook her head. No survivors. Everyone dead. Beheaded with a single clean cut. No signs of any other wounds, she said, her voice wavering in disbelief. Everyone in the room felt a chill travel down their spine at that. How is that even possible? Asked one of the men. Gang wars are extremely messy, and all members, especially those of a special unit like this one, are not supposed to go down without a struggle. How could so many men allow their heads to be lopped off just like that? If it could happen to them, it could also happen to their men as well. Alessandro downed his glass of alcohol. First the Atlantean relic, and then this. He exclaimed, slamming the cup down. It was enough of a surprise that the Mikhailov had somehow gotten their hands on Atlantean relics, but there's also someone who is capable of easily taking down an elite squad just wandering around in their place. The person took down the elite squad, saved Martina, and patched her up within minutes, before disappearing. This was not a small matter. If a person capable of doing this joins one side, it would change the outcome of the whole war. That's how big of a matter this was. Dad, do you think it's the boy? Asked Endo, raising the million-dollar question. Everything pointed towards the person being Axel, including the fact the cuts on the necks were identified to be made by a Valentino, and a Mikhailov knife. Just how many people possessed the knives of both of the opposing families at the same time? Alessandro sighed. Most likely. But we can't say for certain, he muttered, resting his forehead on his fingers. He was certain, but he just didn't want to believe it. Why don't we call him here and ask him ourselves? Enzo asked. Francesca gave him a severe look. You think that's possible? After what we did, he's going to be hostile towards us. If he really is the person who did this, do you think it's a good idea to annoy him further? Not to mention saving Martina. We're in a great debt to whoever killed those men, she said as she sighed. We might have just made the worst decision by offending him, she admitted lamentably. She had, of course, suspected that he had been hiding his power, but, to this extent, she had never dreamt of it. This was definitely a terrible decision. The war which they tried to avoid was going to happen anyway, and they had just lost the favor of someone who was capable of doing that, at the age of 13. Alessandro poured himself another glass. What's done is done. Nothing can be done mulling over it. The question is, what do we do now? Francesca pursed her lips. There's not much we can do really. We can only do our best to make up for it. To start with, I'll be giving his wand the best possible treatment. Dirty mind, dirty mind. Alessandro nodded unwillingly. Everything aside, I truly am grateful. From what we can gather, the Malcolm brat was trying to. His fist clenched as powerful magical fluctuations filled the room. If Axel hadn't gotten there in time, or didn't have the abilities he has, the unthinkable would have happened to Tina, he said, downing another glass. Everyone had to agree to that. That bastard, to Princess, it's so damn infuriating. Yeah. If something had happened. There were enraged murmurs from all around. Martina was the heart of the Valentino family. Everything had changed after her arrival, and it was for the better. If anything were to happen to her, the whole family would not only go back to its previous darkness, it would have done everything in its power to take down those responsible for it. Endo also nodded. Gotta appreciate what Axel did to them. Especially that Malcolm brat, he said, a grim smile coming to his face. My only regret is he didn't leave him alive so that we could torture him more. Yeah. I heard he suffered a brutal death. What exactly happened to him? All I saw was a charred corpse. I hope it was painful. Francesca looked at the report in her hand. Well, he was stabbed through his crotch, piercing through his penis and testicles, with his own wand. The wand was rough and jagged, and it was long as well, increasing the damage and pain several folds. Everyone, woohoo. But Francesca wasn't done yet. I don't know if it was on purpose, but the wand was pierced at the place and at an angle that hit the most nerves. It couldn't have been stabbed more painfully, if we're talking about the general area. Everyone, ooh. But, Francesca still wasn't done yet. After he was stabbed, the wand was repeatedly twisted, and a spell was cast, causing an electrical discharge to travel into his body, intensity of which was gradually increased. The pain caused was so intense that the victim was brain dead even before dying from excessive electrical discharge. Everyone, The electrical discharge was continued well after he was dead. Ha 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 ha. Perfect son-in-law. I could kiss him, said Alessandro, laughing maniacally, his men joining him. That he is. Heck, I would have given him my daughter if he wasn't already taken by the princess. Same with me, if I had a daughter. Same with me. Dude, your daughter is 5. Daphne Greengrass has been very anxious lately. Her holidays had started well enough. It was a great start, in fact. A lap pillow from Axel. She could cry out of happiness. Too bad she wasn't able to remember it. First, it had been so damn comfortable and she had been so tired that she slept through almost all of it, and when she woke up, she had been so overwhelmed that she had fainted. But, could she be blamed? She had found out that she had been resting on Axel's lap, her one hand looped around his waist, and her head buried in his cloak. How overwhelming is that to process? To make the matter more difficult, her eyes were all groggy, her hair was like a bird's nest, in a complete mess, and she had drool leaking from the corner of her mouth. For someone who had tried her absolute best to look presentable in front of him even while going through all that hellish training, this was definitely a lot to process. When she gained consciousness, it was only because Axel had to wake her up since they had already reached King's Cross. While she fumbled to fix her appearance, he was already leaving, saying he had to meet with Martina. And hence the reason for her anxiousness. He was living at Martina's place. 4 days. He had come to the Greengrass Manor only for a few hours, and had to leave wrongly misunderstood. And then she finds out he's going to stay at that wench's place for such a long period of time. Who knows what could happen while they're living under the same roof. She has always suspected Martina's intentions. That which claims to only be friends with Axel, but Daphne doesn't like the way she sometimes looks at him. Something about it just screams sus. To make matters worse, Axel hadn't picked up any of her calls, or replied to any of her messages. She knows that he just forgets or doesn't even bother checking his magi mirror most of the time, but that didn't stop her from worrying. What if there was another reason for his inactivity? It's the powerful and infamous Valentino household after all. With all the rumors concerning him and Martina, who knows what they might do to him? That's why, she couldn't help but feel anxious. The dinner on Christmas Eve at her home was, therefore, a bit subdued, unlike the last time, which was the best Christmas they had had. His presence had made their family complete. So, not only Daphne, but even Astoria and Evelyn felt the absence of Axel. Her mother even said it might have been better to just go to one of the parties they had been invited to, but of course, there was no invitation for the party Daphne really wanted to attend. That night, Daphne called Axel once again. But, since he wasn't picking up like always, she left him yet another voice message before going to sleep. "Hey, it's me again. I still haven't heard from you. I know that you've probably just forgot to check your but I'm still worried. Today was Christmas, and we all miss you here." Astoria was pouting all the time. "You know you're her hero, right? Even more so after the Quidditch match." Her voice was all hoarse due to all the cheering she did for you, and so was mine. She smiled a bit recalling that. She couldn't meet you at the match too. So she was quite upset to know you weren't coming. Mom also seems to be quite fond of you. She's asked me 3 times if you're coming for the new year or not. Last Christmas, it was the best Christmas we had. This one, well, not so good, but it was still better since we didn't have to go to one of my father's boring parties and pretend to be all prim and proper. Only your presence was lacking. Just try to come, all right? You're part of this family now. And, please give me a sign that you're all right, okay? I worry. Ending the message, Daphne sighed as she laid on her bed. Maybe, I'll know by tomorrow, she thought. She didn't know just how right she was. No. Martina's eyes flew open as she woke up with a start. She had been having a nightmare. But, the reason for her nightmare wasn't Damien or Maximilian. It was Axel. In her dream, Axel was angry, with his eyes glowing with magic and his skin blue, and he was murdering everyone indiscriminately. Nothing Martina did could stop him. And she was scared, so scared as she called out his name repeatedly. And then, he fixed those eyes on her, and she woke up. Martina shook her head. Was she really scared of Axel? No. That can't be. He just saved her life. Again. And as for violence, wasn't her family the same? How could she be scared of him? Martina, are you all right? Martina realized that she was back in her room. Her mother sat by her side in her nightgown, seemingly also waking up now. Mom. Still scared and quite reassured with her presence, Martina hugged her mother tightly, her eyes blurring with tears. Francesca hugged her daughter comfortingly, gently patting her back. It's all right, Martina. It's over now. We're so sorry, we couldn't protect you. As Martina slowly calmed down, she finally recalled something else as well. She pushed Francesca away, turning her head. Why are you here? Francesca sighed. I'm here to look after you. I'd say it's for the best actually. Otherwise your father and brother were going to camp here tonight. Go away, Mom. I don't want to talk to you. Francesca looked flummoxed. Martina. What? Go away. Axel probably hates me now because of what you did. Said Martina, trying to push her away. I'm really sorry. But. One friend. I had just one real friend who I was able to befriend without already knowing everything about him and who wasn't affected by my family background. And you probably ruined it, she murmured. All her friends at Hogwarts were because of the impressive front she had put on. Then there were Luna and Hermione, who were different. But she had befriended them through manipulation because she already knew almost everything about them through the books. And those two had also not really seen the real her. Only Axel was the one friend she had made, who had seen her for who she actually was, and still befriended her. But he probably hates her now. Not to mention the ramifications he'll have to face with what her family has done. Francesca shook her head. I'm really sorry for what we did, dear. But you already said it. Axel doesn't care about your family. If your family did something wrong, he won't blame you for it now, would he? Or else why would he go out of his way to save you? Not only that, but also take revenge for you. I'm sure if you apologize sincerely, he'll forgive you. He. Martina had to accept, her mother was right but her cheeks still puffed up as she refused to look at her mother. But that doesn't mean I'll forgive you. Checking the time, she quickly got out of the bed. It's early, but he might have woken by now. I'm going, she said, pulling on her robe and picking up her wand. That's my daughter. Francesca smiled, also getting up. She had better get started with the preparations of his wand as well. She would have gone with Martina to apologize as well, but she was afraid to anger him by her presence. Just be honest with him, Martina. I love you the most when you are, she advised. Martina has a lot of secrets, and she's not honest with them many times. Martina glared at her mother. I'm still not talking to you, she declared as she left, banging the door behind her. But a few seconds later, the door opened again, as Martina came back to check her appearance in her mirror. Finding her hair a bit messy, she first arranged them with her brush. "Don't," she said to Francesca, who was about to say something, before leaving again with a bang. Francesca sighed. "I was only going to say the messy look was better suited for seduction." She really wasn't planning to point out the fact that Martina never seemed to care about her appearance before. The door to Axel's room was knocked, and Axel, who had been training, looked back at the door. Activating arcane eyes, he realized that it was Martina. "It's open," he said, throwing on a t-shirt. The door opened and Martina peeked her head in. "Sorry for disturbing you so early." "I came as soon as I gained consciousness," she said, entering tentatively. "Why are you here?" asked Axel, wiping his face with a towel. His face was neutral, with no fluctuations. Martina stepped forward. "I've come to thank you, of course." Axel scoffed. "No need. Mass murder and that kind of torture, a girl like Martina wouldn't like it. She's the kind of girl who'd risk her life for strangers." In the first year, she first went out of her way to save him from the troll, and to the third-floor corridor to save Rose, even though she had almost died there the previous time. Then this year, she first risked her life to kill the basilisk, and then helped him out with the Demogorgon. She also went out of way to help out Luna, a complete stranger, even calling in her favor with him. She made so many weapons but never used them, even though using them could let her family dominate their enemies. She'd rather agree to marry someone like Maximilian than choose violence. Not to mention she's quite timid. Would such a girl still treat him the same after witnessing him for what he truly was? Or would she treat him like how she treats people like Malcolm? So, he just shook his head. "You don't need to force yourself. I know I traumatized you more." Martina flinched. "How?" "I mean no. You didn't." Axel wasn't convinced. "You don't have to lie to yourself, Martina. The fact of the matter is, you don't like violence. I bet you haven't even seriously injured anyone, have you?" "I haven't, but my family." "They're your family, Martina. You've been with them your whole life. You know them, and you can trust them. I'm someone you met for a year. And, you know nothing about me." He raised his hand towards her, and Martina flinched again. Axel laughed humorlessly. "See? You might not even know it yourself, Martina. But I know it." Axel went to sit on his bed. "Go away, Martina. And tell your mother to quickly do my wand. Then you won't have to see me more." Martina wanted to defend herself, and she wanted to contradict Axel. But like always, Axel's presence seemed to have dumbed her down, and his eyes, which seemed to see right through her, made her realize that he might be right. She had to stop lying to herself. Seeing him like that did make her feel scared. And, it really was different compared to her family, since she barely knew him. But, she really couldn't control it. This aversion towards violence and this need to be selfless and kind. It was something that had been ingrained forcefully into her in her past life. And she hated it. It was the reason for her death in her previous life after all. It had been going away slowly, but it would take some more time. But, what do I do right now? She wondered. She could see her friendship with Axel, something which she had come to cherish deeply, breaking apart. Axel seemed to have simply given up on it, retreating back into shell he had kept him before. Not knowing what to do, she recalled her mother's advice. Be honest. Martina pursed her lips. Axel was someone who had saved her life. Twice. Thrice, if counting the duel. Her life was as good as over if she had agreed to marry Maximilian. He had also gone out of his way to take revenge for her. She couldn't afford to lose his friendship. And he at least deserved to know it wasn't his fault. Thus, taking a deep breath, she made her resolve. Walking towards him, she kicked off her slippers to sit him on his bed. I'm not going anywhere. Not until you hear me out, she said resolutely. Axel looked at her for a moment, and sighed. Go on, then. Martina created a privacy ward around them. I'm about to tell you something I haven't told anyone. It's also the reason why I'm the way I am. She said seriously. Can you promise not to tell anyone? This got Axel's attention. He turned his head to look at her with interest. I won't. Martina nodded as she leaned forward. Do you believe in past life? Chapter 98, Past Revealed. After sending another message to Axel, Daphne decided to sleep early on the Christmas night. She would just wait for his response. Lying on her bed, Daphne sighed, thinking how good her life was currently. With that man dead, and Astoria cured, and her mother finally happy, there was very little she had left to complain. Especially since Astoria's condition could have been much more fatal in a different situation. After all, the family's curse is not actually blood malediction. That's just a cover-up. So, I should be happy with what I have. No need to worry too much about Axel. Thinking so, she went to sleep, hoping to dream of him. Daffy. Daffy. This is bad. Late into the night, the door to Daphne's room burst open, as Astoria ran in and made a dive for Daphne, who was sleeping in peace in her bed. Since she wasn't in a particularly merry mood, Daphne had turned in early right after dinner. But right now, her night owl of a sister jumped on her out of nowhere, rudely waking her up. What the F, Astoria? You seriously have to stop waking me up like this? She grumbled, covering herself in sheets again. Astoria shook her head, pulling on the sheets. No. It's really an emergency this time. It's about Axel. That woke her up all right. The sheets were thrown off as Daphne sat up, looking at Astoria sharply. What happened? In a different situation, Astoria would have had a few words to say about this behavior of her sister, but right now, she simply passed on the in her hand to Daphne. Axel is engaged, she said, making Daphne's eyes widen. Tori, if this is some sort of sick prank, she began to say as she checked the Magi mirror, but paused when she saw the news headlines on the screen. Brutal violence at the Valentino Christmas party. The Valentinos announced the engagement of Princess Martina. Axel Hunt engaged. Maximilian Mikhailov challenges Axel Hunt to a duel. Savage Axel strikes again. Axeltina ship sails. Daphne's heart sank and her throat dried up, causing her to swallow. She blinked her eyes repeatedly, desperately hoping that this was not what she was thinking it was. It's either wrong or she's dreaming. But, as she opened one of the articles, her hopes were quickly shattered. The Christmas party at the Valentinos this time was anticipated to be an exceptionally big event. Because this party was going to be attended by the Mikhailov family, the equally mighty and influential rival of the Valentinos from Russia. But, no one expected the event to be blown so out of proportions. The Mikhailov family actually proposed marriage to the Valentino family, possibly offering to make what would have been the biggest political alliance in existence. Maximilian Mikhailov, 19, and Martina Valentino, 15, are certainly very good matches, and the talk of a possible relation between the two has always been a popular topic among the gossipers. This was certainly a very huge event. Valentino and Mikhailov are two tycoons of the wizarding world which everyone steers clear from. With a successful alliance, the two families might have turned out to be an unrivaled magical superpower, save for, perhaps, Atlantis, our sea neighbors. But when it was about to become a reality, things suddenly took a turn as the Valentino family rejected the proposal because they had already engaged Martina with someone else. Yes, dear readers, Martina Valentino, the most eligible female bachelorette, and the dream of uncountable young men, is officially taken. And the lucky man who is actually the one to win her heart is Axel Hunt, a fellow student at Hogwarts, more than 2 years her junior. Reading until here, Daphne began to hyperventilate, as her hands holding the shook uncontrollably. She couldn't believe it. But the article was from a trusted website, and the pictures were all real, in which Axel looked extremely dazzling, standing along with Martina. The two really looked like couples. And here she thought he would only go to parties with her. Her eyes blurred, big droplets of her tears dripping on the screen as Astoria hugged her from the side. Axel was engaged. With Martina. With fucking Martina. Daphne knew she should have done something about the girl. Stop, there's nothing more, Astoria said, trying to take away the screen. She had just thought that her sister might want to know about this, so she quickly came to her. But she had no idea that Daphne would be so deeply affected. Astoria felt like she made a mistake. Don't. Daphne dabbed at her eyes with her sheets. Yes. The headlines were saying a lot more than this. There was blood mentioned as well. Axel might be hurt. Sniffing while stifling another sob, she continued to read. The said fiancé, Axel Hunt, has quickly risen to fame recently, after his legendary Quidditch match in which he broke 22 world records at once, showing an unseen amount of skills and talent for the sport. There's no information available about Hunt's history or his background even after his legendary debut at Quidditch, which is definitely a surprise. But after this incident, that is certainly going to have to change, since he has caused too big an incident to remain anonymous anymore. Yes, at the party, he did something which blew the event out of proportions. When Maximilian Mikhailov, the heir to the Mikhailov family and the ex-soon-to-be fiancé of Martina, found out that the girl he had accepted to marry was already engaged to someone else. Like any man in love, he was devastated. In his resentment, he challenged Hunt to a duel, all the while calling him with provocative terms. If there's one thing to be known about Hunt from his very little available history, it's that even though he stays out of trouble for the most part, he doesn't take lightly to provocations. Whoever has provoked him in the past, Hunt has managed to deal them with an excessively brutal revenge without fail, even getting himself the nickname Savage Hunt in the process. So, when Maximilian provoked Axel by saying vulgarities about him and his fiancée and challenged him to a duel, he must have known what he was getting into, since the stakes were Axel would have to leave Martina forever and also grovel at Maximilian's feet if he loses. It has to be noted that Maximilian is a known duelist, possibly the best in his age group, and Hunt being more than 6 years younger couldn't have stood a chance. But contrary to what everyone expected, instead of rejecting the proposal, Hunt instead accepted it, adding his own terms: no interference until one of them is unconscious, and the Mikhailov knife, the highest honor that can be given to outsiders. Not expecting him to win, his terms were accepted by the Mikhailovs. But they didn't know that they had just made a rather terrible blunder. Even before the fight had started, Hunt had somehow managed to take possession of both of Maximilian's wands. Maximilian then made the mistake of provoking Hunt further by saying things about him, his mother, and his fiancée, which somehow resulted in Maximilian's tongue getting pierced by the broken end of his own wand. Hunt then proceeded to pin Maximilian's hands and rain continuous punches on his face while telling him to stay the hell away from Martina. The beating was extremely brutal and terrifying. By the way, Hunt unforgivably punched Maximilian without stopping for a second, each punch extremely heavy. Maximilian's screams didn't seem to affect neither the pain in his bloody hands. He wasn't even deterred by the fact that he was beating the living hell out of the heir of one of the most dangerous family in existence, right in front of its boss. By the time Maximilian passed out, blood was everywhere, he no longer had teeth, and the skin of cheeks was peeled to the broken bones. The scene definitely was not pretty to look at, but we still have it below for our curious readers. Click here. With the duel over, Axel took the promised knife like it was business as usual as departed scene, leaving the chilled onlookers behind. Interestingly enough, Princess Martina, popularly known for her extreme kindness, did not even give a second glance to the fallen heir, instead choosing to follow her fiancé out of the party. Daphne finished reading the whole article, and even saw the pictures and recorded memories of the incident repeatedly, hoping against hope that it was not true. But alas, the reality was shown cruelly right to her face every time, chipping away at all of her mentality. Axel got engaged to Martina. He went to the party with her and he even offended the Mikhailov family for her. The two of them really do seem to be in love, right? Besides, now that the Mikhailov family is after him, there's very little help he could get by marrying into the Greengrass family. Looking at Martina, she also seems better in terms of beauty, right? Why would he even pick her? Why did she even have hope in the first place? Daphne. Don't. Looking down at her sister pulling at her hands, she realized that she had been scratching her own arms, drawing blood. What are you doing? Mom. Mom. Quickly come. Daphne could not stop. She needed something. Some kind of pain, to replace the excruciating pain in her heart. Suddenly, darkness began to encroach upon her, slowly but steadily, and Daphne felt her pain lessening. Before she knew it, she was already swallowed, unable to put up resistance. In the guest bedroom of the Valentino Manor, Axel and Martina laid side by side on the bed, with their backs resting against the headrest as Axel processed what he had just been told by Martina. So, you're saying that you are actually a person from a different world? And you have been able to retain your memories and personality? Martina nodded, her eyes tightly shut as she processed she was finally telling this to someone. Yes, it's the reason how I've invented those things in my lab, and the reason why I have so much magical knowledge at my age. Axel sighed. He had come into contact with quite a lot of crazy stuff in the past 2 years, like magic being real, a talking system in his head, a whole wizarding world hidden from muggles, and 2 other worlds which he knew very little about. So, his boundaries for crazy are quite loose. But, this is still quite difficult to process. How is that even possible? Martina shrugged as well. I'm not too sure myself, but it's like this: when we die, our souls are reset, wiping away everything including our memories and personalities. But, that did not happen in my case. My soul is the same one that I had in my previous life. Axel thought about it. Everything was a bit unbelievable, but if he put it into Martina's case, it would really explain a lot. Plus, he didn't think she was lying. So, you've been an adult since your childhood, and you're from another world. Martina, that's quite a dangerous secret. Axel looked at Martina with confusion. Why are you telling me this? He had thought Martina was just hiding an embarrassing secret, but this. It was a secret that could cause a lot of waves if fallen into the wrong hands. He was freaking out for Martina for revealing it to him so casually. For fuck's sake, they hadn't even signed a contract. Martina just looked at him as she relaxed into the bed, a serene smile coming to her face upon finally being able to lift off the burden she had been holding back since forever. It's to show you that I trust you, Axel. And to explain why I got scared, she said, looking at his hands that were stained in blood for her not long ago. For that, I have to tell you the story of my previous life. Axel still thought it was quite stupid of Martina to reveal such a big secret only based on trust. But, he was just too curious to back down now. All right. He sighed, also relaxing into the bed. Tell me then. Laying back, Martina looked at the ceiling as she started to talk. My previous world. It was quite similar to this one, at least in most aspects. The biggest difference was, it did not have magic. Everyone was Muggle. But, the Muggles had still managed to advance quite a lot through other means. In that world, I was an orphan living in a foster home. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't pleasant either. I was different from other kids my age, and that's why I had trouble blending in. Then, I was tested to have a genius-level IQ. Though along with that, I had a very mild spectrum of autism. Freed from the foster home, I was entered into a special program for gifted children along with other geniuses. Each of us were given custom education, based on our strengths and weaknesses. We were all given the most optimal living conditions, and I had even been able to make a few friends. If performed well enough, I was even allowed to have various means of entertainment from books to anime and mangas. Life was good. Martina paused here, as her soft smile disappeared. But, there were some peculiar things. We were all strongly discouraged from forming romantic relationships. And kindness, selfness, patriotism, humility. These values were forcefully indoctrinated to us. Every day. They would train it into us until it was a deeply ingrained part of our nature. You see, we were geniuses being taught with knowledge with which we could destroy the country, if we decided to use it wrongly. So they had to be careful. From time to time, they would eliminate some of the kids who didn't fit the criteria. Axel's fists clenched in anger. He didn't like this kind of thing. Martina sighed, looking back at him. So, that is the reason I am the way I am. Kindness and selflessness is something that's been deeply ingrained into me. It was the reason I died in my previous life. To save a lot of people, I sacrificed my own life without a second thought. And it's also the reason why. She said, trailing off as she looked at him regretfully. The reason why you're disgusted with me, he finished. Martina shook her head vigorously. No. Who said I'm disgusted with you? It's rather the opposite. I really admire your character. You're very strong, quite unlike the pathetic old me, she said earnestly. When I was reincarnated into a mafia household, it was quite difficult for me to adapt to them. In fact, I sometimes hated them as well. But, they loved me so much, that they decided to change for me. It was then that I slowly started to change my black and white worldview, she told him, a smile coming to her face. Seeing them, I realized that not everything is good or evil. And sometimes, you have to do what's necessary. Gathering her resolve, she forced herself to hold his hand in hers, which were shaking due to her inner struggle. I've been trying to change, Axel. And slowly, I'm making progress. You're the only true friend I've had, and I won't give up on you no matter what you do, she said, looking into his eyes. Can you please also, not give up on me? She asked sincerely. Her mother wanted her to be truthful. Well, this was her being truthful. And turns out, it really wasn't as scary as she had thought. For some reason, she did trust Axel, despite everything. So, it was, in fact, surprisingly great. She felt like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders, making her feel quite light and giddy. She wanted to stay in this moment forever. Sighing, she rested her shoulders against Axel, no longer feeling the aversion. Axel nodded his head. He didn't know if Martina was still high due to the poison to be talking like this, but he had to accept, he was touched. And he was glad to know that he wasn't the only one who valued their friendship. She went so far as to reveal such a dangerous secret for him. Overall, everything was fine now, wasn't it? Knock knock. A knock came to their door, making Martina jump in surprise. I'll get it. She said, truly furious at whoever it was who had decided to interrupt them at such a great moment. Opening the door, she found that it was their butler. What is it? She hissed, being rude with a servant for the first time. The butler bowed his head in apology upon seeing Axel laying on the bed in the state of her hastily put on robes, quickly interpreting the situation. My deepest apologies for interrupting your leisure, princess, but the situation is urgent. The mistress has asked for you to check your magi mirror. The Mikhailovs have begun their retaliation. Our side is currently trying to minimize the damage as we speak. What? What did they do? Did they attack us? I apologize, princess. But I must go. Everything will be clear to you once you check the hive. The butler then looked at Axel and bowed deeply. The mistress sends her deepest regret and apologies over the situation. She'll be personally servicing your wand as soon as she's dealt with the situations. And with that, the butler was gone, leaving a panicking and frustrated Martina, the moment she had been cherishing ruined. I don't even have my magi mirror on me. She complained to no one in particular. She had only brought her wand. Just as she was about to apparate, Axel called out to her. Even though I don't use it, I still have one, you know, he said, digging out his own magi mirror from the depths of his pouch. Oh, of course. Martina was embarrassed. Just what was happening to her? She quickly took her original place on bed at Axel's side as Axel handed her his magi mirror. Opening it, she found a lot of notifications piled up. Daphne. 100 plus calls, 100 plus messages. Patricia. 2 calls, 12 messages. Akiko. 3 messages. Unknown. 100 plus calls, 100 plus messages. Unknown. 20 calls, 23 messages. Axel realized what he had forgotten. Checking his phone. It's always on silent mode to avoid distractions. Martina's finger paused briefly upon seeing them, but then she quickly swiped up to get to business. She was curious what these girls wanted to talk to him about, but right now she was in a bit of an emergency. Her thumbs worked fast on the magi mirror, and within seconds, they found out the main reason for all the fuss. The Magi Hive was filled with various types of news about the party, like their engagement and all the other stuff about the duel, but Martina went to the latest news. And what they saw managed to surprise the hell out of the both of them. Breaking news. Axel Hunt, past revealed. Axel Hunt, a Muggle orphan. The Wonder Boy with surprisingly humble beginnings. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Breaking news, Axel Hunt exposed. Chapter 99. Breaking news. Axel Hunt, past revealed. Axel Hunt, a Muggle orphan. The Wonder Boy with surprisingly humble beginnings. What the fuck? The titles of the articles made Axel take a deep breath while Martina immediately understood what had happened. To deal with all the humiliation they had suffered today, the Mikhailovs had decided to target Axel. She took his hand, feeling extremely remorseful. I'm so sorry, Axel, if I hadn't gotten you involved. Axel shook his head, stopping her from speaking further. What's done is done, and he can't really blame Martina for it anyway. Right now, there were more pressing matters to worry about. Taking the in his hand, he began reading the articles. Axel Hunt, past revealed. Dear readers, the moment we had all been waiting for has arrived. The past of Axel Hunt, the genius Quidditch player, and the newly announced son-in-law of the Valentino family, has been revealed. Ever since his meteoric rise in fame, the curiosity of the wizarding world towards this young prodigy has been increasing day by day, but curiously enough, there had been no news of his life before Hogwarts, nor his family background. It was as if Axel Hunt came out of nowhere. People have always wanted to know, how did he become so good at Quidditch? What were his living conditions? Was he professionally trained from birth? Did he receive some kind of prior tutoring so that he's in the top of his class without even studying? And, what kind of family background does he have, that he became the son-in-law of the Valentino family? However, the reality was revealed to be quite shocking. Here's a picture of Axel Hunt as a child. Click to see the image. Below was an image of a 6 to 7-year-old Axel, in torn and shabby clothes. He was quite scrawny and malnourished, and he looked like he had just come out of a fight, since he had a light bruising on his cheek and a grimy appearance. Overall, he seemed like the kid you would steer away from out of caution and disgust if you saw him on the streets. How the fuck did they get that? Axel couldn't help but mutter. The picture looked legit, it was definitely him, but it was in a very high definition, fully colored, and moving, since he was blinking his eyes and wiping his cheek with the back of his hand. No way it could have been taken using a Muggle camera, and he didn't think a random-ass wizard had enough time to take his individual image so long ago. Martina, who had been too absorbed into looking at the younger version of Axel, came out of her thoughts as she answered Axel's question. It's a picture generated from a memory, Axel. They're called pensieved images. Since a memory can be viewed in a pensieve, you can also generate an image through it using modern magical technology, she explained, still looking at the image in fascination. Fuck. Muttered Axel, as he realized the implications of that. If this image is a memory, then they must have gotten the details about his childhood. Fuck. Axel. Martina looked at him in worry, but Axel just continued reading the article, already knowing what to expect, Martina also following his lead. As hard as it is to believe, that is the picture of a 6-year-old Axel Hunt. Quite different from most of the expectations, Axel Hunt did not have the ideal childhood, nor did he have the powerful background everyone believed he did. His childhood was actually spent at a Muggle orphanage. Yes, Axel Hunt, the genius prodigy and the son-in-law of the Valentino family, is actually from a Muggle orphanage, where he spent his childhood being severely ostracized. Young Axel had a quick temper, and he was prone to accidental magic. Every time he lashed out, people were hurt, which led to the worsening of his treatment at the orphanage. At the age of 7, he got into a fight with the son of a rich and influential Muggle, resulting in him getting dropped out from the scholarship program of the school. The very next day, he left the orphanage, never to return again. The image you see is the last time he was seen at the place. How he went from this, to being declared the son-in-law of the Valentino family, is what everyone is curious about. But a lot can be deduced from his background. Axel Hunt, a Muggle. Is the genius Quidditch player and the newly declared finance of the famous mafia princess Martina Valentino is actually a muggle-born. As absurd as this statement might sound, it might, in fact, be true. Through our sources, it has been confirmed that Axel Hunt has actually spent his childhood in a muggle orphanage. Now, in case the child of a registered wizarding family is orphaned, we have our own wizarding orphanages for such children. And Hunt not being there could only mean that either his parents were unregistered, which is unlikely, or not even one of them was magical, meaning they were muggles. Whatever the case, there has been a sudden increase in people speaking against Hunt's engagement. People are questioning his qualifications for marrying the beautiful and kind Princess Martina with his rough background, and number of young men cursing him are increasing every minute. Subscribe to our channel and we'll keep you updated about further news on this matter. Bell subscribe. The forums were no good either. Is Axel Hunt good for Martina? Started by Bewitcher69 at Bewitch69. I just found out that Axel Hunt is actually a muggle-born with no family background. And he's had mental issues since childhood. Is he really a good match for Goddess Martina? Anonymous. No way. Fuck you, Axel. You filthy mudblood shit. Stay away from my goddess. Rapid_cast12 at RapidCast12. Isn't this the same gold digger guy who seduced a lot of heiresses? I thought he was dead for sure for messing with a Valentino, but became the son-in-law instead. Well, serves him right. He's dead for this time, for hiding such information from the Valentino family. No way they'd keep a son-in-law of who has no status. Anonymous. At RapidCast12 rightly spoken, brother. Die at Axel Hunt. Martina Simp 467, at Simping for Martina 467. Fellow cultists, we've been tricked. And so was our goddess. The lowly Hunt dared to trick our goddess. He has committed blasphemy. Anonymous. Yes. We can't remain silent. Hunt must face the consequences. Quidditch Princess, at Quidditch Princess 99. Shut up, you all. Axel has done nothing wrong. He managed to rise after having such a terrible past. Y'all just jealous he's so good. Martina Simp 467, at Simping for Martina 467. STFU at Quidditch Princess. You're just a brainless Axel fangirl. Girl's opinion can never be believed when judging that fiend. Justice_for_Rose, at Justice4Rose. Yeah, he's just a scumbag who's always trying to get in rich girls' panties. He leaves them after having his fun with them. He made Rose Potter his slave for Merlin's sake. How can someone marry their daughter to such a scumbag? Axel discarded the magi mirror away as he sighed, plopping himself back into the bed. Funny how he thought his Christmas would be passed peacefully. This situation is so far fucking from peaceful that most people can't achieve it even after trying their best. And yet Axel somehow managed to get it without even trying. Martina went back to look at Axel's childhood pictures. The one in the article wasn't the one leaked. So, are these real? She asked, a look of heartache on her face. Axel sighed. There was no point in hiding his background now. He could already see all of his haters burning up after finding out that he actually had no backing whatsoever. Until now, due to him being Slytherin and close to girls like Martina, everyone had thought that he was from some extremely powerful family or wealthy family. People like Damien and Maximilian would comment on his background from time to time, but those were just bluffs to sound him out. There was always a great chance he was from one of those secretive powerful families. But, now that the truth is out, his peaceful days are gone even further away from him. It's true. All of it, he said at last. Martina looked at the photos in anguish. This was really how Axel grew up. But, isn't the man in the portrait? She began, but then stopped. She wanted to ask how he was in a muggle orphanage when his father was clearly a wizard, or at least knew someone who could paint that portrait. The portrait? Asked Axel, putting his hand in his space pocket as he took out the big portrait. Martina had just told him her biggest secret. He could at least return him this much, right? It was already useless information anyway. You mean this? He asked, pointing at his so-called father. Martina nodded, looking between the two faces staring at her. She had to accept, the resemblance was uncanny. Axel shrugged, also looking at the portrait. I don't know him at all. Actually, my parents abandoned me at the Muggle orphanage when I was less than a year old. That's horrible. Martina couldn't help but say. To leave a child like Axel. How could someone be so cruel? Axel shrugged. Well, it's always been like that. I had a lot of accidental magical bursts when I was young. And I truly was quick to get into a fight, he said, recalling the past that he kept to himself until now. Soon, none of the children at the school or at the orphanage would even talk to me. I began to think there was something wrong with me for having these outbursts. So, I began to suppress them. He said, making Martina gasp, her eyes filling with tears. Axel continued, "It was a party, the kid I beat up, my classmate. His family had thrown a party for his birthday. He said, everyone in class is invited. Me being the idiot I was, thought I was too. He said, smiling at his younger naive self. Sniff sniff." Martina gripped his hand, as her tears started falling. "I was just another kid, it was normal for me to be curious about rich people's parties. So, wearing the best pair of clothes I owned, I went there. Of course, my presence there wasn't appreciated, and I was humiliated quite badly for my gall to think I could be considered a member of their class. I'll save you the pain of hearing the unnecessary details, but the party ended with me losing control of my cursed power yet again, as I hit the kid too hard, before I left the place." Axel shrugged, looking at the crying Martina. "That's as much as I can tell about my childhood. Hope this also explains why I don't like parties." Martina couldn't take it anymore, as she tightly hugged Axel and began sobbing. "I'm so sorry, Axel, it's not your fault." "None of it is your fault," she said in between her sobs. Axel felt a bit perplexed. He wasn't used to being comforted like this. And he thought that he had already lost Martina. "You're not disgusted anymore?" he asked, raising his hand that was being gripped by her. Martina shook her head vigorously. "You've saved my life. Thrice. How could I?" she asked, looking offended. Martina would be the most ungrateful bitch to turn away from Axel after all he had done for her. She just needed some time to adjust her flawed mentality. "You saved her life? 3 times at that." The man in the portrait, who had been silent throughout the conversation, couldn't help but be surprised at that piece of information, looking between Axel and Martina. "You really are my son," he said at last, shaking his head. "You don't know what trouble you've gotten yourself into, son," he muttered, looking at Axel with some pity. "You keep your mouth shut, painting." "Tell Bellatrix I sent a fuck you," said Axel, throwing the portrait back into his pouch. He was quite certain there was another portrait of this man with Bellatrix, which he could travel between and report his findings. "I'm really sorry for what the real me," the portrait was saying, but it was cut off as Axel closed the pouch. Martina's eyes widened. Bellatrix. Bellatrix Black. But at this moment, the door was knocked, saving Axel the trouble to explain. Opening the door, he found that it was Martina's mother. Francesca bowed as soon as she saw him. "Axel, I, Francesca Valentino, sincerely apologize on behalf of the Valentino family for what we did. But I can swear on my magic that Martina had no hand in it. Due to us, now the Mikhailovs are targeting you. We promise to make it to you in any way we can," she said sincerely, while bowing. Axel shrugged, still impassive. He was quite desensitized to it all by now. "I'll hold on to that," he said simply. He hasn't forgiven, but he won't throw a tantrum either. He'll just remember what they did, and if they don't remember it well, someday he might return the favor. Francesca nodded, "That's all I can ask. And for what you did for Martina," saying so, she then bent down and planted a kiss on Axel's forehead. "We are forever in your debt. We'll do anything within our power for you," she said, her fingers grazing his cheek and her eyes close to his. Axel stepped away, wiping his forehead. "Well, you didn't need to do that." Francesca looked at her daughter, who was safe and sound, and her eyes filled with gratitude. "Yes, I did." Axel shrugged, "What you did yesterday. I'm just going to say I'll remember it," he told her up front. These words, coming from him after knowing what he had done just a few hours ago, made Francesca feel the true impact of them. But she nodded solemnly. "Please do not. We have a lot to make up for and we'll do our best to help you out from now on," she said, bowing again. Axel didn't feel comfortable having Martina's mother bow to him right in front of her. "Anyways, what exactly is the situation?" he asked, changing the topic. Straightening up, Francesca sighed at that. "Somehow, they got the memories of the manager of your orphanage. And they decided to send the memories to all the media companies. Instead of trying to bribe a few media companies to publish false news about you, which we could have easily stopped, they decided to hand out the true information, the authenticity of which can be verified, to each and every outlet, letting them tear into you on their own." Axel sighed. He should have handled that man's memories before, just like what he had done with Scar's man. Johnny Scar, the man who gave Axel the scars on his face, had been brutally killed by Axel last Christmas. And after getting healed and getting legitimacy, Axel had tried out his newly acquired skill on his men which he had left alive, making sure to erase all their memories as well. He couldn't have done such delicate work while he was still crippled. He wished he could have done something similar for the orphanage manager, but he didn't think it was any trouble since he didn't know that memories could be turned into videos and images like this, or that someone would go through the trouble to spread it like this. Francesca shook her head, "But you don't have to worry. We have just made our statement, giving you our full support, and your situation is getting under control. Some damage is already done, but now everything is stabilizing. Your other backer turned out to be very resourceful, she said suggestively. Axel didn't understand that. I don't know what you're talking about, he said truthfully. Francesca nodded understandingly. I'm sure you don't. But thanks to your backing, I can now get to help you out with your wand. Can we begin right away? Really? Axel sighed. His wand. The thing he had gone through all this trouble for. Fucking finally, he muttered, not even caring about his language. With his background revealed and what had already happened, he didn't need to pretend to be civil anymore. Francesca nodded, turning to leave the room. If you will please follow me. She asked curtly. Martina also began walking. Let's go. You'll love the place we're going to. Axel looked at the magi mirror in his hand. He wanted to check out his messages, but well, it could wait for a few more minutes, right? He was sure Daphne was just worried about all the news. Chapter 100, New Wand, surprised Francesca. Chapter 100. Axel followed the mother-daughter pair down to the portal outside the manor. Drawing her wand, Francesca tapped it a few times with her wand, making it whirl to life. Come along, she said, stepping through. As he walked through to the other side, Axel was stunned by the scenery. In front of him was a huge hall, filled with heat. The place resembled a smithy, with forges of all kinds set up everywhere. Loud sounds of metals being hammered were being produced by the men working, making the place quite lively. Upon seeing them, workers were surprised at first, but then continued to work after a gesture from Francesca. This is the Valentino weapon factory, first level, said Martina over the noise. The magic weapons produced here are used for commercial purposes, one of the things our family is famous for, she said as they walked, pointing at the rows of different kinds of weapons on their side. Axel looked at the neatly organized row of shiny weapons. There were all kinds of them, from swords and knives to bows and arrows. Picking one up at random, Axel found it to be quite good. All of them are enchanted with various enchantments like unbreakable, no rust, self-sharpening, said the woman upon seeing his interest. You can take as many as you want, she offered generously. Don't mind if I do then, said Axel, taking out his wand. A punio totalis, he murmured. Instantly, more than 100 weapons floated out of the racks, making the Valentino women widen their eyes. Ignoring their surprise, Axel opened his magical pouch and held it up. How, is your brain not exploding right now? Asked Martina in utter confusion. The spell had already been deciphered by her, and she had realized just impossibly difficult it was to do what Axel was doing so casually. Axel shrugged, his mind fully concentrated on the weapons. Talent and practice, he muttered, jerking the wand in his direction. Swish 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 swish. One by one, the weapons began going inside the pouch at an incredible speed, enough to pierce through someone. The only safety net was that they were all sheathed with protective covers. Within seconds, the whole rack was empty, as Axel closed his pouch. Thanks. They'll be of use in the future. It would make things a lot faster. He said, not specifying the purpose. But, looking at what he just did, it was quite clear what it was going to be used for. Hopefully, not against us. Wished Francesca, feeling a chill recalling their foolish blunder of offending this person. Well, we can only do our best to make up for it. Putting on a smile, she began walking again. Let's go. What we need is in the custom section, she said behind her back. The custom section is the restricted area. It's packed full of secrets and extremely rare resources, so only family members can access it, explained Martina as they walked past the wand section. Well, let's get this over with quickly, he said, recalling the messages on his He was just needed for some tests. Then he'll be free to do whatever he wants while Francesca works hard on his wand. After going through a few security checks, they reached a large pair of double doors, seemingly made out of gold. Francesca put her hand on the door and after a few seconds, the doors swung open soundlessly, showing a vast area, filled with all kinds of equipment and storage drawers. This is the custom area. It's impenetrable, since it contains some of our most precious resources, she introduced, stepping through. Since she didn't want to waste Axel's time, she quickly asked Axel to take out his wand while tying her hair in a knot. The first thing she did was to examine it under some kind of magical item which looked awfully similar to a microscope. After doing a thorough examination, she looked back at Axel in surprise. Just, what the hell did you do with your wand? She couldn't help but ask again. She hadn't known the exact magnitude of the output through ordinary analysis, but now that she had done it thoroughly, the amount of power required to do that damage turned out to be much more than what she had expected. Martina frowned at her mother. You can't ask, Mom, she reminded warningly. Why can't we start already? Francesca was once again surprised at her daughter's fierce protectiveness towards Axel. Though it does make sense now since Axel had just saved her from a terrible fate. She has already grown up. She thought, feeling like it was just yesterday that she was claiming she would never marry. Shrugging helplessly, Francesca got behind a row of magical equipments, beckoning Axel to stand in front. Please stand here. I need to run several tests before we get started on customizing your wand. Axel looked at Martina, who nodded reassuringly. All right. Francesca ran several tests on Axel, evaluating him with her critical eyes. From time to time, she would show astonishment and approval, sometimes nodding to herself, but Axel just stopped trying to interpret her gestures' meanings after a while. All done, she declared after a while, as she waved her wand, summoning several precious materials from the drawers. Putting his wand on a pedestal, she got to work, slowly dissecting it. The first step is to decide the operation of the core. Your current core is cherub hair, which makes your situation quite unique, she said, launching into an explanation. Cherub hair cores aren't that popular to begin with. Generally, it doesn't enhance your spells much, but as your bond with your wand strengthens, the powers of the wand increase proportionally. But, this is where the peculiarity lies, said Francesca, pausing in her explanation. What is it? Asked Axel, also looking at the slow dissection. Usually, the increase in power is not very significant, since the strength of the bond is not much. Cherub wands are very hard to please. If that was the case here, your wand would have already been destroyed. But somehow, your bond is not only stronger, it's somehow stronger to the point of being able to withstand that much amount of power without getting utterly burned. I still can't understand how, she said, shaking her head in wonder. Axel didn't say anything, even. Though he knew the reason, his bond strength was so high because he had been following the system's instructions on this. So, it can be fixed, right? He asked for confirmation. Francesca smiled, as she gave him a nod. Not only that, we can also upgrade your wand significantly, so that it can handle a lot more power than before. Axel's eyebrows shot up. That's possible. It's possible, Axel, said Martina, who had also been observing the wand. That's what I had asked Mom to do in the first place. Your bond is quite strong, but the material that's made up your wand is not able to withstand your magic. The wood does not suit you anymore, and cherub cores aren't strong enough. So, we need to change the wood of your wand, and make the cherub core stronger and more durable, so that you can cast stronger magic without damaging it. This is what she had wanted to do from the beginning. But the procedure was so difficult and exclusive that outsiders don't even know about it, let alone having their family do it for them. She had been very glad when her mother had agreed to do it for Axel, but now she felt it was the least her mother could do. Axel nodded slowly. So, what kind of wood are we using? Will it be possible to use that one? He asked, looking at Martina. Martina brightened up at that. Actually, I had started my research the moment you gave it to me, and I have to say, I've never seen anything like it, she said, taking out the piece of wood that Daphne had given him. As soon as she took out the wand, Axel could feel the magic radiating from the wood. Activating his arcane eyes, he could see that Martina had actually made some progress in unsealing it. What? In the Pluto's name is that? Asked Francesca, looking at the wood in astonishment. Martina just smiled as she handed the wood. It's one of the gifts Axel got for Christmas. Just check it out, she said knowingly. My gods. As expected, Francesca's surprise kept intensifying the more tests she ran. This. I've never seen anything like this. It is emanating a strong amount of light magic, she said as she looked at Axel. It's actually perfect for your wand. Really? Asked Axel in confusion. Martina nodded. It is. Cherubs are small magical creatures, very much like pixies and fairies. They are light magic oriented and very weak. So, the core of your wand is also weak. But, if we use a small amount of this wood in your wand, we can also strengthen your cherub hair core with it, she explained. But, there's one problem, said Francesca, summoning out several more materials from the drawers. Axel sighed. Of course it can't be that simple. What is it? Francesca looked at the materials she had summoned with a difficult expression. This wood, combined with the cherub core, makes your wand far too much orientated towards the light magic. I don't suppose your dark spells were very effective before this? She asked, looking at Axel. Axel had to agree to that. The dark spells he had tried weren't all that powerful, so he had stopped using them. Francesca sighed. Then you will be completely unable to cast them if I use this wood. I don't have any material that is strong enough to neutralize its light attribute. Actually, it would be really helpful if you happen to have body parts of an extremely dark creature. It would be even more helpful if it has aged thousands of years. Said Martina, giving Axel a sneaky look. Axel understood her hint, taking out a basilisk fang from the depths of his pouch. I have a 1,000-year-old basilisk body. Would it do? What? Francesca just looked at him for several moments. Did you just say, a basilisk? A 1,000-year-old one at that. But since when has Axel needed to explain anything? You heard what you heard, Mrs. Valentino. No need to ask questions. Putting his hand in his pocket, he took out another pouch made out of dragon hide, from which, he slowly withdrew a small, black stone. "What is this?" asked Martina, taking the stone from him. "Careful," he warned, but she touched it anyway. Wah! Martina almost dropped the stone to the ground, as she backed away from it in horror. Axel caught the stone unhurriedly, giving it to Francesca. "Take this as well. It might be of some use." That's. Martina was tongue-tied after realizing what the familiar horrible sensation she just felt from the stone was. The power, it was quite similar to the one she felt on the night of Halloween. Axel gave Martina a nod, confirming her suspicion. At the night of Halloween, the Demogorgon wasn't completely destroyed. It did leave something behind. Axel had spotted it using his arcane eyes, and taken it as a compensation for his wand. Francesca was quite unnerved by the stone in the beginning, but she didn't freak out like Martina, only looking extremely confused as she began examining the stone. Clink clink. But then suddenly, she dropped her equipments, backing away from the stone as if it would kill her. "My gods. I don't believe it." Axel's brows furrowed. "You know what this thing is?" This was unexpected. This was a creature from another world after all. Francesca nodded, her mind jogging up her memory. I think I do, but I thought these things only existed in rumors. If I'm not wrong, it's a dark stone obtained from slaying a Demogorgon. How do you know that? Axel couldn't help but ask. If she knows about this, then it means that there has been a precedent to a Demogorgon entering this world. What? So it really is a dark stone. Francesca really freaked out this time. Axel had never thought he would see the day that the always stoic Martina's mother would have such intense reactions. Even Martina was looking at her mother like she was seeing her for the first time, but then she couldn't help but shake her head ruefully in understanding. Hadn't her situation also been the same? No matter how mature and knowledgeable, people will lose their shit when it comes to Axel. "Mrs. Valentino," said Axel, waving his hand in front of the stunned women who seemed to be lost in thought. "What exactly do you know about this?" he asked. Francesca looked at Axel for a long time. "How do you, sigh, you really are a boy of wonder, Axel," she murmured, shaking her head. How long has it been when she had been this surprised and curious about something? And the most maddening prospect. She can't even satiate her curiosity. Activating her occlumency, she regained her original look. "I'm not feeling very inclined to share the details, but suffice it to say it has happened long in the past, and you don't have to worry about a Demogorgon showing up anywhere in this age," she said tersely, getting back to working on his wand. "You." Seeing her mom being so petty, Martina looked at Axel with a look of worship. "You actually managed to piss off Mom," she murmured in wonder, letting out a giggle. "That hasn't happened since forever." Axel wasn't so pleased with the situation. "Is there anything else you need me for?" "Quickly get it done. I have something to do," he said, taking out his magi mirror. He wasn't going to wait more to read the messages. Despite his logical judgment, he just couldn't wait longer. Crack. And it was a good thing that he did so. Because as soon as he opened the messages, the screen cracked under the pressure he unconsciously put on the magi mirror. "Axel. What happened?" Martina was alarmed. Axel took a deep breath, closing his eyes. "Martina, I need to go to Britain. Right now." His voice was calm, but the magical fluctuations emanating from him were making the whole place shake. "Britain? What hap?" Axel cut her off. "Martina." "Now," he said, opening his eyes. But they were not the usual amber eyes. They had turned sea blue. Francesca had already gotten a better grasp at the situation. She took out the portkey ring from her pouch, activating it and giving it to Axel. "Here. You will need to press the button after getting out of this room. The portkey is restricted here," she told him curtly. "Thanks." Taking the portkey, Axel gave her a nod of genuine acknowledgement. He was grateful she was willing to do this despite the previous situation. "And if you really want to know, I killed the basilisk and the Demogorgon. That's how I have the materials," he told her, nodding at the dark crystal and the basilisk fang lying on the table. With that, he disappeared from the spot, followed by the opening and closing of the door. At once, the two women looked at the door in alarm, before looking at each other, each mirroring the surprise in the other's eyes. Did someone just casually break through their impenetrable room's defenses?